Maigret and the Old People by Georges Simenon. Chapter 1. It was one of those exceptional months of May, the kind you only encounter 2 or 3 times in your life, and which have the luminosity, the taste, the smell of childhood memories. Maigret called it a May of hymns, because it reminded him both of his first communion and his first spring in Paris, when everything was still new and wonderful to him. In the street, on the bus, in his office, he was often pulled up short, struck by a faraway sound, by a warm breeze, by the bright patch of a blouse that carried him back 20 or 30 years. The day before, when they were about to go to dinner with the Pardons, his wife had asked him, almost blushing, "Don't I look too silly in a floral dress at my age?" That evening, their friends the Pardons had introduced a novelty. Rather than inviting them to their house, they had taken the Maigrets to a little restaurant on Boulevard du Montparnasse, where the 4 of them had dined outside. Maigret and his wife, without a word, had exchanged knowing glances, because it was outside this very restaurant 30 years before that they had enjoyed their first meal together. Do they have mutton stew? The restaurant had changed owners, but there was still mutton stew on the menu, wobbly lamps on the tables, potted plants in tubs, and Chavignon by the carafe. All 4 of them were very cheerful. At the café, Pardon had taken from his pocket a journal with a white cover. "By the way, Maigret, they're talking about you in the Lancet." Maigret, who knew the name of the famous and very austere English medical journal, had frowned. "I mean that they're talking about your profession in general. The article is by one Dr. Richard Fox, and I will translate the passage that will interest you more or less literally. A skillful psychiatrist, based on his scientific knowledge and surgical experience, is quite well placed to understand human beings. But it is possible, particularly if he is influenced by theory, that he will understand them less well than an exceptional school teacher, than a novelist, or even the policeman." They had discussed this for a while, sometimes joking, sometimes in a more serious tone. Then the Maigrets had walked together along silent streets. Maigret was not yet aware that the London doctor's words would come to mind several times over the next few days, or that the memories stirred in him by this perfect month of May would come to seem almost like a premonition. The very next day, on the bus that took him towards Châtelet, he found himself looking at faces with the same curiosity as when he had just arrived in the capital. And it seemed strange to him to be climbing the stairs of the Police Judiciaire as Detective Chief Inspector and receiving respectful greetings on the way. Was it really such a long time since he had first stepped awestruck into this building, where the police chiefs still seemed like figures of legend to him? He felt both light and melancholy. With the window open, he went through his mail and called in young Lapointe to give him instructions. In 25 years, the Seine hadn't changed, and neither had the passing boats, or the anglers who were still in the same spot as if they hadn't moved from it. Taking little puffs on his pipe, he did his housework, as he called it, ridding the office of the files that were piled up there, clearing up unimportant matters, when the telephone rang. "Can you come and see me for a moment, Maigret?" the Commissioner asked. Without hurrying, Maigret made towards the chief's office, and went and stood by the window. "I have just had a strange phone call from Quai d'Orsay, not from the Foreign Minister in person, but from his cabinet chief. I'm being asked to send someone down there as a matter of urgency, someone capable of taking responsibility. Those are the words they used." "An inspector?" I asked. "It would be better if it was someone more important. It's probably a crime." The 2 men looked at each other with a hint of mischief in their eyes, because neither of them was fond of ministries, let alone one as stuffy as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. "I thought you would want to go there yourself." "Perhaps that would be better." The Commissioner picked up a piece of paper from his desk and held it out to Maigret. "You will have to ask for a certain Monsieur Cromière. He's waiting for you." "Is he the cabinet chief?" "No, he's the person who is dealing with the matter." "Should I take an inspector with me?" "I know nothing more than what I've just told you. These people like to be mysterious." Maigret took Janvier along in the end, and they both took a taxi. At Quai d'Orsay, they weren't directed towards the main staircase, but at the end of a courtyard towards a narrow and rather uninviting staircase, as if they were being ushered through the wings of a theatre or the service entrance of a restaurant. They wandered along the corridors for a while before finding a waiting room, and a liveried bailiff, indifferent to Maigret's name, made him fill in a form. At last they were led into an office where a functionary, very young and immaculately dressed, was standing still and silent, facing an old woman as impassive as himself. It looked as if they'd been waiting like that for a long time, probably since the phone call from Quai d'Orsay to the police judiciaire. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. Maigret introduced Janvier, whom the young man barely deigned to glance at. Since I don't know what the matter is, I asked one of my inspectors to come along just in case. Take a seat. Cromier liked above all to give himself important airs, and there was a very condescending foreign affairs tone in his way of speaking. If the ministry directly approached the police judiciaire— he uttered the word ministry as if it were a sacrosanct institution. It is because, Inspector, we find ourselves in the presence of a highly unusual case. While observing him, Maigret also observed the old woman, who must have been deaf in one ear because she craned her neck to hear better, her head lowered, focusing her attention to the movements of a man's lips. Mademoiselle— Cromier consulted a file on his desk. Mademoiselle Larrieux is the maidservant, or rather the housekeeper, of one of our most distinguished former ambassadors, the Count of Saint-Hilaire, who I'm sure you've heard of. Maigret remembered the name from reading it in the papers, but it seemed to go back to a time long past. Since his retirement, about a dozen years ago, the Count of Saint-Hilaire has lived in Paris in his apartment on Rue Saint-Dominique. Mademoiselle Larrieux appeared here at 8:30 this morning, and had to wait for a while before being received by a suitably senior official. Maigret imagined the empty offices at 8:30 in the morning, the motionless old woman in the waiting room, her eyes fixed on the door. Mademoiselle Larrieux has worked for the Count of Saint-Hilaire for over 40 years. 46, she corrected him. 46, then. She followed him to different postings and looked after his house. For the last 12 years, she has lived alone with the ambassador in his apartment on Rue Saint-Dominique. It's there that this morning, after finding the bedroom empty when she brought her employee his breakfast, she found him dead in his office. The old woman looked at each of them in turn, her eyes keen, searching, and suspicious. According to her, Saint-Hilaire had been shot by one bullet or several. She didn't go to the police? The fair-haired young man assumed a smug look. I understand your surprise. Don't forget that Mademoiselle Larrieux has lived much of her life in the diplomatic milieu. While the Count may no longer have been active, she still felt that a certain discretion was required. Maigret glanced at Janvier, and it didn't occur to her to call a doctor. Apparently, the death leaves no doubt. Who is at Rue Saint-Dominique at the moment? No one. Mademoiselle Larrieux came straight here. To avoid any misunderstandings or wasting time, I am authorized to affirm that the Count of Saint-Hilaire was not in possession of any state secrets, and that we should not seek a political cause for his death. Extreme caution is also indispensable. When a case concerns a prominent man, particularly one who worked for the foreign ministry, the newspapers tend all too often to puff these stories and come up with the most unlikely hypotheses. The young man got to his feet. Might I suggest we go then now? You too? Maigret asked innocently. Don't worry, I have no intention of interfering in your inquiry. If I come with you, it's only to make sure that there is nothing at the scene that might cause us embarrassment. The old woman had stood up as well. All four of them went downstairs. It will be better to take a taxi. It will be more discreet than a ministry limousine. The journey was ridiculously short. The car stopped outside an imposing late 18th century house with no crowd, no onlookers in front of it. Beneath the arch, once they had passed through the coach gate, it was cool, and they could see, in what looked more like a drawing room than a lodge, a concierge in a uniform as imposing as the one worn by the bailiff at the ministry. They climbed 4 steps to the left. The lift was motionless in a dark marble hall. The old woman took a key from her bag, had opened a walnut door. This way. She led them along a corridor to a room that must overlook the courtyard, but whose shutters and curtains were closed. It was Mademoiselle Larieux who turned on the electric switch, and at the foot of a mahogany table, they saw a body lying on the red carpet. The three men took off their hats with the same movement, while the old maidservant looked at them with a kind of challenge. "What did I tell you?" she seemed to be muttering. There was no need to lean over the body, in fact, to know that the Count of Saint-Hilaire was well and truly dead. A bullet had entered the right eye, exploding the skull, and judging by the rips in the black velvet dressing gown and the bloodstains, other bullets had struck the body in several places. Monsieur Cromier was the first to approach the desk. "You see, apparently he was busy correcting proofs. He was writing a book. His memoirs, 2 volumes have already been published. It would be ridiculous to see that as the cause of his death, because Saint-Hilaire was the most discreet of men, and his memoirs were literary and artistic in style rather than political." Cromier used flowery language and liked the sound of his own voice, and Maigret was starting to get irritated. There they were, the 4 of them, in a room with closed shutters at 10 o'clock in the morning, while the sun was shining outside, looking at a twisted and bloody old man. "I suppose," the inspector growled, not without irony, "that we still need to involve the prosecutor's office." There was a telephone on the desk, but he preferred not to touch it. "Janvier, go and call from the lodge. Alert the prosecutor's office and the local chief inspector." The old woman looked at them one after the other, as if she'd been given the job of keeping an eye on them. Her eyes were hard, without sympathy or human warmth. "What are you doing?" Maigret said as he saw the man from the ministry opening the doors of a bookshelf. "I'm taking a look," he added with a confidence disagreeable in one so young. "It is my role to check, just in case, that there are no papers here whose disclosure might be inopportune." Was he as young as he looked? Which service did he actually belong to? Without waiting for the inspector's assent, he studied the contents of the library, opening files which he put back in place, one after another. Meanwhile, Maigret paced back and forth, impatient and ill-humoured. Cromier attacked the other furniture, the drawers, and the old woman was still standing near the door, her hat on her head and handbag in her hand. "Would you take me to his bedroom?" She walked ahead of the man from the ministry, while Maigret stayed in the office, where Janvier joined him soon afterwards. "Where are they?" "In the bedroom." "What are we doing?" "Nothing for now. I'm waiting for this gentleman to be so kind as to make room for us." He wasn't the only thing that was irritating Maigret. It was also the way in which the case was presented, and perhaps more than anything, the unfamiliar world in which he found himself suddenly immersed. "The chief inspector will be here in a moment." "Have you told him what it's about?" "I just asked him to bring a pathologist." "Did you phone criminal records?" "Immerse is on the way with his men." "And the prosecutor's office?" "They're on their way too." The office was spacious and comfortable. While there was nothing solemn about it, it did have a certain refinement that had struck the inspector as soon as he walked in. Every piece of furniture, every object was beautiful in itself, and the old man on the ground, with the top of his head almost blown away, maintained quite a handsome appearance in this context. Cromier came back, followed by the old housekeeper. "I don't think there's anything more to be done here. Once again, I recommend prudence and discretion. It cannot be a suicide, since there is no weapon in the room. Are we agreed on that? I will leave you to discover whether anything has been stolen. In any case, it would be unpleasant if the press were to make a lot of noise about this business." Maigret looked at him in silence. "I will telephone you if you like, to see if there are any fresh developments," the young man went on. "It may well be that you need some information, and you can always come to me." "Thank you. In a chest of drawers in the bedroom, you would even find a certain number of letters which will probably surprise you. It's an old story that everyone at the ministry knows, and which has nothing to do with today's tragedy." He was plainly leaving reluctantly. "I'm relying on you." Old Mademoiselle Larieux followed him to see him out the door, and she appeared again a little later with neither her hat nor her handbag. She had come not to put herself at the inspector's service, but to keep an eye on the 2 men. "Do you sleep in the apartment?" When Maigret addressed her, she wasn't looking at him, and seemed not to have heard. He repeated his question more loudly. This time she lowered her head and stretched her good ear towards him. "Yes, I have a little room behind the kitchen." "Are there any other servants?" Not here, no. You do the housework and the cooking. Yes. How old are you? 73. And the Count of Saint-Hilaire? 77. At what time did you leave him last night? At about 10 o'clock. Was he in this office? Yes. Was he waiting for anybody? He didn't tell me. Did he sometimes have people over for dinner? His nephew. Where does his nephew live? On Rue Jacob. He's an antiques dealer. Is he called Saint-Hilaire as well? No, he's the son of the Count's sister. His name is Mazarin. Have you got that, Janvier? This morning when you found the body, because it was this morning when you found it, wasn't it? Yes. At 8 o'clock. You didn't think of telephoning Monsieur Mazarin? No. Why not? She didn't reply. She had the staring eye of certain birds, and also, like certain birds, she sometimes perched on one leg. Don't you like him? Who? Monsieur Mazarin. It has nothing to do with me. Maigret now knew that she was going to be far from easy. What has nothing to do with you? The family's business. The nephew didn't get on with his uncle? I didn't say that. Did they get on well? I don't know. What were you doing yesterday at 10 o'clock in the evening? I went to bed. At what time did you get up? At 6 o'clock, as usual. And you didn't set foot in this room. I had no business there. The door was closed. If it had been open, I would have noticed straight away that something had happened. Why? Because the lamps were still lit. As they are now? No, the ceiling lamp wasn't lit. Only the lamp on the desk and the standard lamp in that corner. What did you do at 6 o'clock? I washed myself, first of all. And then I cleaned my kitchen and went to buy croissants. And the apartment stayed empty during that time, like every morning. And then I made some coffee, I had something to eat, and finally I took the tray to the bedroom. Was the bed unmade? No. Was the place untidy? No. Last night when you left him, was the Count wearing that black dressing gown? Yes, he did every evening when he didn't go out. Did he go out often? He liked the cinema. Did he have friends for dinner? Hardly ever. From time to time he went to have lunch in town. Do you know the names of the people he met? It's none of my business. The doorbell rang. It was the district chief inspector, accompanied by his secretary. He looked at the desk in surprise, then at the old woman, and at last at Maigret, whose hand he shook. How come you got here before us? Was she the one who called you? Not at all. She went to Quai d'Orsay. Do you know the victim? He's the former ambassador, isn't he? I know him by name and by sight. He used to take a walk in the neighbourhood every morning. Who did it? We don't know anything yet. I'm waiting for the prosecutor's office. The registrar doctor will be here very shortly. No one touched the furniture or the ornaments. There was a curious atmosphere of unease, and it was a relief when the doctor arrived. He gave a little whistle when he bent over the body. I don't suppose I can turn him over before the photographers arrive. Don't touch him. You have an approximate idea of the time of death? A while ago. At first sight, I would say about 10 hours. It's strange. What's strange? He seems to have been hit by at least 4 bullets. One here, another one there. Kneeling, he examined the body more closely. I don't know what the pathologist will think. For my part, I wouldn't be surprised if the first bullet killed him outright, and they went on shooting anyway. Bear in mind that this is only a hypothesis. In less than 5 minutes, the apartment filled up. First the prosecutor's office, represented by the deputy, Pasquier, and an examining magistrate, whom Maigret did not know well, and whose name was Urbain de Chazeau. Dr. Paul's successor, Dr. Tudel, came with them. Immediately after came the invasion of criminal records with their cumbersome equipment. Who found the body? The housekeeper. Maigret pointed at the old woman, who, with no apparent emotion, continued to keep a close eye on what everyone was up to. Have you questioned her? Not yet. I've just exchanged a few words with her. Does she know anything? If she does, it won't be easy to make her speak. He told him the story of the foreign minister. Has anything been stolen? Not at first sight. I'm waiting for criminal records to finish their work and tell me. Family? A nephew. Has he been told? Not yet. I plan to go and inform him myself when my men are working. He lives not far from here on Rue Jacob. Maigret could have called the antiques dealer to ask him to come, but he preferred to meet him in his own setting. If you don't need me, I'll go there right now. Janvier, you stay here. It was a great relief to see daylight again, the patches of sunlight beneath the trees on Boulevard Saint-Germain. The air was mild, the women dressed in light colours, and a council water cart was slowly moistening the middle of the carriageway. He found the shop on Rue Jacob without any difficulty, its windows containing only old weapons, particularly swords. He pushed open the door, making a bell ring, and stood there for 2 or 3 minutes before a man emerged from the darkness. Because his uncle was 77, Maigret wouldn't have expected the nephew to be a young man. He was none the less surprised that the man standing in front of him looked quite old. "Can I help you?" He had a long, pale face with bristling eyebrows. His head was almost bald, and his floating clothes made him look thinner than he was. "Are you Monsieur Mazarin?" "Alain Mazarin, that's right." The shop was crammed with other weapons, muskets, blunderbusses, and right at the back, 2 suits of armour. "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, Police Judiciaire." The man frowned. Mazarin was trying to understand. "You are the nephew of the Count of Saint-Hilaire. Isn't that right?" "He's my uncle, yes. Why?" "When did you last see him?" He replied without hesitation. "The day before yesterday." "Do you have a family?" "I'm married with children." "When you saw your uncle the day before yesterday, did he seem to be in his normal state?" "Yes. He was even quite cheerful. Why are you asking me that question?" "Because he's dead." Maigret saw the same suspicion in the man's eyes as he had in the old housekeeper. "Has there been an accident?" "In a sense." "What do you mean?" "That he was killed last night in his office by several bullets fired from a revolver or an automatic pistol." The antique dealer's face filled with disbelief. "Do you know if he had any enemies?" "No, certainly not." If Mazarin had just said no, Maigret wouldn't have paid attention. The "certainly not" sounded a little like a corrective, and made him prick up his ears. "You have no idea who might have an interest in your uncle's death?" "No, no one." "Was he very wealthy?" "He had a little money. He lived mostly off his pension." "Did he sometimes come here?" "Sometimes." "To have lunch or dinner with the family?" Mazarin seemed distracted, and replied through pursed lips, as if thinking about something else. "No, more in the morning when he took his walk." "He came in to chat with you?" "That's right. He came in and sat down for a moment." "Did you go and see him at his flat?" "From time to time." "With your family?" "No." "You have children, you told me." Two daughters." "And you live in this building?" "On the first floor. One of my daughters, the elder one, is in England. The second, Marcel, lives with her mother." "You don't live with your wife?" "Not for some years." "Are you divorced?" "No. It's complicated. Do you think we should go to my uncle's?" He went and fetched his hat from the semi-darkness at the back of the shop, hung a sign on the door saying you would be back soon, locked it, and followed Maigret along the pavement. "Do you know what happened?" he asked. He sounded concerned and worried. "I know hardly anything." "Has anything been stolen?" "I don't think so. There was no sign of disorder in the flat." "What does Jacquette say?" "Do you mean the housekeeper?" "Yes, that's her name. I don't know if that's her real name, but we've always called her Jacquette." "Do you like her?" "Why do you ask me that?" "She doesn't seem to like you." "She doesn't like anyone but my uncle. If it had been up to her, no one would ever have stepped inside the flat." "Do you think she would have been capable of killing him?" Mazarin looked at him in astonishment. "Her? Kill him?" It clearly struck him as the most ridiculous idea, and yet after a moment he caught himself considering it. "No, it's not possible." You hesitated. Well, because of her jealousy. You mean that she loved him? Well, she hasn't always been an old woman. You think there might have been something between them? It's quite likely. I wouldn't dare to swear to it. With a man like my uncle, it's hard to know. Have you seen any photographs of Jacquette when she was young? I haven't seen anything yet. You will. It's all very complicated, particularly that it's all happening right now. What do you mean by that? Alain Mazarin looked at Maigret with a kind of weariness and sighed. Essentially, I see that you don't know anything. What should I know? I wonder. It's an annoying business. Have you found the letters? I'm just starting my investigation. It's Wednesday, isn't it? Maigret nodded. The day of the funeral. Whose funeral? The Prince of V. You'll understand when you've read the letters. Just as they reached Rue Saint-Dominique, the criminal records car set off, and Immerse waved at Maigret. Chapter 2. What are you thinking about, Chief? Janvier was surprised by the effect of the question, which he had only asked to break quite a long silence. It seemed as if the words didn't immediately reach Maigret's brain, as if they were only sounds that he needed to rearrange in order to untangle their meaning. The inspector looked at his companion with big, vague eyes and an embarrassed expression, as if he had just accidentally revealed one of his secrets. About those people, he murmured. Obviously, he wasn't talking about the ones lunching around them in this restaurant on Rue de Bourgogne, but other ones, the ones they had never heard of the day before, while today their task was to discover their secret lives. Every time he bought a suit, an overcoat, a pair of shoes, Maigret wore them first in the evening when walking with his wife in the streets of the neighborhood or to go to the cinema. I need to get used to them, he would say to Madame Maigret, who mocked him affectionately. It was the same when he immersed himself into a new investigation. The others didn't notice because of his massive bulk and the calm expression on his face, which they took for confidence. In fact, he passed through a more or less lengthy period of hesitation, unease, even timidity. He had to get used to an unfamiliar context, a house, a way of life, people who had their habits, their ways of thinking and expressing themselves. With some categories of people it was relatively simple. For example, with the more or less regular clients or those who resembled them. With the others, he had to learn everything all over again, particularly given his suspicion of rules and ready-made ideas. In this case, he had an additional handicap. This morning, he had established contact with a milieu which was not only relatively closed, but on which his childhood memories cast a particular light. He realized that in all the time he had spent on Rue Saint-Dominique, he had not shown his usual ease. He had been awkward. His questions were reticent and clumsy. Had Janvier noticed? If he had, it certainly wouldn't have occurred to Janvier that it had something to do with Maigret's distant past. The years spent in the shadow of a chateau, where his father was the estate manager, and where for a long time the Count and Countess of Saint-Fiacre had seemed to him like creatures of a unique species. The two men had chosen this restaurant en Rue de Bourgogne for their lunch because they were able to sit outside, and they had quickly noticed that the establishment was frequented by civil servants from the surrounding ministries, particularly the office of the president, it seemed, with some officers in civilian clothes who belonged to the war ministry. They were not just any old clerks. They all had at least the rank of chief clerk, and Maigret was surprised to see that they were so young. He was also surprised by their confidence. Judging by their way of speaking and behaving, they seemed to be sure of themselves. Since some of them had recognized him and were talking about him under their breath, he was irritated by their knowing looks and ironic manner. Did the people on Quai des Orfèvres, who were also civil servants, give the same impression of having answers to every question? That was what he was thinking about at the moment when Janvier had drawn him from his daydream. About that morning in Rue Saint-Dominique, about the dead man, Count Armand de Saint-Hilaire, a long-time ambassador who had just been murdered at the age of 77. About the strange Jacquette Lavieure and her little staring eyes that penetrated to his core as she listened to him, her head tilted, attentively watching the movement of his lips. About Alain Mazarin, last of all, pale and soft, lowly in his shop on Rue Jacob, among the swords and the armor, whom Maigret found himself unable to categorize. What were the terms used by the English doctor in the article in the Lancet? He couldn't remember. By and large, they meant that an exceptional schoolteacher, a novelist, or a policeman are better placed than a doctor or a psychiatrist to penetrate the depths of the human mind. Why did the policeman come last, after the schoolteacher, and above all, the novelist? He was slightly perplexed by that. As if to prove the author of the article wrong, he was keen to find his bearings in this new case. They had started with asparagus and were now being served skate in black butter. The sky over the street was still as blue as before, and the passing women wore light-coloured dresses. Before deciding to go and have lunch, Maigret and Janvier had spent an hour and a half in the flat of the dead man, which was already becoming more familiar to them. The body had been taken to the Forensic Institute, where Dr. Tudel was doing the post-mortem. The people from the prosecutor's office and criminal records had gone. With a sigh of relief, Maigret had opened curtains and shutters to let the sunlight into the rooms, giving the furniture and the ornaments their normal, everyday appearance. The inspector was not troubled by the fact that old Jacquette and the nephew followed in his wake, keeping a close eye on his movements and facial expressions, and from time to time he turned towards them to ask them a question. They had probably been surprised to see him moving around for so long without looking at anything in particular, as if viewing a property that he planned to rent. He was very interested in the office, so stuffy in the morning in artificial light, and he kept returning to it with a secret pleasure, because it was one of the most agreeable rooms he had ever seen. The room had a high ceiling and was lit by French windows that opened onto a flight of 3 steps, beyond which one discovered, not without surprise, a well-kept lawn, a huge lime tree standing in a world of stone. "Who has access to this garden?" he had asked, looking up at the windows of other apartments. The answer came from Mazarin. "My uncle." "No other tenants?" "No, the building belonged to him. He was born here. His father, who still had a considerable fortune, occupied the ground floor and the floor above. When he died, my uncle, who had already lost his mother, kept this little flat and the garden." This simple detail was significant. Was it not rare in Paris for a 77-year-old man to go on living in the house of his birth? And when he was an ambassador abroad? He closed the apartment and came back for his holidays. Contrary to what one might imagine, the building brought him hardly any income. Most of the tenants had been here for so long that they paid derisory rents. In some years, with repairs and taxes, my uncle was out of pocket. There were not many rooms. The office stood in for the drawing room. Beside it there was a dining room, opposite the kitchen, and a bedroom and a bathroom that looked out onto the street. "Where do you sleep?" Maigret had asked Jacquette. She had asked him to repeat the question, and he had started thinking that this must be an odd habit of hers. "Behind the kitchen." There he had found a kind of box room with an iron bed, a wardrobe, and a basin with running water. A large ebony crucifix was fixed above a stoop decorated with a sprig of box tree leaves. Was the Count of Saint-Hilaire religious? He never missed Sunday Mass, even when he was in Russia. The most striking thing was a subtle harmony, a refinement that Maigret would have had difficulty defining. The furniture was in different styles, and no one had taken the trouble to try to make it match. Even so, each room had its own beauty. Each one had acquired the same patina, the same personality. The walls of the office were entirely covered with bound books, while others, with white or yellow covers, were lined up on the shelves in the corridor. Was the window closed when you found the body? You were the one who opened it. I haven't even touched the curtains. And the bedroom window? It was closed as well. The Count felt the cold. Who had the key to the apartment? He and I both had one. No one else. Janvier had questioned the concierge. The little door cut into the monumental coach gate was left open until midnight. The concierge never went to bed before that time. However, he sometimes sat in his bedroom behind the lodge, from where he couldn't necessarily see the people going in and out. The previous day, he hadn't noticed anything unusual. The house was calm, he kept insistently repeating. He had been there for 30 years, and the police had never had cause to set foot in the building. It was too soon to reconstruct what had happened the previous evening. They would have to wait for the report from the pathologist, then the one from Immerse and his men. One thing seemed obvious. Saint-Hilaire hadn't gone to bed. He was wearing dark grey trousers with fine stripes, a slightly starched white shirt, a polka-dotted bow tie, and, as usual when he stayed at home, he had put on his black velvet dressing gown. Did he sometimes stay up late? It depends what you mean by late. What time did he go to bed? I almost always went to bed before him. It was exasperating. The most banal questions were met with a wall of suspicion. The old maid-servant seldom gave a direct response. You didn't hear him leaving his office. Go to my bedroom and you will notice that you can't hear anything but the noise of the lift on the other side of the wall. How did he spend his evenings? Reading? Writing? Correcting the proofs of his book? Did he go to bed at around midnight, for example? Perhaps shortly before, or shortly afterwards, depending on the day. And then did he sometimes call you, needing your services? To do what? He might have wanted a herbal tea before going to bed, or he never drank herbal tea. And besides, he had his drinks cabinet. What did he drink? Wine with meals? Claret? A glass of cognac in the evening? They had found the empty glass on the desk, and the specialists from criminal records had taken it away to check it for fingerprints. If the old man had had a visitor, he didn't seem to have offered them anything to drink, because they couldn't find another glass in the office. Did the Count own a firearm? Hunting rifles, stored in the cupboard at the end of the corridor. Did he hunt? Sometimes, when he was invited to a chateau. Did he have a pistol or a revolver? She had dug her heels in again, and when she did this, her pupils shrank like a cat's. Her face became frozen and blank. Did you hear my question? What did you ask me? Maigret repeated his words. I think he had a revolver. With a cylinder. What do you mean by cylinder? He had tried to explain. No, it wasn't a gun with a cylinder. It was a flat gun, bluish, with a short barrel. Where did he keep this automatic? I don't know. I haven't seen it for ages. The last time it was in the chest of drawers. In his bedroom. She had gone and shown him the drawer in question, which contained only handkerchiefs, sock suspenders, and braces in different covers. The other drawers were full of carefully folded linen, shirts, underpants, handkerchiefs, and right at the bottom, the items that went with dinner jackets and tails. When did you last see the automatic? Years ago. Approximately how many? I don't know. Time passes so quickly. And you never saw it anywhere, except in the chest of drawers? No. Perhaps he put it in a drawer in his office. I never opened those drawers, and in any case, they were always locked. You didn't know why? Why do people lock items of furniture? He wasn't suspicious of you. I'm sure he wasn't. Of whom, then? Don't you lock any of your furniture? There was a key, in fact, a very ornate bronze key, which opened the drawers of the Empire desk. The contents hadn't revealed anything, except that Saint-Hilaire, like everyone else, accumulated tiny, useless objects, such as old empty wallets, 2 or 3 cigar holders in gold-ringed amber, which no one had used for a long time, a cigar cutter, some drawing pins, some paper clips, pencils and propelling pencils in all colors. Another drawer had contained the writing paper marked with a crown, envelopes, visiting cards, and carefully rolled up bits of thread, blue, a penknife with a broken blade. The copper-latticed doors of one bookcase were lined with green fabric. Inside there were no books, but on all the shelves there were bundles of letters carefully tied with thread, each bundle bearing a dated label. Is this what you were referring to just now? Maigret had asked Alain Mazarin. The nephew had nodded his head. Do you know who these letters are from? He had nodded again. Was it your uncle who told you about them? I can't remember if he told me, but everyone knows about them. What do you mean by everyone? In the world of diplomacy, in elevated circles. Have you read any of these letters? Never. You may leave us and go make lunch, Maigret said to Jacquette. You think I'm going to eat on a day like this? Leave us anyway. I'm sure you'll find something to do. She was obviously horrified at the idea of leaving him alone with the nephew. Several times he had caught the almost hate-filled glances that she darted at him on the sly. "Did you hear me?" "I know it's not my business, but—" "What?" "The person's letters are sacred." "Even if they might help us find a murderer?" "They won't help you do anything at all." "I'll probably need you shortly. In the meantime—" He had looked at the door, and Jacquette had left reluctantly. Wouldn't she have been indignant if she had been able to see Maigret taking the place of the Count of Saint-Hilaire at the desk on which Janvier was lining up the piles of letters? "Take a seat," he had said to Mazarin. "Do you know who this correspondence is from?" "Yes, I'm sure you'll see that all these letters are signed Izzy." "Who is Izzy?" "Isabelle of V, Princess of V. My uncle always called her Izzy." "Was she his mistress?" Why did Maigret think the man had the face of a sexton, as if sextons had to have a particular physique? Mazarin, too, like Jacquette, had let a certain amount of time pass before answering the questions. Apparently they weren't lovers. Maigret had untied the thread of a bundle of yellowing letters dating from 1914, a few days after the declaration of war. "How old is the princess today?" "Let me just work it out. She's 5 or 6 years younger than my uncle, so 71 or 72. "Did she come here often?" "I've never seen her here. I don't think she ever set foot here, or if she did, it was before." "Before what?" "Before she married the Prince of V." "Listen, Monsieur Mazarin, I would like you to tell me this story as clearly as possible." "Isabelle was the daughter of the Duke of S." It was strange, hearing in real life names he had learned in French history. "And so?" "My uncle was 26 in about 1910 when he met her. More precisely, he had known her as a little girl in the Duke's chateau where he sometimes spent the summer holidays. Then for a long time he didn't see her, and when they met up once again they fell in love with each other." "Had your uncle already lost his father?" 2 years previously." "Did he inherit a large fortune?" "Only this house and some land in the Sologne." "Why didn't they get married?" "I don't know. Perhaps because my uncle was starting out in the diplomatic corps, and he was sent to Poland as a second or third secretary at the embassy." "Were they engaged?" "No." Maigret felt it was slightly indecent, leafing through the letters scattered in front of him. Contrary to his expectations, they were not love letters. In quite a lively style, the girl who had written them related the minor events of her own life and the life of Paris. She did not address her correspondent by the familiar tu, calling him her great friend, and signed her letters "Your faithful Izzy." Then what happened? "Before the war, I mean the First War, in 1912 if I'm not mistaken, Isabelle married the Prince of V." "Did she love him?" "If we believe what they say, no. They even claim that she frankly admitted as much to him. All I know about it is what I heard my father and mother saying about it when I was a child." "Your mother was the sister of the Count of Saint-Hilaire?" "Yes." "She didn't marry into her milieu?" "She married my father, who was a painter, and who enjoyed a certain success at the time. He's rather forgotten now, but you will still find one of his paintings at the Palais de Luxembourg. Later, to make a living, he became a picture restorer." During that part of the morning, Maigret had a sense of pulling out each bit of the truth almost by force. He couldn't get a clear image of it. These people struck him as unreal, as if they had sprung from the pages of a turn-of-the-century novel. "If I understand correctly, Armand de Saint-Hilaire didn't marry Isabelle because his fortune was too small." "I suppose so, yes. That's what I was frequently told, and what seems most likely to me." "So she married the Prince of V, whom she didn't love, as you say, and to whom she had honestly confessed as much." "It was an arrangement between two great families, between two great names." Hadn't the Saint-Fiacres done similar things in the old days? And when they wanted to find a wife for her son, hadn't the old countess turned to her bishop? "Did the couple have children?" "Just one, after several years of marriage." "What happened to him?" "Prince Philippe must be 45 now. He married a girl called de Marcheny, and lives almost the whole year in his chateau at Genestre, near Caen, where he has a stud and some farms. He has 5 or 6 children." "For about 50 years, judging by this correspondence, Isabelle and your uncle went on writing to each other." Almost every day they wrote each other letters several pages long. Was the husband aware of this? They say so. Do you know him? Only by sight. What sort of man is he? A gentleman and a collector. A collector of what? Of medals, of snuff-boxes. He moved in society circles. He had people to dinner every week in his townhouse on Rue de Varennes, and in the autumn at his chateau at Saint-Sever-en-Bourbonnais. Maigret had raised an eyebrow. On the one hand, he felt that it was probably true, but at the same time the character struck him as unreal. Rue de Varennes, he objected, is 5 minutes' walk from here. And yet I would be willing to swear that for 50 years my uncle and the princess never met, even though they wrote to each other every day. You have the letters right in front of you. And the husband knew about it. Isabelle would never have agreed to writing in secret. Maigret had almost felt like losing his temper, as if he were being made fun of. And yet the letters were right in front of him, in fact, and full of revealing phrases. This morning at 11 o'clock, I received a visit from Abbé Gauge, and we talked a lot about you. It's a comfort to me to know that the bonds connecting us are those that men cannot sunder. Is the princess very Catholic? She had a chapel blessed in a house on Rue de Varennes. And her husband? He's Catholic too. Did he have mistresses? That's what they claim. Another letter from a more recent bundle. I will be grateful all my life to Hubert for understanding. I assume Hubert's the Prince of V. Yes. He used to belong to the Cadre Noir de Saumur, the corps of riding instructors. He still rode in the Bois de Boulogne every morning until he had a bad fall last week. What age was he? 80. This affair involved only old people who had relationships that did not seem human. Are you sure of everything you're telling me, Monsieur Mazarin? If you doubt, may ask anyone. Anyone in a milieu of which Maigret had only a vague and certainly imprecise idea. Let's keep going, he had sighed wearily. That prince is the one who has recently died, as you told me just now. On Sunday morning, yes. It was in the papers. He died of his injuries after falling from his horse, and the funeral will be happening right now, at Saint Clotilde. He had no relationship with your uncle? Not that I know of. And what if they met in society? I suppose they avoided frequenting the same salon and the same circles. Did they hate each other? I don't think so. Did your uncle ever talk to you about the prince? No, he never mentioned him. And about Isabelle? He told me a long time ago that I was his sole heir, and that he was ashamed that I didn't bear his name. He was also saddened by the fact that I had no sons, only 2 daughters. If I had had a son, he added, he would have requested a ruling allowing him to bear the name of Saint-Hilaire. So you are your uncle's sole heir? Yes. I haven't finished my story. Indirectly, without mentioning any names, he talked to me that time about the princess. What he said was, I still hope to marry one day, God alone knows when, and it will be too late for us to have children. If I understand correctly, the situation is this. In about 1912, your uncle met a girl whom he loved and who loved him, but they didn't get married because the Count of Saint-Hilaire barely had a fortune. That's exactly right. 2 years later, while your uncle is in Poland or in an embassy somewhere else, young Isabelle has a marriage of convenience and becomes the Princess of V. She has a son, so it isn't a mere formality. The couple behaved, at the time at least, as husband and wife. Yes. Unless Isabelle and your uncle met up in the meantime and yielded to their passion? No. Why are you so categorical? Do you think that in that world? I say no, because my uncle spent the whole of the First War outside of France, and when he came back, the child, Philippe, was 2 or 3 years old. Let's admit it. Lovers see each other. No. They never saw each other. I already told you. So, for 50 years, they write to each other almost daily, and one day your uncle tells you about a marriage that will take place in a more or less distant future, which means I imagine that he and Isabelle were waiting for the prince to die so that they could get married. I think so. Maigret had wiped his brow and looked at the lime tree outside the French windows as if he needed to resume contact with a more grounded reality. Where, reaching the epilogue. 10 or 12 days ago, it doesn't matter which, the 80-year-old prince falls from his horse in the Bois de Boulogne. On Sunday morning, he dies of his injuries. Yesterday, Tuesday or 2 days later, your uncle is murdered in the evening in his office. A consequence of this is that the couple who have waited for 50 years to be united at last will not be. Is that right? Thank you, Monsieur Maigret. Would you please be so kind as to give me your wife's address? 23, Hall de la Pompe, in Passy. Do you know your uncle's notary or lawyer? His notary is Maître Aubonnet, on Rue de Vieux-Sexel. 100 meters away. Those people, apart from Madame Mazarin, lived almost next door to each other in the part of Paris that Maigret knew least. You're free to go. I assume I can always contact you at your home. I won't be there very much this afternoon, because I have to take care of the funeral, the announcements, and above all, I need to contact Maître Aubonnet. Mazarin had left unwillingly, and Jacquette had burst out of the kitchen and closed the door behind him. Do you need me now? Not right away. It's lunchtime. We'll come back this afternoon. Do I have to stay here? Where would you go? She had looked at him uncomprehendingly. I'm asking you where you wanted to go. Me? Nowhere. Where would I go? Because of her attitude, Maigret and Janvier had not left straight away. Maigret had called Quai des Orfèvres. Luca, have you got someone to hand who could come and spend an hour or two at Rue Saint-Dominique? Torrance, fine. Get him to jump in a car. Consequently, while the two men had lunch, Torrance was snoozing in the Count of Saint-Hilaire's armchair. As far as anyone could tell, nothing had been stolen from the flat. There had been no break-in. The murderer had come in through the door, and since Jacquette swore that she hadn't let anyone in, they had to believe that the Count himself had opened the door to his visitor. Did he expect him? Did he not expect him? He hadn't offered him a drink. They had found only a single glass on the desk beside the bottle of cognac. Would Saint-Hilaire have stayed in his dressing gown to receive a woman? Probably not, if they were able to rely a little on what they knew of him. So, it was a man who had come to see him. The Count was not suspicious of him because he had sat down at his desk by the proofs that he had been busy correcting a moment before. Did you notice whether there were any cigarette butts in the ashtray? I don't think so. Or cigar butts. None of those either. I bet that before this evening, we will have a phone call from young Monsieur Cromière. Another one with a gift of infuriating Maigret. The prince's funeral must be over. That's quite likely. So Isabelle is at her house, Rue de Varennes, surrounded by her son, her daughter-in-law, and their children. Silence fell. Maigret frowned as if hesitating. Do you plan to go and see them? Janvier asked with a hint of concern. No, not with those people. Will you have a coffee? Waiter, 2 black coffees. It looked as if he was furious with everyone today, including the more or less high-ranking civil servants who were eating at the nearby tables and observing him ironically. Chapter 3. As soon as he had turned the corner of Rue Saint-Dominique, Maigret saw them and groaned. There were a good dozen of them, journalists and photographers, standing outside the home of the Count of Saint-Hilaire, and some of them, as if preparing for a lengthy siege, were sitting on the pavement with their backs to the wall. They had recognized him in the distance as well, and hurried towards him. Our dear Monsieur Cromière is going to love this, he muttered to Janvier. It was inevitable. Whenever a case was dealt with by a local station, someone always alerted the press. The photographers, who had 100 pictures of him in their files, snapped away at him as if he had changed since the previous day, or any other day. The reporters asked questions. Luckily they revealed that they knew less than one might have feared. Is it a suicide, Inspector? Have any papers disappeared? For now, gentlemen, I have nothing to say. Should we conclude that it might be a political matter? They walked back in front of him, touching their notebooks. When will you be able to give us a clue? Maybe tomorrow, maybe in a week. He had the misfortune of adding, maybe never. He tried to retract his mistake. I'm joking, of course. Please be so kind as to let us work in peace. Is it true that he was writing his memoirs? Indeed, 2 volumes have already been published. A uniformed officer was standing outside the door. A few moments later, after Maigret rang at the door, Torros in his shirt sleeves came and opened it. I was obliged to call a local sergeant chief. They had got into the building and thought it was amusing to keep ringing the bell every 5 minutes. Any news? Phone calls? About 20. Newspapers. Where's the old woman? In the kitchen. Every time the phone rings, she hurries in the hope of answering before I do. The first time she tried to grab the receiver out of my hands. She herself hasn't made any calls. You know there's a second phone in the bedroom. I've left the door of the office open to hear her movements. She hasn't gone into the bedroom. She hasn't gone out. No, she tried to go out to get some fresh bread, she told me. As you didn't give me any instructions on the subject, I decided to prevent her. What should I do now? I'll go back to Quai des Orfèvres. For a moment, the inspector had considered going back there too and taking Jacquette to question her at leisure. But he didn't feel ready for this interrogation. He decided instead to linger in the flat, and in the end he would probably try to get the old maidservant to speak in Saint-Hilaire's office. While waiting, he opened the tall double French windows and sat down in the chair that the Count had occupied so often. His hand was reaching out towards a bundle of letters when the door opened. It was Jacquette Larieux, more sour and more suspicious than ever. You have no right to do that. You know who these letters are from. It doesn't much matter whether I know or I don't. It's private correspondence. Please do me the favor of going back into the kitchen or your bedroom. I'm not allowed to go out. Not for now. She hesitated, trying to come up with a cutting reply, which she didn't find, and pale with rage, she resigned herself to leaving the office. Go and find me the silver-framed photograph that I noticed in the bedroom this morning. That morning, Maigret hadn't paid very much attention. Too many things were still alien to him. It was a matter of principle to him not to try to form an opinion too quickly, because he mistrusted first impressions. Over lunch outside the restaurant, he had suddenly remembered a lithograph that he had seen for years in his parents' bedroom. It must have been his mother who had chosen it and hung it up. The frame was white, in the style of the early years of the century. It showed a young woman by a lake, wearing a princess dress, a wide-brimmed hat with an ostrich feather on her head, and a pointed parasol in her hand. The expression on her face was melancholy, like the landscape, and Maigret was sure that his mother found the picture poetic. Wasn't it the poetry of the times? The story of Isabelle and the Count of Saint-Hilaire had recalled that picture so precisely to his memory that he could even see the wallpaper with the pale blue stripes in his parents' bedroom. And yet, in the silver frame that he had noticed that morning in the Count's bedroom, and which Janvier was bringing him now, he saw the same outline, the same style of dress, and an identical melancholy. He had no doubt that it was a photograph of Isabelle in about 1912, the time when she was still a girl and when the future ambassador had first met her. She wasn't tall, and perhaps because of her corset, she seemed to have a slender waist, and her bosom was, as they said in those days, ample. Her features were delicately drawn, her mouth thin, her eyes clear, blue or grey. What do you want me to do, Chief? Sit down. He needed someone there, as if to check his impressions. In front of him, the bundles of letters were arranged by the year, and he picked them up, one after another. He didn't read everything, of course, because he would have taken several days, just odd passages here and there. My handsome friend, very dear friend, sweet friend. Later, perhaps because she felt herself to be in a closer communion with her correspondent, she wrote simply, friend. Saint-Hilaire had kept the envelopes, which bore stamps from different countries. Isabelle had moved around a lot. For a long time, for example, the letters from the month of August were sent from Baden-Baden or Marienbad, the aristocratic spa towns of the day. There were also some sent from the Tyrol, many from Switzerland and Portugal, She related the small events that filled her days with charm and vivacity, and described quite wittily the people she met. Often she referred to them only by their first names, sometimes by a simple initial. It took Maigret some time to find his bearings. Helped by the postage stamp and the context, he gradually managed to decipher these puzzles. Marie, for example, was a queen who was still on the throne at the time, the Queen of Romania. It was from Bucharest, where she was staying at the court with her father, that Isabel wrote, and a year later she was to be found again at the Italian court. My cousin H. The name returned in its entirety in another letter, the Prince of Hessen, and there were others, more or less cousins or second cousins. During the First War, she sent her letters via the French embassy in Madrid. My father explained to me yesterday that I must marry the Prince of V, whom you have met at my house several times. I asked him for 3 days to reflect, and during those 3 days I cried a lot. Maigret puffed on his pipe, sometimes glancing at the garden, at the leaves of the lime tree, and passed the letters one by one to Janvier, keeping an eye on his reactions. He was faintly irritated by these descriptions, which struck him as so unreal. Had he not looked as a child with similar unease at the woman by the lake in his parents' bedroom? In his eyes, it was a false poetry. She was an unreal and impossible creature. And yet here, in a world that had evolved still further, had become harsher, he found an almost identical image. This afternoon, I had a long conversation with Hubert, and I was completely frank. He knows I love you, but too many obstacles keep us apart, and that I bow to my father's will. Only the previous week, Maigret had dealt with a simple and brutal crime of passion. A lover who would stab to death the husband of the woman he loved, and who had then killed the woman before at last trying unsuccessfully to slash his own wrists. Admittedly, these were just ordinary people of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. He has accepted that our marriage will be one of convenience, and I promised from my part never to see you again. He doesn't know that I'm writing to you. He holds you in high esteem and does not doubt the respect that you've always shown towards me. There were moments when Maigret was revolted, felt an almost physical revulsion. Do you believe it, Janvier? It sounds as if she's being sincere. Read this one. It was 3 years later. I know, dear friend, that you will suffer, but if it is any consolation, I am suffering even more than you. This was in 1915. She was announcing that Julia, the brother of the Prince of V, had been killed in Argonne at the head of his regiment. She had, once more, had a long conversation with her husband, who had come back to Paris on leave. What she was telling the man she loved quite clearly was that she was going to be obliged to sleep with the prince. Of course, she hadn't used those terms. Not only was there no crude or shocking word in her letter, but the very fact was presented in an almost unreal manner. While Julien was still alive, Hubert was not worried, being convinced that his brother would have an heir, and that the name of V would thus. There was no longer a brother, so it was Hubert's duty to ensure that there was a descendant. I spent the night in prayer, and in the morning I went to see my spiritual adviser. The priest had shared the view of the prince. One could not, for a question of love, allow a name that had been found on every page in the history of France to fade away. I have understood my duty. The sacrifice had been made, because a child, Philippe, had been born. She also announced this birth, and on this subject there were a few words that made Maigret think. Thank God, it's a boy. Didn't that mean, in black and white, that if the child had been a girl, she would have had to start over again? And if she had had another daughter and then another? Have you read it? Yes. It was almost as if they were both prey to the same unease. They were both used to quite a crude reality, and the passions they came across ended in tragedy because they led to quai des orfèvres. This, on the other hand, was as disappointing as trying to grasp a cloud, and when they tried to make out the characters, they remained as vague, as inconsistent as the Lady of the Lake. Maigret was tempted just to stuff all those letters into the bookcase with the green curtain, muttering, "Heap of nonsense." At the same time, he felt a certain respect, and almost tenderness. Not wanting to yield to sentimentality, he tried to act tough. Can you believe it? More dukes, princes, and dethroned kings that she had met in Portugal, then a trip to Kenya with her husband, another trip to the United States, where Isabel had felt lost because the life there was too brutal. The more he grows, the more like you Philip becomes. Isn't that miraculous? Isn't it as if heaven were trying to reward us for our sacrifice? Hubert is aware of it as well. I can see it in the way that he looks at the child. Hubert, at any rate, was no longer allowed in the marital bed, and he had no hesitation in seeking consolation elsewhere. In his letters, he was now no longer Hubert, but H. Poor H has a new folly, and I suspect that it's making him suffer. He's growing visibly thinner and more nervous. Follies of this kind appeared every 5 or 6 months. For his part, Armand de Saint-Hilaire, in his own letters, could not have been trying to convince his correspondent of his own continence. Isabel wrote to him, for example, "I hope that the Turkish women are less wild than people say, and particularly that their husbands are not too fierce." She added, "Be careful, friend. I pray for you every morning." When he was an envoy in Cuba and then ambassador in Buenos Aires, she worried about the Spanish-blooded women. "They're so beautiful, and I, far away and far from view, tremble at the idea that you might one day fall in love." She was worried about his health. "Are your boils still giving you trouble? With that heat it must—" She knew Jacquette. "I'm writing to Jacquette to give her the recipe of the almond tart that you like so much." Hadn't she promised her husband that she wouldn't see Saint-Hilaire again? Listen to this. It was sent to this address. "What happiness, at once painful and ineffable, to see you in the distance at the opera. I love your greying temples, and that slight paunch lends you an unparalleled dignity. I was proud of you all evening. It was only when I got back to Rue de Varennes and looked in my mirror that I was frightened. How could I have failed to disappoint you? Women fade quickly, and I am nearly an old woman." They had seen each other like that in the distance on quite a large number of occasions. They even arranged meetings of a kind. "Tomorrow at about 3 o'clock, I will be walking in the Tuileries with my son." Saint-Hilaire, for his part, passed below her windows at times of day that were agreed in advance. On the subject of her son, while he was about 10 years old, there was a characteristic phrase that Maigret read out loud. Philippe, finding me writing once again, asked me candidly, "Are you writing to your lover again?" Maigret sighed and mopped his brow, then tied up the bundles again, one after the other. "Try to get Dr. Tudel on the phone for me." He needed to find himself back on solid ground. The letters were returned to their place in the bookcase, and he promised himself that he wouldn't touch them again. "He's on the line, Chief." "Hello, Doctor." "Maigret, yes." "You finished 10 minutes ago." "No, of course, I won't ask you for all the details." While listening, he scribbled down some words, meaningless marks, on Saint-Hilaire's pad. "Are you sure? You have already sent the bullets to Gaston Renette?" "I'll call him a little later, thank you." "It would be better if you sent the report to the examining magistrate. He'll be glad of that." "Thanks again." He started pacing around the room, his hands behind his back, stopping from time to time to look at the garden, where an unconcerned blackbird was hopping in the grass a few feet away from him. "The first bullet," he explained to Janvier, "was fired head-on, almost point-blank. It's a 7.65 bullet with a nickel-plated jacket. Tudel isn't yet as experienced as Dr. Pole, but he is more or less sure that it was fired from a Browning automatic. He is categorical on one point. That first bullet was the almost instantaneous cause of death. The body leaned forward and stepped from the armchair to the rug. How does he know? Because the other shots were fired downwards. How many others? 3. 2 to the belly and 1 to the shoulder. Automatic pistols contain 6 cartridges, or 7 if one had stepped into the barrel. So I wonder why the murderer stopped suddenly after the 4th bullet. Unless the pistol jammed. He looked at the rug, which had been given a bit of a clean, but on which one could still make out the outline of bloodstains. Either the perpetrator wanted to be sure that his victim was dead, or he was in such a state of excitement that he went on mechanically firing. Call Immerse for me, will you? That morning, he had been too gripped by the strange aspect of the case to pay attention to physical clues, and had left that task to the specialists from criminal records. Immerse? Yes. How far have you got? Of course. First of all, tell me if you found any cartridge cases in the office. No? None. It was odd, and it seemed to indicate that the murderer knew he wouldn't be disturbed. After 4 noisy explosions, very noisy if the gun was a Browning 7.65, he had taken the time to look around the room for cartridge cases that had been ejected quite some distance. The door handle? The only more or less clean prints belonged to the housekeeper. The glass? The dead man's prints. The desk, the furniture? Nothing, Chief. I mean no unfamiliar prints apart from yours. The lock? The windows? Photographic enlargements show no sign of a break-in. Perhaps Isabel's letters weren't like the love letters that Maigret normally dealt with, but the crime was real enough. Yet 2 details appeared at first sight to contradict one another. The murderer had gone on firing at a corpse, a man who had stopped moving, and who, with his shattered skull, presented quite a horrid spectacle. Maigret remembered the still abundant white hair sticking to the gaping cranium, one eye still open, a bone protruding from a torn cheek. The pathologist affirmed that after the first shot, the corpse was on the ground at the foot of the armchair in the spot where it had been found. So the murderer, who was probably on the other side of the desk, had come around it to shoot again, once, twice, 3 times, downwards, at close range, less than 50 centimeters, according to Tudel. At that distance, there was no need to aim to hit a precise point. In other words, the chest and the belly had been shot deliberately. Did that not suggest revenge, or an unusual level of hatred? Are you sure there's no gun in the apartment? Have you searched everywhere? Not even in the chimney, Janvier replied. Maigret, too, had looked for the automatic that the housekeeper had talked about, albeit in quite vague terms. Go and ask the officer stationed outside the door if he happens to have a 7.65 in his belt. Many uniformed officers were equipped with a weapon of that caliber. Ask him to lend it to you for a moment. He left the office too, walked across the corridor, and pushed open the door to the kitchen, where Jacquette Lavieux was sitting straight-backed on a chair. Her eyes closed. She looked as if she was sleeping. She gave a start at the sound. Will you follow me? Where to? The office. I have a few questions I would like to ask you. I've already told you that I don't know anything. Once she was in the room, she looked around as if to check that nothing had been disturbed. Take a seat. She hesitated, probably unused to sitting down in this room in the presence of her employer. On this chair. There you are. She reluctantly obeyed and gave the inspector a more suspicious look than ever. Janvier came back holding an automatic. Give it to her. She couldn't bear to take it, opened her mouth to speak, closed it again, and Maigret could have sworn that she nearly said, Where did you find it? She was fascinated by the gun. She had difficulty taking her eyes off it. Do you recognize this pistol? How could I recognize it? I've never examined it from close to, and I can't imagine they only made one like it. Is this the kind of gun that the Count owned? I suppose so. The same size? I have no idea. Take it in your hand. Is it about the same weight? She refused outright to do what was asked of her. There would be no point, because I've never touched the one that was in the drawer. You can take it back to the office, Mrs. Janvier. You don't need me any more? Please stay. I assume you don't know if your employer gave or lent his pistol to anyone? His nephew, for example, or anyone else? How would I know? All I know is that I haven't seen it for a long time. Was the Count of Saint-Hilaire afraid of robbers? Certainly not. Not robbers? Not murderers? The proof is that in the summer he slept with the window open, even though we're on the ground floor and anybody could have got into the bedroom. And he didn't keep any valuable objects in the apartment. You and your men know better than I do what there is here. When did you go into service with him? Immediately after the First War. He was coming back from abroad. His manservant had died. So you were in your 20s? 28. How long had you been in Paris? A few months. Before that I lived with my father in Normandy. When my father died, I was obliged to work. Did you have love affairs? I'm sorry. I'm asking if you had lovers, or a fiancé. She looked at him resentfully. You're barking up the wrong tree. So you lived alone with the Count of Saint-Hilaire in his apartment. Is there anything wrong with that? Maigret wasn't necessarily following a logical order, because nothing struck him as logical in this case, and he moved from one subject to another, as if looking for the sore spot. Janvier, having come back into the room, had sat down near the door. As he lit a cigarette and dropped the match on the floor, the old woman, who didn't miss a thing, told him off. You could use an ashtray. By the way, did your employer smoke? He smoked for a long time. Cigarettes? Cigars? And recently had he stopped smoking? Yes, because of his chronic bronchitis. But he seemed to be in excellent health. Dr. Tudel had told Maigret on the telephone that Saint-Hilaire must have enjoyed exceptionally good health. A solid frame, a heart in perfect condition, no cirrhosis. But some of his organs were too severely damaged by bullets to allow a complete diagnosis. When you went into his service, he was almost a young man. He was 3 years older than me. Did you know that he was in love? I took his letters to the post office. You weren't jealous? Why would I have been jealous? Didn't you ever see the person he wrote to every day? She never set foot in the flat. But you saw her. She fell silent. Tell me. When the case goes to the Court of Assizes, you will be asked more embarrassing questions than that, and you won't be allowed to say nothing. I don't know anything. I asked you if you had seen this person. Yes, she passed along the street. I sometimes delivered letters that he sent to her in person. Secretly? No. I asked to see her, and I was shown into her apartment. Did she speak to you? Sometimes she asked me questions. You're talking about 40 years ago? Then, and more recently? What kind of questions? Mostly about the Count's health. Not about the people he had over for dinner. No. Did you follow your employer abroad? Everywhere. As a minister, then as an ambassador, he was obliged to keep a large household. What was your precise role? I looked after him. You mean that you weren't on the same footing as the other servants, that you didn't have to deal with cooking, cleaning, receptions? I kept an eye. What was your title? Housekeeper? I had no title. Did you have lovers? She stiffened, her face more contemptuous than ever. Were you his mistress? Maigret worried that she was about to pounce on him with all her claws out. I know from his correspondence, he went on, that he had love affairs. He had every right, didn't he? Were you jealous? Sometimes I threw certain people out of the door, because they weren't right for him, and would have caused him problems. In other words, you took care of his private life. He was too good, too naive. But he carried out the delicate role of ambassador with great distinction. It's not the same thing. Did you ever leave him? Is that mentioned in the letters? It was Maigret's turn not to reply, but to continue. For how long were you parted from him? 5 months. When was that? When he was an envoy in Cuba. Why? Because of a woman who demanded that he put me out of the house. What kind of woman? Silence. Why couldn't she bear you? Did she live with him? She came to see him every day, and often spent the night at the residence. Where did you go? I rented a little lodging near the Paseo del Prado. Did your employer visit you there? He didn't dare to. He merely phoned me to mollify me. He knew it wouldn't last. I still bought my ticket back to Europe. But you didn't leave. He came to see me the day before I was due to leave. Did you know Prince Philippe? If you have really read the letters, you don't need to ask me. It shouldn't be allowed looking through people's correspondence after they die. You didn't answer the question. I saw him when he was young. Where? Rue de Varennes. He often went to see his mother. It didn't occur to you to phone the princess this morning before going to Quai d'Orsay? She looked at him without batting an eyelid. Why didn't you do that when, by your own account, you acted for a long time as an intermediary between the two? Because it's the day of the funeral. And afterwards, this morning, while we were out, you weren't tempted to inform her. She stared at the telephone. There was always someone in the office. There was a knock at the door. It was the policeman on duty on the pavement. I don't know if this is of interest. I thought I should bring you the paper. It was an afternoon daily, which must have come out an hour before. A headline in quite big letters at the bottom of the front page announced, Mysterious Death of an Ambassador. It was a short article. This morning, the body of Count Armand de Saint-Hilaire, for a long time the French ambassador in various capital cities, including Rome, London, and Washington, was found at his home in Rue Saint-Dominique. Having retired several years ago, Armand de Saint-Hilaire has published 2 volumes of memoirs and was correcting the proofs of a 3rd volume when he appears to have been murdered. The crime was discovered early this morning by an elderly housekeeper. It is not yet known whether the motive was robbery or whether more mysterious reasons are yet to be found. He held out the newspaper to Jacquette and looked hesitantly at the telephone. He was wondering whether they had read the newspaper at Rue de Varennes, or whether anyone had told Isabelle the news. In that case, how would she react? Would she dare come in person? Would she send her son for information? Would she merely wait in the silence of her townhouse, where they had probably closed the shutters as a sign of mourning? Shouldn't Maigret— He got to his feet, annoyed with everything, and went and stood looking at the garden, tapping his pipe against his heel to empty it, much to Jacquette's indignation. Chapter 4. The old maid, tiny and stiff on her chair, listened with horror to the inspector's voice, which was filled with inflections that she had not heard before. However, Maigret was addressing not her, but an unseen person at the other end of the line. No, Monsieur Cromier, I haven't sent out a press release, and I haven't invited either journalists or photographers, as gentlemen from a ministry do at the drop of a hat. As to your second question, I have nothing else to tell you, nor any idea, as you say. But if I discover something, I'll immediately give a report to the examining magistrate. He caught Jacquette dancing covertly at Janvier. She seemed to be taking him as witness to Maigret's ill-contained rage, and there was a faint smile on her lips, a little as if she had said to the inspector, "Well, your boss." Maigret dragged his companion into the corridor. "I'm going to call in on the notary. Keep asking her questions without pressing her too much. Nicely, you know what I mean? Perhaps you'll have more luck charming her than I have had." It was true. If he had predicted that morning that he would be dealing with a stubborn old maid, he would have brought along young Lapointe rather than Janvier, because out of everyone in the police judiciaire, it was Lapointe who enjoyed the greatest success with women of a certain age. Hadn't one of them said, shaking her head, "I wonder how such a well-brought-up young man can do this job?" She had added, "I'm sure it causes you pain." Maigret found himself back in the street, where the journalists had only left one of their own on sentry duty, while they went to refresh themselves in a local bistro. "No news, my friend. No point in following me." He didn't go far. You never had to go far in this case. It seemed as if, for everyone involved, closely or otherwise, Paris was no more than a small number of aristocratic streets. The notary's house in Rue de Villers-Excel was of the same period and style as the one in Rue Saint-Dominique. It too had a coach gate, a huge red-carpeted staircase, and a lift that probably rose smoothly and silently. He didn't need to take it because the practice was on the first floor. The brass buttons on the double door were well polished, as was the plaque, inviting visitors to come in without ringing. If I find myself face to face with another old man. He was pleasantly surprised to see among the clerks a pretty woman in her 30s. Maître Aubonnet, please. Admittedly, the office is rather muffled and just a tad solemn, but he wasn't kept waiting, and was ushered almost immediately into an enormous room where a man barely 45 years of age got up to welcome him. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, I've come to see you about one of your clients, the Count of Saint-Hilaire. The man replied with a smile. In that case, it's not me you want to speak to, but my father. I'll just see if he's free right now. Monsieur Aubonnet the younger went into another room and stayed there for a while. If you'd like to come through, Monsieur Maigret. This time, of course, the inspector found himself in the presence of a real old man, who wasn't even in particularly good shape. Aubonnet Senior sat, eyelids twitching, in the depths of a high-backed armchair, wearing the irritable expression of a man who has just been dragged from his afternoon nap. Speak quite loudly, the son advised as he withdrew. Maître Aubonnet must have once been very fat. He had kept a certain paunch, but his body was soft, with wrinkles everywhere. One foot wore a shoe, the other, with a swollen ankle, a felt slipper. I suppose you've come to talk to me about my poor friend. His mouth was soft too, and the syllables that issued from it formed a kind of mush. On the other hand, Maigret didn't need to ask him questions to unleash his chatter. Just imagine. Saint-Hilaire and I met at Stanislas. How long ago is that? Wait, I'm 77. So that's 60 years since we were in upper sixth together. He was destined for the diplomatic corps. My dream was to join the Cadre Noir de Saumur. There were still horses in those days. The cavalry weren't motorized. To know that I've never in my life had the opportunity to ride horses, or because I was an only son and had to take over my father's practice. Maigret didn't ask him if his father lived in the same house. Saint-Hilaire, from school onwards, was someone who enjoyed life, but he was quite a rare kind of bon vivant, elegant to his fingertips. I assume he left his will in your hands. His nephew, young Mazarin, asked me the same question just now. I reassured him. Does the nephew inherit all his possessions? Not all of them, no. I know the will by heart, because it was drafted with my own hand. A long time ago. The last one dates from about 10 years ago. Were the previous wills different? Only in terms of details. I wasn't able to show the document to the nephew, given that all interested parties have to be present. Who are they? Broadly speaking, Alain Mazarin inherits the building en rue Saint-Dominique, and in general the fortune, which isn't very large. Jacquette Larrieux, the housekeeper, receives a lifelong pension, which will allow her to end her days in comfort. As to the furniture, knickknacks, paintings, personal objects, Saint-Hilaire leaves them to an old friend, Isabelle de Vie. I can see that you are well informed. Do you know her? Quite well. I was better acquainted with her husband, who was a client of mine. Wasn't it quite surprising to see the two men choosing the same notary? Weren't they afraid of bumping into each other in your practice? It never happened. Probably they never thought about it, and I wonder if it would really have been awkward for them. You see, they were made, if not to be friends, then at least to esteem one another, because they were both men of honour, and also men of taste. These seemed to be words from a bygone era. It was a long time, in fact, since Maigret had heard the expression man of honour. The old notary in his armchair laughed silently at a fleeting thought. Yes, men of taste. Yes, he repeated mischievously. One might add that in one aspect of life their tastes were identical. Now that they are dead, I don't think I'd be breaking client confidentiality if I tell you this, particularly since you, too, are obliged to remain silent on the matter. A notary is almost always a confidant. Saint-Hilaire was also an old friend who came to tell me of his escapades. For almost a year, he and the prince had the same mistress, a pretty girl with an opulent bosom who acted in I can't remember which review on the boulevard. They didn't know. Each one had his day. The old man gave Maigret a bawdy look. Those people know how to live. For several years I've barely attended to my practice, where my eldest son has taken my place. But I come down to my office every day and continue to serve my former clients. Did Saint-Hilaire have friends? The situation with his friends is the same as with the clients I'm talking to about. At our age, you see people dying one after another. I think that by the end I was the last one he visited. He'd kept a good pair of legs and still took his walk every day. Sometimes he came up to see me, to sit where you are sitting. What did you talk about? About the old days, of course, particularly the time spent at Stanislas. I could still tell you most of the names of our fellow pupils. It's astonishing the number who had outstanding careers. One of our classmates, not the most intelligent, was president of a council I don't know how many times, and only died last year. Another is a member of the academy, in a military capacity. Had Saint-Hilaire made any enemies? How would he have done that? In his professional life he never ran up against anyone, as is so often the case these days. He obtained his positions by waiting patiently for his turn. In his memoirs he never settled any scores, which explains why so few people read them. And among the Prince of V's family? The notary looked at him with surprise. I've already talked to you about the prince. He knew what was going on, of course, and he knew that Saint-Hilaire would keep his word. If it hadn't been for the world, I'm sure that Armand would have had him over to Eau de Varennes, and that he might well have invited him to dinner. Was the son aware as well? Certainly. What sort of man is he? I don't think he's of the same caliber as his father. It's true I don't know him as well. He seems more reserved, which might be explained by the difficulty in our time of bearing such a weighty name as his. He isn't interested in high society. He isn't seen often in Paris. He spends most of the year in Normandy with his wife and children, looking after his farms and his horses. Have you seen him recently? I will see him tomorrow, as well as his mother, for the reading of the will, which means that I will probably have to deal with both estates on the same day. Has the princess called you this afternoon? Not yet. If she reads the paper, or if someone tells her the news, she will probably contact me. I still don't understand why my old friend was murdered. If it had happened anywhere but at his home, I would even swear that it was a case of mistaken identity. I assume that Jacquette Lavieux was his mistress. That isn't the word. Bear in mind that Saint-Hilaire never spoke of her to me. But I knew him. I knew Jacquette, too, when she was young, and she was a very pretty girl. And yet Armand rarely let a pretty girl pass within range without trying his chances. He did it a little as an aesthete would, if you can understand that. Chances are, if the opportunity presented itself. Jacquette had no family? I wasn't aware of one. If she had brothers and sisters, it's a safe bet that they died a long time ago. Thank you. I assume you're in a hurry. Please know that I remain at your disposal. You, too, have the look of an honest man. And I hope you catch the rogue who has done this. Maigret still had the sense of being immersed in a past that had returned, a world that seemed to have vanished, and it was disconcerting to find himself back in the street amidst the bustle of Paris, women shopping in tight trousers, bars with nickel-plated furniture, cars throbbing at the traffic lights. He made for Rue Jacob in vain, because on the door of the shop with the lowered shutters he found a black-edged sign announcing "Closed due to bereavement." He rang the bell several times without receiving an answer, then crossed to the other pavement to look at the first-floor windows. They were open, but there was not a sound to be heard. A woman with copper-coloured hair and a soft, full bosom emerged from the shadow of an art gallery. "If it's about Monsieur Maigret, he isn't at home. I saw him leaving at about midday after closing the shutters." She didn't know where he had gone. "He's not very sociable." Maigret would visit Isabelle de Ville, of course, but he was apprehensive about that visit and preferred to put it off until later, and to try to learn a little more about her first. He had seldom been so perplexed by human beings. Would a psychiatrist, a teacher, or a novelist, to quote the list in the Lancet, have been better placed to understand characters who would suddenly materialize from another century? Only one thing was certain. Count Armand de Saint-Hilaire, a mild and inoffensive old man, and a man of honor, to use the notary's phrase, had been murdered, in his home, by someone he didn't suspect. It was out of the question that it was an opportunistic, random crime, an anonymous and stupid one, first of all because nothing had disappeared, and then because the former ambassador was sitting peacefully at his desk when the first bullet, fired from close range, had struck him in the face. Either he had gone to open the door to his visitor in person, or his visitor had a key to the apartment, even though Jacquette maintained that there were only two keys, hers and the Count's. Maigret, still rolling quite confused thoughts around in his head, went into a bar, ordered a beer, and shut himself in the telephone cabin. "Is that you, Immerse? Do you have the inventory in front of you? Take a look and see if there's any mention of a key. The key to the door of the flat, yes." "What?" "Yes. Where did they find it?" "In his trouser pocket." "Thank you." "No news?" "No, I'll go back to headquarters later on. If you have anything to tell me, call Jean-Pierre, who was stayed at Rue Saint-Dominique." They had found one of the two keys in the dead man's pocket, and Jacquette also had hers, because she had used it to open the door in the morning when Maigret and the man from the Foreign Ministry had followed her into the ground-floor flat. People aren't killed without a motive. What was left once theft had been ruled out? A crime of passion among old people? A clash of interests? Jacquette Tallier was receiving a more than adequate lifelong pension, as the notary had informed him. For his part, the nephew was inheriting the building and the bulk of the fortune. As for Isabelle, it was hard to imagine that with her husband only recently dead, the idea might have come to her. No explanation was satisfactory, and the Foreign Ministry had categorically ruled out a political motive. "Rue de la Pompe," he said to the driver of a yellow taxi. "Certainly, Inspector." He had long since stopped being flattered at being recognized like that. The concierge sent him to the 5th floor, where a small and quite pretty brunette first half opened the door, and then led Maigret into a sun-drenched flat. "Excuse the chaos. I was making a dress for my daughter." She wore tight black silk trousers that clung to a well-rounded bottom. "I expect you've come about the crime, and I wonder what you're hoping for from me. Are your children not here?" "My elder daughter's in England to learn the language. She's living with a family as an au pair, and the younger one is working. It's for her that I'm—" She pointed to a light, colourful piece of fabric on the table from which she was cutting a dress. "I assume you've seen my husband?" "Yes." "How did he react?" "How long is it since you last saw him?" "Almost 3 years." "And the Count of Saint-Hilaire?" "The last time he came up here was shortly before Christmas. He brought gifts for my daughters. He never forgot. Even when he was posted abroad and they were still quite small, he didn't forget Christmas and sent them a little something. That's how they ended up with dolls from all over the world. You can still see them in their bedroom." She was no more than 40 and still very attractive. "Is it true what the papers say? That he was murdered?" "Tell me about your husband." Her face immediately hardened. "What do you want me to tell you?" "Was it a loving marriage? If I'm not mistaken, he's much older than you." "Only by 10 years. He's never looked young." "Did you love him?" "I don't know. I lived alone with my father, who was an embittered person. He saw himself as a great misunderstood artist, and it pained him to have to earn his living by restoring pictures. I worked in a shop on the Grand Boulevard. I met Anna." Would you like something to drink?" "No, thank you. I've just had a beer. Go on." "Perhaps I was attracted by his air of mystery. He wasn't like the others. He didn't speak much, and what he said was always interesting. We got married and immediately had a daughter. You lived on Rue Jacob? Yes. I liked that street, too, and our little first-floor flat. At the time, Saint-Hilaire was still an ambassador in Washington, if I remember correctly. He came to see us on leave once. Then he had us to his house in Rue Saint-Dominique. I was very impressed by him. What was his relationship with your husband? I don't know how to put it. He was a man who seemed to treat everyone with kindness. He seemed surprised that I was his nephew's wife. Why? I didn't think I understood until much later, and even now I'm not sure. He must have known Alain better than I thought, better than I did at the time, at any rate. She broke off, as if worried by what she had just said. I don't want to give you the impression that I'm speaking like this out of rancour, because my husband and I are separated now, and in any case I was the one who left. And no one tried to stop you. The furniture here was modern, the walls pale, and Maigret glimpsed a white and tidy kitchen. Familiar sounds rose from the street, while the greenery of the Bois de Boulogne spread out not far away. I assume you don't suspect Alain. To be perfectly frank, I don't yet suspect anyone, but I wouldn't automatically rule out any possibility. I'm sure you're barking up the wrong tree. In my view, Alain is an unhappy person who was never able to fit in and never will. Isn't it surprising? But leaving my father because he was an embittered man, I married a man even more embittered than he was. I only realized much later. In short, I have never seen him satisfied, and now I find myself wondering if he's ever smiled. He worries about everything, his health and his business, what people think about him, about the opinion of his neighbours and his clients. He thinks everyone is against him. It's hard to explain. Don't laugh at what I'm about to say. When I lived with him, I felt as if I could hear him thinking from dawn till dusk, an irritating stream of thought like the ticking of an alarm clock. He came and went in silence, suddenly looking at me as if his eyes had turned inwards to a place that I was unable to reach. Is he still as pale as before? He's pale, yes. He already was when I met him, and he remained so in the country, by the sea, an almost artificial pallor. And he never let anything show. There was no way of getting through to him. Over the years we slept in the same bed, and sometimes when I woke up I would look at him as if he was a stranger. He was cruel. She tried to find the right word. I'm probably exaggerating. He thought he was right. He wanted to be right at all costs. It was a mania of his. He was right down to the smallest details, and that's what made me speak of cruelty. I noticed it most of all when we had children. He looked at them the way he looked at me and others, with cold lucidity. If they did something silly, I tried to defend them. At their age, Anna, there's no reason why they should get used to cheating. It was one of his favourite words, cheating. Little acts of cheating, little acts of cowardice. He brought that same intransigence into the tiniest details of daily life. Why did you buy fish? I was trying to explain it. I said veal. When I went shopping, he would repeat obstinately, I said veal, and you didn't need to go and buy fish. She broke off once more. Am I talking too much? I'm not saying stupid things. Go on. I finished. After years I thought I understood what the Americans understand by mental cruelty, and why over there it has become a cause for divorce. There are teachers who, without raising their voices, rule over their classes with a kind of terror. With Anna, my daughters and I were suffocating, and we didn't even have the consolation of seeing him going off to his office. He was downstairs beneath our feet from dawn till dusk, coming up 10 times a day to study our actions and our movements with a frosty eye. I had to account for every franc I spent, and when I went out he demanded to know where I was going. He questioned me afterwards about the people I'd spoken to, about what I had said and what they had replied. Were you unfaithful to him? She wasn't outraged. It even seemed to Maigret that she was tempted to smile with a certain satisfaction, indeed a certain relish, but restrained herself. Why would you ask that? Have people talked to you about me? No. While I was living with him, I didn't do anything that he could reproach me for. What made you decide to leave? I'd had enough. I was suffocating, as I say, and I wanted my daughters to grow up in a more breathable atmosphere. You had no more personal reason for getting your freedom back. Perhaps. Did your daughters know? I haven't hidden the fact that I have a boyfriend, and they're on my side. Does he live with you? I go and see him at his place. He's a widower my age, who was no happier with his wife than I was with my husband. So we both seem to be gluing the pieces back together. Does he live around here? In this very building, 2 floors down. He's a doctor. You'll see his plaque on the door. If Anna agrees to a divorce one day, we plan to marry. But I doubt it will happen. He is very Catholic, by tradition rather than conviction. Does your husband make a living? With ups and downs. When I left him, it was agreed that he would give me a modest maintenance for the children. He kept his word for a few months. Then there were delays, and in the end he stopped paying any at all, on the grounds that they were old enough to earn a living. That still doesn't make him a murderer, does it? Were you aware of his uncle's relationship? You mean Isabel? Did you know that the Prince of V died on Sunday morning and that he was buried today? I read it in the paper. Do you think that if Saint-Gener had lived, he would have married the princess? It's quite likely. He hoped for his whole life that they would be united one day. It touched me to hear him talking about her, as if about another worldly being, an almost supernatural creature, when he was a man who appreciated the realities of life. Sometimes even a little too much. This time she smiled openly. One day, a long time ago, when I went to see him, I can't remember why, I had trouble keeping his hands off me. He wasn't embarrassed about it. In his eyes, it was completely natural. Did your husband know? She shrugged. Was he jealous? In his way. We didn't have much contact, if you see what I mean, and he was always cold, always mechanical. What he would have condemned wasn't that I might have been attracted to another man, but that I might be in error. I might commit a sin, a betrayal, an act that he considered somehow unclean. Forgive me if I've said too much and if it sounds as if I'm blaming him, which isn't the case. You'll have noticed that I don't make myself sound any better than I am. It's a long time since I felt like a woman, and I'm making the most of it. She had a full mouth and sparkling eyes. For some minutes she'd been crossing and uncrossing her legs. Are you sure I can't offer you something to drink? Thank you. I should be off. I assume this will all stay confidential? He smiled at her and walked towards the door, where she extended a chubby, warm hand. I'm going to get on with my daughter's dress, she murmured, almost reluctantly. So, for a moment, he had escaped the circle of old people. Leaving the flat on Rue de la Pompe, he wasn't surprised to find himself back in the street with its noises and smells. He immediately found a taxi and had it take him to Rue Saint-Dominique. Before entering the building, he decided after all to have the beer that he had refused when it was offered by Madame Mazarin, and in the bar he rubbed shoulders with chauffeurs from the ministries and large firms. The reporter was still there. As you see, I didn't try to follow you. I don't suppose you can tell me who you went to see. The notary. Did he tell you anything new? Nothing. Still no lead? None. Are we sure that it isn't political? It would seem not to be. There was a uniformed policeman here, too. Maigret rang the doorbell beside the lift shaft. Janvier opened the door in his shirt sleeves. Jacquette wasn't in the office. What have you done with her? Did you let her go out? No, she tried to after the phone call, claiming that there was nothing to eat in the house. Where is she? In the bedroom. She's resting. What phone call are you talking about? Half an hour after you left, the phone rang, and I answered. I heard a woman's voice quite faintly at the end of the line. Who is this? She asked. Rather than replying, I asked in return, who's calling? I would like to speak to Mademoiselle Larrier. Who shall I say it is? There was a silence, then, the Princess of V. Meanwhile, Jacquette was watching me like someone who knew what was going on. I'll just pass you to her. I held out the receiver, and she said straight away, It's me, Your Highness. Yes, I would have liked to go, but these gentlemen won't let me leave the house. The apartment has been full of them with all kinds of equipment. They spent hours asking me questions, and even now an inspector is listening to me. Janvier added, She seemed to be defying me. After that, she mostly listened. Yes, yes, Your Highness, yes, I understand. I don't know, no, yes, I'll try. I'd like to do that too. Thank you, Your Highness. Then what did she say? Nothing. She sat down on the chair again. After a quarter of an hour's silence, she murmured regretfully, I assume you aren't going to let me out, even if there's nothing left to eat in the house and I have to go without supper? We'll sort that out shortly. In that case, I don't think there's much point us sitting here staring at each other, and I'd rather go and rest. Is that allowed? Since then, she's been in her bedroom. She's locked the door. No one's come. No, some phone calls from an American press agency, some provincial papers. You couldn't get anything out of Jacquette. I've asked her some questions, as innocent as possible, in the hope of winning her trust. She merely said slyly, Don't try and teach your grandmother to suck eggs, young man. If your boss imagined that I was going to reveal secrets to you— No one called from the office. No, only the examining magistrate. Does he want to see me? He asked you to call him as soon as he had any news. He had a visit from Alain Mazarin. And you didn't tell me. I was keeping that until last. So the nephew went to get him to complain that you read Saint-Hilaire's private correspondence without his permission. As an executor of the will, he requires that the flat be sealed until the reading of the will. What did the judge say? To talk to you. And Mazarin didn't come back? No, he might be on the way, because I received this communication not long ago. Do you think he'll come? Maigret hesitated, and then pulled over a telephone directory, where he found what he was looking for, and then, standing up, looking serious and annoyed, he dialed a number. Hello, the V residence. I would like to speak to the Princess of V. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret of the Police Judiciaire. I'll wait. Yes. There was a different kind of silence in the room, and Janvier looked at his boss, holding his breath. A few minutes passed. No, I'm still here. Thank you. Hello, Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. Yes, madame. It wasn't his everyday voice, and he experienced the same feeling as he had done when as a child he addressed the Countess of Saint-Fiacre. I thought you might like me to contact you, if only to give you some details. Yes. Yes, whenever you like. I'll be at Rue de Varennes in an hour. The two men looked at each other in silence. Finally, Maigret sighed. It would be better if you stayed here, he said at last. Call Lucas and ask him to send someone. Ideally, Lapointe. The old woman can go out whenever she likes, and one of the two of you will follow her. He had an hour ahead of him. While he waited, he took a bundle of letters out of the bookcase with the green curtain. I saw you yesterday, at Longchamp, in your jacket. You know how much I love you like that. On your arm, you had a pretty redhead who— Chapter 5. Maigret didn't expect to find a house that still smelled like a funeral, like the houses of ordinary people, and even the upper middle classes, with odours of candles and chrysanthemums, a red-eyed widow, relatives who had come from far away in full mourning, eating and drinking. Because of his country childhood, the smell of spirits, and particularly of Marc, was still associated in his mind with deaths and funerals. Have a drop of this, Catherine, they would say to the widow before setting off for the church and the cemetery. You need picking up. She would drink, weeping. The men would drink at the inn, and then again back at the house. If the entrance had been decorated with silver hangings that morning, they had been removed for a while now, and the courtyard had resumed its usual appearance, half in shade, half in sunlight, with a uniformed chauffeur washing a long black limousine and 3 automobiles, one a large sports car with yellow bodywork, waiting at the foot of the steps. It was as huge as the Élysée Palace, and Maigret remembered that the V residence was often the setting for balls and charity auctions. At the top of the steps, he pushed open the glass door and found himself alone in a hall with marble tiles. Double doors, open on either side, allowed him to see the reception rooms, where objects, probably the old coins and snuff boxes that had been mentioned to him, were exhibited as if in a museum. Should he make for one of those doors, climb the double staircase that led to the first floor? He was hesitating when a butler, emerging from God knows where, approached in silence, took his hat from his hands, and murmured without asking him his name, "This way." Maigret followed his guide along the stairs, passing through another drawing-room on the first floor, and then a long room that must have been a picture gallery. They didn't keep him waiting. The housekeeper half opened a door, announcing in a faint voice, "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." The boudoir that he entered overlooked not the courtyard of honor, but a garden, and the foliage of the trees, full of birds, brushed against the two open windows. Someone rose from an armchair, and it was a moment before he understood that it was the woman he had come to see, Princess Isabel. His surprise must have been obvious, because she said as she came towards him, "You weren't expecting to find me like this, were you?" He didn't dare to reply that he wasn't. He was silent, surprised at first that even though she was dressed in black, she didn't give the impression of being in full mourning. Although he would have found it difficult to say why. Neither did she have red eyes. She didn't seem overwhelmed. She was smaller than in her photographs, but unlike Jacquette, for example, the years didn't weigh heavy on her. He didn't have time to analyze his impressions. He would do it later. For now he registered everything mechanically. What surprised him the most was to find a plump woman, her cheeks full and smooth with a round body, her hips, barely perceptible in the princess dress in the photograph in Saint-Hilaire's bedroom, had become as broad as those of a farmer's wife. Was the boudoir around them, the room where she spent most of her time? Gold tapestries decorated the walls, the parquet gleamed, each item of furniture in its place, and for no precise reason it reminded Maigret of the convent where as a child he had visited one of his aunts, who was a nun. "Please, sit down." She pointed to a gilded armchair, but he chose instead a straight-backed chair, even though he was afraid of breaking its delicate legs. "My first thought was to go there," she confided in him, sitting down in turn. "But I realized that he would have gone. The body has been taken to the Forensic Institute, hasn't it?" She wasn't afraid of the words, or the images that they evoked. Her face was serene, almost smiling, and that too reminded him of the convent, the particular serenity of the sisters who never seemed to be completely of this world. "I would like to see him once more. I'll tell you about it soon. What I need to know above all is whether he suffered. Tell me honestly." "Don't worry, madame. The Count of Saint-Hilaire was killed instantly." "Was he in his office?" "Yes." "Sitting down?" "Yes. Apparently he was busy correcting proofs." She closed her eyes, as if to give the image time to form in her mind, and Maigret was sufficiently emboldened to ask a question in turn. "Have you ever been to Rue Saint-Dominique?" "Only once, long ago, with Jacquette's complicity. I had chosen a time of day when I was sure he wasn't there. I wanted to get to know the setting of his life, to locate him in my mind at his home, in the different rooms." An idea struck her. "I don't suppose you've read the letters?" He hesitated for a moment and then chose to confess the truth. "I ran through them. Not all of them, though." "Were they still in the Empire bookcase with the gilded grills?" He nodded. "I suspected you would have read them. I don't blame you. I understand that it's your duty." "How did you learn of his death?" "Through my daughter-in-law. Philippe, my son, came from Normandy with his wife and children for the funeral. Just now, on the way back from the cemetery, she flicked through one of the newspapers that the maidservants usually put on a table in the hall." "Is your daughter-in-law aware?" She looked at him with a surprise that seemed almost naive. Had it been anyone else, he might have thought that she was playing a part. "Aware of what?" "Of your relationship with the Count of Saint-Hilaire." Her smile, too, was the smile of a nun. "But of course. How could she not have been aware? We never hid ourselves. There was nothing there between us. Moore was a very dear friend." "Did your son know him?" "My son knew everything too, and when he was a child I sometimes pointed more out to him in the distance. I think the first time was in Auteuil." "He never went to see him?" Her reply was not without logic, or at least it had a logic of her own. "What for?" Chirruping, the birds chased each other in the foliage, and an agreeable freshness came from the garden. "Won't you have a cup of tea?" Alain Mazaron's wife in Rue de la Pompe had offered him a drink. Here, it was tea. No, thank you. Tell me everything you know, Monsieur Maigret. You see, for 50 years I've become used to living with him in my thoughts. I knew what he was doing at every hour of the day. I visited the cities where he lived when he was still an ambassador, and arranged with Jacquette to cast an eye over each of his houses in succession. At what time of day did he meet his death? As far as we know, between 11 o'clock and midnight. But he wasn't ready to go to bed. How do you know? Because before he went to his bedroom, he always wrote me a little note that finished his daily letter. He began it every morning in a ritual fashion. Good morning, Izzy. As he would have welcomed me upon waking if fate had allowed us to live together. He added a few lines, and then during the day he came back to it to tell me what he'd done. Invariably in the evening, his last words were, "Good night, pretty Izzy." She smiled with confusion. Forgive me for repeating that word, which risks making you laugh. For him I had stayed for 20-year-old Isabel. He had seen you since. In the distance, it's true. So he knew I had become an old woman. But for him the present was less real than the past. Can you understand that? He hadn't changed for me either. Now, tell me what happened. Tell me everything without trying to spare my feelings. When you reach my age, you see, we have a certain resilience. The murderer entered the apartment. Who? How? Someone came in, because we haven't found a weapon either in the room or in the apartment. Since Jacquette maintains that she closed the door at about 9 o'clock, as she does every evening, putting on the chain and bolt, we must believe that the Count of Saint-Hilaire welcomed his visitor himself. Do you know if he was in the habit of receiving people in the evening? Never. Since his retirement, he had followed a strict routine, and adopted a more or less invariable timetable. I could show you his letters from the last few years. You would see that the first phrases are often, "Good morning, Izzy. I greet you as I do every morning, because a new day is beginning, while I am beginning my monotonous little round." That was what he called his orderly days, which allowed no room for unpredictability. Unless I receive a letter by mail this evening, but no, it was Jacquette who posted them in the morning when she went to buy cressons. If she had put one in the box today, she would have told me on the phone. What do you think of her? She was very devoted to us, Armand and me. When he broke his arm in Switzerland, it was she who wrote to his dictation. And when later on he had an operation, she sent me a letter every day to keep me up to date. You don't think she was jealous? She smiled again, and Maigret had trouble getting used to it. He was surprised by such calm and serenity when he had expected a more or less dramatic exchange. It was as if death didn't have the same meaning as it did elsewhere, as if Isabel lived on equal terms with it, as if it were part of the normal course of life. She was jealous, but the way a dog is jealous of its master. He hesitated to ask certain questions, to approach certain subjects, and she was the one who put them on the table with disarming simplicity. If in the past she'd been jealous in a different way, as a woman, it was of his mistresses, not of me. Do you think she was his mistress too? She certainly was. Did he write to tell you? He hid nothing from me, not even the humiliating things that men are reluctant to confide in their wives about. He wrote to me, for example, not many years ago, "Jacquette is nervous today. This evening I will have to give her her pleasure." She seemed to be amused by Maigret's astonishment. Does that surprise you? And yet it's so natural. You weren't jealous either. Not of that. My only fear was that he would meet a woman who could take my place in his thoughts. Keep telling me what happened, Inspector. Do we know nothing about his visitor? Only that the first shot he fired was from a high-caliber weapon, probably a 7.65 automatic. Where was Armand struck? In the head. The pathology says the death was instantaneous. The body slipped to the carpet at the foot of the armchair. Then the murderer fired 3 more shots. Why? If he was dead? We don't know. Had the murderer gone mad? Was he in a state of rage that made him lose his mind? It's hard to answer that question at this point. In the court of assizes, a murderer who tears into his victim, who delivers a certain number of stab wounds, for example, is often accused of cruelty. And yet, on the basis of my experience and that of my colleagues, it is almost always the shy ones, I don't dare to say sensitive men, who act that way. They panic. They refuse to see their victims suffer and lose their heads. Do you think that was the case? Unless it's an act of revenge, of hatred bottled up for a long time, which is more unusual. He was starting to feel at ease with this old woman, who could say and hear anything. What would contradict this version is that it then occurred to the murderer to pick up the cartridge cases. They must have been scattered around the room at a certain distance. He didn't miss a single one, and he left no fingerprints. I still have one question, particularly after what you told me about your relationship with Jacquette. After finding the body this morning, it doesn't seem to have occurred to her to call you, and she went not to the police station, but to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I think I can explain that. Immediately after my husband's death, the telephone started ringing almost without interruption. People we barely know wanted information about the funeral or to express their condolences to me. My son, exasperated, decided to disconnect the telephone. So Jacquette might have tried to call you. That's quite likely. And if she didn't come straight away to let me know, it was because she would have found it difficult to approach me on the day of the funeral. Were you aware of the Count of Saint-Hilaire having any enemies? None at all. In his letters, did he ever talk to you about his nephew? Have you seen Alain? This morning. What does he say? Nothing. He went to see Maître René. The will is being read tomorrow, and the notary will have to contact you, because your presence will be required. I know. Are you familiar with the terms of the will? Armand planned to leave me his furniture and personal objects, so that if he passed away before me I would still have a sense of having been his wife. You accept this legacy? It's his will, isn't it? Mine, too. If he hadn't died, I would have become the Countess of Saint-Hilaire. Once my mourning was over, that was always agreed between us. Was your husband aware of this plan? Of course. And your son and daughter-in-law? Not just them, our friends as well. I repeat, we had nothing to hide. Now, I'm going to be obliged, because of the name that I still bear, to live in this big house, rather than move, as I have so often dreamed, to Rue Saint-Dominique. Armand's apartment will not be reconstructed here. I probably won't live for very long. But little though it is, I will live in his surroundings, as if I were his widow. Maigret was irritated by a phenomenon that was occurring within him. He found that he was fascinated by this woman who was so different from everything he had known before, and not just by her, but by the legend that she and Saint-Hilaire have created, and in which they had lived. At first glance, it was as absurd as a fairy story or the instructive tales in children's books. Here, in her presence, he was surprised to find himself believing in them. He adopted their way of seeing and feeling, rather in the way that at his aunt's convent he had walked on tiptoe and talked in a low voice, filled with unction and piety. Then, all of a sudden, he saw her with another eye, the eye of the man from Quai des Orfèvres, and he was filled with revulsion. Weren't they playing with him? Hadn't these people, Jacquette, Alain Mazarin, his wife with the tight trousers, Isabelle, and even Aubonnet, the notary, reached an agreement with each other? There was a dead man, a real corpse with an open skull and a gaping belly. That assumed a murderer. And it wasn't just someone off the street who had entered the former ambassador's flat and killed him at close range before he could become suspicious and try to defend himself. Over the years, Maigret had learned that no one kills without a motive, without a serious motive. And even if in this instance the killer was a madman or a mad woman, they were a flesh-and-blood person who lived in the victim's circle. Was Jacquette, with her aggressive suspicion, mad? Was Mazarin, whom his wife accused of mental cruelty, mad? Was it Isabelle who had lost some of her reason? Every time he thought that way, He wanted to change tack and start asking cruel questions, if only to break through this suave exterior that they all adopted as if by contagion. And every time he did, the princess disarmed and shamed him with a surprised, naive, or even a mischievous expression. In short, you have no idea of a person who might have had an interest in killing Saint-Hilaire. An interest? Certainly not. You know as well as I do the broad lines of the will. And if Alain Mazarin needed money, his uncle gave him money when he needed it, and he would in any case have left him his fortune. Did Mazarin know that? I'm sure of it. Once my husband was dead, Armand and I would have married, it's true, but I wouldn't have allowed my family to inherit his property. And Jacquette. She was aware that her old age was taken care of. And she was aware of your intention to go and live in Rue Saint-Dominique. She was looking forward to it. Something within Maigret protested. All of this was false and inhuman. And your son. Surprised, she waited for him to clarify his point, and since Maigret remained silent, she asked in turn, "How is my son involved in this case?" "I don't know. I'm searching. He is now the heir to the name. He would have been even if Armand had lived. Obviously, but mightn't he have thought it a step down for his mother to marry Saint-Hilaire?" "Was your son here last night?" "No, he stayed with his wife and children in an hotel on Place Vendôme, where they usually stay when they come to Paris." Maigret frowned and looked at the walls as if by staring through them he could measure the vastness of the building on the Rue de Varennes. Didn't it contain a considerable number of empty rooms, of unoccupied apartments? "You mean that since he married he has never lived in this property?" "First of all, he is seldom in Paris, and never for long, because he can't bear high society." "His wife, too?" "Yes. For the first years of their marriage they had an apartment in the house. And then they had one child, a second, a third." "How many do they have?" "6. The oldest is 20, the youngest 7. This may shock you, but I can't live with children. It's a mistake to believe that all women are made to be mothers. I had Philippe because it was my duty. I looked after him as much as I had to. Years later, I couldn't have endured the sound of shouting and running about in the house. My son knows that. So does his wife. They don't hold it against you. They take me as I am, with my faults and foibles." "Were you alone here last night?" "With the servants and 2 nuns keeping watch in the chapel of rest. Abbé Gauge, my spiritual adviser, who's also an old friend, stayed until 10 o'clock. "You told me just now that your son and his family were in the house right now. They're waiting to say goodbye to me. At least my daughter-in-law and the children. You must have seen their car in the courtyard. They're leaving for Normandy, apart from my son, who has to go with me to the notary tomorrow." "Would you allow me to have a brief conversation with your son?" "Why not? I expected that question. I even thought that you'd want to see the whole family, and that's why I asked my daughter-in-law to delay her departure." Was she being straightforward or provocative? To return to the English doctor's theory, would a school teacher have been better at untangling the truth than Maigret? He felt humbler than ever, more disarmed among human beings whom he was attempting to judge. "Come this way." She led him along the gallery and paused for a moment with her hand on the handle of a door behind which voices could be heard. She opened it and said simply, "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." And in a huge room, the inspector saw first of all a child eating a cake, then a little girl of about 10 asking her mother for something in a low voice. Her mother was a tall blonde woman in her 40s with very pink skin, who looked like one of those robust Dutch women that one sees in prints and postcards. A 13-year-old boy was looking out of the window. The princess did her introductions, and Maigret registered the images one by one with a view to reassembling them later, like the pieces of a jigsaw. Frédéric, the oldest boy, a lanky young man, fair-haired like his mother, bowed slightly without holding out his hand. He, too, is destined for the diplomatic service. There was a daughter, a 15-year-old, and a boy of 12 or 13. "Is Philippe here?" "He went down to see if the car is ready." There was a sense of life suspended, as if in a station waiting room. "Come this way, Monsieur Maigret." They followed another corridor, at the end of which they met a tall man who watched them coming with a bored expression on his face. "I was looking for you, Philippe. Inspector Maigret would like to talk to you for a moment. Where would you like to receive him?" Philippe held out his hand, apparently somewhat distracted, but curious enough to see a policeman at close quarters. "Anywhere. Here." He pushed open a door leading into an office with red hangings, in which portraits of ancestors hung on the walls. "I will leave you, Monsieur Maigret, asking you to keep me informed. As soon as the body's brought back to Rue Saint-Dominique, be kind enough to let me know." She disappeared, light and insubstantial. "You wanted to talk to me? Whose office was it?" "Probably nobody's, because there was nothing to indicate that anyone had ever worked there." Philippe de Ville pointed to a chair and held out his cigarette case. "No, thank you." "You don't smoke?" "Only a pipe." "Me too, usually, but not in this house. My mother hates it." There was a kind of ennui, or perhaps impatience in his voice. "I assume you want to talk to me about Saint-Hilaire." "You know he was murdered last night." "My wife told me just now. It's a curious coincidence, admit it." "You mean that his death might have had some connection with your father's?" "I don't know. The papers are silent on the circumstances of the crime. I assume suicide's out of the question." "Why would you ask that? Did the Count have reason to kill himself?" "I can't think of any. But you never know what's going on in people's heads." "Did you know him?" "My mother pointed him out to me when I was a child. I sometimes bumped into him later on." "Did you talk to him?" "Never." "Were you angry with him?" "Why would I have been?" The man seemed honestly surprised by the questions he was being asked. He, too, had the appearance of an honest man who had nothing to hide. "Throughout her life, my mother devoted a kind of mystical love to him that never gave us reason to be ashamed. Besides, my father was the first to smile about it, with a hint of tenderness." "When did you get back from Normandy?" "Sunday afternoon. I'd come on my own last week after my father's accident, and then left again because he seemed to be in fine fettle. I was surprised on Sunday when my mother called me to say that he died of an attack of uremia." "Did you travel with your family?" "No, my wife and children didn't arrive until Monday, except for my eldest son, of course, who is at the École Normale Supérieure." "Did your mother talk to you about Saint-Hilaire?" "What do you mean?" "Perhaps my question is ridiculous. Did she say at any point that she might marry the Count?" "She didn't need to talk to me about it. I'd been aware for a long time that if my father died before she did, that marriage would take place." "You never shared your father's society lifestyle?" He seemed surprised by all of this, and reflected before answering. "I think I understand your point of view. You have seen photographs of my father and mother in magazines when they went to some foreign court, or when they attended a grand wedding or a princely engagement party. Obviously, I also attended some of these events when I was between 18 and 25, let's say 25 more or less. After that I got married, and went to live in the country. Have I told you that I graduated from Grignon Agricultural College? My father gave me one of his properties in Normandy, and we lived there as a family." "Is that what you wanted to know?" "You have no suspicions?" "About the murder of Saint-Hilaire?" It seemed to Maigret that the man's lip was trembling slightly, but he couldn't have sworn. "No, not what one could really call a suspicion." "But you have an idea?" "It wouldn't stand up, and I would rather not talk about it." "Were you thinking about someone whose life would be changed by your father's death?" Philippe de Ville, whose eyes had been lowered for a moment, looked up. "Let's say it's passed through my mind, but I didn't linger over it. I've heard so much about Jacquette and her devotion." He seemed uneasy about the whole conversation. "I don't want to rush you. I have to say goodbye to my family, and I would like them to be home before nightfall." "Will you stay in Paris for a few more days?" "Until tomorrow night." "Place Vendôme." "My mother told you that?" Yes. To put my conscience at ease, I would like to ask you one more question and request that you don't take umbrage. I was obliged to ask your mother, too. Where was I last night, I assume? At what time? Let's say between 10 in the evening and midnight. That's quite a long time. Wait, I had dinner here with my mother. Alone with her? Yes. I left at about 9:30 after the arrival of Abbe Gouge, whom I'm not fond of. I went back to the hotel to kiss my wife and children good night. A silence. Philippe de Ville looked straight ahead, hesitant and embarrassed. Then I took the air on the Champs-Élysées. Until midnight. No. This time he looked Maigret in the eyes, with a slightly shameful smile. It might seem strange to you, given my very recent bereavement. It's a sort of tradition for me. At Genestre, I'm too well known to allow myself any kind of romantic adventure, and it would never even occur to me. Is it because of my childhood memories? Every time I come to Paris, I have a habit of spending an hour or two with a pretty woman. Since I insist that it goes no further and doesn't complicate my life, I merely— He waved his hand vaguely. On the Champs-Élysées? Maigret asked. I wouldn't say it in front of my wife, who wouldn't understand. For her, outside of a certain world. What's your wife's maiden name? Irène de Marchigny. I might clarify, if it's of any use to you, that my companion of yesterday is a brunette, not very tall, but she was wearing a pale green dress and has a beauty spot under her breast. I think it's the left breast, but I'm not sure. Did you go to hers? I assume she lives in the hotel on Rue de Berry that she took me to because there were clothes in the wardrobe and personal objects in the bathroom. Maigret smiled. I'm sorry to rush you, and thank you for your patience. Has that removed any doubts you might have had about me? This way, I let you go down on your own because I am in a hurry to— He looked at his watch and held out his hand. Let me wish you good luck. In the main courtyard, a chauffeur was waiting by a limousine whose engine was running with a barely audible hum. 5 minutes later, Maigret literally dived into the thick atmosphere of a bistro and ordered a beer. Chapter 6. He was woken by the sun coming in through the slats of the shutters, and with a movement that had become mechanical after so many years, reached towards his wife's side of the bed. The sheets were still warm. Along with the smell of freshly ground coffee, a faint whistle reached him from the kitchen, the sound of water singing in the kettle. Here, too, as in the aristocratic Rue de Varennes, birds chirped in the trees, less close to the windows, and Maigret felt a sense of physical well-being, albeit mingled with something vague and unpleasant. He had slept fitfully. He remembered having lots of dreams, and even at least once waking with a start. At a certain point, hadn't his wife whispered something to him, holding out a glass of water? It was difficult to remember. Several different stories had become confused, and he kept losing the thread. They had one thing in common. In all of them, he played a humiliating role. One picture came back to him clearer than the others. A place that looked like the V residence, but much larger, if less opulent. It was like a convent or ministerial offices, with endless corridors and an infinity of doors. What he had just done was not clear in his mind. He only knew that he had a goal to reach and that it was enormously important, and yet he couldn't find anyone to tell him the way. Pardon had told him as they parted in the street. He didn't see Dr. Pardon in his dream or in the street. He was no less certain that his friend had warned him. The truth was that he wasn't allowed to ask the way. He had tried to at the beginning before understanding that it was impossible. The old people merely looked at him, smiling and shaking their heads. Because there were old people everywhere. Perhaps it was a retirement home or an asylum, even though it didn't look like one. He recognized Saint-Hilaire, very straight-backed, his face pink beneath his silky white hair. A very handsome man who knew it and seemed to be making fun of the inspector. Maître Aubonnet was sitting in a wheelchair and amusing himself by racing it very quickly along a gallery. There were many others, including the Prince of V, with a hand on Isabel's shoulder, indulgently observing Maigret's efforts. The inspector's situation was delicate, because he had not yet been initiated, and they were refusing to tell him what tests he had to pass. He was in the position of a new recruit, a new boy at school. They played tricks on him. For example, every time he tried to open a door, it closed by itself. Or, rather than opening onto a bedroom or a drawing room, it revealed the start of a new corridor. Only the old Countess of Saint-Fiacre was willing to help him. Since she wasn't allowed to speak, she tried to communicate to him with gestures, which didn't work. For example, she pointed to her own knees, and lowering his eyes, Maigret discovered that he was in short trousers. Madame Maigret in the kitchen was at last pouring water on the coffee. Maigret opened his eyes, frowning at the memory of this stupid dream. All in all, it was as if he had been trying to enter a circle which happened to be the circle of old people, and if they hadn't taken him seriously, it was because they saw him as a little boy. Even sitting on his bed, he was still perplexed, vaguely watching after his wife, who had just set a cup of coffee down on his bedside table, and was now opening the shutters. "You shouldn't have eaten snails last night." To distract himself after a disappointing day, he had taken her to dinner at a restaurant and eaten snails. "How do you feel?" "Fine." He wasn't going to let a dream spoil his day. He drank his coffee, went into the dining room, and glanced at the newspaper as he had his breakfast. It contained a few more details than the previous day's report on the death of Armand de Saint-Hilaire, and they had found quite a good photograph of him. There was one of Jacquette as well, caught as she was entering a dairy. It was when she had gone to do her shopping with Lapointe on her heels the previous evening. Quai d'Orsay is categorically ruling out the suggestion of a political crime. On the other hand, well-informed circles are connecting the death of the Count with another accidental death, which happened 3 days ago. That meant that the story of Saint-Hilaire and Isabelle would be told at length in a future edition. Maigret still felt sluggish and lackluster, and it was at such moments that he regretted not choosing another profession. He waited for the bus at Place Voltaire, and was lucky enough to find one with a platform where he could smoke his pipe while watching the streets passing by. At Quai des Orfèvres, he greeted the office boy with a wave of his hand, climbed the stairs, which a cleaning woman was sweeping after scattering a few drops of water to stop the dust from blowing away. On his desk, he found a large pile of documents, reports, and photographs. The photographs of the dead man were shocking. Some of them showed his whole body as he had been found, with the leg of the desk in the foreground and stains on the carpet. There were also photographs of his head, his chest, his belly, when he was still dressed. Other numbered shots indicated the entry point of each bullet and a dark bulge under the skin on the back where one of the bullets had stopped after breaking the collarbone. There was a knock at the door, and a very fresh-looking Lucas appeared, clean-shaven and with talcum under his ear. "Dupin is here, Chief." "Show him in." Inspector Dupin, like Isabelle's son, had a large family, 6 or 7 children, but it was not out of a sense of irony that Maigret had entrusted him with a certain mission the previous day. He had just happened to be available at the right moment. "So, the prince's account is quite accurate. I went to Rue de Berry at about 10 o'clock in the evening. As usual, there were 4 or 5 girls on the street. Among them, there was only one little brunette who told me that she hadn't been there the previous day because she'd gone to see her baby in the country. I waited for quite a long time and saw another coming out of a hotel with an American soldier. 'Why are you asking?' she asked anxiously when I put my question. 'Are the police after him?' 'Not at all, it's just a check.' 'Tall, about 50, quite well built.' Dupin went on. 'I asked the girl if she had a beauty spot under her breast, and she said she did, and she had another one on her hip. Of course, the man didn't say his name, but on the evening of the day before yesterday, she only went with him because he offered her 3 times the price that she normally asks. And yet he only stayed for half an hour.' 'And what time did he approach you?' 'At 10 to 11. I remember because I was coming out of the bar next door where I'd gone for a coffee, and I looked at the clock behind the counter.' Maigret observed. 'If he only spent half an hour with her, that means he left her before 11:30. 'That's what she said.' Isabel's son hadn't lied. No one in this case seemed to be lying. It was true that if he left Rue de Berry at 11:30, he could easily have been at Rue Saint-Dominique before midnight. Why would he have gone to his mother's old lover? And more importantly, why kill him? The inspector had had no more luck with a nephew, Alain Mazarin. The previous day, just before dinner, Maigret had called in at Rue Jacob and found nobody at home. Then he had phoned at about 8 o'clock and had no reply. After that, he had told Drucker to send somebody to the antique shop early in the morning. It was Bonfils who came to the office in turn with equally disappointing information. He wasn't even slightly troubled by my questions. Was his shop open? No, I had to ring. He looked through the first-floor window before coming down, unshaven, in braces. I asked him how he'd spent his time the previous afternoon and evening. He told me that he'd gone to see the notary first of all. That's true. I'm sure. Then he went to Rue Drouot, where there was an auction of helmets, uniform buttons, and weapons from the Napoleonic era. He claims that some collectors are avid for these relics. He bought a lot and showed me a pink piece of paper detailing the objects that he has to collect this morning. And then he went for dinner in a restaurant in Rue de Seine, where he almost always has his meals. I've checked. Another one who hadn't lied. A strange job, Maigret thought, when you're disappointed that someone hasn't killed a person. That was the case, and the inspector, in spite of himself, was annoyed with these people for being innocent, or seeming as if they were, because in spite of everything, there was a corpse. He picked up his phone. Will you come down, Immerse? He didn't believe in the perfect crime. In 25 years with the police judiciaire, he hadn't come across such a thing. Certainly, he could remember some crimes that had gone unpunished. Often, you knew the guilty man who had had time to skip abroad. Either that or they were poisonings or crimes motivated by financial gain. That wasn't the case this time. A random lowlife wouldn't have got into the flat on Rue Saint-Dominique, fired 4 bullets at an old man sitting at his desk, then left again without taking anything. Come in, Immerse. Sit down. Have you read my report? Not yet. Maigret didn't admit that he hadn't felt up to reading it any more than he had the 18 pages from a pathologist. The previous day he had given Immerse and his men the task of looking for physical clues, and he trusted them, knowing very well that nothing would escape them. Has Gaston Vernet sent his conclusions? They're in the file. It's a 7.65 automatic pistol, either a Browning or one of the many imitations that you can buy. Are we sure that there wasn't a single cartridge case in the apartment? My men have searched every square centimetre. No weapon either. No weapon, no ammunition apart from the hunting rifles and their cartridges. Any fingerprints? The ones from the previous day, the Count's prints and those of the concierge's wife. I took them by chance before leaving Rue Saint-Dominique. The concierge's wife came twice a week to help Jacquette Larieur clean the flat from top to bottom. Immerse looked embarrassed and uneasy. I've included the inventory of objects found in the drawers and cupboards, but I went over the place for much of the night without discovering anything strange or unexpected. Any money? A few $1,000 in a wallet, some change in a kitchen drawer, and in the office some checkbooks from the Rothschild Bank. Any check stubs? Check stubs, too. The poor old man was so far from expecting to die that he ordered a suit 10 days ago from a tailor on Boulevard Haussmann. No prints on the windowsill. Nothing. They only needed to look at each other to understand. They had worked together for years and had trouble remembering a single case when, going over the scene of a crime with a fine-tooth comb, as the papers say, they didn't discover some detail that was anomalous, at least at first sight. Here, everything was too perfect. Everything had a logical explanation. Everything, except the old man's death. By wiping the butt of the gun and putting it in the man's hand, the killer could have tried to make it look like suicide. Obviously provided that he had only fired the first bullet. But why fire 3 more? And why couldn't they trace the former ambassador's automatic? He had possessed one, that much was clear. Old Jacquette confessed that she had seen it a few months before in the chest of drawers in the bedroom. The gun was no longer in the flat, and according to the maidservant's account, it was more or less the size and weight of a 7.65 pistol. Presumably, the former ambassador had allowed someone in, someone he knew, because he had gone back to sit at his desk in his dressing gown. In front of him, a bottle of cognac and a glass. Why hadn't he offered his visitor a drink? How had the scene played out? That visitor walking towards the bedroom, along the corridor or through the dining room, picking up a pistol, coming into the office, walking up to the Count, and firing a first shot at point-blank range. It doesn't add up, Maigret sighed. He also needed a motive compelling enough for the perpetrator to risk a death sentence. I assume you didn't subject Jacquette to the paraffin test. I wouldn't have dared without first talking to you. When a firearm is used, particularly a pistol with automatic ejection, the explosion sends out particles which embed themselves in the gunman's skin, particularly on the edge of the hand, and remain there for a period of time. Maigret had thought of that the previous day, but did he have the right to suspect the old housekeeper any more than anyone else? Admittedly, she was the one best placed to have committed the crime. She knew where to find the gun. She could move around the flat while her employer was working without provoking his suspicion. She could walk over to him and fire. And it was quite possible that while the body lay on the carpet she might have continued to pull the trigger. She was so meticulous that she might then have looked around the room for cartridge cases. But was it possible that she would, after that, have gone peacefully to bed a few meters away from her victim? That in the morning, on her way to Quai d'Orsay, she would have stopped somewhere on the banks of the Seine, for example, or on the Pont de la Concorde, to get rid of the gun and the cartridge cases? She had a motive, or something like one. For almost 50 years she had lived with Saint-Hilaire and his shadow. He concealed nothing from her, and it appeared highly likely that they had had intimate relations in the past. The ambassador didn't seem to attach much importance to that, and neither did Isabelle, who smiled as she spoke of it. But what about Jacquette? Was she not the old man's true companion? She knew of his platonic love of the princess, she posted his daily letters, and it was she who had once shown Isabelle into the flat when her master was out. I wonder if... Maigret was repelled by the hypothesis, which seemed too easy. While he was able to conceive of it, he didn't feel it. Once the Prince of V was dead and Isabelle was free, the old lovers would finally be able to marry. They had only to wait for the end of the mourning period to go to the city hall and the church, and they would live together in Rue Saint-Dominique or Rue de Varennes. Listen, Immerse, I'm going to ask you to go over there. Be nice to Jacquette. Don't frighten her. Tell her it's only a formality. Shall I try the test? It would put my mind at rest. When he was told a little later that Monsieur Cromière was on the line, he asked his colleagues to say he was out, and they didn't know when he would be back. The reading of the Prince of V's will was due that morning. Isabelle and her son would shortly find themselves in the presence of the old notary, Aubonnet, and the princess would come back later on for the reading of another will. The two men in her life. On the same day. He called Rue Saint-Dominique. The previous day he had been reluctant to seal the doors of the office and the bedroom. Instead, he had chosen to wait or to keep open the option of revisiting the scene. Lapointe, whom he had left on guard duty, had probably been sleeping in an armchair. "Is that you, Chief?" "No news." "Nothing." "Where is Jacquette?" "At 6 o'clock this morning, when I was keeping watch in the office, I heard her walking along the corridor, dragging her vacuum cleaner behind her. I hurried to ask what she was planning to do, and she looked at me in astonishment. Cleaning, of course." "Cleaning what?" "First the bedroom, then the dining room, then—" Maigret muttered. "Did you let her?" "No. She didn't seem to understand why. 'What am I going to do, then?' she asked me." "What do you reply?" "I asked her to make me some coffee, and she went off to buy croissant." "Could she have stopped on the way to make a phone call or post a letter?" "No. I told the policeman watching the door to follow her from a distance. She really did just go into the bakery, and she only stayed there for a moment." "Is she angry?" "It's hard to tell. She walks around moving her lips as if talking to herself. Right now she's in the kitchen. I don't know what she's doing." "Have there been any phone calls?" The French windows to the garden must have been open, because Maigret could hear the twittering of blackbirds coming down the line. "Immerse will join you in a few minutes. He's already on his way. Are you tired?" "I must confess that I've been asleep." "I'll have someone take over from you soon." An idea came into his head. Don't hang up. Go and ask Jacquette to show you her gloves. She was a regular churchgoer, and he was sure that she would wear gloves for Sunday Mass. I'll stay on the line. He waited, holding the receiver. Quite a long time passed. Are you there, Chief? Well, she showed me 3 pairs. Wasn't she surprised? She glared at me before going and opening a drawer in her bedroom. I spotted a missal, 2 or 3 rosaries, postcards, medals, handkerchiefs, and gloves. 2 pairs are in white cotton. Maigret could see her in the summer with white gloves and probably a touch of white in her hat. And the other pair. Black suede, quite worn. I'll see you later. Maigret's question had to do with Immerse's mission. Saint-Hilaire's murderer could have learned from the newspapers that powder is embedded in the gunman's hands a certain length of time after firing. If Jacquette had used the gun, mightn't it have occurred to her to put on some gloves? And in that case, wouldn't she have got rid of them? To be clear in his own mind, Maigret immersed himself in the file that was still spread out in front of him. He found the inventory with the contents of each item of furniture, listed piece by piece. Maid's room, an iron bedstead, an old mahogany table covered with a fringed square of crimson velvet. His finger followed the typed lines. 11 handkerchiefs, 6 of them marked with the initial J, 3 pairs of gloves. She had shown the 3 pairs to Lapointe. He left without taking his hat and walked to the door that connected the police judiciaire with the Palais de Justice. He had never paid a visit to the examining magistrate, Urbain de Chezeaux, who had previously been in Versailles and with whom he had never had the opportunity to work before. He had to go to the 3rd floor, where the oldest offices were, and at last found the magistrate's visiting card on a door. "Come in, Monsieur Maigret. I'm very pleased to see you, and I was in fact wondering if I shouldn't call you." He was in his 40s and intelligent-looking. On his desk, Maigret noticed the copy of the file that he had received himself, and noticed that some of the pages were already annotated in red pencil. "We haven't got many physical clues, have we?" the judge sighed, inviting Maigret to sit down. "I just had a call from the Foreign Ministry. Young Monsieur Cromière. He claims he's been trying in vain to get in touch with you and wonders where the morning papers got their information." The clerk behind Maigret was typing. The windows overlooked the courtyard, and it seemed likely that these people never saw the sun. "Have you any news?" Because he liked the magistrate, Maigret didn't hide his discouragement. "You've read," he sighed, pointing at the file. "I'll give you a preliminary report tonight or tomorrow. Theft wasn't the motive for the crime. Neither does it seem to have been inspired by financial interests, because that will be too obvious. The victim's nephew is the only one who benefits from Saint-Hilaire's death, and it would only gain him a few months or a few years. Does he have pressing financial concerns? Yes and no. It's hard to extract a firm response from these people without boldly accusing them. And I had no basis for an accusation. Mazarin lives apart from his wife and daughters. He's a cold and rather disagreeable character, and his wife describes him as a kind of sadist. Looking at his antique shop, it seems as if no one ever goes in. It's true that he specializes in military trophies, and there are a few passionate devotees of such objects. He sometimes asked his uncle for money. There's nothing to indicate that he didn't give it with good grace. Was he worried that once Saint-Hilaire was married he might lose his inheritance? It's possible. I don't think so. Those families have a particular mentality. Each of them considers himself as the depository of property that he has the duty to pass on, more or less intact, to his direct or indirect descendants. He caught a smile on the magistrate's lips, and remembered that he was called Urbain de Chezeaux, another aristocratic name. Go on. I met Madame Mazarin in her flat in Passy, and I'm struggling to think why she would have gone to kill her husband's uncle. I'll say the same of her 2 daughters. Besides, one of them is in England, the other is working. Maigret stuffed his pipe. May I? Please do. I smoke a pipe as well. It was the first time he had found himself face to face with a pipe-smoking magistrate. The latter added, "At home in the evening, when I'm studying my dossier." I went to see Princess of V. He looked at the magistrate. You are aware of her history, aren't you? Maigret was sure that Aubin de Chisot moved in circles where people were interested in Isabelle. I've heard of it. Is it true that her relationship with the Count, if we can call it a relationship, is well known to many people? In certain circles, yes. Her friends call her Izzy. That's what the Count calls her in his letters as well. Have you read them? Not all of them. Not every word. There are enough to fill several volumes. It seemed to me, but it's only an impression, that the princess wasn't as devastated by Saint-Hilaire's death as might have been expected. In my view, nothing in life has ever been able to strip her of her serenity. I met her occasionally. I've heard friends talking about her. It sounds as if she never got beyond a certain age, and time stopped for her. Some claim she stopped at 20, others that she hasn't changed since convent school. The papers are telling her story. They've started to allude to it. I've seen. It was inevitable. When I questioned her, she didn't tell me anything that gave me a hint of a lead. This morning she's gone to see the notary about her husband's will. She'll be back in the afternoon for Saint-Hilaire's. Does she stand to inherit? Only the furniture and the personal effects. Have you seen her son? Philippe, his wife, and their children. They were all together at Rue de Varennes. Only the son stayed in Paris. What do you make of them? Maigret was obliged to reply, I don't know. Strictly speaking, Philippe too had a reason to kill Saint-Hilaire. He was about to become heir to the historic line of V, related to all the courts of Europe. His father had come to terms with Isabelle's platonic love of the discreet ambassador, whom she only saw from a distance, and to whom she sent childlike letters. Now that he was dead, the situation would change. Even though she was 72 and her lover was 77, the princess was going to marry Saint-Hilaire, lose her title, change her name. Was that a good enough motive for a crime, and Maigret kept coming back to this, to risk the death penalty? In short, to replace a fairly anodyne scandal with a much more serious one. The inspector murmured, embarrassed. I've checked what he got up to on Tuesday evening. He stayed in the hotel on Place Vendôme with his family, as he always does. Once the children were in bed, he went out on his own and walked up the Champs-Élysées. On the corner of Rue de Berry, he chose from the 5 or 6 girls who were available and followed one of them home. Maigret had often seen murderers, after their crimes, chasing after a woman, any woman, as if they felt the need to relax. He couldn't remember a single one acting that way beforehand. To get himself an alibi? In that case, the alibi wasn't complete, because Philippe de Vie had left the girl at about 11:30, giving himself time to go to Rue Saint-Dominique. That's as far as I've got. I'm going to go on looking for another lead, although I don't expect to find one. Perhaps someone else who was close to the former ambassador, and whom no one has yet mentioned. Saint-Hilaire had regular habits, as most old men do. Almost all his friends are dead. The phone rang. The clerk got up to answer it. Yes, he's right here. Do you want me to pass him to you? And turning towards the inspector, it's for you. Apparently it's very urgent. May I? Please do. Hello. Maigret, yes? Who's speaking? He didn't recognize the voice, because Immerse, who eventually gave his name, was overexcited. I tried to reach your office. I was told that... What is it? I'm getting there. It's so extraordinary. I've just finished the test. I know. And? It's positive. Are you sure? Absolutely. There is no doubt that Jacquette Lerieux fired one shot or several within the last 48 hours. She agreed to the test. Quite readily. What explanation has she given? None. I haven't said anything to her. I had to go back to the lab to finish the test. Is Lapointe still with her? He was there when I left Rue Saint-Dominique. Are you sure of your claim? I'm certain. Thank you. He hung up with a serious expression, a wrinkle in the middle of his forehead under the questioning gaze of the examining magistrate. I was wrong, Maigret murmured regretfully. What do you mean? Quite at random, without believing it, I admit, I asked the lab to try the paraffin test on Jacquette's right hand. And it's positive. That's what I thought I understood, but I found it hard to believe. Me too. He should have felt as if a great weight had been lifted from him, so after barely 24 hours of investigation, the problem that had seemed insoluble to him a moment earlier had been solved. And yet it gave him no satisfaction. "While I'm here, would you sign me a warrant?" he sighed. "You're going to send your men to arrest her?" "I'll go myself." And Maigret dejectedly relit his pipe, while the magistrate silently filled in the blanks of a printed form. Chapter 7. Maigret called in at his office to pick up his hat. Just as he was leaving, he had a sudden anxiety, and, cross with himself for not having thought of it sooner, dashed to the telephone. To gain some time, he dialed the number of Rue Saint-Dominique without going through the switchboard. He was anxious to hear Lapointe's voice and check that nothing had happened over there. Instead of a ringtone, he heard the intermittent hum of the engaged signal. He couldn't think straight and lost his composure for a few seconds. Who would Lapointe have had reason to call? Immerse had left him a short time before. Lapointe knew he would immediately contact the inspector to deliver his report. If the inspector left in Saint-Hilaire's flat was on the phone, it meant that something unexpected had happened, and he was calling the police judiciaire or maybe a doctor. Maigret opened the door of the nearby office and saw Janvier lighting a cigarette. "Go down and wait for me in the courtyard of the wheel of a car." He made one last attempt to call and heard the same buzzing noise at the other end. A short time later, he could be seen running down the stairs, getting into the little black car in a hurry, and slamming the door. The car raced towards Pont Saint-Michel and turned right along the river, while cars pulled over and passers-by stopped to watch it go by. Maigret might have been overreacting, but he couldn't dispel the image of a dead Jacquette and Lapointe nearby hanging on the telephone. It became so real in his mind that he tried to work out how Jacquette had taken her life. She couldn't have thrown herself out of the window because the flat was on the ground floor. She had no weapon at her disposal except the kitchen knives. The car stopped. The policeman at his post near the coach gate, in full sunlight, was surprised by the siren. The bedroom window was half open. Maigret ran towards the entrance, climbed the stone steps, pressed the electric doorbell, and immediately found himself face to face with Lapointe, who was both calm and baffled. "What's going on, Chief?" "Where is she?" "In her bedroom." "When did you last hear her moving about?" "Just now." "Who are you phoning?" "I was trying to reach you." "Why?" "She's getting dressed as if to go out, and I want you to ask her instructions." Maigret felt ridiculous in front of young Lapointe and Janvier, who had just joined them. In contrast with the anxiety of the last few minutes, the flat was calmer than ever. He found the office bathed in sunlight, the door open onto the garden, the lime tree twittering with birds. He went back into the kitchen, where everything was tidy, and heard faint sounds in the old housekeeper's bedroom. "Can I see you, Mademoiselle Lavieux?" He had once called her Madame, and she had protested, saying, "Mademoiselle, if you please." "Who is it?" "Inspector Maigret." "I'll be right there." Lapointe went on in a low voice. "She had a bath in our master's bathroom." Maigret had seldom been so dissatisfied with himself, and he remembered his dream, the old people looking at him condescendingly and shaking their heads because he was in short trousers and they saw him only as a small boy. The door of the little bedroom opened, and a breath of perfume reached him, a perfume that had long been out of fashion, and which he recognized because his mother wore it on Sundays to go to High Mass. And High Mass was what Jacquette seemed to be dressed for. She wore a black silk dress, a starched black kerchief around her neck, a black hat decorated with white faille, and immaculate gloves. The only thing missing was the missal in her hand. "I am obliged," he murmured, "to take you to Quai des Orfèvres." He was about to display the arrest warrant signed by the judge, but contrary to his expectations, she did not appear to be either surprised or indignant. Without a word, she passed through the kitchen, where she checked that the gas had been turned off, and went into the office to shut the door and pull the French windows closed. She asked only one question: "Is anyone going to stay here?" And since she did not receive an answer straight away, she added, "If not, the bedroom window should be closed." Not only, even knowing that she'd been discovered, did she have no intention of killing herself, she had never been so dignified, so self-controlled. She was the first to leave. Maigret said to Lapointe, "You should stay." She walked ahead, nodding faintly to the concierge, who was watching her through the glass door. Wouldn't it have been ridiculous, hateful, to put handcuffs on this woman of almost 75? Maigret invited her to get into the car and sat down beside her. "You don't need the siren now." The weather was still glorious, and they overtook a big red and white coach full of foreign tourists. Maigret couldn't think of anything to say, any questions to ask. Hundreds of times he had gone back to Quai des Orfèvres like this with a suspect, male or female, whom he would have to force into a corner. His task was more or less difficult, more or less awkward, according to the case. It could go on for hours, and sometimes the interrogation wouldn't end until daybreak, when the ordinary people of Paris began to go to work. For Maigret, this phase of an inquiry was always disagreeable. For the first time, he was going to perform the operation on an old woman. In the courtyard of the police judiciaire, he helped her out of the car, and she waved away the hand he extended, walking with dignity towards the staircase, as if crossing the square in front of a church. He gestured to Janvier to join them. All three of them climbed the big staircase and reached the inspector's office, where the breeze swelled the curtains. "Please, sit down." Even though she had been shown to an armchair, she chose an ordinary chair, while Janvier, who knew the routine, sat at one end of the desk, picking up a pad and a pencil. Maigret coughed a little, stuffed a pipe, and walked to the window, then came back to stand in front of the old woman, who looked at him with motionless, keen little eyes. "Before we do anything else, I must tell you that the examining magistrate has just signed a warrant for your arrest." He showed it to her. She gave the document only polite attention. "You are accused of the deliberate homicide of your employer, Count Armand de Saint-Hilaire, during the night of Tuesday to Wednesday. An expert from the forensic department has recently carried out a paraffin test on your right hand. This test consists of collecting the fragments of powder and chemicals that have become embedded in the skin of a person when they use a firearm, particularly an automatic ejecting pistol." He watched her, hoping for a reaction, and she was the one who seemed to be studying him. She was the calmer of the two, the more in control of herself. "You're not saying anything." "I have nothing to say. The test was positive, which establishes beyond any possible error that you recently used a firearm." Quite impassive, she could just as easily have been in church, listening to the sermon. "What did you do with that weapon? I imagine that on Wednesday morning you went to Quai d'Orsay and threw it into the Seine, along with the cartridge cases. I should warn you that every means necessary will be employed to recover the pistol. The divers will go down to the riverbed." She had decided to say nothing, and she said nothing. Her expression remained so serene that one might have thought she was not the focus of attention, that she was there by chance, witnessing a conversation that had nothing to do with her. "I don't know what your motive might have been, although I have my suspicions. You lived for almost 50 years with the Count of Saint-Hilaire. You were as intimate with him as two people can be." A very faint smile hovered around Jacquette's lips, a smile that contained both coquettishness and a profound feeling of satisfaction. "You knew that after the death of the prince, your employer would make his youthful dream come true." It was irritating, like talking to a brick wall, and from time to time Maigret had to stop himself from shaking the old woman by the shoulders. "If he hadn't died, he would have got married. Is that what you think? Would you have kept your position in the house, and if you had, would that position have been exactly the same?" Pencil in the air, Janvier was still waiting for a reply to record. "On Tuesday evening, you went into the Count's office. He was revising the proofs of his book. Did you have a conversation with him?" Another 10 minutes of questions without answers, and Maigret, exasperated, felt the need to go and unwind in the inspector's office. It reminded him that the Pointe had been at Rue Saint-Dominique since the previous evening. "Are you busy, Luca?" "Nothing urgent." "Go and take over from La Pointe." Then, because it was after midday, he added, "Drop in at the Brasserie Dauphine. Have them send up a tray of sandwiches, some beer, and some coffee." And thinking of the old woman, a bottle of mineral water as well. In his office, he found Jacquette and Janvier still sitting motionless in their places, as if in a painting. For half an hour, he paced the room, puffing on his pipe, stopping at the window and standing a few steps away from the housekeeper to look her in the eyes. It wasn't an interrogation, because she remained stubbornly silent, but a long and more or less disconnected monologue. It's possible, I can tell you straight away, that experts will concede diminished responsibility. Your lawyer will certainly argue for a crime of passion. It seemed ridiculous, but it was true. It's not in your interest to remain silent, while by pleading guilty you have every chance of moving the jury. Why not start now? Children play this kind of game. It's about not opening your mouth, whatever your partner says and does, and particularly not laughing. Jacquette wasn't speaking, or laughing. She watched Maigret's every move, still as if it had nothing to do with her, without flinching, without refusal. The Count was the only man in your life. What was the point? He was trying in vain to find the tender spot. There was a knock on the door. It was the waiter from the Brasserie Dauphine who set the tray down on Maigret's desk. It would do you good to eat something. At the rate we're going, we're likely to be here for some time. He held out a ham sandwich to her. The waiter had gone. She lifted a corner of the white bread, and by a miracle opened her mouth at last. It's over 15 years since I last ate meat. Old people don't need it. Would you rather have some cheese? I'm not hungry anyway. He went back to the inspector's office. Phone down to the brasserie for some cheese sandwiches. He ate while walking, as if taking his revenge, his pipe in one hand, his sandwich in the other, and every now and again he stopped to take a sip of beer. Janvier had abandoned his pencil to eat as well. Would you rather talk to me with no one else present? He received only a shrug. You have the right to have a lawyer of your choice present. I'm ready to call whoever you suggest. Do you know a lawyer? No. Would you like me to give you the list? There's no point. Would you rather I appointed a duty solicitor? That won't help. They were making progress, because she had opened her lips. You admit you shot your employer. I have nothing to say. In other words, you have sworn to remain silent whatever happens. That exasperating silence fell again. Pipe smoke floated in the office, with the sunlight coming in from one side. The air began to smell of ham, beer, and coffee. Would you like a cup of coffee? I only drink coffee in the morning, with a lot of milk. What do you want to drink? Nothing. You plan to go on hunger strike? That was a mistake, because she smiled at the idea, perhaps even finding it appealing. He had seen suspects of all kinds here, in similar circumstances, hard men and softies, some who wept or who turned more and more pale, others who defied or mocked him. It was the first time that anyone sitting on that chair had shown such indifference and calm obstinacy. You still don't want to say anything? Not now. When do you think you will speak? I don't know. Are you waiting for something? Silence. Do you want me to call the Princess of V? She shook her head. Is there anyone you would like to send a message to, or anyone you would like to see? Cheese sandwiches were brought, which she looked at with indifference. She shook her head and said over and over again, Not now. So you made up your mind not to talk, not to drink, not to eat. Her chair was uncomfortable, and almost everyone who had sat on it had soon felt ill at ease. After an hour she was still sitting just as straight, without moving her feet or her arms, without having changed position. Listen, Jacquette. She frowned, shocked by this familiarity, and it was the inspector who was embarrassed. I should warn you that we will stay in this room for as long as necessary. We have the physical proof that you fired at least one shot. I am just asking you to tell me why and in what circumstances. With your stupid silence. The word had slipped out, and he started over again. With your silence, you risk misleading the police. and putting suspicion on other people. If in half an hour you haven't answered my questions, I will ask the princess to come here and put her in your presence. I will also summon her son and Alain Mazarin and his wife, and we will see if this general confrontation—" He shouted angrily, "What is it?" There had been a knock at the door. Old Joseph pulled him into the corridor and whispered, with his head lowered, "There's a young man who insists—" "What young man?" Joseph held out a visiting card in the name of Julien de Isabel's grandson. "Where is he?" "In the waiting room. He says he's in a hurry because he has an important class that he can't miss." "Keep him waiting for a moment." He came back into the office. "Isabel's grandson Julien is asking to see me. He has something to say to me." "Are you still planning to keep your mouth shut?" It was certainly exasperating, but it was also pathetic. Maigret saw that the old woman was in a state of inner conflict, and he was reluctant to press her. Janvier himself, who was only an onlooker, seemed to be struggling with his conscience. "You'll have to speak eventually. So why don't you—" "Am I allowed to see a priest?" "Do you want to confess?" "I'm just asking permission to talk to a priest for a few minutes. Abbé Barreau." "Where can I reach Abbé Barreau?" "At the presbytery of Sainte Clotilde." "Is he your spiritual adviser?" He didn't want to let the slightest chance go, and picked up the phone. "Put me through to the presbytery of the parish of Sainte Clotilde." "Yes." "Stay on the line." "Abbé Barreau. It doesn't matter how it's spelt." He rearranged the pipes on his desk and lined them up in a single file, like lead soldiers. "Hello, Abbé Barreau. This is the police judiciaire. Maigret, Detective Chief Inspector. I have in my office one of your parishioners who wants to talk to you." "Yes, it's Mademoiselle Larrieux. Can you take a taxi to Quai des Orfèvres?" "Thank you. Yes, she's waiting for you." And to Janvier, "When the priest gets here, bring him in and leave them on their own together. There's someone I have to see in the meantime." He made for the glazed waiting room, where there was no one but the young man in black he had seen the previous day on Rue de Varennes with his parents and his brothers and sisters. At the sight of Maigret, he got up and followed the inspector into a little empty office. "Take a seat." "I haven't got long. I have to go back to Rue d'Ulm, where I have a class in half an hour." In the tiny room he looked taller and lankier. The expression on his face was serious and slightly sad. "I almost spoke to you yesterday when you came to see my grandmother." Why did Maigret find himself thinking that he would have liked to have a son like this boy? He had a natural ease, as well as a kind of innate modesty, and if he seemed a little withdrawn, one had a sense that it was only out of delicacy. "I don't know if what I have to say will be of any use to you. I thought a lot about it last night. On Tuesday afternoon I went to see my uncle." "Your uncle?" The young man blushed, a faint redness that disappeared again immediately, making way for a shy smile. "That's what I call the Count of Saint-Hilaire." "Did you spend time with him?" "Yes. I talked to my parents about it. I didn't hide it either. Even when I was very small I'd heard people talking about him." "Who?" "My governesses, first of all, then later my fellow pupils. My grandmother's love story is almost legendary." "I know." "At the age of 10 or 11, I asked her about it, and we used to talk about Saint-Hilaire together. She read me certain letters, the ones in which she talked about diplomatic receptions, for example, conversations with heads of state. Have you read his letters?" "No." "He wrote very well, with great vivacity, a bit like Cardinal de Retz. Perhaps it's because of the Count and his stories that I chose a career in the diplomatic service." "When did you meet him in person?" 2 years ago. I had a classmate at Stanislas whose grandfather was also in the diplomatic service. One day at his house, I met the Count of Saint-Hilaire and asked to be introduced to him. I thought I could feel his emotion as he examined me from head to toe, and I was quite moved, too. He asked questions about my studies, my plans." "Did you go and see him at Rue Saint-Dominique?" "He had invited me there, although he added, as long as your parents don't think it's awkward." "Did you visit him often?" "No, about once a month, it depended. For example, I asked his advice about my baccalaureate, and he encouraged me in my plan to go to the École Normale. He, too, thought that even if it didn't help my career, it would still give me a solid foundation. One day I said, without thinking, "I sometimes have a sense that I'm confiding in my uncle." "And I in a nephew," he answered with a laugh. "Why don't you call me uncle?" Well, that explains the word that slipped out just now. "Didn't you like your grandfather?" "I didn't know him very well. While he and the Count of Saint-Hilaire might have belonged to the same generation, they were very different men. For me, my grandfather was always an imposing and inaccessible figure." "And your grandmother?" "Oh, we were great friends. We still are." "Was she aware of your visits to Saint-Dominique?" "Yes. I reported our conversations back to her. She demanded details, and sometimes she was the one who reminded me that I hadn't been to see our friend for a long time." Maigret, drawn though he was to the young man, was none the less studying him with amazement, almost with suspicion. Meeting young people of this kind is a rare occurrence at Quai des Orfèvres, and once again he had the sensation of an unreal universe, of people who had come not from life, but from the pages of an edifying book. "So on Tuesday afternoon, you went to Rue Saint-Dominique?" "Yes." "Did you have any particular reason to pay this visit?" "More or less. My grandfather had died 2 days before. I thought my grandmother would like to know what her friend's reaction was." "Didn't you have the same curiosity?" "Perhaps I did. I knew they'd sworn they would marry if they have a chance one day." "And you were charmed by that prospect?" "To some extent, yes." "And your parents?" "I never talked about it to my father, but I have every reason to think that he wouldn't mind." "My mother, perhaps?" As he didn't finish his sentence, Maigret insisted, "Your mother?" "I'm not being mean about her if I say that she attaches more importance to titles and privilege than the rest of the family, probably because she wasn't born a princess, but plain Héroïne de Marchagny." "What happened during that conversation at Rue Saint-Dominique?" "Nothing that I can clearly explain. Nevertheless, I thought it was better to talk to you about it. The Count of Saint-Hilaire seemed concerned at first, and I suddenly saw that he was very old. Before, he was a man who didn't look his age. One had a sense that he loved life, that he savoured every aspect, every moment. In my eyes, he was a character who had strayed from the 18th century into our own. Do you understand what I mean?" Maigret nodded. "I didn't expect to see him seriously affected by the death of my grandfather, who was 2 years his senior, particularly since the death was accidental, and we knew that my grandfather had barely suffered. And yet on Tuesday afternoon, Saint-Hilaire was downcast and avoided my eye as if he was hiding something from me. I said something like, 'In a year you will marry my grandmother at last.' As he turned his head away, I pressed the point. Does that trouble you?" I wish I could remember his exact words. It's strange that I can't, given that I was so struck by their meaning and all that they implied. Essentially, he replied, "They won't let me." And when I looked at his face, I thought I read fear in it. You see, it's all quite vague. At the time, I didn't attach too much importance to it, thinking that it was the natural reaction of an old man learning of the death of another old man, and thinking that it would soon be his turn. When I learned that he had been murdered, that scene came back to me." "Did you talk to anyone about it?" "No." "Not even your grandmother?" "I didn't want to bother her. I would swear in retrospect that the Count felt threatened. He wasn't the kind of man to worry about nothing. In spite of his age, he was still exceptionally lucid, and his philosophy sheltered him against unjustified worries." "If I understand correctly, you think he predicted what happened to him?" "He predicted a misfortune, yes. I preferred to come and talk to you because it's been bothering me since yesterday." "Did he ever talk to you about his friends?" "About his dead friends, yes. He had no living friends left, but that didn't affect him unduly. All in all, he said, it isn't disagreeable to be the very last one." He added in a melancholy voice, "There's always a memory in which the others go on living." "He didn't talk to you about his enemies?" "I'm sure he never had any. Perhaps some people who were jealous at the start of his career when he was a rising star. They're in the cemetery too." "Thank you. You did the right thing in coming." "You still don't know anything?" Maigret hesitated, and almost mentioned Jacquette, who at that very moment must have been shut away in his office with Abbé Barrault. Sometimes at police headquarters they called Maigret's office the confessional. and yet this was the first time that it had really served that purpose. Nothing definite, no. I need to get back to Hodurin. Maigret led him to the top of the stairs. Thanks again. For a moment he paced the huge corridor, his hands behind his back, then lit his pipe and went into the inspector's office. Janvier was there, apparently waiting. Is the priest next door? He has been for some time. What's he like? And Janvier replied with a slightly bitter irony. He's the oldest of the lot. Chapter 8. Call Luca. Rue Saint-Dominique? Yes, I sent him to take over from Lapointe. He was starting to get impatient. The murmur of conversation continued in the adjacent office, and when they approached the door they could only hear a whisper, as if they were outside a real confessional. Luca, everything quiet over there? Only phone calls from journalists. Keep telling them there's no news. What? No, she hasn't spoken. She's in my office. Yes, but not with me, or any of our men. With a priest. A moment later, it was the examining magistrate on the end of the line, and Maigret repeated more or less the same words. I'm not being rough with her, no. Don't worry. Quite the contrary. He couldn't remember being so gentle, so patient in his life. The article that Paudon had read to him came back to his memory, and made him smile ironically. The contributor to the Lancet had been mistaken. It wasn't a teacher at the end of the day, or a novelist, nor even a policeman who had solved Jacquette's problem, but an octogenarian priest. How long have they been in there? 25 minutes. He didn't have the consolation of a glass of beer, because the tray was still in the next room. Soon it would be lukewarm, if it wasn't already. He was tempted to go down to the Brasserie Dauphine, but reluctant to leave at that moment. He felt that the solution was near at hand, and tried to guess what it was. Less as an inspector with the police judiciaire who had been entrusted with the task of catching a criminal and persuading him to confess, than as a man. Because it was as a man that he had conducted this investigation, as a personal matter, so much so that he had mixed in his own childhood memories. Wasn't he slightly involved himself? If Saint-Hilaire had been ambassador for several decades, if his and Isabelle's platonic affair dated back almost 50 years, he, Maigret, had 25 years in the police judiciaire behind him, and as recently as the previous day, he had been convinced that he had seen every possible category of human being pass in front of him. He didn't consider himself as superhuman. He didn't think he was infallible. On the contrary, he began his investigations with a certain humility, even the simplest ones. He was suspicious of evidence, of hasty judgments. He patiently tried to understand, bearing in mind that the most obvious motives are not always the deepest. While he might not have a lofty notion of men and their possibilities, he still believed in mankind. He looked for weak points, and when at last he put his finger on them, he didn't celebrate his victory, but on the contrary, felt a certain despondency. He had lost his confidence since the previous day, unprepared in the face of people whose existence he hadn't even suspected. All their attitudes, their ideas, their reactions were alien to him, and he tried in vain to classify them under any particular category. He wanted to like them, even Jacquette, who was driving him mad. He found in their lives a grace and harmony, a certain naivety that charmed him. All of a sudden he said to himself coldly, Saint-Hilaire still got killed. By one of them, it was almost certain. By Jacquette, if the scientific tests meant anything at all. For a few moments, he took a sudden dislike to them all, including the dead man, including that young man who had made him feel more strongly than ever a longing for fatherhood. Why couldn't they have been like other people? Why couldn't they have had the same sordid interests and the same passions? All of a sudden, he was exasperated by that overly innocent love story. He stopped thinking about it and looked for something else, a different explanation, one that conformed more fully to his experience. Surely, two women who have loved the same man for many years must end up hating each other. Doesn't a family related to most of the crown families of Europe react to the threat of a marriage as ridiculous as the union envisaged by the two old people? None of them leveled accusations. None of them had any enemies. They all lived together in apparent harmony. except Alain Mazarin and his wife, who had ended up separating. Irritated by the endless whispering, Maigret was close to violently opening the door. And what stopped him was perhaps the reproachful look that Janvier darted at him. He, too, was charmed. "I hope you're keeping an eye on the corridor." He was almost considering the possibility of the old priest making off with his penitent. And yet he felt that he was close to touching the truth, but escaped him. It was very simple, he knew. Human tragedies are always simple when we reconsider them in retrospect. Several times since the previous day, and particularly since this morning, he couldn't have said exactly when he had been on the brink of understanding. Some discreet knocks on the communicating door made him jump. "Shall I come with you?" Janvier asked. "That would be better." Abbé Barreau was standing there, very old in fact, and skeletal, with very long, wild hair in a halo around his skull. His cassock was shiny and worn, and had been badly mended in places. Jacquette seemed not to have left the chair where she was still sitting as straight as before. Only the expression on her face had changed. It was no longer tense. It had given up struggling. It no longer expressed defiance or the fierce determination to remain silent. While she wasn't smiling, she still radiated serenity. "Forgive me, Inspector, for keeping you waiting so long. You see, the question that Mademoiselle Lerrier asked me was quite delicate, and I had to consider it seriously before giving it an answer. I confess that I almost asked your permission to telephone the Monseigneur to ask his advice." Janvier, seated at the end of a table, was taking the discussion down in shorthand. Maigret, as if he needed to regain his composure, had sat down at his desk. "Have a seat, Reverend." "Are you letting me stay?" "I should imagine your penitent still needs your services." The priest sat down on a chair, brought out a boxwood case from his cassock, and took a pinch of snuff. This action and the grains of tobacco on the greyish cassock brought old memories back to Maigret. "Mademoiselle Lerrier, as you know, is very devout, and her piety dictated an attitude which I thought it my duty to make her abandon. Her concern was that the Count of Saint-Hilaire would not be allowed a Christian burial, and that was why she decided to wait until the funeral had taken place before she spoke." For Maigret, it was like a child's balloon suddenly bursting in the sun, and he blushed to have been so close to the truth without reaching the end. The Count of Saint-Hilaire committed suicide? "Unfortunately, that's the truth. As I said to Mademoiselle Lerrier, there is no proof that he didn't repent of his action at the very last moment. No death is instantaneous in the eyes of the Church. Infinity exists in time as it does in space, and an infinite small period of time beyond the measurement of doctors is enough for contrition. I don't believe the Church would refuse the Count of Saint-Hilaire its final blessing." For the first time, Jacquette's eyes darkened, and she took a handkerchief from her bag to wipe them, while a girlish pout appeared on her lips. "Speak, Jacquette," the priest said encouragingly. "Repeat what you told me." She swallowed her saliva. "I had gone to bed. I was asleep. I heard a report and dashed to the office." "You found your master stretched out on the carpet with half his face blown away?" "Yes." "Where was the pistol?" "On the desk." "What did you do?" "I went to my bedroom to fetch a mirror to check that he had stopped breathing." "So you checked that he was dead. And then?" "My first idea was to telephone the princess." "Why didn't you?" "First of all, because it was almost midnight." "You weren't afraid that she would disapprove of your plan?" "I didn't think about it straight away. I said to myself that the police were going to come, and all of a sudden I thought that because of the suicide, the Count would have a civil burial." "How long passed between the moment when you knew the Count was dead and the moment when you fired in your turn?" "I don't know. Perhaps 10 minutes. I knelt down beside him and prayed. Then, standing up, I grabbed the pistol and fired it, without looking, asking forgiveness of both the dead man and heaven." You fired 3 bullets. I don't know. I pulled the trigger until it stopped working. Then I noticed some gleaming dots on the carpet. It's not something I know about. I worked out that they were the cartridge cases, and I picked them up. I didn't sleep that night. Early in the morning I went to throw the gun and the cartridge cases in the Seine from Pont de la Concorde. I must have waited a certain amount of time, because there was a policeman posted outside the Chamber of Deputies who seemed to be looking at me. Do you know why your boss killed himself? She looked at the priest, who gave her a sign of encouragement. He had been anxious and discouraged for a while. For what reason? A few months ago, the doctor had advised him to stop drinking wine and spirits. He loved wine. He did without it for several days, then began to drink it again. That gave him stomach pains, and he had to get up at night to take bicarbonate of soda. In the end, I was buying him a packet every week. What's the name of his doctor? Dr. Urgo. Maigret picked up the receiver. Put me through to Dr. Urgo, please. And to Jacquette. Had he been his doctor for a long time? Forever, you might say. How old is Dr. Urgo? I don't know exactly, more or less my age. And he still practices. He sees his old patients. His son is in the same surgery on Boulevard Saint-Germain. Right up until the end, they stayed not only in the same neighborhood, but among people of the same kind. Hello, Dr. Urgo. Inspector Maigret here. He was asked to speak louder and closer to the receiver, and the doctor apologized for being a little hard of hearing. As you suspect, I would like to ask you some questions about one of your patients. Yes, it's about him. Jacquette Larrieur's in my office, and she's just told me that the Count of Saint-Hilaire committed suicide. What? You were waiting for me to pay you a visit. The idea had occurred to you. Hello, I'm speaking as close to the receiver as possible. She claims that for a few months the Count of Saint-Hilaire had suffered from stomach pains. I can hear you perfectly. Dr. Trudel, the pathologist who carried out the post-mortem, said he was surprised to find an old man's organs in such good condition. What? That's what you kept telling your patient. He didn't believe you? Thank you, doctor. I will probably be obliged to disturb you to take your statement. Absolutely not. It's very important, on the contrary. He hung up with a serious expression, and Janvier thought he seemed moved. The Count of Saint-Hilaire, he explained in quite a bleak voice, had got it into his head that he was suffering from cancer. In spite of the reassuring words of his physician, he began to have himself examined by other doctors, and was convinced each time that they were hiding the truth from him. Jacquette murmured, he had always been so proud of his health. He often repeated to me in the old days that he wasn't afraid of death, that he was prepared for it, but that he would find it hard to bear living with a disability. When he had flu, for example, he hid away like a sick animal and tried to keep me out of his room as much as possible. That was his vanity. A few years ago, one of his friends died of a cancer that had kept him in bed for almost 2 years. He was made to undergo complicated treatments, and the Count said impatiently, why don't they just let him die? If I was in his place, I'd ask them to help me to go as soon as possible. Isabelle's grandson, Julien, didn't remember the exact words that Saint-Hilaire had uttered a few hours before dying. Thinking he would be happy to see his dream close to realization, he had had before him a worried and anxious old man who seemed to be afraid of something. That at least was what Julien had believed, because he himself wasn't yet an old man. Jacquette had understood straight away, and Maigret, who was halfway there, closer to the old people than to the students in the Rue d'Ulm, understood as well. Saint-Hilaire expected any day to be bedbound, and he expected that to happen just as an old love that nothing had tarnished for 50 years was on the point of becoming real life. Isabelle, who saw him only in the distance, and who had retained in her mind the image of their youth, would become a caregiver at the same time as she became a wife, and would know only the miseries of an exhausted body. "Will you excuse me?" he said suddenly, heading for the door. He reached the corridors of the Palais de Justice, climbed to the third floor, and spent half an hour locked away with the examining magistrate. When he came back to his office, the three figures were still in the same place, and Janvier was chewing on his pencil. "You are free," he told Jacquette. "We'll have you driven back. Or rather, I think I should have you driven to Aubernay, the notary, where you have an appointment. As to you, Monsieur l'Abbé, we will have you dropped off at the presbytery. Over the next few days there will be some formalities to accomplish, some papers to sign." And turning to Janvier, "Do you want to take the wheel?" He spent an hour with the Commissioner of the Police Judiciaire, and he was then seen in the Brasserie Dauphine, where he had 2 large glasses of beer at the counter. Madame Maigret must have been expecting him to call and tell her that he wouldn't be coming home for dinner, as so often happened in the course of an investigation. She was surprised at 6:30 to hear his footsteps on the stairs, and she opened the door just as he reached the landing. He was more serious than usual, with a serene seriousness, but she didn't dare to question him when, as he kissed her, he held her to him for a long time without saying a word. She couldn't have known that he had just been immersed in a distant past, and a future that was a little less distant. "What's for dinner?" he asked at last, as if rousing himself. Maigret and the Reluctant Witnesses. Chapter 1. "You haven't forgotten your umbrella, have you?" "No." The door was about to shut, and Maigret was already turning towards the stairs. "You'd better wear your scarf." His wife ran to get it, unaware that this little remark would leave him out of sorts for some time, melancholy thoughts churning through his brain. It was only November, the 3rd of November, and it wasn't especially cold. It was just raining, one of those insistent showers out of a low, monotonous sky that especially early in the morning seem wetter and somehow more treacherous than other types of rain. Earlier, when he had got out of bed, he had winced because his neck hurt when he turned his head. You couldn't call it a crick neck, it just felt stiff, slightly tender. After coming out of the cinema the previous evening, they'd walked home a fair way along the boulevards, and it was already raining by then. None of this mattered, and yet thanks to the scarf, perhaps also the fact that it was a thick scarf his wife had knitted, he felt old. Going down the stairs, which had a trail of wet footprints, and outside, walking along under his umbrella, he thought back to what she had said the day before. In 2 years' time, he'd be retiring. He had been as excited as her at the prospect. They'd spent ages idly chatting about the part of the country they were going to move to, Immerse, which they both loved. A little boy running along bareheaded bumped into him and didn't apologize. A young married couple walked past arm in arm, sharing an umbrella. They must work in offices near one another. It had been a drearier Sunday than normal, perhaps because this year it happened to be All Souls' Day. He could have sworn there was still a smell of chrysanthemums in the air this morning. From their window they had seen the families heading to the cemetery, but neither of them had any relatives buried in Paris. On the corner of Boulevard Voltaire, where he was waiting for his bus, he felt even more morose when he saw one of those huge new models without a rear platform come lumbering up. He'd not only have to sit down now, he'd also have to put out his pipe. Everyone has days like that, don't they? Roll on the end of those 2 years, no more having to wrap up in a scarf and set off on grim rainy mornings through a Paris that today looked as black and white as a silent film. The bus was full of young people. Some recognized him, while others took no notice. On the embankment, the rain was colder and driving in at more of an angle. He ducked into the vaulted draughty entrance of the Police Judiciaire, made a dash for the stairs, and then the moment he recognized the place's inimitable smell, the murky gleam of the lights that were already on, he felt sad of the thought that, almost before he knew it, his days of coming here every morning would be over. Old Joseph, who for mysterious reasons seemed exempt from retirement, gave him a conspiratorial nod and muttered, Inspector Lapointe is waiting for you, Detective Chief Inspector. As usual on a Monday, the waiting room and huge corridor were thronged with people. A few unfamiliar faces, 2 or 3 young women who seemed jarringly out of place, but mainly regulars who you'd periodically see waiting outside one door or another. He went into his office, hung up his overcoat, his hat, that scarf, deliberated whether to open the umbrella and put it to dry in a corner as Madame Maigret recommended, then ended up leaving it with everything else in a corner of the cupboard. It was barely 8:30. Letters were waiting on his blotter. He went and opened the door of the inspector's office, signalled to Lucas, Torrance, and 2 or 3 others. "Someone tell Lapointe I'm here." Word would go round that the chief was in a foul mood, but that wasn't true. Sometimes, looking back, it's days when you've been gruff, gloomy, irritable, that strike you as your happiest. "Morning, Chief." Lapointe was pale, and his eyes, although a little red from lack of sleep, were sparkling with pleasure. He was twitching with impatience. "That's it. We got him." "Where is he?" "In the box room at the end of the corridor. Torrance is keeping an eye on him." "When did it happen?" "4 this morning." As he talked, I sent down for some coffee, then breakfast for 2 around 6. We've been chatting away like old friends. "Go and get him." This was quite a coup. Gregoire Brau, otherwise known as Patience or the Monk, had been working for years without anyone coming close to catching him. He had only been nabbed once, 12 years earlier, when he had overslept. He had done his time, then picked up exactly where he had left off. He came into the office behind a cock-a-hoop Lapointe, who looked as if he had landed the biggest trout or pike of the year, then stood awkwardly in front of Maigret, who was immersed in some papers. "Take a seat," Maigret said. As he finished reading a letter, he added, "Have you got any cigarettes?" "Oh, yes, Monsieur Maigret." "You may smoke." He was a fat fellow of 43 who must have been pudgy and doughy even when he was at school. He was fair-skinned, with pink cheeks that turned red at the drop of a hat, a bulbous nose, a double chin, a guileless-looking mouth. "So they got you after all, eh?" "They got me." Maigret had arrested him the first time, and they'd often come across one another since, greeting each other without any hard feelings. "You've been at it again," Maigret went on, referring to a break-in at an apartment. Rather than deny it, the monk smiled modestly. They couldn't prove anything, and yet even if he never left a fingerprint, his burglaries effectively all bore his signature. He worked alone, planning each job with incredible patience. He was the epitome of a quiet man, passionless, nerveless, no hidden vices. He spent most of his time in the corner of a bar or cafe or restaurant, apparently deep in a newspaper or drowsing, but actually with his ears peeled, catching every word that was being said around him. He was also a great reader of the weeklies, carefully studying their society pages and gossip columns, keeping himself exceptionally up to date with the movements of people in the public eye. And then the next thing anyone knew, the police judiciaire would receive a telephone call from a celebrity, an actor, say, or film star, who had just come back from Hollywood, or London, or Rome, or Cannes, to find his apartment had been burgled. Maigret wouldn't have to hear the whole story before he asked, "What about the refrigerator?" "Clean out." Ditto the drinks cabinet, and he could be sure that the bed had been slept in and the owner's pyjamas, dressing gown, and slippers put to good use. This was the monk's signature, an obsession he had acquired when he'd started out at the age of 22, perhaps because in those days he really was hungry and longed to sleep in a decent bed. When he was certain that an apartment was going to be empty for several weeks, that there wouldn't be any staff staying on, that the concierge hadn't been instructed to air it, he'd break in without needing to use a jemmy because he knew all the locksmith's secrets. Once inside, rather than hurriedly rounding up everything of value, jewelry, paintings, ornaments, he would settle in for a while, generally until all the provisions in the apartment had been exhausted. As many as 30 empty tins had been found after one of his visits, as well as a considerable number of bottles, of course. He read, he slept, he used the bathroom with a sort of voluptuous delight, and the building's other occupants wouldn't suspect a thing. After which he would go home and resume his usual routine, only going out in the evening for a game of belote to one of the seedier bars on Avenue des Ternes, where, because he worked alone and never talked about his exploits, he was regarded with a mixture of respect and suspicion. "Did she write, or did she ring you up?" The melancholy in the monk's voice, as he asked this question, recalled Maigret's when he had left home a while ago. "What do you mean?" "You know very well, Monsieur Maigret. They wouldn't have got me otherwise. Your inspector," he turned to Lapointe, "was hiding on the stairs of a block before I got there, and I suppose he had a colleague in the street. Is that right?" "It is." Lapointe had actually spent 2 nights on the stairs of a block in Passy, where someone called Monsieur Eloire had an apartment. This gentleman had gone to London for a fortnight, travel plans which had been announced in the newspapers because he was involved with a film and an extremely famous film star. The monk didn't always rush to people's places the moment they left. He bided his time, took all the necessary precautions. "I'm wondering how I missed your inspector. Anyway, that'll teach me. Did she ring you?" Maigret shook his head. "Did she write to you?" He nodded. "I don't suppose you can show me the note, can you? Is it true that she had to disguise her writing?" "She hadn't even done that. Not that there was any point telling him. I suspected this would happen one day, although I didn't want to believe it. She's a bitch, with all due respect, but I still can't bring myself to be angry with her. At least I'd have had 2 good years, eh?" He had not had any romantic attachments for years, as far as anyone could tell. People would tease him about his weight, saying it wasn't surprising he led such a chaste life. Then suddenly, in his early 40s, he had set up house with a woman called Germaine, who was 20 years younger than him and recently to be seen soliciting on Avenue de Wagram. "Was it a registry office wedding?" "We had a church service too. She's from Brittany. I suppose she's already moved into Henri's." He was referring to a young pimp, Henri my eye. "He's moved into your apartment." The monk wasn't outraged, wasn't cursing his luck, just himself. "How long am I going to get?" 2 to 5 years. Has Inspector Lapointe taken your statement?" "He wrote down what I told him." The telephone rang. "Hello, Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." He listened, frowning. Repeat the name, please." He reached for a notepad, wrote La Chaume. "Quai de la Gare? Ivry. Okay. Is there a doctor in attendance?" "The man's definitely dead, is he?" The monk had suddenly become less important, which he seemed to sense. Without needing to be asked, he got to his feet, saying, "I imagine you've got things to do." Maigret turned to Lapointe. "Take him to the cells, then go to bed." He opened the cupboard to get his overcoat and hat, then thought again and held out his hand to the fat man with the pink cheeks. "It's not our fault, my friend." "I know." He didn't put on the scarf. In the inspector's office he chose Janvier, who had just got in and wasn't working on anything yet. "You're coming with me." "Yes, Chief." "Luca, telephone the prosecutor's office. A man's been killed, shot in the chest on Quai de la Gare, Ivry. The name's La Chaume. La Chaume biscuits." It brought back memories of his childhood in the countryside. In those days, in every badly lit village grocer's where dried vegetables were sold alongside clogs and sewing thread, you'd always find cellophane-wrapped packets labelled La Chaume biscuits. There were La Chaume sweet butter biscuits and La Chaume wafers, both of which, as it happened, had the same slightly cardboardy taste. He hadn't heard of them since. He hadn't seen the calendars either, featuring a little boy with unnaturally ruddy cheeks and an idiotic smile, eating a La Chaume wafer, and it was a rare event to find the name in faded letters on a wall somewhere deep in the country. "Tell criminal records too, of course." "Yes, Chief." Luca already had the telephone in his hand. Maigret and Janvier headed downstairs. "Shall we take the car?" Maigret's melancholy had evaporated in the humdrum atmosphere of a police judiciaire. Caught up in the routine of work, it didn't occur to him to scrutinize his life or question himself. Sundays, on the other hand, are a menace. In the car, lighting a pipe that tasted good again, he asked, "Have you heard of La Chaume biscuits?" "No, Chief." "Oh, you're too young, it's true." Perhaps they hadn't been sold in Paris either. There were plenty of products that were only made for the countryside. There were also brands that went out of fashion but hung on, catering for a particular clientele. He remembered drinks that were famous in his younger days, but now could only be found in out-of-the-way establishments far from any main road. After they crossed the bridge, they couldn't drive along the river because of the one-way system, so Janvier made a series of detours before they rejoined the Seine opposite Charenton. Across the water, they could see the wine market, and to the left a train was crossing an iron bridge over the river. In the old days, this stretch of riverbank had been dotted with small detached houses and builders' yards. Now it was all apartment blocks, 6 or 7 stories high, with shops and bistros on the ground floor, but there were still a few gaps here and there, the odd patch of waste ground, some workshops, 2 or 3 low houses. "What number?" Maigret told him, and they pulled up outside what must have once been an impressive house with a 3-story brick and stone facade and a tall chimney at the back, like a factory chimney. A car was parked at the front door. A policeman was pacing up and down on the pavement. It was hard to tell if they were in Ivry now or still in Paris. The street they just passed probably marked the municipal border. "Good morning, Detective Chief Inspector. The door isn't locked. They're expecting you upstairs." The house had a carriage entrance with a green gate and a smaller door set in one of its panels. The 2 men found themselves in a vaulted entranceway rather like the one at Quai des Orfèvres, except that here it was blocked off at the other end by a frosted glass door. One of the panes in the door was missing and had been replaced with a piece of cardboard. It was cold and damp. A door opened off on either side of the passage, and Maigret, wondering which one to go through, chose the one on the right, clearly the correct one, since he found himself in a sort of hall with a broad staircase leading off it. Originally white, the walls had turned yellow, with browner patches here and there, and the plaster was cracked and flaking off in places. The staircase was marble for the first 3 steps, then wood. It can't have been swept for a long time and creaked underfoot as they climbed it. It was like one of those municipal offices you walk into and immediately think you've got the wrong door. If one of them had started talking, wouldn't the echo have thrown his words back at him? They heard someone on the first floor, then a man leaned over the banisters, a youngish, tired-looking figure who introduced himself when Maigret reached the landing. "Legrand, Ivry Station Secretary. The Chief Inspector is waiting for you." Another hall upstairs, with marble flagstones and a window without curtains, framing the Seine and the rain. The house was enormous, with doors on all sides, corridors like a government building, and the same drabness wherever you looked, the same smell of very old dust. At the end of a narrower passage on the left, the secretary knocked on a door, then opened it, revealing a bedroom which was dark enough for the chief inspector to have left the light on. The bedroom looked out onto the courtyard, and the chimney Maigret had noticed outside was visible through the dusty muslin curtains. He vaguely knew Ivry's chief inspector, who was of a younger generation, and shook his hand with exaggerated respect. "I came as soon as I got the call." "Has the doctor left?" "He had an emergency. I didn't think I need detain him, because anyway the pathologist won't be long." The dead man was lying on the bed. Apart from the chief inspector, there was no one else in the room. "Where's the family?" "I sent them to their rooms, or the living room. I thought you'd rather—" Maigret took his watch out of his pocket. It was 9:45. "When were you notified?" "About an hour ago. I just got to the office. Someone rang my secretary, asked me to come here." "Do you know who?" "Yes, the brother, Armand Lachaume." "Do you know him?" "Only by name. He must have come by the station a few times to get his signature certified or for some formality like that. They're not people we pay much attention to." The phrase struck Maigret. Not people we pay much attention to. He understood, because the house, like Lachaume biscuits, seemed at one remove from time, from the present. It had been years since Maigret had seen a bedroom like this, which must have been identical in every last detail a century earlier. There was even a wash-basin with drawers and a grey marble top, on which stood a floral-patterned china bowl and ewer, with matching trays for the soap and the combs. In themselves, the furniture and china weren't especially ugly. Some would probably have fetched a decent price at auction or in an antique dealer's, but there was something gloomy and oppressive about the way they were arranged. It was as if suddenly, long ago, life had stopped here. Not the life of the man lying on the bed, but the life of the house, of the world it represented, and even the factory chimney that could be seen through the curtains looked obsolete and absurd with its L picked out in black brick. Anything stolen? 2 or 3 drawers were open, ties and underwear were scattered on the floor in front of the wardrobe. Apparently, a wallet with some money in it is missing. Who is this? Maigret was pointing to the dead man on the bed. The sheets and blankets were rumpled. The pillow had fallen on the floor. An arm dangled off one side. He could see blood on the pyjamas, which were torn or rather burned by gunpowder. It may have been the high-contrast black and white of silent films that was on Maigret's mind that morning, but in this bedroom he suddenly remembered the illustrations in Sunday papers in the days before photography, when engravings were used to depict the week's crime. Léonore Lachaume, the eldest son. Married. Widower. When did it happen? Last night. According to Dr. Voisin, the deceased would have come back around 2 in the morning. Who was in the house? Let's see. The old couple, the mother and father, on the floor above, in the left wing. That makes 2. Then the little boy. Which little boy? The deceased son, a boy of 12. He's at school now. Despite the tragic circumstances. Apparently no one knew at 8 this morning when he went to school. So no one heard anything. Who else is there in the house? The maid. I think she's called Catherine. She sleeps near the old couple and the little boy upstairs. She looks the same age as the house and is equally decrepit. Then the younger brother, Armand. Whose brother? The deceased's. He sleeps across the corridor, as does his wife. They were all here last night, and the gunshot didn't wake any of them up. So they say. I kept the questioning brief. It's not easy, you'll see. What's not easy? To know. When I got here, I had no idea what this was about. Armand Lachaume, the one who rang me, opened the door downstairs as soon as my car stopped. He seemed half asleep. Without looking at me, he said, "My brother has been killed, Chief Inspector." He showed me in here and pointed to the bed. I asked him when it had happened, and he said that he didn't have a clue. I pressed him. Were you in the house? I suppose so. I slept in my room. The Chief Inspector seemed annoyed with himself. I don't know how to explain it. Usually, when there's a family tragedy like this, you find everyone crowded around the body, people crying, explaining what happened, talking too much, if anything. In this case, it took me a while before I realized the men weren't alone in the house. Have you seen anyone else? The wife. The wife of Armand who rang you mean? Yes. At some point I heard a rustling in the corridor. I opened the door and I found her behind it. She looked tired, like her husband. She didn't seem embarrassed. I asked her who she was, and Armand answered for her. She's my wife. I wanted to know if she'd heard anything during the night, and she said she hadn't. She's in the habit of taking some tablets or other to help her sleep. Who found the body? And when? The old maid at 9:15. Have you seen her? Yes. She must have gone back to the kitchen now. I have a feeling she might be a little deaf. She became worried when the older son didn't appear at the breakfast table. They usually all have breakfast in the dining room. Eventually, she came and knocked on the door. She had a look inside, then went and told the others. What about the parents? They're not saying anything. The wife is half paralyzed and stares into space as if she's not all there. Her husband seems so overwhelmed he barely understands what you're saying to him. You'll see, the Chief Inspector repeated. Maigret turned to Janvier. Do you want to have a look? Janvier set off, and Maigret finally went over to the dead man, who was lying on his left side, his face turned towards the window. Someone had already closed his eyes. His mouth was half open, framed by a droopy brown moustache, flecked with grey. His thinning hair was plastered against his temples and forehead. It was hard to gauge the expression on his face. He didn't seem to have suffered, and the predominant emotion was probably shock. But wasn't that because his mouth had fallen open? That must have happened after he died, mustn't it? Maigret heard footsteps in the hall on the first floor, then in the corridor. Opening the door, he greeted one of the deputy public prosecutors whom he'd known for a long time. The man shook his hand without saying anything, his eyes on the bed. Maigret also knew the court clerk, to whom he gave a wave, but he'd never seen the tall young man without a coat or a hat, who was behind them. Journaux. The young magistrate who had just been appointed held out a firm, well-manicured hand, the tennis player's hand. Not for the first time, Maigret thought a new generation was taking over. Although it was true that old Dr. Paul was following close behind, short of breath but spry, a trencherman's cast to his eyes and mouth. Where's the stiff? Maigret noticed that the grey-blue eyes of the examining magistrate remained cold, and that he was frowning, no doubt disapprovingly. Are the photographers done? Dr. Pole asked. They haven't got here yet. I think I can hear them. They had to wait for them to finish, as well as the forensics experts from criminal records, who crammed into the bedroom and set to work. Retreating to a corner, the deputy asked Maigret, "Domestic? Something's been stolen, apparently. Did anyone hear anything?" "They say not. How many people are there in the house?" "Let me count. The old couple and the maid, that's 3. The little boy." "What little boy?" "The dead man's son, that's 4. Then the brother and his wife, 6. 6 people, aside from the one who was killed, who all heard nothing." Moving closer to the door frame, the deputy ran his hand over the wallpaper. "Thick walls, but still. Any sign of a weapon?" "I don't know. Ivory's chief inspector hasn't said anything to me about one. I'm waiting for them to get the formalities over with. Then I'll start the investigation." The photographers looked for sockets for their spotlights and ended up having to take the bulb out of the overhead light in the middle of the room. They bustled around, grumbling, jostling one another, calling out instructions, while the examining magistrate, who looked like a student-athlete, stood perfectly still, dressed in grey, not saying a word. "Getting I can go now?" asked the chief inspector. "My waiting room must be packed. I could send you 2 or 3 men in a moment in case you get gawpers congregating on the pavement." "Please do." "Thank you. Do you want one of my inspectors who knows the area as well?" "I'll probably need someone later. I'll call you. Thanks again." As he left, the chief inspector repeated, "You'll see." "See what?" the deputy asked in a low voice. Maigret replied, "The family, the atmosphere in the house." There wasn't anyone in the bedroom when the chief inspector got there. Everyone's keeping to their rooms or the dining room. No one's stirring. He can't hear a thing. The deputy looked at the furniture, the damp-stained wallpaper, the mirror above the fireplace where generations of flies had left their mark. "I'm not surprised." The photographers left first, allowing them a little more space. Dr. Pole set about conducting a cursory examination, while the technician swept the room for fingerprints and searched the furniture. "Time of death, Doctor?" "I'll be more definite after the post-mortem, but in all events he's been dead a good 6 hours." "Was he killed outright?" "He was shot at point-blank range. The external wound is a bit of a saucer, the flesh scorched." "The bullet?" "I'll find it later inside the body. There's no exit wound, which suggests it was a small caliber." His hands were covered in blood. He went over to the wash basin, but the ewer was empty. "There must be a tap somewhere." The door was held open for him. Armand Lachaume, the younger brother, was in the corridor. Without a word, he showed him to a dilapidated bathroom dominated by an ancient bathtub with curved legs. The tap was dripping, as it probably had been for years, given the brown streaks on the enamel. "I'll leave you to it, Maigret," sighed the deputy, turning to the examining magistrate. "I'm going back to the Palais de Justice." "Sorry I won't be joining you," the magistrate muttered. "I'm going to stay." Maigret gave a start, then almost blushed when he saw the young magistrate had noticed. "You mustn't hold it against me, Detective Chief Inspector," the latter went on quickly. "I'm a novice, as you know, and this is the perfect opportunity for me to learn." Was there a trace of irony in his voice? He was polite, too polite even, and absolutely cold beneath his amiable facade. He was one of the new school, one of those who held that an investigation was the examining magistrate's exclusive preserve from start to finish, and that the police's job was merely to follow his orders. Janvier, who had heard what he said from the doorway, exchanged an eloquent look with Maigret. Chapter 2. Maigret couldn't hide his irritation, and it almost made him furious to think that the magistrate had not only noticed, but would inevitably attribute it to his presence, which was only partly true. That business with the scarf had triggered off a string of morose thoughts the moment he had left Boulevard Vichy-Lenoir, hadn't it? Brimming over with youthful alertness, this Angelo was barely out of college. Either he was an exceptionally high achiever, one of the select few in each generation who you can count on the fingers of one hand, or he had powerful people pulling strings for him. And if it weren't for them, he would be cooling his heels in some sub-prefecture's court for years to come, rather than taking up a prime job in Paris. When the deputy had introduced them just now, the magistrate had shaken Maigret's hand with a vigour that might have passed for warmth, but he hadn't said any of the things Maigret was used to hearing. Admittedly, he could hardly say, like the old-timers, "Pleasure to see you again." But other magistrates invariably muttered, "Delighted to be working with you." It was hard to believe Angelo had never heard of him, and yet he hadn't shown any satisfaction or curiosity. Was this deliberate, to make Maigret understand that his popularity didn't impress him, or was it a lack of curiosity, the younger generation's genuine indifference? Judging by some looks he caught him giving, Maigret wondered if it mightn't be more a case of shyness, a kind of reticence. In which case that was even more off-putting than intelligence. Feeling under scrutiny, Maigret tried to look unruffled, saying to Lapointe in a low voice, "Get on with the routine stuff." They both knew what that meant. Then he turned to Armand, who hadn't shaved and wasn't wearing a tie. "I imagine there's somewhere it'll be easier for us to talk." Noticing the chill in the air, he added, "Somewhere heated, preferably." He had just touched the radiator, an old model, and realized the central heating wasn't working. Lachaume wasn't much of a one for politeness either. He seemed to think for a moment, then said with what seemed like resignation, his shoulders slumped forwards, "This way." It wasn't just the house's atmosphere, it was also its occupant's attitude that felt suspect somehow. As Ivory's chief inspector had said, rather than crying, chaotic milling about, people talking at once, all they could hear were muffled footsteps. Every so often they'd see a door open, a crack, and sense a face peering out at them. A door opened like this in the dimly lit corridor, and through the crack Maigret glimpsed an eye, a shock of dark hair, and what looked like a woman's silhouette. They reached the hall on the first floor. Turning into the west wing, Lachaume pushed open the door of a strange living room, in which two old people were sitting in front of a cast-iron stove. The son said nothing, made no introductions. The father was at least 75, maybe 80, and like Armand he was closely shaven and wore a clean shirt, a black tie. He stood up, as calm and dignified as if he were at a board of directors meeting, bowed slightly, then bent down to his wife. She must have been his age, but half her face was frozen, with one eye staring straight ahead as if it were made of glass. He helped her out of her chair, and without a word they both disappeared through another door. This was the room where the family usually gathered. You could tell from the way the furniture was arranged, the assortment of things lying about. Maigret sat down in a chair, turned towards Angelo. "Do you want to ask the questions?" "You do it, please." The magistrate leaned against the doorframe. "Would you mind sitting down, Monsieur Lachaume?" Maigret went on. It was so hard getting a grip on anything. He might have been grappling with cotton wool. Only the rain still falling outside seemed real. "Please tell me what you know." "I don't know anything." Everything about him, even his voice, was neutral, impersonal. He didn't look Maigret in the eye. "The deceased is your elder brother, isn't that so?" "My brother Leonard, as I've already told your colleague." "Is the biscuit factory still going?" "Absolutely." "Did he run it?" "Our father is still chair of the board of directors." "But who was actually running it?" "My brother." "What about you?" "I deal with handling and distribution." "Did your brother lose his wife a long time ago?" 8 years. "Are you familiar with his private life?" "He's always lived here with us." "Nonetheless, I imagine that he had a personal life outside the house, didn't he? Friends, girlfriends, relationships?" "I wouldn't know." "You told the chief inspector that a wallet is missing." He nodded. "How much money would there have been in it?" "I couldn't say." "A large amount?" "I don't know." "Was your brother in the habit of keeping, say, hundreds of thousands of francs in his room?" "I don't believe so." "Did he handle the firm's money?" "With the bookkeeper." "Where's the bookkeeper?" "I suppose he's downstairs." "Where was the money put when it came in?" "In the bank." "Every day?" "Money doesn't come in every day." Maigret forced himself to remain calm, courteous, under the young magistrate's indifferent gaze. "Oh, come on. There was some money somewhere, wasn't there?" "In the safe." "Where's the safe?" "On the ground floor in my brother's office." "Was it tampered with last night?" "No." Have you checked? Yes. Do you think that your brother's murderer broke in intending to rob him? Yes. A complete stranger? I assume so. How many people does the factory employ? At the moment around 20. There was a time when we had over 100 men and women working for us. Do you know them all? Yes. Do you suspect anyone? No. You didn't hear anything last night, even though your room is only a few meters from your brother Leonard's. Is that correct? Not a thing. Are you a heavy sleeper? Possibly. Heavy enough not to be disturbed by a shot fired less than 10 paces away? I don't know. At that moment they heard a rumbling, and the entire house, despite its thick walls, seemed to shake a little. Maigret and the examining magistrate looked at one another. Is that a train? Yes. The track goes right by here. Are there many trains at night? I haven't counted. About 40, I suppose. Mainly long goods trains. There was a knock at the door. It was Janvier, motioning to Maigret that he had something to tell him. Come in, let's hear it. There's a ladder lying in the courtyard a few meters from the wall. I found a windowsill with marks from the uprights. Which window? The one in the hall, next to here. The window looks out onto the courtyard. The ladder must have been put up recently. There's a broken window pane they smeared with soap first. Were you aware of this, Monsieur Lachon? I noticed. Why didn't you say anything? I haven't had the chance. Where was this ladder usually? Leaning against the warehouse on the left in the courtyard. Was it there yesterday evening? It should be, as a rule. Do you mind? Maigret left the room, partly to see for himself, partly to stretch his legs, and took the opportunity to fill a pipe. The hallway at the top of the stairs was lit by 2 windows, one looking onto the river, and the other, in the opposite wall, onto the courtyard. One of the panes in the latter window was broken, and bits of glass could be seen on the floor. He opened both sashes, noticed 2 lighter marks on the grey stone corresponding to the uprights of a ladder. In the courtyard, as Janvier had reported, a ladder was lying on the cobbles. The tall chimney was smoking slightly. In a building to the left, women could be seen bent over a long table. He was going back to join the others when he heard a noise and saw a woman in a blue dressing gown who had just opened her bedroom door. "Could I ask you to come to the living room for a moment, madame?" She seemed to hesitate, tying the belt of her dressing gown, then finally came towards him. She was young. She hadn't put on any makeup yet, and her face was slightly shiny. "Go in, please." Turning to Armand Lachaume, he said, "I imagine this is your wife, is it?" "Yes." The married couple didn't look at each other. "Sit down, madame." "Thank you." "Am I right in saying you didn't hear anything last night either?" "I take a sleeping pill every night before going to bed." "When did you find out that your brother-in-law was dead?" She stared into space for a moment, as if she was thinking. "I didn't check the time." "Where were you?" "In my room." "Is that your husband's as well?" Another hesitation. "No." "Your room is in a corridor, almost directly opposite your brother-in-law's, isn't it?" "Yes. There are 2 rooms on the right of the corridor, my husband's and mine." "How long have you slept in separate bedrooms?" Armand Lachaume coughed, turned towards the examining magistrate, who was still standing, and said in a hesitant voice, the voice of a shy person forced to make an effort, "I wonder if the detective chief inspector has the right to ask us these questions concerning our private life. My brother was killed last night by a burglar, and so far the only thing anyone appears to be concerned about is our comings and goings." The shadow of a smile crossed Angelo's lips. "I assume the Detective Chief Inspector Maigret is questioning you in your capacity as witnesses. I do not like my wife being bothered, and I want her to be left out of all this." It was the anger of a shy man, someone who rarely expressed himself, and his cheeks had gone pink. Maigret quietly resumed, "Who was considered the head of the family until now, Monsieur Lachaume?" "Which family?" "Let's say everyone living in the house." "That's our concern. Don't answer any more questions, Paulette." Maigret noticed that he addressed her formally, but that was customary in certain circles, often an affectation. At this rate, any moment now, you're going to start badgering my father and mother, then the workforce, the staff. That's the plan. I don't know your exact rights. I can tell you, the magistrate volunteered. No, I'd rather our lawyer was here. I assume I'm allowed to call him. The examining magistrate hesitated before replying. There's no law against your lawyer being present, but I would point out once more that you and the members of your family are being questioned as witnesses, and that it's not customary in these circumstances to call on, we won't say anything until he's here. As you wish. I'm going to call him. Where's the telephone? In the dining room. This was the adjoining room. As he opened the door, they caught a glimpse of the old couple who had sat down in front of a fireplace in which 2 spindly logs were burning. Anticipating another invasion, they made as if to get up to withdraw elsewhere, but Armand Lachaume closed the door behind him. Your husband appears very shaken, madame. She gave Maigret a hard look. It's understandable, isn't it? The 2 brothers weren't twins, were they? There's a 7-year age difference between them. They had the same features, though. Even their moustaches were identical, thin and drooping. A murmur of voices could be heard in the next room. The magistrate showed no sign of impatience or eagerness to sit down. You have no suspicions, no ideas of your own. My husband told you that we wouldn't answer any questions until our lawyer is present. Who is that? Ask my husband. Does your husband have any other siblings? She looked at him in silence, and yet she seemed to be cut from a different cloth to the rest of the family. Under other circumstances, you sensed she would have been pretty, desirable, that there was a secret vitality in her that she was forced to keep in check. It was unexpected finding her in this house, where everything was so removed from time and life. Armand Lachaume reappeared. They caught another glimpse of the old couple sitting in front of the fire like wax dummies. He'll be here in a few minutes. He gave a start as several people's footsteps were heard on the stairs. Maigret reassured him. They've come to fetch the body, he said. I'm sorry, but the examining magistrate will tell you that it's regulations. The body has to be moved to the Forensic Institute for the post-mortem. The strange thing was that he couldn't sense any grief, just a weird dejection, a sort of dazed anxiety. Maigret had often found himself in situations like this in his career, forced to intrude upon the private life of a family in which a crime had been committed. But he had never had such a sense of unreality. And for good measure, an examining magistrate of a younger generation had to complicate matters by dogging his every step. I'll go and see those gentlemen, he muttered. I need to give some instructions. They didn't need instructions or advice. The men who were out there with the stretcher knew their job. Maigret just watched them get on with it, lifting up the sheet covering the dead man's face for a moment at one point, to have another look at him. Then he noticed a side door in the bedroom. He opened it and discovered a dusty, messy room which must have been Léonard Lachaume's private office. Janvier was in there, hunched over a piece of furniture. He gave a start. Oh, it's you, Chief. He was opening the drawers of an antique writing desk one by one. Have you found anything? No. I don't like this business with a ladder. Maigret didn't either. He hadn't had a chance to give the house and the surroundings a once-over yet, but something about this ladder still struck him as incongruous. You understand, Janvier went on. There's a glass door just under the window with a broken pane. The door opens onto the entrance passage from where you'd have a clear run straight up here. You wouldn't even need to break any glass because the door's already got a broken pane that's been replaced with cardboard. Why lug a very heavy ladder across the courtyard and, I know. Is he going to stick around to the bitter end? He was obviously the examining magistrate. No idea. Possibly. This time, they both gave a start because someone was standing in the doorway. A small old woman, almost a hunchback, who was looking at them with dark, indignant eyes. It was the maid the chief inspector had talked about. Her gaze travelled from the 2 men to the open drawers, the spread-out papers. With a visible effort to keep from heaping abuse on them, she finally muttered, They're waiting for Detective Chief Inspector Maigret in the living room. Janvier asked in a low voice, Shall I carry on, Chief? At this point, I don't know what's best anymore. Do what you like. He followed the hunchbacked woman, who was waiting for him. She opened the door of the living room where a new character was in attendance. He introduced himself. Maître Adèle. Was he going to talk about himself in the third person? Pleased to meet you, Maître. Another youngster. Not as young as the magistrate, but still totally unlike the grubby, canny old hand Maigret would have expected to encounter in this mansion from another era. Adèle was barely over 35, and almost as neatly turned out as the examining magistrate. Gentlemen, I only know what Monsieur Armand Lachaume has seen fit to tell me on the telephone, and I want before anything else to apologize for the way my client has reacted. If you were to put yourself in his shoes, perhaps you'd understand. I'm here more as a friend than a lawyer to clear up any possible misunderstanding. Armand Lachaume is in poor health. The death of his brother, who was the heart and soul of this house, has shaken him badly, and it's hardly surprising, being unfamiliar with the police's methods, that he balked at certain questions. Maigret gave a resigned sigh and relit his pipe, which had gone out. I will therefore be sitting in on such questioning as you decide to conduct, as he has requested, but I should stress that my presence does not suggest anything defensive in the family's attitude. He turned to the examining magistrate, then to Maigret. Who do you wish to question? Madame Lachaume, said Maigret, indicating the young woman. All I ask is that you do not lose sight of the fact that Madame Lachaume is as shaken as her husband. I'd like to question everyone separately, Maigret continued. The husband frowned. Maître Adèle spoke to him in a low voice, after which he reluctantly left the room. As far as you know, madame, had your brother-in-law received any threatening letters recently? Certainly not. Would he have told you? I presume so. You or other members of the family? He would have told us all. His parents as well? Possibly not, given their age. So, he would have talked about it to your husband and yourself. That seems normal to me. Did the two brothers have a close, trusting relationship? Very close, very trusting. What about you? I don't know what you mean. What sort of relationship did you have with your brother-in-law? Exactly. Forgive me for interrupting, said Maître Adèle, but phrased like that, the question could appear tendentious. I assume, Monsieur Maigret, that you're not intending to insinuate. I'm not insinuating anything at all. I'm simply asking if Madame Lachaume and her brother-in-law were on friendly terms. Certainly, she replied. Affectionate. Like any family, I suppose. When was the last time you saw him? Well, this morning. You mean that you saw him dead in his room this morning? She nodded. When was the last time you saw him alive? Yesterday evening. What time? Involuntarily, she gave the lawyer a brief look. It must have been around 11:30. Where was that? In the corridor. The corridor your bedroom and his are on? Yes. Were you coming from the living room? No. Had you been with your husband? No, I'd gone out on my own. Had your husband stayed at home? Yes, he doesn't go out much, especially since he almost died from pleurisy. His health has always been delicate, and when did you go out? She asked the lawyer. Do I have to answer? I'd advise it, even though these questions are only about your private life and quite obviously have no connection with the tragic events. I went out around 6 o'clock. In the evening? Well, not 6 o'clock in the morning, obviously. Perhaps your lawyer will allow you to say what you did until 11:30. I had dinner in town. On your own? That's my business. And then? I went to the cinema. Nearby? On the Champs-Élysées. When I got back, there weren't any lights on in the house, or at least not on the riverside. I went upstairs, started down the corridor, and saw my brother-in-law's door open. Was he waiting for you? I can't think why he would have been. He used to read until very late in the little office next to his bedroom. Did he come out of the office? No, his bedroom. What was he wearing? A dressing gown. Pajamas and a dressing gown. He said, "Oh, it's you, Paulette." Then I said, "Good night, then." Good night, he said. That was it. Then each of you went back into your rooms? Yes. Did you talk to your husband? I didn't have anything to say to him. Are your rooms communicating? Yes, but the connecting door is almost always closed. Locked? I think you're overstepping the mark, Detective Chief Inspector, the lawyer interjected. The young woman gave a weary shrug. No, Not locked, she said scornfully. So you didn't see your husband? No. I undressed and got straight into bed. Do you have your own bathroom? This is an old house. There's only one bathroom upstairs at the end of the corridor. Did you go to it? Of course. Should I go into more detail? Did you notice if there was a light still on in your brother-in-law's room? I saw a light under the door. Did you hear anything? No, nothing. Did your brother-in-law ever confide in you? That depends what you mean by confide. Sometimes a man prefers to discuss certain things with a woman rather than his brother or parents, for example. A sister-in-law is both a relative and a stranger. She waited patiently. Did Léonard Lachaume, who had been a widower for years, talk to you about his affairs with women? I don't even know if he had any. Did he go out much? Very rarely. Do you know where he went? That was none of my business. His son is 12, I'm told. Is that right? He was 12 last month. Did Léonard look after him personally? As much as any working parent. Léonard worked a lot, and he'd sometimes go back to the office after dinner. Your mother-in-law is virtually disabled, isn't she? She can only walk with a stick and needs help getting upstairs. Your father-in-law isn't very spry either, is he? He's 78. And the maid, from what I've seen, is hardly any more agile. And yet, if I've understood correctly, the child was put on the second floor in the west wing with these 3 old people. Jean-Paul, she started, then changed her mind and fell silent. You were saying that Jean-Paul, your nephew? I don't know what I was saying. How long has his bedroom been on the second floor? Not long. Years, months, weeks. A week, roughly. Maigret was sure she'd only disclosed this reluctantly. The lawyer realized it too, because he immediately created a diversion. I wonder, Detective Chief Inspector, if you mightn't ask other members of the household these questions. Madame Lachaume has had a very hard morning, and she hasn't been given time to get dressed. I think her husband would be better placed to, at all events, Maître Adèle. I have finished with her, at any rate for the moment. Unless the examining magistrate has any questions for her? The magistrate merely gave a faint shake of the head. I apologize for having kept you, madame. Do you want me to send in my husband? Not just now. I'd rather ask the old maid a few quick questions. She's called Catherine. She's been with my parents-in-law for over 40 years and is almost the same age as them. I'll go and see if she's in the kitchen. She went out. The lawyer was about to say something, but then thought better of it, and lit a cigarette after tapping it on his silver cigarette case. He had offered one to the magistrate, who had refused, saying, No, thank you, I don't smoke. Maigret was thirsty, but didn't dare ask for anything to drink. He couldn't wait to get out of that house. It was an age before they heard scurrying feet, then what sounded like someone scratching at the door. Come in. It was Catherine, the old maid, who gave each of them an even darker look than in the office earlier, then demanded, What you want from me? For a start, if you carry on smoking in a house like that, Monsieur Felix is going to have another asthma attack. What choice did he have? As the magistrate sardonically looked on, Maigret put his pipe on the pedestal table with a sigh. Chapter 3. More put out than ever by the magistrate's attitude and the lawyer's presence, Maigret began tentatively, as if testing the waters. They tell me you've been in this house 40 years. He thought he was mollifying her, pleasing her. Instead, she snapped, Who told you that? As he was wondering if the roles had been reversed, if he was going to have to answer the old woman's questions, she went on, I haven't been here 40 years. I've been here 50. I started when poor Madame had only just turned 20, and was expecting Monsieur Léonard. A quick calculation. That meant the older Madame Lachaume, who looked the same age as her husband, was only just over 70. What was the house like when Catherine, a little housemaid probably leaving her village for the first time, had arrived to find her young mistress pregnant with her first child? Absurd questions crowded Maigret's mind. There must have already been an older generation of Lachaumes at that stage, another set of aged parents, because he'd read Established 1817 on the brass plate. Not that long after Waterloo, in other words. Wouldn't some of the living-room furniture also have been where it was now? The Empire-style sofa, for instance, which would have been strikingly beautiful if it wasn't covered in garish blue velvet. Fires would have been blazing in all the marble fireplaces. A later generation had put in the central heating, which wasn't used anymore, either to save money or because the boiler was in poor repair. The stove fascinated him, a battered little round cast-iron stove like the ones you used to find in small country railway stations and the occasional government office. Everything was decrepit, the house's contents as well as its occupants. The family of the house had turned in on themselves, taking on a hostile appearance. Old Catherine mentioned something that dated the period more precisely than anything else. Talking about Léonard's baby, she said proudly, "I nursed him." So she had come to Paris as a wet nurse rather than a maid. Maigret involuntarily looked at her flat chest, her baggy skirt, the dirty black fabric. Because she was dirty. Everything in this house was dirty or dubious-looking, broken, worn out, repaired in makeshift ways. Distracted by these images, Maigret asked a stupid question, which the young magistrate Angelo was bound to repeat around the office. "Did you nurse Monsieur Armand too?" The answer came back quick as a flash. "Where would I have got the milk?" "Do the Lachaumes have any other children? Mademoiselle Veronique? Isn't she here? She hasn't been for a while." "I don't suppose you heard anything last night, did you?" "No." "What time does Monsieur Léonard usually get up?" "He gets up when he pleases." "You know his friends, his acquaintances?" "I've never concerned myself with my employers' private lives, and you shouldn't either. You're here to find the criminal who killed Monsieur Léonard, not to stick your nose in the family's affairs." Turning her back on him, she headed towards the dining-room door. He was on the verge of calling her back, but what was the point? If he had other questions for her, he'd ask them when he wasn't being watched by a silently gloating examining magistrate or lawyer. He was floundering, no two ways about that, but he would still have to have the last word. What now? Send for old Félix Lachaume and his half-paralyzed wife? It made sense questioning them next, but he was afraid of giving a repeat performance of Maigret failing to cope. The maid had barely left before he lit his pipe and went out to the hall. He looked out of the window at the long ladder lying across the courtyard. As he'd expected, the magistrate and the lawyer came after him. On at least one previous occasion in his career, he had had to work with someone scrutinizing everything he did, although that was an infinitely less unpleasant case. Someone called Inspector Pike from Scotland Yard had been given permission to shadow one of his investigations to familiarize himself with his methods. Maigret had hardly ever felt as uncomfortable in his life. It was all too common for people to think that these famous methods were a bit like a recipe, with a definitive version which you just had to follow to the letter. "I assume you're intending to question Armand Lachaume." The lawyer was speaking. Maigret looked at him blankly, then shook his head. "No, I'm going to have a look downstairs. You won't mind if I come with you, seeing as my clients." He shrugged his shoulders and started off down the staircase of what had once been a handsome, elegant patrician residence. At the bottom, he randomly pushed open a set of double doors and discovered a vast ballroom, plunged in darkness because the shutters were closed. It smelled stuffy, mouldy. He looked for the light switch, and 2 out of a possible 12 bulbs flickered into life in a crystal chandelier, several of whose garlands were hanging off, broken. There was a piano over in one corner, and an old harpsichord in another, and carpets were rolled up at the foot of the walls. In the middle of the floor there was a stack of magazines, green folders, and biscuit tins. There may once have been music and dancing here, but no one had set foot in this room for years, and the crimson silk covering its walls was peeling off in places. A half-open door led to a library with shelves that were virtually bare, apart from some red-bound school prizes and a few of those moth-eaten volumes you find in certain riverside bookstores. Had the rest been sold? Most likely, as had the furniture, no doubt, because there was none to be seen, apart from a billiard table with mildewed baize in a third, even damper room. Maigret's voice echoed strangely, like in a crypt, when he said, more to himself than to the others who were still tagging along, "I suppose the offices are the other side of the entrance." They crossed the passage, hearing voices on the pavement outside, where the police were holding back a couple of dozen curious onlookers. Opposite the ballroom, they finally found a room that seemed relatively alive, an office that actually looked like an office, though still an old-fashioned one. The walls were wood-panelled and hung with 2 oil portraits from the previous century and a row of photographs, the last of which was presumably Félix Lachaume, in his 50s or 60s. The Lachaume dynasty, without a likeness of Léonard's yet. The furniture was the mixture of Gothic and Renaissance you still find in the head offices of very old Parisian businesses. The display case contained an array of the firm's various biscuits. Maigret knocked on a door to his right. "Come in," said a voice. The door led to another office, equally old-fashioned but messier, where a man in his 50s with a shiny bald head was bent over a large book. "I imagine you're the bookkeeper." "Justin Brem, the bookkeeper, yes." "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." "I know." "Monsieur Angelo, examining magistrate, and Maître Vadel, the family's lawyer." "Pleased to meet you." "I presume you're aware of what happened last night, Monsieur Brem?" "Have a seat, gentlemen." There was an empty office opposite his. "Is that Monsieur Armand Lachaume's office?" "Yes, gentlemen. Lachaume's has been a family business for several generations, and in the not-so-very-distant past, Monsieur Félix was still working in the next-door office, where his father and his grandfather had worked before him." He was fat, slightly sallow. Through an open door, a third office could be seen in which a man in grey overalls and a middle-aged typist were working. "I'd like to ask you a few questions." Maigret pointed to an old-fashioned safe, which, despite its heft and bulk, wouldn't have troubled a first-time burglar. "Do you keep the ready cash in that safe?" Monsieur Brem went to shut the door of the neighbouring office, then came back looking embarrassed. He glanced at the lawyer as if seeking advice. "What ready cash?" he asked eventually, with a combination of artlessness and cunning. "You have a workforce, so you have to pay their wages." "Worse luck. Payday comes around far too soon." "You must have some working capital." "I should have, Detective Chief Inspector. Unfortunately, we've been living hand-to-mouth for a long time. This morning, for instance, there's at most 10,000 francs in that safe. I'll be needing that in a moment as an advance on an invoice." "Are the men and women who work here aware of this?" "Sometimes they have to wait days to be paid. Sometimes they only get paid in part." "So none of them would get it into their heads to rob the house?" Monsieur Brem laughed silently at the notion. "Definitely not." "Is this common knowledge, locally?" "The grocer, the butcher, the woman from the dairy sometimes have to come back 3 or 4 times before they're paid." It was unpleasant, following this through to its logical conclusion. It was like a squalid striptease, but it had to be done. "Don't the Lachaumes have any private means?" "No, none." "How much money might there have been in Monsieur Léonard's wallet, in your opinion?" The bookkeeper gestured vaguely. "Not a lot." "And yet the business is still going," Maigret objected. Monsieur Brem looked at the young lawyer again. "I get the impression," the lawyer interjected, "that my clients are increasingly the subject of this investigation rather than the murderer." Maigret retorted testily. "You sound like old Catherine, Maître. How am I expected to find a murderer if I don't discover his motives? What's driving him? We're told it was a burglar." "The latter proves as much." Maigret grunted skeptically. "Ah, yes. And the missing wallet. And the fact that we haven't yet found a weapon." He hadn't sat down, nor had the others, despite being invited to by the bookkeeper, who was also standing, eyeing his padded chair. "Tell me, Monsieur Brem, despite all this, you must end up paying the staff. They're still working. It's a miracle every time." "And where does this miraculous money come from?" The man was starting to get nervous. "Oh, Monsieur Léonard used to give it to me." "In cash?" "You don't have to answer, Monsieur Brem," Maître Radel cut in. "They'll see anyway when they go through the accounts or when they talk to the bank. The money generally came as a cheque." "You mean that Monsieur Léonard had another bank account besides the Lachaume business account, and that he drew cheques on this account when in urgent need?" "No, it was Madame Lachaume." "The mother?" "Madame Paulette." At last they were getting somewhere. Maigret sat down, satisfied. "Take a seat at your desk, Monsieur Brem. Answer calmly. How long has Madame Paulette, as you call her, Armand Lachaume's wife, that is, been the company's life-saver?" "Since she joined it, so to speak." "When did she get married?" 6 years ago, 2 years after Madame Marcel died." I'm sorry, who was Madame Marcel? Monsieur Leonard's wife. So, 6 years ago, Armand Lachaume married Paulette. Paulette who? Paulette Zuber. Was she wealthy? Very. Does she still have any family? Her father died 5 months ago, and she was his only daughter. Oh, she didn't know her mother. Who was Zuber? The name was familiar. He had a feeling he'd heard it at work. Frederick Zuberski, known as Zuber, the leather merchant. He had some problems, didn't he? The inland revenue was on his back for a while. He was also accused after the war. I remember. Zuberski, who called himself Zuber, had had his hour in the spotlight. He had started off going around farms with a cart, collecting skins and raw hides. Then he had set up a warehouse in Ivry, probably not far from the Lachaumes. His business had grown substantially even before the war, and Zuber owned a number of trucks and warehouses in the countryside. Then the rumor had gone around 2 or 3 years after the liberation that he had amassed a considerable fortune, and people said he was going to be arrested. The newspapers had picked up the story largely because he was such a colorful character, an ill-proportioned, badly dressed fellow who spoke French with a thick accent and could barely read or write. He turned over millions, some say billions, and he was claimed that directly and through intermediaries he had secured a monopoly of the raw hides market. The financial section had dealt with the case rather than Maigret. After a while it had all gone quiet, so he didn't know what the upshot had been. What did Zuber die of? Cancer. He had an operation at St. Joseph's. So, if I've understood correctly, his money is what has kept the Lachaumes going, more or less. Not exactly. When she married, Madame Paulette brought a substantial dowry, which she invested in Lachaume biscuits. Pretty much. Let's say that it was called on whenever it was needed. And then, when the dowry ran out, presumably it ran out quickly, didn't it? Yes. How did they manage them? Madame Paulette would go and see her father. He wouldn't come here. I don't remember seeing him. If he came, it would have been in the evening upstairs, but I'm not sure he did. I really can't see what you're driving at, Detective Chief Inspector, the lawyer objected again. The magistrate, by contrast, seemed extremely interested. There was even an amused glint in his pale eyes. Nor can I, admitted Maigret. You see, Maître, at the start of an investigation, you're always in the dark. All you can do is feel your way. So, Frederick Zuber, who had an only daughter, gave her in marriage to the younger of the Lachaume sons, Armand, having set her up with a sizable dowry. You don't know how much. I object. Waddell again, naturally. He couldn't keep still. Fine, I won't press the point. The biscuits gobbled up the dowry. Then Paulette would periodically be sent to see her father, whom they wouldn't see socially. He didn't say that. I rephrase, whom they wouldn't see socially or who wasn't a regular visitor to the house. Daddy Zuber coughed up. Maigret was being coarse, mainly in protest against the magistrate's and the young lawyer's presence. Then Zuber died. Did the Lachaumes go to the funeral? Monsieur Bohème gave a wan smile. That's none of my concern. Did you? No. I assume there's a marriage contract. An old fox like Zuber can't have... They married under the convention of separate assets. And then Paulette Lachaume inherited her father's fortune a few months ago. Is that right? That's right. So she's the one who holds the purse strings now. She's the person you have to go to if there's no money in the till to pay suppliers or wages. I don't know where this is getting you, Gradelle piped up again, buzzing around annoyingly like a bluebottle. I don't either, Maître. But nor do I see where it would get me to search Paris for a burglar who is stupid enough to break into a house without any money on the premises, using a heavy ladder, and breaking a window pane when there's a glass door on the ground floor, or for the purpose of going into a sleeping man's bedroom, killing him with a loud gunshot, and taking a more or less empty wallet. You just don't know. No, I don't. Léonard Lachaume could have asked his sister-in-law for some money yesterday evening, for all I know. It is nevertheless a fact that there is an enormous safe in this office that would be child's play to open which hasn't been touched. It is also a fact that there were at least 6 people in the house at the time of the crime. More baffling break-ins have been known? Granted. To gain access to the courtyard where the ladder was, somebody would have had to jump over the wall, which is about 3 meters 50 high. You have got that right. And a final detail, 2 people were sleeping a few meters away from the bedroom where the shot was fired. And they didn't hear a thing. We're near a railway line with trains going by pretty much non-stop. I don't deny that, Monsieur Adele. My job is to look for the truth, and that is what I'm doing. Your presence, in fact, would incline me not to look very far, because it's very unusual for the relatives of a murder victim to send for a lawyer before they can even be questioned by the police. I'm going to ask you a question which you probably won't answer. How Monachaume rang you in my presence to ask you to come here. Where do you live, Maître? Place d'Odion, just around the corner. Ah, yes. And you got here in less than 10 minutes. You didn't seem very surprised. You didn't ask many questions. Are you sure you weren't aware of what had happened last night before us? I vigorously object to what? Of course, I'm not accusing you of breaking into the house last night through that window. I'm just wondering if there wasn't an initial telephone call early this morning to inform you of what had happened and ask your advice. I reserve my full right in the presence of the examining magistrate to take any action warranted by such an accusation. It's not an accusation, Maître, it's a simple question. And, if you'd rather, a question I'm asking myself. Maigret's hackles were up. Monsieur Bohème, thank you. I'll probably need to come back and ask you some further questions. The examining magistrate will decide whether the offices need to be sealed off. What do you think? The examining magistrate deferred to Maigret. I don't think there's any point, and from what Monsieur Bohème has told us, the accounts probably won't reveal anything either. He looked around for his hat, realized he had left it upstairs. I'll go and get it for you, the bookkeeper offered. Don't trouble yourself. As he started up the stairs, Maigret sensed a presence. Looking up, he saw Catherine's face peering over the banisters. She must have been watching out for him. Are you after your hat? Yes. Isn't my inspector up there? He left ages ago. Catch. Without letting him go upstairs, she threw him his trilby and then spat as he went to pick it up off the doormat. The lawyer hadn't followed them into the street. The unrelenting rain, still as cold and dreary as in the morning, had reduced the crowd of onlookers to a smattering. One uniformed policeman was enough to keep them in check. By some miracle, the newspapers hadn't been tipped off yet. The 2 black cars belonging to the police judiciaire and the examining magistrate were still parked by the curb. Are you going back to Quai des Orfèvres? Asked the magistrate, opening his car door. I don't know yet. I'm waiting for Janvier. You should be around somewhere. Why do you need to do that? Because I don't drive, Maigret replied candidly, pointing to the police 4CV. Do you want me to drop you off? No, thanks. I'd rather wait and have a sniff around. He expected detailed questions, maybe objections, urgings to show caution, restraint. But the magistrate only said, I'd like you to call before midday and bring me up to date, Detective Chief Inspector. I intend to follow this case very closely. I know. Goodbye for now. The handful of onlookers were staring at them. A woman who was hugging a black shawl to her chest whispered to another woman, That's Maigret. He's famous. Who's the young one? I don't know. Turning up the collar of his overcoat, Maigret set off on the pavement. He had hardly gone 50 meters before someone waved to him from the doorway of a little bar called Au Copa du Quai. It was Janvier. The bar was empty except for the landlady behind the counter. A large, dishevelled woman, she was keeping an eye through the kitchen door on a saucepan that was steaming on the stove, giving off a strong smell of onions. What are you having, Chief? Asked Janvier, adding, I had a toddy. It's real flu weather. Maigret had a toddy as well. Did you find out anything? I don't know. I thought it best before leaving to put the seals on the bedroom door. Have you rung Dr. Pohl? He's still on the job. One of his assistants told me that they found a fair amount of alcohol in the stomach. They're working up a blood alcohol level. Anything else? They've recovered the bullet, which they're going to send to ballistics. According to the doctor, it was a small caliber, probably a 6.35. What do you reckon to it all, Chief? The landlady had gone off to stir her concoction with a wooden spoon. I like this morning's case better. The monk. At least people like him don't clam up. Don't you believe their story of a burglary? No, me neither. Forensics looked for prints on the ladder and window but didn't find anything. Only some of the foreman's old prints on the ladder. The guy could have been wearing gloves. That doesn't prove anything. I had a look at the outer wall, and the top's covered with jagged glass. On one section not far from the house, the glass had been crushed. I had photographs taken. Why? You know, a cat burglar always prepares for a job, Chief. If he knows a wall is covered with broken glass, he'll bring an old sack or a bit of board. Then you'll find the glass broken in a particular way. But here the glass has been smashed to pieces, as if someone hit it with a hammer. Did you question the neighbours? They didn't hear anything. Everyone keeps telling me that the trains make a hell of a racket and that it takes years to get used to. I noticed that there aren't any shutters on the first and second floors, so I went to question the crew of the barge you can see unloading over there. I wanted to know if anyone had seen any lights on in the house after midnight. They were asleep, as I'd expected. Those guys go to bed early and get up early. But the wife told me something that might be interesting. Last night a Belgian boat was moored next to them, and it left early this morning. It's called the Notre Dame, and it's on its way to the Corbeil flour mill. It was the skipper's birthday yesterday. Some people from another barge, also Belgium, which was moored upstream, spent part of the night on board the Notre Dame, and there was a guy with an accordion. Do you know the name of the other barge? No, according to the wife, it will have left too. Maigret called to the landlady and paid for the 2 toddies. Where are we going? Asked Jean-Pierre. To have a look around the neighbourhood first. There's something I'd like to find. The little black car only had to go a few hundred meters in the neighbouring streets. Stop. It's here. They saw a long, cracked wall, an unpaved courtyard, an assortment of buildings, some wooden, some brick, that were open at both ends like tobacco-drying warehouses. Over the gate was written, F. Zuber, hides and skins, with underneath, painted more recently in aggressive yellow, David Hirschfeld, successor. Jean-Pierre, who didn't know the connection, kept his foot on the clutch. The Lachaume's cash cow for the last 6 years, muttered Maigret. I'll explain later. Shall I wait? Yes, I'll only be a few minutes. He found the office without difficulty, because the word was written above the smallest of the buildings, a hut really, in which a secretary was typing next to a stove like the one in the house by the river. Is Monsieur Hirschfeld here? No, he's at the abattoir. What's it concerning? He showed his police justicier badge. Had you started at the firm when Monsieur Zuber was in charge? No, I've always worked with Monsieur Hirschfeld. When did Monsieur Zuber sell his business? A little over a year ago, when he had to go into hospital. Did you meet him? I typed up the bill of sale. Was he an old man? You couldn't tell his age because he was already sick by then and had lost lots of weight. His clothes hung off him and his skin was as white as that wall you see over there. I know he was only 58, though. Have you ever met his daughter? No, I've heard about her. How? When those gentlemen were discussing the sale, Monsieur Zuber was under no illusions about his health. He knew he had only a few months left, a year at most. The doctor told him straight out. That's why he chose a donation inter vivos, just keeping enough money in his name to pay for the hospital and the doctors. It saved him a lot in inheritance tax. Can you give me the figure? You mean the price Monsieur Hirschfeld paid him? Maigret nodded. There was enough talk about it in professional circles for it not to feel indiscreet. 300. 300 what? Million, of course. Maigret couldn't help looking around him at the tatty office, the muddy courtyard, the tumble-down, rank-smelling buildings. And Monsieur Hirschfeld paid that amount in cash, did he? She gave a slightly pitying smile. You never pay an amount like that in cash. You paid part, I won't tell you how much. But you can ask him. The payments for the balance are spread over 10 years. All of it goes to Zuber's daughter. In the name of Madame Armand Lachaume, yes. If you want to talk to Monsieur Hirschfeld, he's usually back from the abattoirs around 11:30, except on days when he has lunch at La Villette. Jean-Pierre looked curiously at Maigret, who came back to the car in a trance, his head bowed as if dumbfounded. He stopped by the curb, filled his pipe. Do you smell that? It stinks, Chief. You see that yard, those sheds? Jean-Pierre waited for what was coming next. Well, son, all that is worth 300 million. And you know who got that 300 million? He slid into the seat, shut the car door. Paulette Lachaume. Now, back to the office. Until he walked into his office as Jean-Pierre still in tow, He didn't say another word. Chapter 4. Opening the cupboard to hang up his damp coat and hat, Maigret glimpsed his face in the mirror above the wash basin. He almost stuck out his tongue, he thought he looked so grim. The mirror was slightly distorting, admittedly, but Maigret still felt that he had come back from Quai de la Gare, looking like one of the people who lived in that stupefying house. After spending as many years in the police force as he had, of course you're not going to believe in Santa Claus anymore, in the picture postcard world of edifying literature, with its neat divisions, rich and poor, upstanding citizens and bad lots, its model families grouped around a smiling patriarch as though posing for a photograph. But sometimes he unwittingly clung on to childhood memories, and was as shocked as a teenager by certain aspects of life. He had rarely had such an intense experience of this as at the Lachaumes. For once he had really felt out of his depth, and he still had a sort of bitter aftertaste in his mouth. He needed to reclaim his office, sink heavily into his chair, stroke his pipes, reassure himself, as it were, that there was such a thing as everyday life. It was one of those days when the lights wouldn't be switched off and runnels of rainwater would zigzag down the windows. Jean-Pierre had followed him into the office and was waiting for instructions. "Wasn't that Leroux I saw in the corridor?" Leroux was a reporter who had been hanging around the police judiciaire's offices since Maigret was a junior inspector. "You could tip him off about this." Usually he avoided saying anything to the press at the start of an investigation because, in their fervour to discover everything as quickly as possible, they were liable to spread confusion, if not actually put the suspects on their guard. He wasn't sending the journalists to Quai de la Gare as a way of getting his own back on the Lachaumes and the examining magistrate. He simply felt helpless, confronted with that bewildering house where everyone was silent and he had to wear kid gloves. He quite enjoyed the prospect of the reporters getting involved. They didn't have to be as circumspect as him. They didn't have a young magistrate on their backs, or a Radel who would create an almighty scene of the slightest misuse of authority or irregularity. "Don't give him any details. He'll find it out himself. Come back and see me afterwards." He picked up the phone, asked for Ivry's chief inspector. "Hello, Maigret here. You were kind enough to offer me your inspector's assistance this morning. I'd be glad to accept. I'd like them to find out what was going on last night in the vicinity of the house. You understand? Particularly between midnight and, say, 3 in the morning. Could you perhaps also find in your records an up-to-date address for Véronique Lachaume, the deceased sister, who appears to have moved out of a house on Quai de la Gare some years ago? Will you get someone to call me as soon as you have it? Thank you. Goodbye for a moment." He could have telephoned Lucas, too, but when he needed to speak to one of his inspectors, he preferred to get up and go and open the connecting door to their office, not to keep an eye on them, but to take the office's temperature, so to speak. "Can you come here for a moment, Lucas?" There were at least 6 of them in the big room that morning, which was a lot for a Monday. "What's the latest on the monk?" he asked first when he had sat back down at his desk. "The admission formalities are all done." "How was it?" "Very good. We had a bit of a chat. Do you know what I found out, Chief? Deep down, he's pretty happy someone shopped him, even if it was his wife. He didn't come right out with it, but I gathered that he would have been more put out if we had caught him off our own bat, or because he'd slipped up." It was almost refreshing after the Lachaume household. Maigret wasn't surprised. He had observed genuine professional pride in men like the monk before. You couldn't say he's thrilled to be going to prison, or to know that his wife snitched on him so that she could spin out love's sweet dream with someone else. But he's not resisting. There's no talk about getting his revenge when he comes out. When he stripped off to be measured, he gave me a funny look and whispered, "You've got to be a silly bee to get married when you look as ropey as I do." Maigret had called Lucas in to give him instructions. "Ring Corbet, ask the flying squad to go to the mill and see if the Notre Dame has arrived. If it isn't there yet, they'll find it by the last lock. The barge was moored at Ivry Port last night, directly opposite the Lachaumes. There was a little party on board which went on very late. It's possible that someone noticed lights in the house, or comings and goings. Other bargees are at the party, and I'd like to know their names, their boat's name, and where we might find them. You got that?" "Yes, Chief." "That's all, son." Jean-Pierre had come back. "What about me? What shall I do?" It was the worst moment in any investigation, when Maigret had no real idea what lines of inquiry to pursue. "Ring Paul," who should have finished the post-mortem by now. He may have some new information to give you before he sends off his report. Then go up to the laboratory, see if they found out anything. Maigret was left alone with his pipes. He chose one, the oldest, and slowly filled it as he watched the rain running down the windows. 300 million, he muttered, picturing the dilapidated house on Quai de la Gare, the little stove in the living room, the old, once beautiful furniture covered in motte fabrics, the icy radiators, the vast ballroom on the ground floor, the library and billiard room where he expected to see ghosts drifting about. He also pictured the slightly crooked face of Armand Lachaume, who was clearly a weak person, maybe even a coward, and seemed to have lived his whole life in his brother's shadow. "Who's free in here?" he asked from the doorway of the inspector's room. Torrance stood up first, like at school. "Come into my office, Torrance. Take a seat." "I want you to take statements at Quai de la Gare in Ivry. I'd rather you didn't actually go in the house, or the workshops or offices. I imagine that at midday the staff go out for lunch, or at least some of them. So talk to them then. Get as much out of them as you can, in particular about the following questions. 1. Do the Lachaumes have a car, and if so, what make is it? 2. Who usually drives it, and did it go out last night? 3. Is it common for Paulette Lachaume to have dinner in town? Do we know who with? And do we have any idea of what she does afterwards? 4. How did she get on with her husband? For what it's worth, you should know that they slept in separate bedrooms. 5. What was her relationship like with her brother-in-law? Have you got all that? Oh, one last thing. I wouldn't mind knowing who Léonard Lachaume's wife was. She died about 8 years ago. Her maiden name? Her family? Was she rich? What did she die of? The burly figure of Torrance phlegmatically noted all this down in his notebook. "I think that's it. Naturally, it's urgent. I'm on my way, Chief." Had he forgotten anything? If the examining magistrate and the lawyer hadn't been there, he would have hung around Quai de la Gare longer and asked various questions himself, face to face. He would also have liked, if only out of curiosity, to have a look at Armand Lachaume's and his wife's bedrooms, especially the latter's. Did this heiress of 300 million live in the same crumbling decay as the rest of the family? It was almost midday, and he had promised to speak to Angelo, the examining magistrate. He called him on the telephone. "Maigret here. I'm reporting in, as you requested. I don't have anything important to pass on except that Paulette Lachaume is the daughter of an animal hides dealer called Zuber, who left her at least 300 million. There was a silence on the other end of the line, then the young magistrate's measured tones. "Are you sure? Or but, I'll have confirmation in a moment. Has she had this money for a long time?" "About a year, if my information's correct. When the doctors wrote him off, Zuber made a donation inter vivos to his daughter so he'd pay as little tax as possible." "Paulette Lachaume is married under the convention of separate assets, isn't she?" "That's what we were told this morning. I haven't checked." "Thank you. Carry on keeping me posted like this. Anything else?" "My men are busy with routine jobs." He had hardly put the receiver down before he picked it up again. "Get me Maître Adèle, please." He was told that the lawyer wasn't in the office, but that he was expected for lunch. "Ring the Lachaume's house, Quai de la Gare. He might still be there." He was, which gave Maigret pause for thought. "There's 2 or 3 little things I need to clear up, Maître Adèle. Knowing you'd rather your clients weren't bothered too much, I prefer to talk to you. First of all, what is the name of the Lachaume's family notary?" "One moment." There was a fairly long silence, during which the lawyer must have carefully held his hand over the receiver. "Hello? Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, are you still there? I don't know what you're after, but my clients have no objection to my telling you that it's Maître Barbarin, Quai Voltaire." "I assume that if Léonard Lachaume left a will, it was filed with Maître Barbarin." "I assume so too, although I doubt there is one, as the family hasn't mentioned it." "Has Léonard Lachaume's son, he's called Jean-Paul, I think, come back from school?" "One moment, please." Another silence. The lawyer's hand didn't cover the phone as well this time, and Maigret heard a hum of voices. "He won't be coming back. His uncle made the necessary arrangements over the telephone for him to stay at school. As a boarder. Until further notice, yes. His things are being sent over in a moment. Is that all you want to know?" Will you ask Madame Lachaume, the younger one, of course, the name of her personal notary, the one who dealt with her father's estate and probably her marriage contract as well?" This time the silence lasted so long that Maigret wondered if they hadn't hung up at the other end. He heard the lawyer's voice only once. He sounded angry and was saying vehemently, "Because I'm telling you." Another silence. Were the Lachaumes digging their heels in? Was Radel trying to convince them that the police would find out what they wanted to know anyway? Who was arguing with the lawyer? Armand Lachaume, his wife? What about the old couple who already looked like family portraits? Were they listening to the dispute? "Hello? I'm sorry, Detective Chief Inspector. We were interrupted and I couldn't deal with your question right away. The Zuber estate was wound up by his notary, Maître Léon Wurmster, in Rue de Rivoli. Did you get the name? Wurmster. Léon. I'm giving his first name because there's a Georges Wurmster who's a notary in Percy. Maître Barberin dealt with a marriage contract? Thank you. Hello, don't hang up. I'm here to give you any other information you consider useful. Contrary to what you might think, my clients have no intention of hiding anything from the police. What would you like to know? First, the marriage contract. Separate assets. Solely. Madame Lachaume's estate passes to her children, should she have any. And if not, to the surviving spouse. If I'm not mistaken, it comes to over 300 million, doesn't it? One moment. The silence was relatively brief. There's a degree of exaggeration, but that figure is still broadly correct. Thank you. I thought there were other things you wanted to clear up. Not for the moment. He called Maître Barberin. It took quite a while to get through because the notary was in a meeting. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, I assume you already know that one of your clients, Léonard Lachaume, died last night. Taken unawares, the notary replied, I've just heard. By telephone? Yes. I'm not asking you to breach client confidentiality, but I need to know if Léonard Lachaume left a will. Not to my knowledge. So he didn't draft one in your presence or bring in any document of that sort to your office? No, I'm sure he won't have gone to the trouble. Why? Because he didn't have anything to leave, apart from some shares in Lachaume Biscuits, and they're worthless. Don't hang up yet, Maître Barberin. I haven't quite finished. Léonard Lachaume was a widower. Could you tell me the name of his wife? Marcel Donat. He hadn't needed to consult his files. What sort of family was she from? Have you heard of Donat and Moutier? Maigret had often seen their names on hoardings and building sites. They were a big firm of civil engineering contractors. Did she have a dowry? Of course. Can you tell me how much? Not without a requisition from the examining magistrate. Fine. Given her family's wealth, I imagine it was considerable. Silence. Were they married under the convention of separate assets? My answer is the same as before. Are you also unable to tell me what Madame Léonard Lachaume died of? The family will be able to give you a more precise answer about that than I can. Thank you, Maître. Something was emerging, although still only a backdrop. Most of the protagonists remained hazy, indistinct, with just the occasional clearer feature here and there. Within a few years of each other, the Lachaume sons, first Léonard then Armand, had married rich heiresses. Their brides had entered the family, bringing what were most probably substantial dowries, of which nothing seemed to be left. Weren't these successive contributions the reason that the once prosperous biscuit factory founded in 1817 was still in existence? It was true that the family was on the verge of collapse. Maigret wondered whether the packets of wafers with a cardboardy aftertaste were still to be found even in the deepest countryside, as they had been in his childhood. The old couple in the living room, heated by a cast-iron stove, hardly seemed to exist in their own right anymore. Like the billiard table on the ground floor or the crystal chandelier, they were merely witnesses to a vanished past. Armand Lachaume seemed somehow hollow, a shadow or partly faded copy of his brother. And yet there'd been a miracle which had gone on for years. Decrepit as it was, the house was still there, smoke was still rising from the tall chimney. The biscuit factory didn't correspond to any need, any law of economics. It may have been prosperous, even famous in the days of small businesses, but more modern corporations had long since taken over the market, which was now the preserve of at most 2 or 3 major brands. Logically, The biscuit factory on Quai de la Gare should have gone under a long time ago. Whose will had kept it going against all the odds? It was hard to believe that it was Felix Lachaume's, that dignified, silent old man who no longer seemed to be aware of what was going on around him. When had he been reduced to at most a sort of decorative feature? That only left Léonard. The fact that it was Léonard who had died partly explained the family's disarray, their reticence, or rather their silence, the panic-stricken way they'd resorted to a lawyer. Wasn't it conceivable that until last night it was Léonard who thought, who willed, for everybody, even Paulette Lachaume? This was more confusing, and Maigret tried to picture the young woman as he had seen her that morning, her hair uncombed, wearing a nondescript-looking blue dressing gown. If anything surprised him, it was finding the young woman possessed of a certain vivacity, an animal vitality, even in that house, that family. He couldn't have said if she was pretty, but he could have sworn she was desirable. He would have liked to see her room, that was for sure. He wondered if it was different from the rest of the house. He wondered, too, how Paulette had become involved in the first place, why she had married a man as colourless as Armand, whom she didn't even share a bedroom with. There were other questions, so many questions, in fact, that he preferred to put off asking them until later. The telephone rang, and he picked up. Maigret here. It was Lucas. I've got Corbet on the line. They've already questioned the bargees. Shall I put them on? He said yes, and heard the voice of an inspector from a Corbet flying squad. I found the Notre Dame at the lock, Detective Chief Inspector. The skipper and his son have got terrible hangovers and don't remember a great deal. They played music and sang almost all night, boozing and eating with a will. Each of them went up on deck at some stage to empty his bladder into the Seine. They didn't pay any attention to what was happening on the dock. They did see lights in some of the windows of a big house, though, but they don't know if it was the house directly opposite the barge or another one. Their friends are called Van Carlot, and their boat is the Twee Gebroeders, which apparently means the two brothers. They're Flemish. They must be unloading someone on the Canal Saint-Martin. I doubt they'll be able to tell you much, because at least one of the brothers was so drunk that they had to be carried back on board. What time was that, roughly? Around 4 in the morning. Maigret opened the door of the neighbouring office again. There were only 3 inspectors in there now. Are you very busy, bon fils? I'm finishing a report. It's not urgent. Get off to the Canal Saint-Martin as quick as you can, and try and find a Belgian barge called Twee Gebroeders. He gave him his instructions and went back into his office. He'd made up his mind to go to lunch when the phone rang again. Janvier here, Chief. I don't have a lot of information yet, but I thought I should bring you up to date. As well as 2 little old vans they use for deliveries and a truck that's been out of action for a few years, the Lachaumes have a car. It's a blue Pontiac, registered in Paulette Lachaume's name. Her husband doesn't drive. I'm not sure if this is right, but people around here say he's had epileptic fits. Did Léonard ever drive the Pontiac? Yes, he used it as much as his sister-in-law. What about last night? Paulette didn't take the car, but he was at the front door around 6 o'clock when she went out. Do you know if she took a taxi? I'm not sure. Probably. From what I'm told, she isn't the sort of woman to take a metro or a bus. Did Léonard go out? Ivory's inspectors are looking into it and questioning the other residents of the street. According to the men on duty, the blue car wasn't at the front door at 8 o'clock. One of them thinks he saw it come back around 10 in the evening, but he was some distance from the house, and he didn't see it drive in. Who was at the wheel? He didn't notice. He only remembers a blue Pontiac coming from town and heading towards the river. Is that all? No. I've got the sister's address. It wasn't easy to find because she's had 5 or 6 different ones over the last few years. Has she stayed in touch with her family? Apparently not. She lives in Rue François Premier now, 17A. Married? I don't think so. Do you want me to go over there? Maigret hesitated, thinking of his lunch, his wife waiting for him at Boulevard Richelieu-Noir, then shrugged. No, I'll see to it. Carry on nosing around over there and ring in from time to time. He was curious to meet the third of the Lachaume children. He expected she would be a change from the others, as she was the only one who had made her getaway from the house. He put on his overcoat, which was still wet, and debated whether to take one of the police judiciaire cars. Like Armand Lachaume, he didn't drive, so he'd have to take somebody with him. He wasn't in the mood to talk. Outside he headed for Place Dauphine, knowing that at the last moment he would pop into the brasserie for a quick drink. At the bar, He found inspectors from other branches, but none from his own, because they were all on their way somewhere. "What'll it be, Monsieur Maigret?" "A toddy." He had started with a toddy, so he might as well carry on, even if it was too early. The people from headquarters hadn't needed to look at him for long to realize that now wasn't the right moment to strike up conversation. Some even suddenly started speaking in low voices. Unconsciously, he was trying to place the inhabitants of a house in Ivry to imagine them going about their daily lives, which wasn't an easy task. They apparently ate their meals together, for instance. How did someone like Paulette behave when she was with the old couple? What was her attitude towards the self-effacing, withdrawn man who was her husband, and her brother-in-law, who seemed to be the heart and soul of the family? What about the evenings? Where did everyone go? What did they do? There'd been no sign of a radio or television. To keep up that huge house, partly abandoned admittedly, they only had one maid, who was almost in her 80s. And what about the little boy, Jean-Paul, whom they had packed off to boarding school, but previously would have come back from school every afternoon? How would a 12-year-old boy respond to an atmosphere like that? "Taxi." He asked to be taken to Rue François Premier, and settling back in a corner, carried on trying to picture the house at different times of day. If it wasn't for the examining magistrate's obduracy, he would probably know more about what it was like. He felt in particular that if he had questioned Armand Lachaume for some time in a certain way, he would have got him to talk. "Here we are." He paid, looked at the 6-story block in front of which they'd stopped. The ground floor was occupied by a fashion boutique, and the brass plaques by the door included a number of well-known businesses. He went in under the arch, opened the glass door of a neat, almost luxurious concierge's lodge. No sign of a cat, no smell of boiled beef, and the concierge was young and friendly. He showed his badge, muttering, "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." She immediately showed him to a red velvet chair. "My husband has driven you a few times, and he often talks about you. He's a taxi driver. He works nights." She pointed to a curtain dividing the lodge from the bedroom. "He's in there. He's asleep." "Is there someone in the building called Mademoiselle Lachaume?" Why did an enigmatic, amused smile cross her lips? "Veronique Lachaume, yes. Are you interested in her? Has she been here long?" "Hang on. It's easy to work out because she signed a new lease last month. That means a little over 3 years." "Which floor?" "5th. One of the 2 apartments with a big balcony." "Is she at home now?" She shook her head with another smile. "Does she work?" "Yes, but not at this time of day." Maigret misunderstood. "You mean she—" "No, it's not what you think. You know the Amazon, just round the corner, on Rue Marbeuf?" Maigret knew there was a nightclub called that, but he had never set foot in it. His only memory was of a glass door between a couple of shops, a neon sign, some photographs of strippers. "Does she own it?" he asked. "Not exactly. She's the barmaid and compere rolled into one." "The clientele's a bit unusual, isn't it?" The concierge seemed to be enjoying herself. "I don't expect you bump into many men there. Then again, you will see a few women in dinner jackets." "I get it. With that sort of work, Mademoiselle Lachaume can't get back much before 4 in the morning, can she?" 5:30. It used to be like clockwork. In the last few months, though, she sometimes hasn't come back at all." "Is she having an affair?" "A proper one. With a man." "Do you know who it is?" "I can tell you what he's like. A fellow in his 40s, elegant, who drives a Panhard convertible." "Does he sometimes spend what's left of the night up there?" "It's happened a few times. Usually she goes to his place." "Do you know where he lives?" "I'm pretty sure it's not that far away. Mademoiselle Veronique, as I call her, always does her shopping by taxi. She doesn't like the metro or the bus. But when she's gone for the night, I always see her come back on foot, which makes me think she hasn't had very far to go." "You don't remember the Panhard's license plate, do you?" "It begins with 77. I could swear it ends with a 3, but I'm not sure. Why, is it urgent?" "Everything is urgent at the start of an investigation, because you never know what unexpected developments are in store." "Does she have a telephone?" "Of course." "What's her apartment like?" 3 beautiful rooms and a bathroom. She's done it up in very good taste. I'm pretty sure she earns a very decent living." "Is she a nice person?" "Do you want to know if she's pretty?" The concierge's eyes sparkled again. "She's 36 and doesn't try to hide it. She's fat. Her breasts are about twice as big as mine. She wears her hair short like a man and always puts on a suit to go out. She has rather coarse features, but she's lovely to look at, perhaps because she's always in a good mood and doesn't seem to give a hoot about anything. Maigret was beginning to get a clearer idea of why the youngest Lachaume had been in a hurry to leave home. Before the latest affair you mentioned, had she had other romances? It wasn't uncommon, but they were always short-lived. She'd sometimes come back with someone at about 5 in the morning, as I said. Then without fail, around 3 in the afternoon the following day, we'd see a man leave, looking the other way, trying to act inconspicuous. In other words, this is her first real relationship since she's lived here. I think so. Does she seem to be in love? She's happier than she's ever been. Draw your own conclusions. Do you know when's a good time to find her? Anything's possible. She could come back late in the afternoon, or she could just as well go straight to the club without stopping off here. That's happened 2 or 3 times. Do you think I should wake up my husband when he finds out you were here and he missed you? Maigret took his watch out of his pocket. I'm in a hurry, but I'm sure I get a chance to return. A few minutes later, he was standing in front of the display of photographs of women at the entrance to the Amazon. The metal gate that served as a door was closed, and there wasn't a bell. A passing delivery boy turned and gave the mature gentleman, seemingly lost in contemplation of the titillating pictures, a sardonic look. Maigret noticed and walked away, muttering. Chapter 5. The real reason, and this was something his wife must have suspected a long time ago, Maigret hardly ever went home for meals when he was in the thick of an investigation, was not so much to save time as to remain withdrawn into himself, as it were, like someone asleep in the morning in a tangle of blankets, who curls up in a ball to breathe in his own smell as deeply as possible. What Maigret really did was pick up the scent of people's private lives. Standing in the street now, for instance, with his hands in his overcoat pockets and the rain on his face, he was still breathing in the bewildering atmosphere of Quai de la Gare. So wasn't it understandable that he was reluctant to go home to his apartment, his wife, his furniture, the seemingly permanent order that bore no resemblance to the essentially degenerate Lachaumes? This withdrawing into himself was one of the idiosyncrasies, like his notorious temper at this stage of an investigation, his rounded shoulders, his gruff manner, that formed part of a technique he'd unconsciously built up over the years. For example, the fact that he now ended up going into an Alsatian brasserie and sitting at a table by the window wasn't pure chance either. This lunchtime, he needed to feel he had his feet firmly on the ground. He wanted to be heavy, impervious. He liked it that the waitress in traditional dress was thick-set and healthy, a cheerful soul with dimples and curly blonde hair, free of any psychological complications. Similarly, it seemed obvious that he should order the sauerkraut, which came in lavish portions with generous helpings of gleaming sausages and baby-pink salt pork. After giving his order, including the obligatory beer, he went to telephone his wife, whose curiosity confined itself to 3 brief questions. A murder? Something like that. Where? Ivry. Difficult? I think so. She didn't ask him if he would be coming back for dinner, as she already knew that she might not see him for a day or 2. He ate mechanically, drained 2 large glasses of beer, then drank his coffee, watching the rain that was still falling at an angle almost horizontally, and the passers-by walking along hunched over, their umbrellas held out in front of them like shields. He had forgotten the stiffness in his neck. It must have worn off in all the comings and goings. When he got back to his office a little after 2 p.m., a number of messages were waiting for him. He took his time getting comfortable, filling a fresh pipe. The little cast-iron stove at Quai de la Gare made him miss the almost identical one that had graced his office long after Quai des Orfèvres had installed central heating, until management finally took it away from him. For years people had laughed at his habit of poking it 20 times a day. He loved the shout of burning embers, as he did the booming sound you heard whenever there was a gust of wind. The first message he looked at was from one of Ivry's inspectors. Someone called Mélanie Cacheux, a housewife who lived in the block next to the Lachaumes, had gone to see her sister in Rue Saint-Antoine the night before. She had had supper there, then caught the metro back at 9 in the evening. When she was nearly home, she had seen the blue Pontiac outside the biscuit factory. Léonard Lachaume was opening the double gate. As she was looking in her bag for her key, he had got into the car and driven it into the courtyard. She hadn't spoken to him because, despite living on the same street for 15 years, she had no dealings with the Lachaumes, whom she knew only by sight. The inspector had pressed her. Nilini Cacheux was sure it was Léonard, the eldest son. She added, as Maigret already knew, "Besides, his brother doesn't drive." Had Léonard Lachaume gone out again after that? Not immediately, at any rate. The woman lived on the first floor. Her apartment looked out onto the river. As she was going out, she decided to air it. When she had got back, she had gone to the window and heard the heavy gate next door closing, the familiar clink of the latches. She had automatically looked down at the pavement and not seen anyone there. The second note was from Inspector Monfils, whom Maigret had sent to the Canal Saint-Martin. He had tracked down the twig Brutus, which was unloading bricks, then had to do the rounds of various bars before he'd come across one of the two brothers, Jeff Van Cauret, who appeared intent on keeping the previous night's party going. Jeff had gone up on deck several times during the evening. His brother was the accordion player, not him. On one of his trips, he had heard a noise in the street, a strange noise which made him look up as he relieved his bladder, like someone crushing glass, you know? It came from the wall of the biscuit factory. There was no one on the pavement, no one by the wall. Yes, he was sure he'd seen a head sticking over the wall, the head of someone in the courtyard, probably standing on a ladder. How far was he from the house? About 10 meters. And by then, Jeff Van Caulet had only drunk 5 or 6 glasses of Dutch gin. Maigret looked for the plan which criminal records had drawn up. The place where the glass had been crushed on top of the wall was marked with a cross, about a dozen meters from the house. There was a streetlight less than 3 meters away, which made the Bar G statement plausible. Monfils had pressed him on the timing, wanting to make sure that the man hadn't witnessed the incident another time he went on deck. "It's easy to tell because the cake hadn't been cut yet." Monfils had gone back to the barge to question Jeff's wife. The cake had been cut at about 10:30. Maigret took all this information in without trying to put it in order or draw any conclusions. He glanced through a third message, also from Ivry, which had been sent a few minutes after the first. Each of these scraps of paper, which only consisted of a few lines of writing, represented hours of slogging back and forth in the rain and an impressive number of people being asked questions that must have struck them as absurd. At 6 in the evening, still the day before, they were working backwards, someone called Madame Gaudois, who ran a little local grocery just opposite Pont National, had spotted a red sports car parked a few meters away from her shop. She had noticed that the windscreen wipers were on and that there was a man behind the wheel. He had turned on the inside light and was reading a newspaper. He seemed to be waiting for someone. The car had been there for a long time. Counting the customers she had served while the car was parked, Madame Gaudois estimated it had waited there for about 20 minutes. No, the man wasn't very young, in his 40s. He was wearing a yellowish raincoat. She had got a better look at him when he had impatiently got out of the car and started pacing up and down on the pavement. He had even come and looked in the shop window at one point. He was wearing a brown hat and had a small moustache. It wasn't one of the Lachaumes, Monsieur Léonard or Monsieur Armand. She knew them both by sight. Even old Catherine shopped with her sometimes, and owed her money. These people had unpaid bills at all the local businesses. The grocer had heard the footsteps of a woman in high heels. The light in the grocery window lit up part of the pavement, and even though she was wearing a fur coat and a beige hat, she was sure it was Paulette Lachaume who had come to meet the stranger. The driver had opened the door. Paulette Lachaume had bent down to get in because the car was very low. "You don't know the make of car, do you?" She didn't know any makes of car. She'd never owned a car. She was a widow, and the inspector had been conscientious enough to show her brochures for various cars. "It looked like that one," the grocer said, pointing to a Panhard. That was all, apart from a brief news item in an afternoon newspaper which Lucas had ringed in blue. Aggravated burglary. Last night, a burglar broke into a house on Quai de la Gare in Ivry belonging to the Lachaume family. The eldest son, Léonard Lachaume, caught him in the act, but was shot in the process. The family didn't discover the body until this morning, and the details would come later. There must be a good dozen journalists prowling around Ivry now. Sitting imperturbably in his office with the smoke from his pipe as forming a blue cloud at head height, Maigret was putting this information in order. Confirming what they already knew, Paulette Lachaume left the riverside house at 6 o'clock, wearing a fur coat and a beige hat. She didn't take her car, but walked hurriedly in the direction of Pont National, about 200 meters away, where a man was waiting for her in a red sports car, apparently a Panhard. At roughly the same time, her car, the blue Pontiac, was parked outside the biscuit factory. There was nothing to say exactly when this car had been used. All they knew was that it wasn't there at about 7 o'clock, and that Léonard Lachaume had brought it back around 9 o'clock and put it in the garage at the back of the courtyard. When did the Lachaumes have supper? Normally there would have been 6 of them at the table, since young Jean-Paul hadn't started boarding yet. Paulette was certainly not there that evening, nor, almost definitely, was Léonard. So the old couple, Armand, and the little boy would have been the only people in the dining room. Around 10 o'clock, the bargees on the Twigger Brothers heard a sound of glass being crushed on top of the wall, and saw a face. At 11:30, Paulette returned. It wasn't known how. Did she take a taxi? Did the red car bring her home? While she was in the corridor on the first floor, her brother-in-law, in pajamas and dressing gown, opened his door a little and wished her good night. Was Armand already asleep? Had he heard his wife come home? Once she had changed into her nightclothes, Paulette set off for the communal bathroom at the end of the corridor and saw a light under Léonard's door. Then she apparently took a sleeping pill, as she was in the habit of doing, and didn't wake up until the following morning, having heard nothing. The rest was more speculative except for the time of Léonard's death, which Dr. Paul had set at between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. When and where had he drunk the considerable amount of alcohol that had shown up in the stomach examination and blood analysis? Maigret dug out the first forensics report. It contained a meticulous inventory of the contents of the dead man's room, including descriptions of the furniture, hangings, and possessions. There was no mention of a bottle or glass. "Get me Dr. Paul, please. He should be in by now." He was, back from a lunch in town which had put him in the best of moods. "Maigret here. I'm wondering if you can explain something. It's about the alcohol that was found in Léonard Lachaume's body." "It was cognac, at any rate in the stomach," replied Paul. "What I'm interested in is when it was drunk. Do you have any idea?" "Using scientific formulas, I can pinpoint the time to within half an hour, in fact, because the body eliminates alcohol at a steady rate, even if the rate does vary to a degree depending on the individual. Part of the alcohol found in the blood was ingested at the start of the evening, or perhaps earlier, but only relatively little. The cognac, still in the stomach at the time of death, was drunk quite a long time after the last meal. I would say, to leave enough margin for error, between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. If you were to ask how much, I'd be more circumspect, but I'd still estimate it at a good quarter of a litre." Maigret remained silent for a moment, taking in the information. "Is that all you'd like to know?" "One moment, Doctor. On the basis of the post-mortem, would you say that Léonard was a heavy drinker, or even an alcoholic?" "Neither. His liver and arteries are in perfect condition. All I discovered is that he'd had a touch of tuberculosis as a child, possibly without knowing, which is more common than people think." "Thank you, Doctor." Léonard Lachaume had left the house by the river at an unspecified time, but at any rate after his sister-in-law, because the Pontiac was still parked by the curb when she went out to meet someone. He may have gone out immediately after her, or later. Either way, he had got back at 9. Not everyone in the house would have been in bed by then. Young Jean-Paul might have been, but it wasn't certain. Léonard was also unlikely to have gone straight to his room without looking into the living room. So there had been some form of contact between him, his brother, and their parents. At the very least, they had spent a certain amount of time together while Catherine was doing the dishes in the kitchen. Was that when Léonard started drinking? What had they talked about? When had the parents gone up to bed? If it hadn't been for the zeal and obstinacy of Angelo, who had prevented him from questioning the family as he would have liked, Maigret would probably already know the answers to these questions. Were the two brothers left on their own together? What did they do when that happened? Did they go off and read in different parts of the room? Did they chat? Léonard hadn't drunk the cognac in his bedroom, as they hadn't found a glass or bottle in there. Either Armand had gone to bed first, leaving his older brother in the living room, or Léonard had returned there later. Léonard wasn't a heavy drinker. Paul, who had cut up thousands of bodies in his career, was certain of that, and Maigret had learned to trust him. It was nonetheless a fact that between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. the old Delachaume brother had drunk at least a quarter of a litre of cognac. Where did they keep the alcohol in the house? In a drinks cabinet in the living room or the dining room? Did Léonard have to go down to the cellar? At 11:30 or midnight, he was in his bedroom when his sister-in-law came back. Had he already been drinking? Or was that afterwards? A minimum of 10 inspectors were still trudging back and forth in the rain, ringing doorbells, questioning people, trying to jog their memories. Other details would gradually be added to the store Maigret already possessed, confirming or contradicting the previous ones. Just as he felt like standing up and taking a turn round the inspector's office to clear his head, the telephone rang. "Someone called Madame Voinet insists on speaking to you personally." The name didn't ring any bells. "Ask her what it's about." Because his name was never out of the papers, or at least seemed never to be, strangers were always insisting they must speak to him personally, even about things that had nothing to do with him, such as a lost dog or a passport that needed renewing. "Hello? She says she's the concierge at Rue François Premier." "Put her through." "Hello, good day, madame. Maigret here." "It's not easy getting hold of you, Detective Chief Inspector, and I was afraid if I left a message you wouldn't be passed on. I want you to tell you that she's just got back." "On her own?" "Yes, with her hands full of shopping, which means she's planning to eat at home tonight." "I'm on my way." He again preferred a taxi to one of the police judiciaire's all-too-recognizable black cars. It was starting to get dark. 2 traffic jams held him up on Rue de Rivoli, and it took 10 minutes to cross Place de la Concorde, which was jammed so solid that the car's wet roofs actually seemed to be touching. The minute he ducked into the vaulted entranceway of 17A, the concierge opened her door. "5th on the left. I can tell you links were on our shopping list for one thing." He winked conspiratorially, but refrained from going into the lodge because he had seen her husband in there and didn't want to waste time chatting. The building was opulent-looking, with a slow but noiseless lift. On the 5th floor, there was no nameplate on the left-hand door. Maigret pressed the electric bell, heard footsteps coming from a fair distance, muffled by carpet. The door opened right away. Someone was expected, if not him. The woman who greeted him frowned, as if trying to place him. "Aren't you Detective Chief Inspector Maigret? I had a feeling I'd seen your face somewhere. I thought it was in the movies at first, but it was in the papers. Come in." Maigret was surprised, because Véronique Lachaume only vaguely resembled the concierge's description of her. She may have been plump or even plain fat, but she was dressed in a gauzy peignoir, not a man's suit, and the room she showed her visitor into was more of a boudoir than a sitting room. White was the dominant colour, the walls the satin varnish of the furniture, offset by just a few pieces of blue china, and the old rose of the deep-piled carpet, a play of colours reminiscent of a picture by Marie Laurencin. "What's so surprising?" she asked, pointing him to a wing chair. He didn't dare sit down because of his wet overcoat. "Take off your coat and give it to me." She went and hung it up in the hallway. The concierge hadn't been mistaken in one respect at least. There was already a delicious smell of leeks coming from the kitchen. "I didn't expect the police to be here so quickly," she remarked, taking a seat facing Maigret. Rather than a disadvantage, her weight made her attractive and very likable, and Maigret suspected lots of men found her desirable. She didn't simper, didn't bother to rearrange her peignoir over her mostly bare legs. Her feet, toenails carefully painted, toyed with a pair of white swansdown mules. "You can smoke your pipe, Detective Chief Inspector." She took a cigarette out of a case, got up to look her matches, then came back and sat down. "I am a bit surprised the family talked about me. You must have bombarded them with questions for them to manage that, because I'm the black sheep as far as they're concerned, and I imagine my name is taboo in that house." "Are you aware of what happened last night?" She pointed to a newspaper lying open on a chair. "I only know what I've just read." "Did you have a look at the paper when you got back here?" She hesitated, but only for a moment. "No, at my boyfriend's place," she added good-humouredly. "I'm 34. I'm a big girl, you know." Her large breasts, barely covered by the white lingerie, seemed to have a life of their own, to quiver in tune with her mood. Maigret would have been inclined to call them cheerful, good-natured, rather than voluptuous. Her eyes were prominent, an intense blue, at once innocent and mischievous. "You're not too surprised I didn't rush straight to Quai de la Gare, are you? I have to admit it's unlikely I'll go to the funeral. I wasn't invited to either of my brother's weddings or to my first sister-in-law's funeral. I wasn't told when my nephew was born. It's a clean break, as you can see." "Isn't that how you wanted it?" "I was the one who left, yes." "For any particular reason?" "You were 18, if I'm not mistaken." "And my family wanted to marry me off to a dealer in non-ferrous metals. Mind you, even if they hadn't, I would have left, maybe just a little later. Have you been to the house?" He nodded. "I can't imagine it's got any better, has it? Is it still just as grim? What really surprises me is that the burglar wasn't terrified. Either he was drunk, or else he didn't see the house in broad daylight." "Do you believe that about a burglar?" "The newspaper," she began. Her brow furrowed. "Isn't it true?" "I'm not sure. Your family aren't great talkers." "There were parties, when I was younger, where people didn't say 10 sentences all evening." "What's my sister-in-law like?" "Quite pretty, as far as I could tell." "Is it true she's very rich?" "Very." "Have you worked it out?" "I hope I'll work everything out in the end." "I read what the papers said about her when they got married. I saw some photos. I felt sorry for the poor girl. Then I started thinking." "What conclusions did you reach?" "If she'd been ugly, it would have been simpler. In the end, it was her father who gave me the key, I think. He was in trouble, wasn't he? He was a man of very humble beginnings. People said that he started off going from farm to farm with his cart, and that he couldn't read or write. I don't know if his daughter was educated in a convent, but whatever school it was, the other girls must have made her life hell. For some reason, especially in Ivry, the Le Chaume name still has a ring to it. The riverfront house is still a sort of bastion. Do you see what I mean? The Zumels, father and daughter, joined the upper middle class. Just like that." Maigret had had the same thought. "I suspect she's paying dearly for it," she went on. "Don't you want a drink?" "No, thank you." "You haven't seen any members of your family recent, have you?" "No." "You haven't gone back there?" "I'd rather go the long way round than drive past a house of which I've got nothing but bad memories. Still, my father is probably a decent man. He can't help being born at Le Chaume and made the way he is." "What about Léonard?" "Léonard is far more of a Le Chaume than him. Léonard was the one who wanted me to marry the metal dealer, who was a nasty piece of work at all costs. He talked to me about the marriage like a king, explaining to his children their duty to ensure the continuity of the royal line." "Did you know your first sister-in-law?" "No, my brother hadn't found a good match yet when I was around, although it wasn't for lack of trying. I was the first to be asked to make a sacrifice. Our mom was sick in those days. He's never been very healthy. Even as a child, though, he was a pale imitation of Léonard. He'd try to copy his mannerisms, the way he stood, his voice. I used to make fun of him. He's pathetic, really." "Do you have any idea what might have happened last night?" "No clue. Don't forget that you know more about all this than I do." "Do you really think it wasn't a burglar?" "I'm increasingly doubtful." "You mean it was someone from the house?" She thought for a moment, then came to an unexpected conclusion, to say the least. "That's funny." "Why?" "I don't know. It takes courage to kill someone, and I can't see who in the family." "Where were you last night?" She didn't take offense. "I'm surprised now that you didn't ask me that earlier. I was behind the bar of the Amazon. I suppose you know about all that. That's probably why you seemed surprised to find me in something a magazine would describe as diaphanous. The Amazon is work, velvet, dinner jacket, and a monocle. Here I'm just me. Understand?" "Yes. I've a tendency to overcompensate at home, a kind of revenge for having to spend part of my time pretending to be a masterful woman." "You even have a lover?" "I've had plenty. I'll tell you something that caused an uproar in my family at the time and made me decide to leave home much sooner. When I was 16, I was my drawing teacher's mistress. Not that I had much to choose from, because he was the only male teacher in our school." "Have either of your brothers or your sister-in-law ever been to the Amazon?" "I doubt they know I work there. For a start, because I've never given them my address, and my name only means something in a small and pretty distinctive world. And then I very much doubt they'd want to see a Le Chaume working behind a night-club bar. Then again, She hesitated, not very sure of herself. I don't know my sister-in-law Paulette personally, and it was years ago that her photo was in the papers when she got married. One evening, though, I had a feeling I recognized her at one of the tables. But it was just a feeling. That's why I was in two minds whether to mention it. I was struck by the way the woman that night stared at me with an odd curiosity, and also that she was on her own. When was this? A month and a half ago, maybe 2. Have you seen her again? No. Do you mind if I go and have a look at the soup? She was in the kitchen for some time. He could hear sounds of pots and pans, plates and forks. I grabbed the chance to put the roast in. You mustn't tell the owner of the Amazon or the customers, because they'd stop taking me serious and I could lose my job, but I love cooking. For yourself? For myself, and for 2 sometimes. Tonight's for 2, isn't it? How do you know? You mentioned a roast. That's true. My boyfriend should be here in a while. It's serious this time, isn't it? Who told you that? One of the girls at the Amazon? It doesn't matter, I'm not trying to hide it. Well, Detective Chief Inspector, would you believe it? It so happens that at the age of 34, I'm in love, and wondering whether to drop everything and get married. I like doing the housework, going to the market, the butcher, the dairy. I like pottering about in my apartment and making little delicacies, all of which is infinitely more enjoyable when you're expecting someone and laying the table for 2. So, who is it? A man, of course. Not young, 44. Just the right age difference. Not particularly handsome either, but not unattractive. He's had enough of furnished rooms and restaurants. He's a publicist, mainly for films, so he has to be at Fouquet's, Maxime's, the Elysée Club every day. He's had his fair share of starlets, but it turns out they generally live in furnished rooms and eat in restaurants too. So, he started to think that a woman like me, despite the heavy irony in her voice, he could sense she was in love, perhaps passionately so. I've just come from his apartment, and in a moment we're going to have dinner together. It's time I set the table. If you have more questions to ask me, come with me. I can listen and give answers while I get on with it. I only want to know his name and address. To need him? It's unlikely. Jacques Saint-Val, 23 Rue de Pontier. Jacques Saint-Val isn't his real name. He's actually called Arthur Baquet, which doesn't have the right ring for a publicist, so he made up a name. Thank you. For what? For making me feel at home. Why shouldn't I? You didn't even have a drink. It's true that there isn't much to drink in the apartment. Having to drink champagne all night long is enough for me. Most of the time I just wet my lips and pour the rest down the sink. Life was still fun for her. I am sorry I haven't shed a tear for my brother. Maybe I should have, but I just can't. I really want to know who killed Diana, though. So do I. Will you tell me? I promise. It was almost as if they'd become accomplices, and the smile on Maigret's lips as he walked out was almost as droll as that of the buxom young woman in her lacy peignoir. He waited on his own on the landing for the lift. When it arrived, there was someone in it, a man with brown hair and a receding hairline. He was wearing a light raincoat with a brown hat in his hand. "Excuse me," he muttered as he walked past Maigret. Then he turned around to get a better look at him, as if Maigret's face were familiar to him too. The lift went down. The concierge was on the lookout behind our glass door. "Did you see him? He's just gone upstairs." "Yes." "What do you think of her?" "She's lovely." He thanked her, smiling. He might need her again. He mustn't discourage her. He also shook hands with the taxi driver husband, who had driven him several times. When he finally emerged on the pavement, he saw a red Panhard convertible at the door. Chapter 6. Maigret had to wait a while before he could slip between the cars because everyone was leaving work. Once he'd crossed the road, he looked back up at the apartment he'd just left. Its iron balcony ran the length of the facade, with a railing in the middle dividing it in 2. It was completely dark now, and there were lights on behind at least half the curtains. The French window was half open on the 5th floor, and a man was leaning out, looking down at the street, a cigarette between his lips. He jerked back when he saw Maigret. It was the same man who had just gone upstairs and frowned when he bumped into Maigret at the door of the lift. Jacques Saint-Val, as he called himself, the film publicist. He went back into the apartment, the French window closed. What was he saying to Veronique Lachaume as she laid the table? There was a bar opposite the apartment building, not an ordinary one, but one of those American bars with high stools and discreet lighting you get more and more of these days around the Champs-Élysées. Maigret went in, and even though it was crowded, saw an empty stool by the wall. It was hot. There was lots of noise, women's laughter, cigarette smoke. A pretty girl in a black and white apron waited with a smile, and he took off his coat and hat. When the barman turned towards him, also looking as if he was trying to work out where he'd seen him, Maigret hesitated for a moment, then ordered a hot toddy. Then he asked, "Where's the telephone?" "Downstairs." "Ever got a token?" "See the operator." It wasn't the sort of bar he'd go to by choice, and he always felt a little uncomfortable in places like this because they hadn't existed in his day. The panelled walls were lined with hunting scenes, lots of riders in red jackets, and an actual hunting horn was hung just above the bar. As he made his way to the stairs at the back of the room, he felt someone looking at him. The barman had finally recognized him. Others had too, probably. Most of the women were young. The men, although older, weren't his generation. He had spotted some familiar faces himself. He remembered that there were some television studios further down the same street. He went down the oak staircase and found another pretty woman at a telephone switchboard by the cloakroom. "A token, please." There were 3 booths with glass doors, but he couldn't dial out directly. "What number do you want?" He had no choice but to give her the police judiciaire's number. It was the young woman's turn to recognize him, and she looked at him more closely. "Cabin 2. Police judiciaire here?" "It's Maigret. Give me Luca, will you?" "Just a moment, Detective Chief Inspector." He had to wait. Luca was on the telephone to someone. Eventually, he heard his voice. "Sorry, Chief. That was the examining magistrate. It's the 3rd time he's rung since you left. He's surprised you haven't been keeping him up to date." "Go on." "He asked masses of questions." "Such as?" "First, he asked if you'd gone back to Quai de la Gare. I said I didn't think so. Then he wanted to know if you'd talked to other witnesses. And finally, a few minutes ago, he left you a message. He's had to go home to get changed because he's having dinner in town. He'll be on Balzac 2374 all evening." That was around the Champs-Élysées, where Maigret was now. "He insisted that if you're planning on questioning anybody, he wants it to happen in his office." You could feel Luca was embarrassed. "Was that all?" "No, he asked me where the inspectors were, what they were doing, what they'd found out." "Did you tell him?" "No, I said I didn't know." He wasn't pleased. "Has there been any news?" Through the door of the booth, he saw the telephone attendant watching him as she put on lipstick. The customer was fastening her suspenders in front of the mirror. "No, the Pont has just come on duty. He's restless. He wants to get on with something." "Put him on." This was good timing. "Le Pont? Take one of the cars and go to Ivry. On a corner just opposite Pont National, you'll see a badly lit grocer's. I forget the woman's name, something like Chaudet or Chaudon or Chaudois. She wears her hair up in a bun and has a bit of a squint. Be very nice to her, very polite. Tell her we need her for a moment. She'll want to get all dressed up. Try to make sure it doesn't drag on too long. Take her to Rue François Premier, 17A. You'll probably find a red car outside. Park nearby. Both of you, stay in the car until I give you the signal." "Okay, Chief." He left the booth and paid for his call. "Thank you, Monsieur Maigret." He hadn't got any pleasure out of that sort of thing for a long time. Upstairs, the bar was more crowded than before, and a young woman with red hair had to take a step back to allow him to sit on his stool. He felt her warm hip against his body. The scent was very strong. At one of the tables, a man his age, slightly balding and greying around the temples, had his arm around the waist of a plump girl who could only just have been 20. For the first time, Maigret was shocked. Perhaps because of the examining magistrate who was only just out of college, he suddenly felt like an old man, a relic of the past. All these girls who were smoking, drinking whiskey and cocktails, weren't for men of his generation anymore. Some of them, talking loudly, turned fairly blatantly to give him curious looks. He just had to lean forward to see the lighted windows on the 5th floor up there. The shadow sometimes moved back and forth behind them. He had weighed the pros and cons. His first thought was to wait for Jacques Sambal at the entrance to the block. Véronique Lachaume, that fat, genial woman, was in love, there was no doubt about that. Might it cause her heartache? Wasn't there a risk he'd drive a wedge between the lovers? It wasn't the first time he'd been inhibited by scruples of this kind, but if his intuition was right, it was better she knew, wasn't it? He drank his drink slowly, trying to picture what was happening in the apartment. The food was being dished up, the couple were sitting down. He gave them time to eat, and Lapointe and the grocer time to set off. Same again, he ordered. Everything changes, and like children growing up, you never realize at the time, only when it's happened. His friendly enemy, as he liked to call him, Judge Comelio, had retired. Now he was just an old man who took his dog for a walk every morning, arm in arm with a lady with dyed purple hair. Maigret had started seeing inspectors in the office and in his team after a while who had never worked a beat, never patrolled the railway stations, who had just come straight from college. Some of his colleagues these days, same rank, same wages, were 40, if that. Admittedly, they were law graduates, often with 2 or 3 other degrees. They rarely ventured out of their offices, simply sending their subordinates to crime scenes and then interpreting whatever results that threw up. Police prerogatives had gradually been chipped away over the course of his career, and now the examining magistrates were taking over. A team of young tyros were replacing the Camelios with the firm intention, like Angelo, of running investigations from start to finish. What do I owe you? 600. The prices had changed, too. He sighed, looked around for his coat, had to wait by the door for the young cloakroom attendant. Thank you, Monsieur Maigret. Would the examining magistrate have been such a stickler if they'd been dealing with a professional thief, such as the monk or a Quai de Cheval labourer? Even reduced to the all but squalid penury he had witnessed at Quai de la Gare, the Lachaumes were still patricians, a grand upper-middle-class family whose name had been uttered with respect for over a century. Would the younger generation continue to take any notice of that? These weren't questions he usually asked himself, but he couldn't help his thoughts reverting to certain things that bothered him. There are days when you're more sensitive to certain aspects of the world than others, he supposed. It had been All Souls' Day the day before, after all. He shrugged and crossed the street. Through the tulle curtains, he saw the concierge and her husband sitting at a round table. He gave a vague wave as he walked past without being sure they'd seen him. The lift deposited him on the 5th floor, and he rang the bell, heard voices, then footsteps. The buxom figure of Veronique opened the door, her face more flushed than earlier. She'd just been drinking hot soup, as he would soon discover. She was surprised to see him again, but didn't seem worried. Have you forgotten something? Did you have an umbrella? She looked instinctively at the coat stand in the hallway. No, I just want to have a quick word with your old boyfriend. Oh? She closed the door. Come in, this way. She led him through to the kitchen rather than the living room. It was also white, stocked with the sort of chrome appliances you see in interior design shows. A kind of balustrade divided it in two, and one side had been turned into a miniature dining room. The soup tureen was still steaming on the table. Jacques Saint-Val had his spoon in his hand. This is Detective Chief Inspector Maigret who'd like to talk to you. The man stood up, evidently uncomfortable, in 2 minds whether to hold out his hand, which he finally did. Nice to meet you. Sit down. Carry on with your dinner. I was going to clear away the soup. Don't mind me. You'd better take your coat off. It's very hot. She took his overcoat out to the hallway. Maigret sat down, an unlit pipe in his hand, feeling that Angelo would have heartily disapproved. I just want to ask you a question or two, Monsieur Sameron. I saw your car downstairs. It's the red Panhard, isn't it? Yes. Wasn't it parked by Pont National yesterday evening at about 6? Was Saint-Val expecting the question? Without turning a hair, he seemed to be casting his mind back. Pont National. It's the last bridge before Ivry, a railway bridge. Veronique, who had come back, was looking at both of them in surprise. I don't think... No, wait a minute. Yesterday afternoon, around 6. No, definitely not. You didn't lend your car to anyone? Maigret wasn't throwing him a lifeline unwittingly. Not as such, but one of my colleagues could have taken it. Do you normally leave it outside your office? Yes, with the keys in it. It's one of those risks you take, isn't it? People hardly ever steal those sorts of eye-catching cars. They're so recognizable. Do you and your colleagues go into the office on a Sunday? Yes, often. Are you sure you're not lying, Jaco? The question was Veronique's, as she put the roast at the table. Why would I lie? You know the office pays for the upkeep and petrol. If someone needs something from a shop that minute and there isn't a car handy, Of course you don't know Paulette, do you? Paulette who? Veronique Lachaume wasn't laughing anymore. In fact, she'd become extremely serious. My sister-in-law, she said. Oh, yes, I vaguely remember you talking about her. Do you know her? By name? And you know she lives at Quai de la Gare, do you? You've jogged my memory. Her address has slipped my mind. Maigret'd seen a telephone in the concierge's lodge. Veronique also had one in her living room. Can I make a phone call? Do you know where it is? He went out on his own, called the lodge. Maigret here. I'm on the 5th floor. Yes. Will you go outside and see if a little black car's there? There should be a youngish man and a middle-aged woman in it. Will you tell them to come up from me? He hadn't lowered his voice. The couple had heard him from the kitchen. It wasn't pleasant work, but he was trying to do it as properly as possible. I'm sorry, but I have to check. He had the impression Veronique's large eyes, so merry moments ago, were watering. Her breast was heaving to a different rhythm. She was forcing herself to eat, but her appetite had gone. You swear you're not hiding anything, Jacques? Even that Jacques was starting to grate. I assure you, Nique. As Veronique had admitted, it was the first time she'd had a steady relationship, and despite her veneer of cynicism, she must have cared deeply about their love. Did she already feel it was under threat? Had she always had some doubts about the publicist's sincerity? Had she turned a blind eye on purpose because at 34 she was tired of her women in dinner jackets routine and was dying to get married like everyone else? He was listening out for the bell. When it rang, he hurried out into the corridor and opened the door. As he'd expected, the grocer had put on her Sunday dress and a black coat with a sable collar, and she was wearing an elaborate hat. With a wink at his boss, Lapointe just said, I came as quick as I could. Come in, madame. You saw a red car parked outside your establishment yesterday evening, didn't you? He was careful not to say corner shop. Yes, monsieur. Come with me. She stopped abruptly at the kitchen door, turned to Maigret and asked, What should I do? Do you recognize anyone? Of course. Who? That gentleman, eating. Maigret fetched Serva's raincoat and hat from the coat stand. I recognize those, too. Anyway, I'd already recognized the car in the street. The bumper's got a dent on the driver's side. Veronique Lachaume stood up without crying, her teeth clenched, and went and put her plate in the sink. Her boyfriend had stopped eating. Unsure whether to remain sitting down, he finally stood up in turn, muttering, All right. What's all right? I was there. Thank you, madame. You can drive her back now, Lapointe. Have her sign a statement, just to be on the safe side. When it was only the three of them again, Veronique said in a slightly hoarse voice, Would you two mind going and discussing your little business somewhere other than in my kitchen? In the living room, if you like. Maigret understood that she wanted to be alone, perhaps to have a cry. He had spoiled her evening, and a lot more besides, probably. The cosy little supper had turned out badly. Come with me. He left the door open, thinking the daughter of the Lachaume family had a right to hear their conversation. Sit down, Monsieur Samuel. May I smoke? Of course. Do you realize what you've just done? To you. Veronique's lover looked shifty and sullen, like a schoolboy who's been caught playing a nasty prank. I can tell you right off that you're making a mistake. Maigret sat down opposite him and filled his pipe. He didn't speak, didn't do anything to make the situation easier for the publicist. He realized it was a little unfair. Angelo wasn't there, and Saint-Van wasn't demanding his lawyer be present. Some women must have found him handsome, but close up, especially now, he looked shabby. Without his usual confident front, you could feel he was listless, hesitant. He would have been more at ease and at home in the American bar across the street. I've read the newspaper like everybody else, and I can guess what you're thinking. I'm not thinking anything yet. Then why did you get that woman I've never seen before to come up to the apartment? To make you admit that you were at Quai de la Gare yesterday. What does that prove? Nothing, except that you know Paulette Lachaume. So? He was regaining his confidence, or exactly trying to act tough. I know hundreds of women. I've never heard it's a crime. I'm not accusing you of a crime, Monsieur Samuel. But you come here, to my girlfriend's, knowing full well that I'm putting you in an awkward position, because I presume you've never told her about your relationship with Paulette Lachaume. The man was silent, head bowed. Sounds of plates and cutlery could be heard. Apparently Veronique wasn't listening. How long have you known her? Saint-Val struggled to answer, still debating whether to lie or not. It was Veronique who broke the silence. She had been following the conversation after all. It's my fault, Monsieur Maigret. I know now. I've been a silly little fool. I should have expected this would happen. She had been crying in the kitchen, not much, but enough for her eyes to be red. She was holding a handkerchief, and her nose was still wet. I answered your questions earlier, the first time you came around, without realizing. Do you remember that a month and a half or 2 months ago, I thought I recognized my sister-in-law at the club? Jacques picked me up that night, as he often does. I don't know why I told him about her, because I'd never told him anything about my family before then. I can't remember exactly how it came up. I think I said, my brother would get a surprise if he knew the sort of places his wife goes to. Something like that. Jacques asked me what my brother did, and it was my idea of a joke to say, makes wafers. We were in such a good mood, walking arm in arm in the night. Is he a pastry chef? Not exactly. Haven't you heard of Lachaume wafers? That didn't ring any bells, so I added, his wife is worth at least 200 million, maybe more. Do you understand now? Maigret understood, but he needed details. Did he ask you about your sister-in-law? Not straight away. That came later, the odd question here and there, as if it was of no importance. Had you both started thinking about marriage? A few weeks before, pretty seriously. Was it still up for discussion? I thought we'd decided. Saint-Val muttered, with what he intended to be an air of conviction. I didn't change my mind. So why did you set about getting to know my sister-in-law? Out of curiosity, no particular reason. For a start, she's married, so... So what? There was nothing in it for me. Do you mind? Interrupted Maigret. I'd like to ask a few more specific questions. Tell me, Monsieur Simenon, when and where did you meet Paulette Lachaume? Do you want the exact date? It's not essential. It was a Thursday about 4 weeks ago in a tea-room on Rue Royale. You go to tea-rooms now, do you? Veronique burst out laughing. She wasn't under any illusions anymore. She wasn't hoping against hope. She knew it was over and didn't resent her lover, just blamed herself. I don't think you found yourself there by accident, insisted Maigret. You followed her, probably from her home. How long had you been watching her? That was the second day. In other words, with a view to making her acquaintance, you were keeping watch that afternoon in your car on Quai de la Gare. He didn't deny it. Paulette came out, probably in her blue Pontiac, and you followed her. She left the car on Place Vendôme and did some shopping on Rue Saint-Honoré. Did you talk to her in the tea-room? Yes. Did she seem surprised? Very. You inferred from this that she wasn't used to male attention. It all fitted together. When did you take her to your place? It wasn't my place, he protested. A furnished room? No, a friend lent me his apartment. Veronique cut in again, sarcastically. You see, Monsieur Maigret, Eau de Pontieu was more than good enough for me, but for a woman with several hundred millions, somewhere more prestigious was required. Where was it, Jacques? An Englishman's apartment, you don't know him, on Ile Saint-Louis. Did she often meet you there? Fairly often. Every day? Only at the end? In the afternoon? In the evenings too, sometimes? Yesterday, for instance? Yes. What happened yesterday evening? Nothing in particular. What did you talk about? Veronique again. You think they did a lot of talking? Answer, Saint-Val. Have you questioned her? Not yet. Are you going to? Tomorrow morning in the examining magistrate's office. I didn't kill her brother-in-law. Besides, I had no reason to. He was silent for a moment, looking even more preoccupied, then added in a low voice, Nor did she. Did you ever see Léonard Lachaume? I saw him leave the house once while I was waiting in the street. Did he see you too? No. Where did you have dinner yesterday with Paulette? In a restaurant in Palais Royal, you can check. We had a table on the mezzanine. I know it, cut in Veronique. It's called Chez Marcel. He's taken me there too. We had a table on the mezzanine, probably the same one, in the left-hand corner. Is that right, Jack? He didn't answer. When you left Quai de la Gare, did you notice another car following you? No, it was raining. I didn't even look in the rearview mirror. Did you go to the apartment on Ile Saint-Louis after dinner? Yes. And then did you drive Paulette home? No, she insisted on taking a taxi. Why? Because a red car is more noticeable on the empty street at night. Was she very afraid of being seen with you? Somehow didn't seem to know what Maigret was driving at, or more exactly was wondering what the catch was to his questions. I suppose so. It's pretty understandable. But I thought relations between her and her husband were cool, if anything, weren't they? They hadn't been intimate for years, and they slept in separate bedrooms. Armand is ill. You'd already started calling him Armand, had you? I had to call him something. In a word, then, although you'd never set foot in the Naichaume's house, you considered yourself part of the family in a way, did you? Veronique interrupted again, going to the heart of the matter this time. Listen, you two. There's no point playing cat and mouse. You both know what's been going on, so do I, unfortunately, and I'm just a silly little fool. Although he hangs around at Fouquet's, Maxime's, and other high-toned places, Jacques has always lived from hand to mouth and doesn't have anything to his name except his car, if he's actually paid that off. I'd noticed the unpaid tabs he had at bars and restaurants. When he met me, he thought that a girl my age, who's always worked, must have some money set aside, and I made the mistake of bringing him here and telling him that I'd just bought my apartment. It's true. This is my home. I'm even getting a little house built by the Marne soon. Well, he thought this was all wonderful, and although I didn't ask him for anything, he started talking about marriage. The only trouble was that I had the damn idea of telling him about my sister-in-law and her millions. I've never taken money from a woman, Saint-Val said tonelessly. That's just what I mean. There was no point squeezing her for small amounts every now and then. Whereas by marrying her, she's married. What's divorce for? Admit that you talked about it, you two. He hesitated, not knowing which way to turn. Maigret had told him he was going to question Paulette the following day, hadn't he? I didn't take her seriously. I tested the water, just out of curiosity. So, she was planning to get divorced, and she was careful not to be caught, so she wouldn't be the guilty party. Do you get the picture, Monsieur Maigret? I don't hold it against you that all this has come out. It's not your fault. You were looking for something else. Sometimes when you're hunting big game, you start a rabbit. Jacques, will you be a sweetheart and take your dressing gown and slippers, and send me my things back? It'll be time for me to go to work soon, and I have to get dressed. Those ladies are waiting for me. She laughed, a brittle laugh that shook her large bosom. That'll teach me. But you'd be wrong to suspect Jacques of killing Leonard, Detective Chief Inspector. For a start, I don't see why he'd have done it. And then between you and me, he only acts the tough guy. He would have chickened out before he timed the wall. I'm sorry that I haven't offered you anything to drink. Tears suddenly gushed from her eyes, catching her by surprise. It didn't even occur to her to turn her head away. In a husky voice she said, Off you go, you two. It's high time I got dressed. She pushed them towards the corridor, the coat stand. On the landing, Saint-Val turned around. My dressing gown and slippers. Rather than go and fetch them, she said, I'll put them in the post. Go on. Don't worry. No one else is going to be using them. The door closed behind them. Maigret would have sworn that he heard a sob. Just one. Then hurrying footsteps. Saint-Val and he waited for the lift in silence. As he stepped in, the publicist muttered, Do you realize what you've done? Do you? Retorted Maigret, finally lighting his pipe. That idiotic magistrate who said he wanted to be involved in every stage of the investigation. Why? For the fun of it, maybe. Chapter 7. He dreamed about the investigation, like a child worrying about the exam he's sitting the following day. And although Angelo may not have appeared at any stage, although he never saw his face, he was no less present in the background. It was a series of dreams rather than just one, punctuated by spells of semi-consciousness, even lucidity, during which Maigret's mind kept working. It had got off to a fairly self-important start. Addressing the invisible examining magistrate, Maigret declared, Right, I'll show you my method. In his mind, this was a sort of rehearsal. He said method, ironically, of course, because he had been repeating for 30 years that he didn't have one. Still, he didn't object to telling this insolently youthful magistrate what he thought. Maigret was at Quai de la Gare, all alone in the run-down house that had become so insubstantial he could walk through its walls. but the decor was accurate in every last detail, including some details Maigret had forgotten while he was awake. Here it is. The years this was where they spent their evenings. It was the living room, and Maigret was stoking the little cast-iron stove, which had a redder crack in it, like a scar. He arranged the protagonists about the room, the old parents like wooden cutouts, Léonard, whom he tried to imagine alive and who gave a thin, bitter smile, Paulette, constantly jumping up, restlessly leafing through a magazine, saying she was going to bed before anyone else, and finally Armand, whom he imagined looking tired, taking some medicine or other. You understand, this is crucial. He didn't know what was crucial. Evening after evening in here for years, Jean-Paul had already gone to bed. Everyone except Paulette is thinking the same thing. Léonard and his brother exchanged glances from time to time. Léonard has to do the talking because he's the eldest, and Armand isn't brave enough. In the dream, doing the talking meant asking Zuber's daughter for money. La Chaume's was on the verge of collapse. La Chaume's, the oldest biscuit factory in Paris, an important institution, a cultural heirloom like those paintings that go to museums, a monument that had taken generations to create. Meanwhile, someone was sitting on a pile of money, of dirty money, so dirty that Monsieur Zuber was only too happy to marry his daughter off to a La Chaume so that she could become one of the great and good. "Do you understand?" he asked, because an invisible Angela was still watching him as he worked like this, without a safety net. It was hard work. Like in other dreams, he had to pull himself up into thin air. He mustn't let the characters escape, evaporate. The old couple said their good nights, then Armand, so that the other two can be alone. It would be easier if she handed over a lump sum all at once, but she obstinately refuses to do that, possibly because her father, a canny old operator, had advised her not to before he died. Only small amounts to tide them over at the end of a month, so they constantly find themselves back at square one. The La Chaumes must have lied at the beginning to convince her that it would only take a few million for business to be booming again, for the house to be a comfortable, cheerful home, the scene of constant dinner parties and get-togethers like any self-respecting upper-middle-class household. Paulette believed it, then stopped. So every month another little chat with Léonard. How much? And then each of them goes back to one of these bedrooms, one of these cells, and carries on brooding. The corridor, the bedroom doors, the bathroom at the end, an old bathroom with brown stains on the enamel from the dripping tap. The La Chaumes are used to it. Maybe despite their millions, the Zubers didn't use the bathroom in their house. All this, you see, is what you got to assimilate. Rapping out the syllables, he repeats, assimilate. Léonard in his office downstairs, Armand in his, opposite the bookkeeper's, the biscuits being packed in the warehouse, a ridiculous wisp of smoke rising from the tall chimney that looked like a factory chimney. Paulette in her car. Late afternoon the day before. The grocer in her shop. It's a Sunday, but it was a public holiday the day before, and the local shopkeepers don't like shutting 2 days in a row. Around 6 o'clock, the red Pamard with his shifty Savin and a raincoat at the wheel, Léonard tailing it in the blue Pontiac, the Palais Royal, the restaurant. Ideally, he would have superimposed all the images like in some photographs and shown the Ivry police, his men Jean-Pierre and Lucas, all the inspectors questioning witnesses, a barge at Corbeil, another on the Saint-Martin Canal, Paul dissecting muscles and internal organs, putting samples in test tubes, the laboratory staff measuring, analyzing, looking through microscopes, magnifying glasses. Maigret gave an ironic smile. What matters, though? He didn't say what mattered out of modesty, but kept passing from room to room, stepping through the walls. When Madame Maigret shook him, he was exhausted, as if he had spent the night on a train, and his neck was hurting again. You were talking off and on all night. What did I say? I couldn't understand, the words are all jumbled up. She didn't pursue it. He ate breakfast in silence, as if he'd forgotten that he was at home and that she was sitting across the table from him. Jacques Saint-Var had seemed surprised the previous evening when he had told him he was free to go on condition he didn't leave Paris. When he had got home, Maigret had telephoned Lapointe, who was on night duty all that week, and asked him to look up various things and put together a file. It had stopped raining, but the sky was no clearer or more cheerful, and everyone on the bus was in a bad mood. Maigret had asked to be woken earlier than usual, and the offices of Quai des Orfèvres were almost empty when he got in. The first thing he saw, in pride of place, were the examining magistrate's messages. He insisted that Maigret telephone him first thing, which, for someone from the public prosecutor's office, meant 9 a.m. That left him plenty of time, and he began by studying the statistics Dupont had put on his desk before going to bed. He didn't take any notes, just remembered a few figures with an occasional smile of satisfaction, because he had essentially been on the right track. Then he bent over the plan of a house at Ivry that criminal records had drawn up. The diagram was accompanied by a bulky, meticulous report, as criminal records weren't in the habit of omitting any detail, however small. It mentioned, for instance, an old rusty, twisted wheel from a children's bicycle that had been found in a corner of the yard. Had it been part of Jean-Paul's bicycle, or more likely of a bicycle that Armand or even Léonard had once used? Or had someone in the neighborhood got rid of it by chucking it over the wall rather than dump it in the Seine? It was a significant detail, and there were many others like it, too many to remember. He spent longest studying the inventory of the contents of Léonard's bedroom. 8 white shirts, 6 very worn, darned at the collar and cuffs, 6 boxer shorts, mended, 10 pairs cotton socks, 4 pairs wool, 5 striped pajamas. Everything was recorded, from how many handkerchiefs he had to the state of his comb, hairbrush, and clothes brush, and there were sketches showing the position of each item. As in the previous night's dream, Maigret tried to visualize the room by putting the various articles described in the inventory in their places. A bronze and black marble clock, mechanism no longer working. 2 bronze and marble 3-branched candelabras. A wicker waste paper basket containing a crumpled newspaper. A 36-centimeter adjustable spanner, as used by plumbers. The description of the bed was equally precise. One of the fine linen bedsheets in excellent condition was embroidered with a P, 4 centimeters tall. Maigret extended 2 fingers, visualizing the embroidered initial, then sighed. Still reading, he picked up the telephone. "Get me Maître Waddell, the lawyer. I don't know his number." A few minutes later, Waddell was on the line. "Hello, Maigret here. I'd like you to ask your clients a couple of questions which will spare me a trip to Quai de la Gare, and you having to meet me there. Hello, are you there?" "Yes, I'm listening." Maigret's tact must have caught the lawyer by surprise. "The first question is about an adjustable spanner. A 36-centimeter adjustable spanner. It's in Léonard Lachaume's bedroom, which is under seal. I'd like to know what it's doing there." "What?" "Yes, there may be a very simple reason, and I'd like to know what it is." "Next. How many bed sheets are there in the house?" "Yes, I'm sorry, it's very humdrum, you're right." "Wait a minute. Ask if all the sheets have the initial P on them, and if they don't, who uses the ones that do. How many sheets are there with that initial, and how many are plain, or have a different initial?" "What?" "That's all, yes. Actually, I expect you pre-professional confidentiality on this. How long have you been Lachaume's notary?" There was a silence on the other end of the line. Maître Waddell was hesitating. Maigret had been surprised the day before to find such a young and virtually unknown lawyer in that house. A crafty old hand would have seemed far more likely. "What's that?" "A week." "One last question. Can I ask whose lawyer you are exactly? Someone called you or came to see you a week ago?" He listened, shrugged his shoulders, and when the voice on the other end of the line fell silent, hung up. As he'd expected, Waddell had refused to answer his question. He was reaching for one of his pipes when the telephone rang. It was Angelo, sooner than expected, who had got to the office long before 9. "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." "Speaking." "Did you get my messages?" "I did. I read them carefully." "I'd like to see you as soon as possible." "I know, I'm just waiting for a telephone call. It should be in the next few minutes, I hope, and then I'll come to your office." He proceeded to wait, doing nothing except smoke, and plant himself by the window. It took 6 minutes. Waddell hadn't hung around. "I asked about the adjustable spanner first. Old Catherine remembers it very well. About 2 weeks ago, Léonard Lachaume was bothered by a smell of gas in his bedroom. They only use gas in the kitchen these days. of the rooms used to be gaslit and the system is still in place. The pipes were just blocked off with key bolts, so Leonard got a spanner from the workshop on the ground floor. He forgot to take it back, and it's been in the corner of the bedroom since then. The sheets? I haven't been able to get an exact total because some are up the laundry. They've got different initials. The oldest, which are very worn, are monogrammed NF and date back to the parents' marriage. In those days, a woman brought enough sheets to last a lifetime when she got married. They're coarse Dutch linen, and there are a few pairs left. Then there are some sheets with ML on them, which were Leonard's late wife's. 12 pairs, I'm told, including one with a scorch mark where it was burned by an iron. 6 pairs of sheets, almost brand new, cotton, no initials. And finally, 24 finer quality sheets that came with Paulette the Champ. Do they have a P on them? Yes. I suppose that in theory she's the only one who uses them. I didn't press the point. I was only told that they had personal bedsheets. Thank you. May I ask? Nothing, maître. I don't know anything yet. I'm sorry. Without gathering up any files, he opened the door of the inspector's office where Luca had just appeared. If anyone asks for me, I'll be at the examining magistrate's office. He had a key to the glass door connecting the police judiciaire and the palais de justice, which had been kept carefully locked since a prisoner had used it to escape. As usual, he recognized various characters sitting on the benches, some of whom were flanked by gendarmes. The monk was one of these, waiting outside a magistrate's office. He wordlessly showed Maigret the handcuffs he had been made to wear, then shrugged his shoulders as if to say, "That's what they're like over here." It was another world, it was true, with a dull smell of bureaucracy and red tape. He knocked at Angelo's door, found him at his desk, closely shaven and giving off a faint smell of lavender. His secretary at the end of the table was barely older than him. "Have a seat, Detective Chief Inspector. I was quite surprised to go all yesterday afternoon and evening without hearing from you. Am I to conclude that you haven't found out anything, haven't taken any steps that might be of interest to me?" The secretary sat there, pencil in hand, as though ready to take notes, but luckily wasn't doing so. "Have you been back to Quai de la Gare?" "I haven't. No." "So you haven't seen any of the family or staff again?" "No." "But I assume you and your men have been busy on the case. Personally, I've thought about it a great deal, and I admit, but despite so little being stolen, I do keep coming back to the burglary hypothesis." Maigret kept silent, thinking of his dream, how different it was from reality. Was it really worth explaining himself, trying to make the magistrate understand? He waited to be asked something specific. "What do you think?" The question came finally. "Of it being a burglary?" "Yes." "I've had someone dig up some figures for you. Do you know how many burglaries there have been in Paris in the last 10 years of apartments and townhouses at night, when the occupants were at home?" The magistrate looked at him, surprised, intrigued. 32, Maigret went on in an indifferent tone of voice. "Just over 3 a year. And over a dozen of these have to be chalked up to a sort of artist or lunatic who we arrested 3 years ago and is still in prison. He was a lad of 25 who lived with his sister, had no lovers or friends, and was obsessed with putting off the most difficult jobs, such as entering the room of a sleeping couple and taking their jewelry without waking them. Naturally, he wasn't armed. Why do you say naturally? Because professional burglars are never armed. They know the law from experience and keep the risk to a minimum. But almost every week, you read in the newspaper that an old newsagent or haberdasher or shopkeeper in town or in the suburbs has been battered to death. Those aren't really burglaries. In fact, those crimes are committed by crude and often stupid young louts. I also asked how many real burglaries have been accompanied or followed by murders in the last 10 years. 3. The first was committed with an adaptable spanner, which the burglar had in his pocket. The second with a poker the burglar found on the premises and used when he was caught and threatened. And the third with a firearm, a Luger the burglar had brought back from the war. He repeated, "Only one, and it's not a 6.35 automatic. I doubt you'll find a professional criminal or delinquent anywhere in Paris who uses one of those guns, which respectable folk keep in the drawers of their bedside tables and jealous wives carry around in their handbags. If I understand you correctly, you don't accept the burglary hypothesis?" "No." "Even, say, by a member or former member of staff?" "A Belgian bargee whom my men have been able to track down saw somebody in the courtyard in the evening standing on a ladder, breaking the glass on the wall." In the evening or after 2 in the morning? In the evening around 10 p.m. In other words, 4 hours before the murder. 4 hours before the murder. If that's right, what do you conclude? Nothing so far. You asked me to keep you posted. Have you learned anything else? Paulette Lachaume has a lover. Did she tell you? I thought you... I haven't seen her. She hasn't told me anything. It was her sister-in-law who involuntarily put me on the right track. Which sister-in-law? Veronique Lachaume. Where did you find her? In her apartment in Rue François Premier. She's a barmaid in a fairly unusual cabaret on Rue Marbeuf, the Amazon. Her lover, whom she was planning to marry soon, is having an affair with Paulette. Did he admit that? Yes. What is he like? One of those characters you run into a lot around the Champs-Élysées. Publicist by trade. Unpaid tabs everywhere. At first he was planning to marry Veronique, who owns her apartment and has some savings, but when he heard about the sister-in-law and her millions, he contrived to meet her and become her lover. He had dinner with her the day before yesterday, then took her to an apartment on the Ile Saint-Louis, which an English friend sometimes lends him. He was taking a certain mischievous satisfaction in tossing all this information out any old how. The magistrate could sort it out for himself. Have you detained him at Quai des Orfèvres? I didn't take him there. Where does this get us? I don't know. If you reject the hypothesis of a burglar or a madman and you believe the bargee's statement, you have to concede that the crime was committed by someone from the house. Now, criminal records found a 36-centimeter spanner in Léonard Chaume's bedroom. The murderer used an automatic. I know. The spanner weighs around 2 kilos. According to Catherine the maid, it had been in Léonard's room for the past 2 weeks after he used it to tighten a bolt sealing the gas pipe. What other information do you have? Maigret's calm, ironic manner was getting on the magistrate's nerves. Even the secretary, who was looking down in an embarrassed way, couldn't help noticing that Maigret had adopted an attitude which, if not hostile or actively aggressive, wasn't exactly cordial. Information isn't the word for it. For instance, I've just found out how many bed sheets there are in the house. Bed sheets? One sheet in Léonard's room is stained with blood. It has a letter P on it, and belongs to Paulette. Is that all? She left the house on foot in the rain the day before yesterday at about 6 o'clock, and went to meet her lover, who was waiting for her a little further down the street in a red car opposite a grocer's. Round about the same time, Léonard Lachaume pulled out in his sister-in-law's car, a blue Pontiac. The couple went to a discreet restaurant in Palais Royal, chez Marcel. Léonard would have returned at 9. An hour later, someone on the property crushed the broken glass on the wall with a heavy object, probably a hammer. After going to the Englishman's apartment on Quai de Bourbon, Paulette returned by taxi. Why not in her lover's car? Because she was afraid of being noticed at night. Did she tell you that? Her lover did. In the corridor she said hello to Léonard, who was in a dressing gown. Maigret's features froze. For a moment he seemed elsewhere. What are you thinking? I don't know yet. I'll have to check. None of this remotely resembled his dream, in which he had treated the invisible examining magistrate to such a brilliant demonstration of his methods. They weren't at Quai de la Gare either. The atmosphere of the house was missing, its contents, its past and present, everything visible and invisible there. He was still consciously putting on a performance, though. It had always been open warfare with poor Camillo, who had been his personal enemy for so long, the old, unacknowledged, constantly summoning struggle between the public prosecutor's office and Quai des Orfèvres. Other magistrates preferred to give him a free rein and wait patiently until he brought them a complete file, preferably with a signed confession. Now, confronted with Angelo, he was showing off in spite of himself, playing the part of Maigret, as it were, or at least certain people's version of him. He wasn't proud of it, but he couldn't help himself. 2 generations were meeting, and he wasn't averse to showing this beginner. The conclusion being, I haven't drawn a conclusion yet. If it's someone from the family, as you seem to contend, from the family, or the house. So you include the hunchbacked old maid among the suspects, do you? I'm not ruling anyone out. I'm not going to quote more statistics. But 3 months ago, a man killed his neighbor, also with a 6.35 automatic, because the neighbor wouldn't stop playing his radio at full volume. I don't see the connection. At first sight, it's a stupid, inexplicable crime. However, The murderer was a severely disabled ex-serviceman who'd been trepanned twice and spent his days in pain in an armchair. He lived off his pension. The neighbour was a foreign-born tailor who had problems after the liberation and got out of them. I still don't see. My point is this. What at first sight seems a ridiculous motive, a little more or less music, becomes, if you think about it, a burning question for the disabled ex-serviceman. In other words, given the circumstances, the crime is explicable, almost inevitable. I don't see anything equivalent at Quai de la Gare. But there must be, at least in the mind of the person who killed Léonard Lachaume. Apart from fairly rare pathological cases, people only kill for specific, urgent reasons. Have you found that reason in the case we're dealing with? I found several. But Maigret had suddenly had enough of the role he had been sucked into playing. I'm sorry, he muttered. He meant it sincerely. For what? For everything. It doesn't matter. Something occurred to me just now while I was talking to you. If you don't mind me making a telephone call, we may be able to get a clearer picture of what's going on. The magistrate pushed the telephone towards him. Get me criminal records, will you? Hello, yes? Who's speaking? Is that you, Immerse? Maigret here. I got the report, yes. That's not what I want to talk to you about. It's the inventory. I assume it's exhaustive, is it? What? I know, I don't doubt it was drawn up with great care. I just want to make sure that there isn't a chance something was left out. Whoever typed it up could have skipped a line. Do you have the original list to hand? Fetch it. Okay. Now, see if there isn't a mention of a dressing gown. I went over the list very quickly in my office and I might have missed it. A dressing gown, yes. A man's, that is. I'll stay on the line. He heard Immerse reading through the list in a low voice. No mention of a dressing gown. Besides, I was there. I didn't see one. Thanks, my friend. He and the magistrate looked at one another in silence. Finally, Maigret muttered as though unsure of himself. Calling someone in for questioning might get us somewhere at this point. Calling who in? That's what I'm wondering. This wasn't just because he was looking for what he sometimes called the point of least resistance. Today, there was a personal aspect as well. He was certain Angelo would insist the questioning took place in his office. Maybe he'd even want to do it himself. This made Maigret think twice about summoning old Lachaume, who already resembled one of the portraits of family ancestors hanging in the ground floor office. He would have to be parted from his wife, who could hardly be made to travel. He wasn't even sure that old Lachaume still had all his wits about him. His eyes seemed to look inwards, and Maigret suspected he lived entirely in the past. Catherine would be aggressive, because she was fiercely partisan and wouldn't back down. She would deny the glaringly obvious, sneer at any semblance of logic. He'd have to look at her hunchbacked silhouette, hear her painfully shrill voice. He didn't know Jean-Paul, hadn't been able to get a glimpse of him, because they had been in such a hurry to spirit him away to boarding school. The little boy might inadvertently provide some valuable information, but Maigret could imagine the examining magistrate's repugnance at the prospect of bothering a child whose father had died 2 nights previously. That left Armand and Paulette. The drawback with Armand were his epileptic fits. With his back against the wall, wouldn't he be tempted to have one, either real or simulated? I think we'd be better off questioning Paulette Lachaume, he decided finally with a sigh. Do you have particular questions to ask her? Some, others will follow on from her answers. Do you want me to inform her lawyer? Of course, Radel would be present. Everything would be by the book with Angelo. Maigret felt a stab of nostalgia at having to give up his office, his habits, his idiosyncrasies, the way he'd send down for sandwiches and beer or coffee at just the right moment, or get one of his inspectors to take over, who would then innocently start the whole interrogation all over again. Sooner rather than later, all this would be a thing of the past, and Maigret's work would be done by well-bred Angelos dripping with academic qualifications. I telephoned him this morning, Maigret admitted. The magistrate frowned. About the questioning. He was already itching to defend his prerogatives. No, to ask him for 2 of the pieces of information I've just given you. Rather than bother the Lachaume family, I thought it best to go through him. Hello, get me made for Radel's chambers, please. André Radel, yes. Hello, André. Maigret hadn't heard the 2 men call one another by their first names the day before at Quai de la Gare. Listen, I've got Detective Chief Inspector Maigret in my office. The investigation has reached a point where it seems necessary to call some people in for questioning. At my office, yes, of course. No, I've no intention of disturbing the old parents. Or him. At least not for the moment. What does the doctor say? Oh, Paulette the show, yes. This morning, ideally. Okay, I'll wait for you to call. He hung up, then felt the need to explain. We did law together. He's just told me that Armand is in bed. He had a pretty severe fit yesterday evening. The doctor was called, and he's at his bedside again this morning. What about Paulette? Guadel is going to call me back. He's hoping to bring her here in the late morning. The magistrate gave an embarrassed cough and fiddled with his paper knife. It is more customary at this stage for me to ask the questions, and for you to participate only if necessary. I don't suppose you have any objections? Maigret had 1,000 objections, but what was the use mentioning them? Whatever you want. That said, I would find it natural if you indicated in writing before she gets here what you think I should insist on. Maigret nodded. Just a few words on a piece of paper, nothing official. Of course. Have you learned anything about Léonard Lachaume's late wife? She served the same purpose as the Zoubert girl, which is to keep the house by the river and the biscuit factory going, if going is the word for it. She was from a similar background too. Her father started out as a foreman and made a fortune in civil engineering. Her dowry was used as a stopgap. What about the inheritance? There wasn't one because the father is still alive and looks like he will be for a long time. First Léonard, then Armand. Wasn't there something almost moving about this dogged determination to keep afloat a business which by all the laws of economics should have gone under a long time ago? Didn't it have something in common with a disabled ex-serviceman shooting his neighbor because he tormented him from dawn to dusk with his radio on full blast? Maigret hadn't mentioned this case by accident. He had been playing a part for the examining magistrate, it was true, but deep down he had been completely honest with himself. Hello, yes? What did she say? How long do you think that will take? Around 11:30, okay. Of course not. It will be in my office. Was Rodel really so afraid that she would be questioned in Maigret's office? Angelo had reassured him, the implication being in my office everything will be by the book. Maigret sighed as he got to his feet. I'll be here just before 11:30. Don't forget to jot down any questions and I'll have a think. Flanked by 2 gendarmes, the poor old monk was still waiting on the bench with an air of resignation until his magistrate deigned to see him. Maigret winked at him as he walked past, and then, when he got to his office, slammed the door shut behind him. Chapter 8. With his elbows resting heavily on his desk, his forehead propped in his left hand, he wrote a few words, taking little puffs on his pipe, then sat staring at the murky rectangle of the window for a long time. As on nights before exams in his first 2 years studying medicine, he had reread all the reports, including the famous inventory. He had read that a 3rd time, just for good measure, and was starting to be sick of it. But he was comparing himself less to a student than to a boxer who in less than an hour, maybe a few minutes, would be staking his reputation, his career, provoking jeers or wild applause. The comparison was inaccurate, of course. Angelo had no influence over his career, which in any case was soon going to end in retirement, and the newspapers wouldn't know what went on between the 4 walls of an office in the Palais de Justice. So it wasn't a question of ovations. All that Maigret risked was a reprimand, and, in the future, an array of ironic or pitying glances from the young magistrates to whom Angelo would be sure to tell his story. Talking of Maigret and his 6th sense, have you heard? As soon as he had got back to his office, he had called Lucas to give him instructions. All available inspectors were now wearing out the shoe leather, as they say, around Palais Royal this time, questioning shopkeepers, newspaper sellers, going to the homes and offices of anyone who had been having supper on the ground floor at Chez Marcel that Sunday evening and could have seen something through the windows. It was the tiniest of details, which at the last moment might nevertheless prove important, if not decisive. Maigret had written down his questions, then copied them out because he didn't think his handwriting was clear enough. At 11:10, with some misgivings, he had put the list in an envelope and had it sent over to the Palais de Justice. It was gracious of him. He was giving Angelo time to prepare and showing his hand in the process. But he wasn't doing it out of generosity, so much as a desire not to arrive until the last moment, and thus avoid another conversation with the magistrate before the interrogation. If anyone wants me on the telephone, unless it's one of our men, I'm not here. He wouldn't talk to the magistrate before Paulette appeared, even on the telephone. He paced around his office, stopping for a moment to look at the Seine, which was a cruel grey, and the black ants swarming onto Pont Saint-Michel, weaving in and out of the buses. Now and then he would close his eyes to picture the house on Quai de la Gare more clearly, sometimes saying something in a low voice. 11, 20, 23, 25. I'm going over there, Luca. If anything comes up, let me know, and insist on speaking to me personally. As Maigret's heavy-set silhouette moved off down the corridor, Luca's lips formed an inaudible word that began with S.H. From a distance, Maigret saw Maître Radel steering Paulette Lachambre, who was wearing a beaver-skin coat and matching hat, towards the magistrate's office. The three of them almost walked in at the same time, which made the magistrate pull a face. Did he think Maigret had cheated by having a quick chat with a young woman and her lawyer first? "Oh, hello. Were you behind us?" asked Radel, unwittingly reassuring the magistrate. "I came by the little door." The magistrate had stood up, but not come out from behind his desk to greet his visitor. "I'm sorry to have called you in, madame." She was tired. You could see it in her face, which looked dull, almost bruised. "I understand," she murmured, automatically looking around for a chair. "Take a seat, please. You too, Maître Radel." The two men weren't addressing one another familiarly anymore. It was as if they only had ever been on strictly professional terms. "I believe you already know Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, madame?" "We met at Quai de la Gare, yes." He waited for Maigret to sit down too, near the door, slightly behind the others. Organizing everybody took a bit of time. When he finally sat down himself, the magistrate checked that his secretary was ready to record the interview in shorthand, then coughed. It was his turn to be embarrassed. The roles were reversed this time. It was up to him to hold the stage, while Maigret was the spectator, the witness. "Some of my questions, Maître Radel, may strike you and your client as strange, but I think she's duty-bound to answer them with complete candor, even if they touch on her private life." She was expecting this, Maigret was sure just by looking at her. So she wasn't going to be caught off guard. Radel must have warned her that the police were bound to have got wind of her affair with Sambal. "The first of these questions also concerns you, Maître, but I must insist that Madame Lachambre answers. What date, madame, did you feel the need to get a lawyer?" Radel was on the verge of objecting. A look from his colleague made him reconsider. He turned to his client, who had also turned to him. She whispered timidly, "Do I have to answer?" "It's best if you do." 3 weeks ago." Looking at the desk where the magistrate had purposefully spread out an array of papers, including copies of the reports and the inventory, Maigret noticed that rather than using his list directly, the questions had been copied on to another piece of paper. From now on, Angelo would make a habit of turning to his secretary before he spoke to make sure he'd had time to record what had been said. The atmosphere remained neutral, official. There wasn't any emotion in the air. Yet. "When your father died, his usual notary, Maître Wurmster, dealt with the estate, didn't he? And he was assisted by a lawyer who was also your father's lawyer, Maître Tobias." She nodded, but he insisted she answer aloud. "Yes." "Did you have any reason 3 weeks ago not to go to your father's lawyer, to Maître Tobias, that is, but to another member of the bar?" "I don't see the connection between this question and what happened at Quai de la Gare," Radel interrupted. "You will in a moment, Maître, if your client would be good enough to answer." "I think so," Paulette Lachambre said, indistinctly. "You mean you had a reason to change lawyers?" "Yes." "Wasn't it because you wanted to go to a specialist?" Radel was going to object again, but the magistrate got in first. "By specialist, I mean a lawyer particularly renowned for his success in a specific field." "Perhaps." "In the event, weren't you going to consult Maître Radel about a possible divorce?" "Yes." "Was your husband aware of this at that time?" "I hadn't mentioned it to him." "Might he have suspected your intentions?" "I don't believe so." "What about your brother-in-law?" "I don't think so either. Not then." "Did you pay out money to help with expenses at the end of last month?" "Yes." "Did you sign the cheque they asked for without question?" "Yes. I hoped it would be the last one. I didn't want any fuss." "Were the divorce proceedings ready?" "Yes." "When did someone in the house on Quai de la Gare become aware of your intentions?" "I don't know." "But that suspicion was in the air at least recently, wasn't it?" I think so. What makes you think that? I didn't get a letter Maître Adèle sent me. When should this letter have arrived? A week ago. Who goes through the post? My brother-in-law. So, it's likely Léonard Lachaume intercepted Maître Adèle's letter. Did you have a feeling something changed in Lachaume's attitude to you after that? She hesitated visibly. I'm not sure. Did you get that impression? I thought my husband was avoiding me. One night, when I got back. When was this? Last Friday. Go on. Last Friday, you were saying, when you got back? What time? 7 in the evening. I'd gone shopping in town. I found everyone in the living room. Including old Catherine? No. So, your parents-in-law, Léonard, and your husband. Was Jean-Paul there? I didn't see him. I suppose he was in his bedroom. What happened when you walked in? Nothing. Normally I would have got back later. They weren't expecting me, and they went quiet. It felt as if they were all embarrassed. My mother-in-law didn't have supper in the dining room that evening, but went straight up to her room. Until recently, if I'm not mistaken, Jean-Paul's bedroom was on the first floor next to his father's, the one that used to be his mother's room. When did he move up to the second floor, to where he is now with the 3 old people? A week ago. Did the little boy suggest this swap? No, he didn't want to move. Was it your brother-in-law's idea? He wanted to turn Jean-Paul's bedroom into a private office, so he could carry on working after dinner. Did he work in the evening sometimes? No. How did you react? I was worried. Why? She looked at her lawyer. The latter lit a cigarette nervously. Maigret was sitting perfectly still in his corner. He would have liked to light his pipe, which he had already filled in his pocket, but didn't dare. I don't know, I was scared. Scared of what? Nothing in particular. I'd have preferred to work it out without a row, no arguments, no tears, no pleading. You mean your divorce? Yes, I knew it was a disaster for them. Because you'd been supporting the house since you got married, is that it? Yes. I was planning anyway to leave a certain sum to my husband. I had discussed it with Maître Adèle, but I wanted to be out of a house the day Armand received the papers. Did Jacques Saint-Val know this? She blinked at the name, then without any other sign of surprise just murmured, Of course. The magistrate remained silent for a while, looking down at his notes. Before resuming with a degree of solemnity he couldn't help glancing at Maigret. In short, Madame Lachaume, your departure spelled the end for both the family and the biscuit factory. I told you I would have left them some money. Enough to keep going for a long time? A year at any rate. Maigret remembered the inscription on the brass plate. Established 1817. A century and a half, almost. What was a year by comparison? The Lachaumes had stood firm for a century and a half, and then, just like that, because somebody called Paulette had met an ambitious publicist. Did you write a will? No. Why? Because I don't have any family, for one thing, and also because I plan to remarry as soon as I could. Does your marriage contract stipulate that any money goes to the last surviving spouse? Yes. How long have you been scared for? Gradelle tried to warn her, but it was too late. She had started to answer without realizing the danger. I don't know. A few days? Scared of what? She reacted this time. They saw her fists clench, a look of dread cross her face. I don't know what you're getting at. Why are you questioning me, not them? The magistrate hesitated. Maigret felt the need to give him an encouraging look. Was your decision to divorce final? Yes. Nothing the Lachaumes could have said would have stopped you? No, I'd sacrificed myself for long enough. For once, a woman wasn't exaggerating when she said this. How long after she'd got married had she been able to delude herself about her role in the patrician house on Quai de la Gare? She hadn't rebelled. She had done her best to bail out the business, or at least to stop up the gaps, to stave off total collapse. Did you love your husband? I thought so at first. Did you ever have sexual relations with your brother-in-law? The magistrate read out this question grudgingly, angry with Maigret for making him ask it. She hesitated, so he added, Did he try? Once. A long time ago. A year? 2 years? 3 years after you got married? A year, roughly, when Armand and I started sleeping in separate rooms. Did you reject Léonard's advances? Yes. The silence that followed was graver and more oppressive than the ones before. The atmosphere had changed imperceptibly. You felt that every word counted now, that they were approaching a devastating truth no one had talked about so far. Who used the sheets with your initial on them? She answered too quickly. Adele didn't have time to warn her of the trap. I did, of course. Anyone else? I don't think so. Perhaps my husband occasionally. Not your brother-in-law. She didn't say anything, so he repeated, Not your brother-in-law? Not normally. Did the house have enough other sheets to go round? I suppose so. Did you tell Jacques Saint-Bas you were scared? She was starting to buckle under the strain, not knowing where to look, her hands clasped so tight that the knuckles were turning white. He wanted me to leave Quai de la Gare immediately. Why didn't you? I was waiting for the divorce papers to be finished. It was only going to be 2 or 3 days. In other words, if your brother-in-law hadn't died, you would have left the house today or tomorrow. She sighed. Did it occur to you last week that they might try to stop you leaving? She turned to her lawyer. Give me a cigarette. Angelo insisted. Stop you leaving, whatever it took? I don't know any more. You're confusing me. She lit her cigarette, put the lighter back in her handbag. Didn't Saint-Val advise you to be on your guard, especially after he realized your brother-in-law was following you? Her head snapped up. How do you know that? When did he follow you? The day before yesterday. Not before? I'm not sure. Last Thursday I thought I saw him on Quai de Bourbon. Were you in Sauban's friend's apartment? She turned and gave Maigret a reproachful look, as if she knew all these revelations were his doing. Had Léonard taken your car? I let him. And you saw him go past from the window? He was driving slowly, looking at the front of the building. Was that when Saint-Val gave you an automatic? Your Honor. Adele waved his hand and got to his feet. At this juncture, I'd like to ask your permission to confer briefly with my client. The magistrate's and Maigret's eyes met. Maigret blinked. As long as it is brief, you can use this room. He motioned to his secretary. The 3 men went out into the corridor, where Maigret wasted no time in lighting his pipe. He and the magistrate walked up and down amid the bustle, while the secretary sat down on the bench by the door. Do you still think, Monsieur Maigret, that you can't achieve the same results quietly, without raised voices, without a whole performance and in the examining magistrate's office, as you can at Quai des Orfèvres? What was the point of telling him that he'd only recited the questions he'd prepared? If events transpired as I'm starting to think they did, or Adele will advise her to talk, it's in her interest. He should have made her from the start, unless she didn't tell him the truth. Imagine if she hadn't answered my questions or been capable of lying. Where would we be now? Maigret touched his arm, because he had just spotted a hesitant silhouette some distance away in the vast corridor. It was Armand Lachaume, clearly lost in the labyrinth of the Palais de Justice. He was looking at the nameplates on the doors. Did you see him? We'd better go back in before. Lachaume hadn't seen him yet. After knocking at his own door, the magistrate went back into his office with Maigret and the secretary. I'm sorry. Unforeseen circumstances compel me to... Paulette Lachaume was on her feet as they walked in. She sat back down, paler but calmer than before, as though relieved. Gradelle seemed to be gearing up to make a speech for the defense. As he was opening his mouth, the telephone rang. The magistrate picked up, listened, then pushed the telephone towards Maigret. It's for you. Maigret here, yes. 2 people saw the car. Good. The description fits? Thank you. No, see you later. He hung up and announced in a neutral tone of voice, Léonard Lachaume was outside the Palais Royal restaurant the day before yesterday. Victor Adele shrugged, as if this was all old news now. If the questioning had gone differently, though, it would still have been valuable information. My client, Your Honor, is ready to tell the whole truth, and as you will see, it reflects more damningly on others than herself. You will also understand, and I would like this to go on record, that if she has been silent until now, it has not been out of a desire to shirk her responsibilities, but out of pity for a family she's been part of for several years. A jury will have to deliver its verdict one day. The Lachaumes aren't on trial here, but for a few days at least, she, who knew them better than us, has been able to find mitigating circumstances for them. He sat down with a satisfied air, and straightened his tie. Paulette Lachaume, not knowing where to begin, murmured at first, I've been scared for the past week, since the letter was intercepted, and especially since I saw Léonard at Quai de Bourbon. At Quai des Orfèvres, Maigret would have spared her a difficult confession. He would have told the story, and she would have only had to agree or, where necessary, put him straight. Go on, madame. She wasn't used to speaking in front of a shorthand typist who was taking down everything she said. It unnerved her. She struggled to find the right words. Several times Maigret had to exercise all his self-control not to intervene. He had forgotten to put out his pipe, which he carried on smoking in his corner without realizing. It was Léonard who frightened me the most, because he was the one keeping the firm going at all costs. Once, a long time ago, when I was in two minds about giving him a larger amount than usual, he launched into a speech comparing big companies with old aristocratic families. "We have no right," he said, a hard look in his eye, "to let a firm like ours go under. I would do anything to prevent that happening." That came back to me recently. I almost left the house the minute I remembered it, without saying anything, and moved into a hotel until the divorce was granted. What stopped you? I don't know. I wanted to see it through, for everything to be above board. It's hard to explain. You'd have to have lived in that house for years to understand. Armand is a weak person, an invalid, who's only a shadow of his brother. And then there's Jean-Paul. I'd become fond of him. At first, I hoped to have children. They hoped so too, always on the lookout for signs of pregnancy. They were devastated if I wasn't a mother. I wonder if that isn't why Léonard... She changed the subject. It's true that Jacques gave me a gun. I didn't want to take it. I was afraid they'd find it. I put it on my bedside table at night and kept it in my bag during the day. Where is it now? I don't know what they did with it. It was so chaotic, so unbelievable. Afterwards... Tell us about before. I got back around midnight, maybe 11:30. I didn't notice the time. I decided that whatever happened, I was only going to stay one more night after that. I jumped when I saw Léonard's door opening. He watched me go into my room without a word, without saying good night. That unnerved me. When I went to the bathroom in my nightclothes, I saw light under his door. I was even more scared. Maybe it was a presentiment. I almost didn't go to bed, just sat in an armchair and waited in the dark for dawn to break. Didn't you take your sleeping pill? No, I didn't dare. In the end, I lay down with the gun within reach, determined not to fall asleep. I kept my eyes open, listening to the sounds in the house. Did you hear him coming? It went on for over an hour. I think I dropped off for a moment. Then I heard the floorboards creaking in the corridor. I sat up in my bed. Wasn't your door locked? It doesn't have a key. Most of the doors in the house don't, and the lock hasn't worked for ages. I sensed someone was turning the knob, and then I carefully got up and flattened myself against the wall a meter from the bed. Was there a light on in the corridor? No. Someone came in. I couldn't see anything. I was afraid to shoot too quickly, sure that if I missed... She couldn't stay sitting down. Getting to her feet, she carried on, looking at Maigret now rather than the magistrate. Someone's breathing came closer. A body almost brushed against mine. I'm sure that an arm went up to strike that part of the bed where my head should have been. Then, without realizing what I was doing, I pulled the trigger. Maigret had just frowned. Suddenly unconcerned about pecking order, he said, "May I, Your Honor?" Without waiting for an answer, he went on, "Who turned on the light?" It wasn't me. At least I don't remember doing it. I rushed out into the corridor, not knowing where I was going. I probably would have run out into the street in my nightdress. Who did you bump into? My husband. I think he turned the light on. Was he fully dressed? She looked at him wide-eyed, then concentrated as if trying to remember an exact image. After a moment she muttered, "Yes. Hadn't noticed that." What happened? I must have screamed. At least I remember opening my mouth to... Then I fainted. The real nightmare only started later. My father-in-law had come downstairs. Catherine, too. You could hear her voice more than anyone's. I heard her in the distance, making Jean-Paul go back up to his room. I saw Armand come out of my room with a big spanner. The adjustable spanner which Léonard tried to hit you with? I suppose so. They told me to be quiet, to stop moaning. Who's they? My father-in-law. That witch, Catherine. Her most of all. It was her who washed the floor and helped Armand move the body. It was also her who noticed that there was blood on my sheet, because Léonard had fallen onto the unmade bed. Did they seem surprised by what had happened? It was the examining magistrate's turn to ask. I wouldn't use that word. Appalled, but not surprised. I was the only one they seemed to be angry with. The magistrate went on. Was that when they saw her a ladder on the window pane? No. Maigret resumed. Don't forget that around 10 in the evening, somebody, most probably Léonard, was seen breaking the glass on the wall. At more or less the same time, he must have prepared the ladder, the marks on the windowsill, the window coated with soap. I suppose so, she sighed. You see, gentlemen, but my client, Radell began. Wait a moment, the magistrate interrupted in a curt, stern voice. Who asked you to keep quiet and make it seem like a burglary? No one in particular. I'm afraid I don't understand. Of course he didn't. He had been stuffed full of fairies, and it was up to the truth to submit to them, to fit into one category or other. Paulette replied, unconcerned about antagonizing the magistrate. You obviously weren't there that night. I didn't know what was real or not anymore. I remember, for instance, although I'm not sure it really happened, Catherine's voice screaming, "The windows!" because they had turned on all the lights at first. The windows don't have shutters, only curtains that don't close all the way. She made them turn out all the lights. She also found a torch in the kitchen, I suppose. Then she came back with a bucket. You'd be better off going to bed, Mr. Armand. You too, Monsieur Felix. Both stayed. Later sometime I asked for a drink, and they wouldn't let me have one, saying that my breath mustn't smell like a winehouse in the morning. What happened in the morning? Was Jean-Paul told? No. They told him his uncle had had a fit. When he said he'd heard a gunshot, everyone told him it was the sound of a train or a car in the street that he'd heard in his sleep. Once he'd left for school, we did a kind of rehearsal. She looked at her lawyer. Was she going to add that she had telephoned him to ask her advice? Did he motion to her to keep quiet? Maigret had stopped listening for a moment, straining instead to hear a faint scraping against the door. Suddenly, as Paulette Lachaume was about to continue her account, a gunshot rang out, followed by hurried steps, a hum of voices. In a split second, the 5 people in the magistrate's office all froze like waxworks. There was a knock at the door. Maigret was the first slowly to get to his feet. Before he opened it, he whispered to Paulette, I think your husband is dead. Armand was lying on the dusty floor. He had shot himself in the mouth, and a 6.35 automatic could be seen a few centimeters from his clenched hand. Maigret looked at the young woman who hadn't moved, the lawyer, who was a little pale, the magistrate who hadn't arranged his features in an appropriate expression yet. I suppose you don't need me any more, he merely said, then walked away down the corridor towards the little door leading to the police judiciaire. Perhaps if everything had taken place there, it would have turned out differently. Proper procedures had been observed with Paulette Lachaume's confession. Proper procedures had been observed with her husband's death. Maybe it was better for both of them that way. Only 3 old people were left in the house on Quai de la Gare, and the only descendant of the Lachaume family, established 1817, was a boarder at school. When Maigret walked into his office, Lucas burst out of the inspector's room, a question on the tip of his tongue. But Maigret had already picked up the telephone and was asking for Veronique's number in Rue François Premier. While trying to come to terms with what had happened, she had every right to be kept informed. Maigret and the Dead Girl. Chapter 1, in which Inspector Lognon discovers a body and complains that it is being taken away from him. Maigret yawned and pushed the papers to the edge of the desk. Sign this, boys, and you can go to bed. The boys were probably the 3 toughest characters to have been through the offices of the police judiciaire in a year. One of them, the one they called Dédé, looked like a gorilla, and even the slimmest of the 3, who had a black eye, could have earned his living as a fairground wrestler. Jorvier passed them the papers and a pen. Now that they'd finally confessed, they were no longer bothering to argue and didn't even read their statements, just signed wearily. It was a few minutes past 3 by the marble clock, and most of the offices at police headquarters on Quai des Orfèvres were shrouded in darkness. For a long while now, there had been no noise apart from the occasional distant car horn or the brakes of a taxi as it skidded on the wet roadway. When they had arrived the previous day, the offices had been deserted too, because it wasn't yet 9 o'clock in the morning, and the staff hadn't come in yet. It had been raining even then, with that thin, sad rain that was still falling. They had now been within these walls for nearly 20 hours, sometimes together, sometimes separately, while Maigret and 5 of his colleagues had taken turns at grilling them. Idiots, Maigret had said as soon as he saw them. This is going to take a long time. Idiots are stubborn and always take the longest time to spill the beans. They imagine that if they don't answer, or they come out with any old nonsense, even if it means contradicting themselves every 5 minutes, they will somehow get away with it. Thinking they're smarter than anybody else, they invariably start by showing off. Don't think you're going to get me. For months, they'd been operating in the area of Rue Lafayette, and the newspapers called them the Wall Breakers. Thanks to an anonymous telephone call, they'd finally been arrested. There were still coffee dregs in the cups and a small enamel coffee pot on a portable stove. Everyone was grey-faced, with drawn features. Maigret had smoked so much that his throat was irritated. Once the 3 men were taken away, he would suggest to Janvier that they go somewhere for onion soup. His desire for sleep had passed. It was at about 11 o'clock that he had had a sudden feeling of tiredness and had gone to his office for a quick doze. But now, the last thing on his mind was sleep. Ask Vacher to come and get them. Just as they were leaving the inspector's office, the telephone rang. Maigret picked up the receiver. "Who's that?" the voice asked. He frowned and did not reply immediately. "Jussieu?" the voice continued at the other end of the line. That was the name of the inspector who should have been on duty. Maigret sent him home at 10 o'clock. "No," he grunted. "Maigret." "Sorry, Detective Chief Inspector. Waymore here, from the central switchboard." The call came from the other building, from the vast room where all police emergency calls ended up. As soon as the glass on one of those red call boxes found throughout Paris was broken, a little light came on somewhere on a map that occupied a large part of one wall, and a man would insert a plug into one of the sockets of the switchboard. "Central switchboard, go ahead." Sometimes it was a fight, sometimes a troublesome drunk, sometimes an officer on the beat who needed help. The switchboard operator would insert a plug into another socket. "Rue de Grenelle Station, is that you, Justin? Send a van to the embankment, number 210. There were 2 or 3 men on night duty at the central switchboard, and they probably also made themselves coffee. Sometimes, when it was something serious, they alerted the police judiciaire. At other times, they would simply phone headquarters to say hello to a friend. Maigret knew Raymond. "Jussieu has left," he said. "Did you have anything in particular to tell him?" "Only that the body of a young girl has been found on Place 20 "Any details?" "The men from the 2nd District should be on the scene by now. I got the call 3 minutes ago." "Thanks a lot." The 3 robbers had left the office. Janvier returned, red-eyed, as he always was when he had had to stay overnight, and with stubble that gave him an unhealthy look. Maigret put on his coat and looked at his hat. "Coming?" They went down the stairs, one behind the other. Normally, they would have gone to Les Halles for their onion soup. Seeing the little black cars lined up in the courtyard, Maigret hesitated. "A young girl has been found dead on Place 20, he said. Then, like someone looking for an excuse not to go to bed, "Shall we have a look?" Janvier got in behind the wheel of one of the cars. They were both too dazed after a long interrogation they'd just conducted to speak. It didn't occur to Maigret that the 2nd District was Lognot's patch. Lognot, the man his colleagues nicknamed Inspector Hard Done By. Even if he had thought of it, it wouldn't have made any difference because Lognot wasn't necessarily on night shift at the Rue de la Rochefoucauld station. The streets were wet and deserted, with fine drops of rain forming halos around the street lamps, and the odd shadowy figure hugging the walls. There was one café still open, on the corner of Rue Montmartre and the Grand Boulevard, and further on they glimpsed the neon lights of 2 or 3 nightclubs, with taxis waiting outside at the curb. Although not far from Place Blanche, Place 20 was like an island of calm. A police van was parked there. Near the gate to the tiny park in the middle, 4 or 5 men were standing around a light-coloured shape, lying on the ground. Maigret immediately recognized Lognot's short, thin figure. Inspector Hard Done By had moved away from the group to see who was coming, and he too recognized Maigret and Janvier. "Damn," Maigret muttered. Because obviously Lognot would again accuse him of doing it deliberately. This was his neighborhood, his patch. Something dramatic had taken place on his shift, something that might perhaps give him the opportunity to distinguish himself that he'd been waiting for all these years. And now, a series of chance occurrences had brought Maigret to the scene almost at the same time as him. "Did they phone you at home?" he asked suspiciously, already convinced that there was a conspiracy against him. I was at headquarters. Raymond rang. I came to have a look. Maigret certainly wasn't going to leave without knowing what he was all about, just to avoid hurting Lognon's feelings. Is she dead? He asked, pointing to the woman lying on the pavement. Lognon nodded. 3 uniformed officers were there, as well as a couple who had been passing, and who, Maigret learned later, had spotted the body and raised the alarm. If it had happened only 100 meters away, a large crowd would already have gathered, but not many people go through Place Fontenay at night. Who is she? We don't know. She doesn't have any papers. No handbag? No. Maigret took a few steps and bent down. The young woman was lying on her right side, one cheek on the wet pavement, one of her feet shoeless. Have they found her shoe? Lognon shook his head. It was quite startling to see her toes through the silk stocking. She was wearing a pale blue satin evening gown, and perhaps because of the position she was in, this gown seemed too big for her. The face was young, no more than 20 or so, Maigret thought. What about the doctor? I'm waiting. We should be here soon. Maigret turned to Janvier. Call criminal records and get them to send some photographers. There was no blood visible on the dress. Maigret shone a torch belonging to one of the officers on the face, and noticed that the one visible eye was slightly swollen, as was the upper lip. No coat? He asked. It was March. The air was quite mild, although not mild enough to walk about at night, especially in the rain, in a light gown that left the shoulders bare and was held up only by narrow straps. She probably wasn't killed here, Lognon murmured glumly, as if he was doing his duty by helping Maigret, but was personally losing interest in the case. He was deliberately keeping his distance. Janvier had set off for one of the bars on Place Blanche to telephone. A taxi soon stopped, bringing a local doctor. You can have a look, doctor, but don't move her before the photographers get here. There's no doubt she's dead. The doctor bent down and touched the wrist and the chest, then stood up again without a word, quite unconcerned, and waited like the others. Are you coming? Asked the woman, who was holding her husband's arm and was starting to feel cold. Wait a bit. What for? I don't know. They must be about to do something. Maigret turned to them. Have you given your names and addresses? Oh, to that gentleman, yes. They pointed to Lognon. What time was it when you discovered the body? They looked at each other. We left the cabaret at 3. 3:05, the woman corrected him. I looked at my watch while you were getting your coat. Whatever time it was, it only took us 3 or 4 minutes to get here. We were going to walk round the outside of the square when I saw a splash of colour on the pavement. Was she already dead? I suppose so. She wasn't moving. You didn't touch her? The man shook his head. I sent my wife to inform the police. There's a police emergency call box on the corner of Boulevard de Clichy. I know it well because we live nearby, on Boulevard des Batignolles. Janvier soon came back. They'll be here in a few minutes, he announced. I don't suppose Immerse was there. Although he couldn't have said why, Maigret had the impression that this was the start of quite a complicated case. He waited, his pipe in his mouth, his hands in his pockets, glancing every now and again at the form lying on the ground. The blue gown wasn't at all new, and the material was quite ordinary. It could have been the dress of one of the many hostesses who worked the clubs of Montmartre. The shoe, too, a silver shoe with a very high heel and a worn sole, could have belonged to one of them. The first idea that came to mind was that a hostess on her way home had been attacked by someone who had stolen her handbag. But in that case, one of the shoes wouldn't have disappeared, and the attacker wouldn't have gone to the trouble of removing the victim's coat. She must have been killed elsewhere, he said to Janvier in a low voice. Lognon, who had his ears peeled, heard this and gave a kind of bitter grin. He had been the first to put forward this theory. If she had been killed elsewhere, why had the body been left on this square? It wasn't likely that the killer had carried the young woman on his shoulder. He must have used a car. In that case, it would have been easy for him to hide her on some patch of waste ground or throw her in the Seine. Maigret wouldn't have admitted that what intrigued him most was the victim's face. All he had seen of it so far was one profile. Was it the bruises that gave her that sullen air? She looked like a bad-tempered little girl. Her combed-back brown hair was very smooth but naturally wavy. The rain had diluted her makeup a little, and instead of making her older or uglier, it made her younger and more appealing. Come here a moment, Lognon. Maigret drew him aside. I'm listening, Chief. Do you have any thoughts about this? You know perfectly well I never have any thoughts. I'm just a local inspector. Ever seen the girl before? Marion knew the area around Place Blanche and Place Pigalle better than anyone. Never. A hostess. If she is, she's not a regular. I know just about all of them. I'm going to need you. You don't have to say that just to please me. Once Cadis or Favre gets involved, it's none of my business anymore. Not that I'm complaining. It's only natural. I'm used to it. You just have to give me my orders and I'll do my best. The best thing you can do right now is question the doormen of the nightclubs, don't you think? Lorgnon glanced at the body and sighed. I'm on to it. In his mind, he was deliberately being sent away. They watched him cross the street with that eternally weary walk of his, and he took care not to turn around. The car from Criminal Records arrived. One of the officers on the scene was making an effort to get rid of a drunk who had approached and was becoming indignant at the fact that nobody was helping the little lady. You're all the same, you coppers, just because someone's had a bit too much to drink. Once the photographs had been taken, the doctor was able to bend over the body and turn it onto its back, revealing the whole face, which now looked even younger. How did she die? Maigret asked. Fractured skull. The doctor had his fingers in the dead girl's hair. She was struck on the head with a very heavy object. A hammer? A spanner? A piece of lead piping? Something like that. Before that, she'd been struck in the face, probably punched. Can you determine the approximate time of death? In my opinion, between 2 and 3 in the morning. Dr. Paul will be able to tell you more after the post-mortem. The van from the Forensic Institute had also arrived. The men were just waiting for a signal to put the body on a stretcher and take it to Pont d'Austerlitz. Go ahead, Maigret said with a sigh. He looked around for Janvier. Should we go and eat? Neither of them was hungry, but they went to a brasserie all the same and ordered some onion soup, just because they decided to do so an hour earlier. Maigret had given instructions for a photograph of the dead girl to be sent to the newspapers so that it might appear in the morning editions, if at all possible. Are you going over there? Janvier asked. Maigret knew he was referring to the morgue, which was now called the Forensic Institute. I think I'll drop by. Dr. Paul will be there. I phoned him. How about a Calvados? Why not? 2 women were eating sauerkraut at a nearby table, both hostesses, both in evening dress, and Maigret watched them attentively as if trying to spot the subtle differences between them and the dead girl. Are you going home? Janvier made up his mind. I'll go with you. It was 4:30 by the time they got to the Forensic Institute. Dr. Paul, who had only just arrived, was putting on his white coat, a cigarette dangling from his lower lip, as always when he was about to conduct a post-mortem. Have you examined her, Doctor? I've had a quick look. The body was naked on the marble slab, and Maigret turned his eyes away. What do you think? I'd say she was between 19 and 22. She was in good health, but I suspect she was malnourished. A nightclub hostess? Dr. Paul looked at him with wicked little eyes. You mean a girl who sleeps with the customers? Something like that. Then the answer is no. How can you be so categorical? Because this girl has never slept with anyone. Janvier, who had been mechanically looking at the body under the spotlight, now blushed and turned his head away. Are you sure? Certain. He put on his rubber gloves and got his instruments ready on an enameled table. Are you staying? We'll go next door. Will you be long? Less than an hour. It depends on what I find. Would you like an analysis of the stomach contents? Preferably. You never know. Maigret and Janvier went into an adjoining office where they sat down as formally as in a waiting room. Both still had the image of the white young body on their retinas. How I know she is, Janvier murmured after a long silence. You don't put on an evening gown except to go to the theatre, some kind of nightclub or a party. They must both have had the same idea. Something didn't feel right. There weren't many parties for which evening dress was required, and you wouldn't see a gown as cheap and faded as the one worn by the unknown girl at that kind of party anyway. On the other hand, after what Dr. Paul had said, it was getting harder to imagine the girl working in a Montmartre nightclub. A wedding, Maigret suggested, although he wasn't really convinced. That was another occasion people dressed up for. Do you think so? No, Maigret sighed as he lit a pipe. Let's just wait. They'd been silent for 10 minutes when he said to Janvier, Do you mind going and fetching her clothes? Do you really want them? Maigret nodded. Unless you can't stand it. Janvier opened the door, was gone for barely 2 minutes, and when he returned he was so pale that Maigret thought he was going to vomit. He was holding the blue gown and some white underwear. Has Paul nearly finished? I don't know. I'd preferred not to look. Pass me the gown. It had been washed, often. He moved a hem aside, revealing that the colour had faded. A label bore the words, Mademoiselle Irene, 35B, Eau de Douai. That's not far from Place Ventimille, Maigret said. He examined the stockings. One of her feet was soaking wet. The knickers, the brassiere, and a thin suspender belt. Is this all she had on her body? Yes. The shoe comes from Rue Notre-Dame de Lorette. Local again. If it hadn't been for Dr. Paul's assertion, it would have precisely matched what a nightclub hostess or a young woman looking for adventure in Montmartre would have worn. Maybe Lorient will discover something, Janvier suggested. I doubt it. They were both equally uncomfortable, unable to stop themselves from thinking about what was happening on the other side of the door. 3/4 of an hour went by before the door opened. When they looked into the next room, the corpse had gone, and an employee was closing one of the metal drawers in which the bodies were kept. Dr. Paul was taking off his coat and lighting a cigarette. I didn't find much, he said. Death was caused by a fracture of the skull. There wasn't just one blow, but several, at least 3 quite violent blows. It's impossible to establish what object was used. It could as easily have been a tool as a brass poker or a candlestick, anything heavy and blunt. She fell to her knees first and tried to grab onto someone. I found some strands of dark wool under the nails. I'll send them to the lab in a while. The fact that it was wool seems to indicate that they were a man's clothes she cleft onto like that. So, there was a struggle. Dr. Paul opened a cupboard, where, along with his white coat, his rubber gloves, and various miscellaneous objects, he kept a bottle of liqueur brandy. Like a drink, Maigret accepted without any false shame. Janvier, seeing this, also nodded. What I'm going to add is only a personal opinion. Before being struck with some kind of instrument, she was hit in the face, either punched or slapped. I'd opt for a couple of good slaps. I don't know if that was when she fell to her knees, but I'm inclined to think it was, and that it was then that they decided to finish her off. In other words, she wasn't attacked from behind. Definitely not. So it wasn't some thief who surprised her on the street corner. In my opinion, no. And there's nothing to prove it happened outdoors. Did you learn anything from the stomach contents? Oh, yes. And from an analysis of the blood, too. What? There was a slight smile on Dr. Paul's lips, the smile that seemed to be saying, Sorry, I'm going to disappoint you. He took his time, like when he told one of those anecdotes he specialized in. She was at least 3/4 drunk. Are you sure? In my report tomorrow, you'll find the percentage of alcohol found in her blood. I'll also send you the results of the complete analysis I'll be making of the stomach contents. Her last meal was eaten about 6 to 8 hours before she died. What time did she die? Around 2 in the morning, before 2 rather than after. That puts her last meal at 6 or 7 in the evening. But not her last drink. It was unlikely that the body could have lain there on Place Ventimille for a long time before being discovered. 10 minutes? A quarter of an hour? Certainly no longer than that. Which meant that at least 3/4 of an hour had elapsed between the time of death and the time the body had been dumped on the pavement. Any jewellery? Paul went into the adjoining room to fetch it. There was a pair of gold earrings, decorated with very small jewels in the shape of flowers, and a ring, also decorated with a slightly larger ruby. They weren't fake, but they weren't of any great value either. Judging by their style, the 3 items were about 30 years old, maybe more. Is that all? Did you examine her hands? One of Dr. Paul's specialities was determining people's professions from the telltale marks of wear on their hands, which had several times made it possible to identify persons unknown. She probably did a bit of housework, not much. She wasn't a typist or a seamstress. 3 or 4 years ago she was operated on for appendicitis by a second-rate surgeon. That's all I can tell you right now. Are you going home to bed? I think so, yes, Maigret murmured. Good night, then. I'm staying here. You'll get my report about 9 in the morning. Another drink? Maigret and Janvier found themselves outside again. The barges moored by the quayside were starting to stir into life. Can I drop you at home, Chief? Maigret said yes. They passed Gare de Lyon, where a train had just arrived. The sky was getting paler. It was colder now than during the night. A few windows were lit, and every now and again a man passed on his way to work. I don't want to see you in the office before this afternoon. What about you? I'm probably going to bed as well. Good night, Chief. Maigret climbed the stairs noiselessly. As he was trying to insert the key in the lock, the door opened, and Madame Maigret in her nightdress switched on the light and looked at him with dazzled eyes. You're back late. What time is it? Even when she was fast asleep, he could never climb the stairs without her hearing him. I don't know. After 5. You hungry? No. Come to bed soon. Cup of coffee? No, thanks. He undressed and slipped into the warm bed. Instead of falling asleep, he kept thinking about the dead girl on Place Ventimille. Outside he could hear Paris gradually waking up. Isolated sounds, some far, some near, infrequent at first, then forming a kind of familiar symphony. The concierges were starting to drag the dustbins to the curb. The footsteps of the dairymaid putting bottles of milk outside the doors echoed on the stairs. Finally, Madame Maigret got out of bed with infinite care, and he had to make an effort not to smile and give himself away. He heard her in the bathroom, then in the kitchen, where she switched on the gas, and he soon smelled the aroma of coffee wafting through the apartment. He wasn't deliberately trying not to sleep. Sleep just wouldn't come. Maybe because he was too tired. His wife jumped when he came into the kitchen in dressing gown and slippers while she was having her breakfast. The light was still on, even though it was already day outside. Can't you sleep? As you can see. Would you like some breakfast? If there's some going. She didn't ask him why he had been out for most of the night. She had noticed that his coat was wet. I hope he didn't catch cold. When he had drunk his coffee, he picked up the telephone and called the 2nd District. Is Inspector Longyon there? The nightclubs had long since closed their doors, and Longyon would have gone to bed, but he was at his desk all the same. Longyon? Maigret here. Anything to report? Nothing. I visited all the clubs and questioned the taxi drivers parked outside. Because of Dr. Paul's words, Maigret had expected this. I think you can go home to bed. What about you? In Longyon's language, that meant, you're sending me to bed so you can continue the investigation as you see fit, and later they'll say that idiot Longyon didn't find a thing. Maigret thought of Madame Longyon, thin and mournful, prevented by her disabilities from leaving the apartment on Place Constantin-Piqueur. Whenever the inspector got home, it was only to hear her moaning and complaining, and to have to do the housework and shopping. Are you sure you cleaned under the sideboard? He felt sorry for Inspector Hard-Done-By. I have one small lead. I'm not sure if it'll get us anywhere. Longyon was silent at the other end of the line. If you really don't want to sleep, I'll pick you up in an hour or 2. I'll be at the station. Maigret telephoned Quai des Orfèvres and asked for a car to be sent to him, stopping first at the Forensic Institute to pick up the girl's clothes. It wasn't until he got into his bath that he almost fell asleep, and for a moment he was tempted to phone Longyon and tell him to go and see Mademoiselle Irene in Rue de Douai without him. It had stopped raining. The sky was white with a certain yellowish glow that raised hopes that the sun would come out sometime during the day. Will you be back for lunch? Probably, I don't know. I thought your investigation was supposed to be over last night. It is over. This is another one. He waited until he saw the little car from the police judiciaire pull up at the curb. The driver hooted his horn 3 times. Maigret signalled to him through the window that he was coming. See you soon. 10 minutes later, as the car was driving along Faubourg Montmartre, he had already forgotten that he hadn't slept all night. Stop somewhere so that we can have a glass of white wine, he said. Chapter 2, in which Inspector Hard-Done-By meets an old acquaintance, and Lapointe is entrusted with an unusual task. Inspector Longyon was waiting by the curb in Rue de la Rochefoucauld, and even from a distance it looked as if his shoulders were stooped beneath the burden of fate. He invariably wore mouse-grey suits that were never ironed, and his coat was grey too, his hat an ugly brown, It wasn't because he had been up all night that his complexion this morning was bilious and that he seemed to have a head cold. This was the way he looked every day, and he was probably just as distressing a sight as soon as he got out of bed. Maigret had said on the phone that he would pick him up, but hadn't asked him to wait outside. Lorgnon was deliberately standing at the curb as if he'd been there for hours. Not only was his case being stolen from him, but he was being made to waste his time, and after a sleepless night, he was being forced to hang about in the street. As he opened the car door for him, Maigret glanced to the front of a police station, its faded flag hanging in the still air. It was in that building that he'd started his career, not as an inspector, but as the secretary to the local chief. Lorgnon sat down in silence, avoiding asking where he was being taken. The driver, who had his instructions, turned left and headed for Rue de Douai. It was always awkward to talk to Lorgnon, because whatever you said, he always somehow made it seem as if he was being humiliated. "Have you read the newspaper?" "I haven't had time." Maigret, who had just bought it, took it from his pocket. The photograph of the unknown girl appeared on the front page. Just the head, with the bruises on her eye and lip. Nevertheless, she ought to be recognizable. "I hope they're starting to get a few phone calls at headquarters by now," Maigret went on. Lorgnon was probably thinking, "In other words, I've been up all night for nothing, going from one nightclub to another, one taxi driver to another. All you have to do is put a photograph in a newspaper and wait for the phone calls to come in." He didn't laugh. It was hard to explain. His face had assumed a glum, resigned expression, as if he had decided to be a living reproach to the cruelty and unfairness of mankind. He didn't ask any questions. He was merely a humble cog in the police machine, and you don't explain anything to a cog. Rue de Douai was deserted. Only one concierge was in her doorway. The car stopped outside a mauve-painted shop, above which could be read in copper plate, "Mademoiselle Irene," and below it in smaller lettering, "High Fashion." In the dusty window there were only two dresses, a white gown with sequins and a more casual black silk dress. Maigret got out, motioned to Lorgnon to follow him, asked the driver to wait, and grabbed the brown paper package he had been given by the Forensic Institute. When he tried to open the door, he saw that it was closed and that the handle had been removed. It was after 9:30. Maigret looked through the window and glimpsed light in a room beyond the shop. He started knocking. Several minutes went by, as if there was nobody inside to hear the noise he was making. Beside him, Lorgnon waited without moving, without saying a word. He wasn't smoking. He had stopped smoking years before, when his wife, in the early stages of her illness, had claimed that smoke made her choke. A figure at last appeared from the door at the back. A girl, quite young, in a red dressing gown that she held folded over her chest, looked at the two of them. She disappeared, no doubt to go and talk to someone, came back, crossed the shop, which was crammed full of dresses and coats, and at last made up her mind to open the door. "What is it?" she asked, looking suspiciously at Maigret, then at Lorgnon, then at the package. "Mademoiselle Irene?" "I'm not her." "Is she here?" "The shop isn't open." "I'd like to talk to Mademoiselle Irene." "Who shall I say?" "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, Police Judiciaire." She didn't appear either surprised or frightened. From close up it was clear that she was no older than 18. Either she hadn't yet woken up properly, or apathy was her natural state. "I'll go and see," she said, walking back to the other room. They heard her talking in a low voice to someone. Then there were noises as if this someone was getting out of bed. It took Mademoiselle Irene 2 or 3 minutes to comb her hair and put on a dressing gown. She was a woman of a certain age, with a pale face, big blue eyes, and sparse blonde hair verging on white close to the roots. She put her head round the door to look at them, and when she at last approached, she was holding a cup of coffee in her hand. It wasn't Maigret she addressed, but Lorgnon. "You again? What do you want this time?" "I don't know. The inspector wants to talk to you." "Mademoiselle Irene?" Maigret asked. "It is my real name you're after?" "If it is, I was born Kumar. Elizabeth Kumar. Irene sounds better for my business." Maigret, who had approached the counter, unwrapped his package and took out the blue gown. "Do you recognize this gown?" She didn't take a step to get a closer look at it, but said without hesitation, "Of course." "When do you sell it?" "I didn't sell it." "But it is from this shop." She didn't invite them to sit down, didn't seem either upset or worried. "What of it?" When did you last see it? Does it matter? It may matter a lot. Last night. At what time? Just after 9. Your shop's still open at 9 in the evening. I never close before 10. Almost every day women come in to buy something at the last moment. Lorgnon presumably knew all this, but had assumed a neutral air, as if none of it was any of his business. I assume your customers are mostly hostesses and cabaret performers? Among other things. Some get up late in the evening, and they're always missing something to put on, stockings, a belt, a brassiere. Or else they noticed their dress was torn the night before. You said just now that you didn't sell this gown. She turned to the girl who was standing in the doorway of the other room. Viviane, get me another cup of coffee. The girl hastened to get her cup with the zeal of a slave. Is she your maid? Maigret asked, watching her as she left the room. No, I've taken her under my wing. She also turned up one evening, just like that, and stayed. She didn't bother to explain. Once again, Lorgnon, at whom she occasionally glanced, must have known all about it. Yeah, getting back to last night, Maigret said. She came. Hold on a moment. Did you know her? I'd seen her once before. When was that? Maybe a month ago. She'd already bought a dress from you. No, she hired one. You hire out clothes? Yes, sometimes. Had she given you her name and address? I think so. I must have written it on a piece of paper. If you want me to look for it, later. The first time, was it an evening gown? Yes, the same one. Had she come late that time, too? No, just after dinner, about 8. She needed an evening gown, and she admitted she couldn't afford to buy one. She asked me if it was true that I hired them out. Did she seem different from your other customers? They always start out different. After a few months, they all end the same. Do you find a gown in her size? The blue one you're holding is a size 40. It spent the night on the backs of I don't know how many local girls. Did she take it away with her? The first time, yes. And she brought it back the following morning. The next day at midday. I was surprised she turned up so early. Usually they sleep all day. Did she pay for the hire? Yes. And you didn't see her again until last night? I already told you. It was just after 9 when she came in and asked me if I still had the gown. I said I did. Then she told me that this time she couldn't pay the deposit, but that if I didn't mind, she'd leave me the clothes she was wearing. She changed here. Yes. She also needed shoes and a coat. I found her a velvet cape, which did quite nicely. How did she seem to you? Like someone who's desperate for an evening gown and a coat. In other words, it mattered a lot to her. It always matters a lot to them. Did you have the impression she was meeting someone? She shrugged and sipped of the coffee Viviane had just brought her. Did your girl see her? She was the one who helped her get dressed. Did she say anything particular to you, mademoiselle? Her employer answered for her. Viviane doesn't listen to what people say to her. She couldn't care less. The girl did indeed seem to be living in an immaterial world. Her eyes expressed nothing. She moved about without stirring the air, and, next to the bulk of Mademoiselle Yvain, she really did seem like a slave, or rather a dog. I found her some shoes and stockings and a silver handbag. Has something happened to her? Haven't you read the newspapers? I was still in bed when you knocked at the door. Viviane was busy making my coffee. Maigret handed her the paper, and she looked at the photograph without showing any surprise. Is that her? Yes. You don't seem surprised. It's been a long time since anything surprised me. Is the dress ruined? It got wet in the rain, but it isn't torn. That's something at least. I suppose you want me to hand over her clothes. Viviane? Viviane had understood. She opened one of the wardrobes where dresses were hanging. She placed a black woolen dress on the counter, and Maigret immediately searched for a label. She made that one herself, Mademoiselle Yvain said. Bring her coat, Viviane. The coat, also woolen, was of poor quality, beige with a brown check pattern, and came from a department store in Rue Lafayette. Cheap, as you can see. Shoes aren't much better, or the slip. It was all placed on the counter. Then the slave brought a black leather handbag with a white metal clasp. Apart from a pencil and a pair of worn gloves, it was empty. You say you lent her a handbag? Yes, she wanted to use her own. I pointed out that it didn't go with the dress, and I found her a little silver evening bag. She put her lipstick, her powder, and a handkerchief in it. No purse. Maybe. I didn't notice. Lognon still had the air of someone listening in on a conversation he hasn't been invited to join. What time was it when she left here? It took her about a quarter of an hour to get dressed. Was she in a hurry? She seemed to be. She checked the time more than once. On her watch. I didn't see any watch on her. There's a clock over the counter. When she left, it was raining. Did she take a taxi? There were no taxis in the street. She set off in the direction of Place Blanche. Did she give you her name and address again? I didn't ask her. Would you mind trying to find the piece of paper where you noted them down the first time? With a sigh, she went behind the counter and opened a drawer, in which there was all sorts of junk, notebooks, invoices, pencils, fabric samples, and a whole variety of buttons. You know, she said as she searched desultorily through the drawer, there's no point keeping their addresses, because they usually live in rented rooms, and they change them more often than they change their slips. When they don't have enough to pay their rent, they disappear, and... No, this isn't it. If I remember rightly, it was somewhere local, a street everyone knows. Sorry, I can't find it. If you really want it, I'll keep looking and call you. Please do. Does he work with you? She asked, indicating Lognon. He can tell you some stories about me, but he'll also tell you I've been straight for years. Isn't that true? Maigret helped himself to brown paper to take the clothes away in. Aren't you going to leave me the blue gown? Not now. You'll get it back later. Oh, whatever you say. Just as he was leaving, Maigret thought of another question. When she came last night, did she ask for a gown, or the gown she'd already worn once before? The one she'd worn before. Do you think she would have taken another if you hadn't had it? I don't know. She asked if I still had that one. Thank you for your help. Don't mention it. They got back in the car, and the slave closed the door behind them. Lognon was still not saying anything, waiting for questions. Has she been in prison? 3 or 4 times. Receiving stolen goods? Yes. When was the last time? 4 or 5 years ago. She started out as a dancer, then assistant madam in a brothel in the days when they still existed. Has she always had a slave? The driver was waiting to be told where to go. Are you going home, Lognon? If you have no urgent orders to give me? Las Constantin Becker, Maigret said. I can walk. Damn it, why did you always have to have that humble, resigned air? Do you know Viviane? Not that one. They change from time to time. Does she throw them out? No, the girls leave when they want to. She takes them in when they're broke and never know her to sleep. Why? Maybe because she doesn't want to leave them on the streets. Lognon seemed to be saying, I know you don't believe it, that you suspect God knows what ulterior motives, but a woman like that can sometimes feel pity and do something purely out of charity. I'm the same. Everyone thinks I'm... Maigret sighed. I really think you should get some rest, Lognon. I'll probably need you tonight. What do you think of this case? The inspector didn't reply, merely shrugged his shoulders. What was the point in pretending to believe he had thoughts of his own, when everyone, he was convinced of it, took him for an idiot? It was a pity. Not only was he intelligent, but he was one of the most conscientious men on the Paris force. They stopped on the little square, outside an apartment block. Will you call me at the office? No, at home. I'd prefer you to wait at home. Half an hour later, Maigret got to Quai des Orfèvres with his package under his arm and walked into the inspector's office. Anything for me, Luca? Nothing, Chief. He frowned, surprised and disappointed. It had been hours now since the photograph had appeared in the newspapers. No phone calls. Only about some cheese that was stolen from Les Halles. I meant the girl who was killed last night. Not a thing. Dr. Pohl's report was on his desk, and he merely glanced at it, noting that it added nothing to what the doctor had told him the previous night. Can you send in Lapointe? While waiting, he looked in turn at the clothes he had spread over an armchair and at the photograph of a dead girl. Good morning, Chief. Can you have something for me? He showed him the photograph, the dress, and the underwear. First of all, I want you to take all these things upstairs to Immerse and ask him to give them the usual treatment. In other words, Immerse would place the clothes in a paper bag and shake them until the dust fell off. He would then examine the dust with a microscope and analyze it. That sometimes yielded results. I want you to give the same attention to the handbag, the shoes, and the evening gown. Got that? Yes. Do we still not know who she is? We don't know anything, except that last night she borrowed this blue gown for one night from a shop in Montmartre. When Immerse has finished with it, go to the Forensic Institute and take a good look at the body. Young Lapointe, who had only been in the job for 2 years, grimaced. This is important. Then I want you to go to a model agency, doesn't matter which. There's one in Rue Saint-Florentin. You need to find a young woman who is about the same size and weight as the dead girl. Size 40. For a moment, Lapointe wondered if Maigret was serious, or just teasing him. What then? He asked. Make her try on the dresses. If they fit her, bring her here. Take her upstairs, and ask them to photograph her. Lapointe was starting to understand. Oh, that's not all. I want a photograph of a dead girl, too, with makeup and everything. A photograph that makes it look as if she's alive. In criminal records, they had a photographer who was a real specialist in this kind of work. Then they need to combine the two photographs so that we have the dead girl's head on the model's body. Be quick about it. I'd like it in time for the last edition of the evening papers. Alone now in his office, Maigret signed a few papers that needed dispatching, filled a pipe, called Lucas, and asked him to find the file on Elisabeth Kumar, known as Irene, just in case. He was convinced it wouldn't lead to anything, that she told the truth, but so far she was the only person to have identified the girl found dead on Place Ventimille. The more time passed, the more surprised he was not to have received any telephone calls. If the girl had lived in Paris, there were a number of possibilities. Firstly, that she lived with her parents, in which case they would have rushed to the nearest police station or come straight to Quai des Orfèvres as soon as they saw the photograph in the newspapers. If she had her own apartment, she had neighbors, a concierge, and probably did her shopping locally. Did she live with a girlfriend, as is often the case? That meant one more person to worry about her disappearance and recognize her picture. She might also have been staying in a hostel for students or for young women who work. There were several such hostels, which meant even more people knew her. The final possibility was a furnished room in one of the thousands of little hotels in Paris. Maigret rang the inspector's office. Is Torrance there? If he's not busy, tell him to come and see me. If she lived with her parents, all they could do was wait. The same thing if she had an apartment in a private house, alone or with a friend. But in the other cases, it was possible to speed things up. Sit down, Torrance. You see this photograph? Don't worry, we'll have a better one later this afternoon. Imagine this girl wearing a black dress and a beige check coat. That's how people are used to seeing her. Just then, a beam of sunlight slid in through the window and drew a bright line on the desk. Maigret broke off for a moment to greet it, as surprised as someone looking at a bird coming to rest on a windowsill. First, go down to the hotel agency and ask them to show this photograph around the cheap hotels. Best to start with the 9th and 18th arrondissements. You know what I mean? Yes. Do you know her name? We don't know anything. What you can do is draw up a list of hostels for young women and start doing the rounds. It probably won't yield any results, but I don't want to rule any out. Got it. That's all. Take a car to make things quicker. It had suddenly got warmer, and he went and opened the window, fiddled with a few more papers on his desk, looked at the time, and decided to go home to bed. Wake me up about 4, he told his wife. Is it necessary? It wasn't necessary. Basically, it was only a question of waiting. He fell almost immediately into a heavy sleep, and when his wife approached the bed, a cup of coffee in her hand, he looked at her as if surprised to be here, with sunlight filling the room. It's 4 o'clock. You told me. Yes. Any phone calls? Only the plumber to say. The first editions of the afternoon papers had come out about 1 o'clock. They all featured the same photograph as the morning ones. Even though the dead girl had been slightly disfigured, Mademoiselle Irene had nevertheless recognized her immediately, despite the fact that she'd only seen her twice. The possibility remained that the girl wasn't from Paris, wasn't staying in a hotel, and that on the 2 occasions she'd come to Rue de Douai, she'd only arrived a few hours earlier. That wasn't very likely, though, given that the clothes she wore, apart from the dress she had made herself, had been bought from shops in Rue Lafayette. Will you be back for dinner? Maybe. If you have to stay out this evening, take your big overcoat anyway. It'll be cold after dark." When he entered his office, there was no message on his desk blotter, which upset him. He called Luca. "Still nothing? No telephone calls?" "Still nothing, Chief. I brought you the file on Elizabeth Kumar." Standing, he leafed through it without finding anything other than what Lognon had told him. "Verpont sent the photographs to the newspapers." "Is he here?" "He's waiting for you." "Send him in." The pasted-together photographs were such masterpieces, Maigret got a shock from them. There, suddenly, before his very eyes, was the image of the girl. Not as he had seen her in the rain on Place Ventimille by the light of torches, nor as he had glimpsed her later on a marble slab at the Forensic Institute, but as she must have looked the previous evening when she had shown up at Mademoiselle Yvain's shop. Lapointe seemed equally troubled. "What do you think, Chief?" he said hesitantly, adding after a pause, "Pretty, isn't she?" It wasn't the word he was looking for, or the one that corresponded to reality. The girl was certainly pretty, but there was something more, something hard to define. The photographer had even managed to bring her eyes to life, eyes that seemed to be asking an unanswerable question. In two of the prints, she was wearing only her black dress. In another, she had on her brown check coat. In the last one, finally, she was in evening dress. You could imagine her on the streets of Paris, where there were so many girls like her, dodging in and out of the crowds, stopping every now and again to look at shop windows, then continuing on their way to God knows where. She had had a mother and father, friends at school, people who had known her later, men and women. She had talked to them. They had called her by her name. But now that she was dead, nobody appeared to remember her. Nobody was getting worried. It was as if she had never existed. I hope it wasn't too difficult. What? Finding a model. Only embarrassing. I was surrounded by a dozen of them, and when I showed them the dresses, they all wanted to try them on. In front of you. Oh, they're used to it. After 2 years in the police judiciaire, Lapointe could still blush. Have the photographs sent to the provincial flying squads. I already thought of that. I took the liberty of sending them without waiting for your instructions. Perfect. Have you sent them to all the police stations in Paris, too? They went off half an hour ago. Get me Lognon on the phone. At the 2nd District? No. At home. A few minutes later, a voice said into the phone, "Inspector Lognon speaking. Maigret here. I know. I've had some photographs sent to your office, the same ones that'll appear in the newspapers in an hour or two. Do you want me to do the rounds again?" Maigret would have been hard put to say why he didn't think it would lead anywhere. The visit to Mademoiselle Yvain, the origin of the evening gown, the time the murder had been committed, the place. Everything seemed to indicate a connection with the neighborhood where the night clubs were. Why, at 9 in the evening, had the girl felt the need to get hold of an evening gown, unless it was necessary for her to go to a place where people dress up? It was too late to go to the theatre, and apart from the opera or a first night, you don't absolutely have to wear evening dress there. Try, just in case. Check especially those taxi drivers who work nights. Maigret hung up. Lapointe was still there, awaiting instructions, and Maigret didn't know what instructions to give him. Just in case, he called a shop in Rue de Douai, too. Mademoiselle Yvain? Speaking? Did you find that address? Oh, it's you. No, I've looked everywhere. I must have thrown the paper away or used it to write down a customer's measurements. But I've remembered her first name. I'm almost sure of it. It's Louise. The surname also starts with an L. La something. Like La Montagne or La Boyère. Not back, but something like it. When she transferred the objects from her own bag to the silver bag, did you notice if there was an identity card? No. Keys? Wait, I think I can see keys. Not keys, just one little brass key. He heard her calling, "Viviane, come here for a moment." He didn't hear what she said to her slave. Viviane also thinks she saw a key, she confirmed. A flat key. Yes, you know, like most of the ones they make nowadays. Was there any money? A few folded banknotes, I remember that too. Not much, maybe 200 or 300 franc notes. I remember thinking she wouldn't get far on that. Anything else? No, I think that's everything. There was a knock at the door. It was Janvier, who had just arrived. On seeing the prints on the desk, he had the same shock as Maigret. "You found some photographs of her," he said in surprise. He frowned and took a closer look. "Did they do them upstairs?" Finally he murmured, "Strange girl, isn't she?" They still didn't know anything about her, except that nobody, apart from a woman who hired out dresses, seemed to know her. "What do we do?" All Maigret could do was shrug and say, "We wait." Chapter 3. The maid who is unused to the telephone, and the old lady in Rue de Clichy. Somewhat glum and disappointed, Maigret had stayed at headquarters until 7 in the evening, and then had taken the bus home to Boulevard Michel-Lenoir. There was a newspaper unfolded on the pedestal table, with a photograph of a dead girl on the front page, and the accompanying article probably said that Detective Chief Inspector Maigret was in charge of the case. But his wife didn't ask him any questions, nor did she try to distract him. After a while, as they were eating together and had almost got to the dessert, he happened to look at her, and was surprised to find her as anxious as he was. He didn't wonder if she was thinking about the same thing. Later he went and sat down in his armchair, lit his pipe, and looked through the paper while Madame Maigret cleared the table and washed up. It was only when she sat down facing him, the basket of socks and stockings on her knees, that he looked at her 2 or 3 times, surreptitiously, and finally murmured, as if it was something of no great importance, "I wonder what would make a girl feel the urgent need to wear an evening gown." Why was he sure she'd been thinking about this the whole time? He could even have sworn from her little sigh of satisfaction that she'd been waiting for him to ask her about it. "It may not be necessary to look too far," she said. "What do you mean?" "I mean, a man would probably never think of putting on a dinner jacket or tails without a specific reason. But it's different for a girl. When I was 13, I worked for hours and hours on the sly, fixing up an old evening gown my mother had thrown away." He looked at her in surprise, as if suddenly discovering an unknown side of his wife's character. "Sometimes at night, when they thought I was asleep, I'd get up and put on that gown and look at myself in the mirror. And once, when my parents had gone out, I put it on, along with my mother's shoes, which were too big for me, and walked as far as the corner of the street." He was silent for more than a minute, not even noticing that she was blushing at the secret she'd told him. "You were 13, he said at last. "One of my aunts, Aunt Cecile, whom you never met, though I've often talked about her, the one who was rich for a few years and whose husband was ruined overnight, often shut herself up in her room and spent hours doing her hair and getting dressed as if she was going to the opera. If you knocked at her door, she'd reply that she had a migraine. One day I looked through the keyhole and discovered the truth. She was looking at herself in the mirror, fanning herself, and smiling. That was a long time ago. Do you think women have changed?" "You'd need a more serious reason than that to knock on Mademoiselle Huain's door at 9 o'clock in the evening and ask for an evening gown when you only have 200 or 300 francs in your pocket. Then put it on right away and walk off in the rain. What I mean is that it isn't necessarily a reason a man would find serious." He understood what she meant, but wasn't convinced. "Are you tired?" He nodded. They went to bed early. In the morning it was windy and the sky threatened rain. Madame Maigret made him take his umbrella. At Quai des Orfèvres he almost missed the call because he was already at the door, just about to leave the office to attend the daily briefing, when the telephone rang. He retraced his steps. "Hello, Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." "Someone who won't give her name is asking to speak to you personally," the switchboard operator said. "Put her through." As soon as the connection was made, he heard a piercing voice, so shrill that it made the receiver vibrate, the voice of someone who wasn't used to the telephone. "Is that Detective Chief Inspector Maigret?" "Yes, it is. Who's this?" There was a silence. "Hello? I'm listening." "I can tell you something about the girl who was killed." "The one who was found on Place Fontenille." Another silence. He wondered if the person calling was a child. "Go on. Do you know her?" "Yes, I know where she lived." He was convinced that it wasn't because she was hesitating that she left these long pauses between her sentences, but because the telephone overawed her. She shouted instead of speaking, holding her mouth too close to the receiver. A radio somewhere was playing music. He could make out the crying of a baby. "Where's that?" 130A Rue de Clichy. "Who are you?" "If you want information, just ask the old lady on the second floor. Madame Cremier, her name is." He heard a second voice crying, "Rose! Rose, what are you—" Then, almost immediately, the person hung up. He only spent a few minutes in the Commissioner's office, and as Janvier had just arrived, he took him with him. Janvier had scoured Paris in vain the previous evening. As for Lognon, who had been dealing with the nightclubs and the taxi drivers, he hadn't yet been in touch. "She sounds like a young maid who's just arrived from the country," Maigret said to Janvier. "She has an accent, but I can't place it." 113A Rue de Clichy was a well-to-do apartment building, like most buildings in the neighborhood. The two men first stopped to see the concierge, a woman in her 40s, who watched them suspiciously as they walked in. "Police judiciaire," Maigret announced, showing his badge. "What do you want?" "Do you have a tenant named Madame Cremier? Second floor on the left." "Is she in?" "Unless she's gone shopping. I didn't see her go past." "Does she live alone?" The concierge didn't seem to have an entirely easy conscience. "Alone and not alone." "What do you mean?" "Every now and again she has someone with her." "A family member?" "No." "Well, I don't see why I should make a big mystery out of it. She can look after herself. She sometimes takes a lodger. Just for short periods. She'd prefer to have someone who'd stay, of course, but with her character, she soon drives in the way. I think the last one was the 5th or 6th. "Why didn't you say that from the start?" "Because the first time she had someone, a girl who was an assistant at the Galerie, she asked me to say she was her niece." "And she gave you a cut?" She shrugged. "First of all, the owner doesn't allow his tenants to sublet. Then, when you let a furnished room, you have to declare it to the police and fill out forms. And finally, I don't think she declares that income to the tax people." "Is that why you didn't get in touch with us?" She knew what he was referring to. There was even a newspaper from the day before lying on a chair with a photograph of the unknown girl, clearly visible. "Do you know her?" "She was the last one." "The last what?" "The last lodger. The last niece, to use the old lady's word." "When did you see her last?" "I don't know. I didn't pay any attention." "Do you know her name?" "Madame Cremier called her Louise. There's no mail came for her while she lived here. I don't know her surname. I told you I wasn't supposed to know she was a lodger. People are allowed to have relatives staying with them, and now, because of that, I might lose my job. I suppose it'll be in the newspapers." "It's possible. What kind of person was she?" "The girl? Nothing special. She'd nod when she passed the lodge if she thought of it, but she never troubled herself to say a word to me." "Had she been here long?" Janvier was taking notes, which had an effect on the concierge, making her think carefully before answering each question. "If I remember rightly, she arrived just before the New Year." "Did she have any luggage?" "Just a little blue suitcase." "How did she come to know Madame Cremier?" "I should have suspected it would end badly. This is the first time anybody's ever got round me like that, but I swear to you that whatever happens, it's the last. Madame Cremier was already living in the building when her husband was alive. He was assistant manager in a bank. Actually, they were here before I arrived." "When did he die?" 5 or 6 years ago. They didn't have any children. She started complaining, saying how awful it was to live alone in a big apartment. Then she talked about money, how her pension stayed the same even though the cost of living kept going up." "Is she rich?" "Well, she must have means. One day she told me she owned 2 buildings somewhere in the 10th arrondissement. The first time she had a lodger, she told me it was a relative from the provinces, but I soon guessed the truth and went to see her. That was when she offered to give me a quarter of the rent she received, and I was stupid enough to accept. It's true that her apartment's too big just for one person." "Did she put ads in the newspapers?" "Yes, with no address though, just the telephone number." "What kind of background did the lodgers have?" "Hard to say. Good backgrounds, almost always. They were young girls who worked and who were pleased to have a larger room than they'd find in a small hotel, and for the same price or even less. Just once she had a girl who seemed as respectable as the others, but would get up at night and let men in. That didn't last more than a couple of days." Tell me about the last one. What do you want to know? Everything. The concierge looked mechanically at the photograph in the newspaper. I told you, I only ever saw her pass by. She'd leave in the morning about 9 o'clock or past. Do you know if she worked? No. Did she come back for lunch? Madame Cremier didn't allow them to cook in the apartment. What time would she get back? In the evening. Sometimes at 7, sometimes 10 or 11. Did she go out a lot? Did friends come asking for her? Nobody ever came asking for her. Did you ever see her in evening dress? She shook her head. You know, she was a girl like so many others, and I hardly paid any attention to her, especially as I didn't think she'd last. Why not? I told you, the old woman's happy enough to let the room, but she doesn't like being disturbed. She's in the habit of going to bed 10:30, and if her lodger has the misfortune to come back later, she makes a scene. When it comes down to it, it's not so much a lodger she's looking for as someone to keep her company and play cards with her. She didn't know why Maigret smiled at this. He had just thought of the dress merchant in Rue de Douai. Elisabeth Kumar picked up girls who were drifting, perhaps out of the goodness of her heart, but perhaps also not to be alone. And since they owed her everything, for a shorter or longer period of time, they became slaves of a kind. Madame Cremier took in lodgers. Basically, that boiled down to the same thing. How many old ladies or old maids were there in Paris who tried in this way to make sure they had company, preferably the company of someone young and carefree? If only I could give back the small amount of money it brought me and avoid losing my job. To sum up, you don't know who she was, where she came from, what she did, or who she saw. No. And you didn't like her. I don't like people who don't have any more money than I have but think they're superior. So you think she was poor? I always saw her in the same dress and coat. Are there any maids in the building? Why'd you ask me that? There are 3 of them. The tenants on the first floor have one, so does the tenant on the second floor on the right. Then is one of them young and not long arrived from the country. You must mean Rose. Which one is that? The one on the second floor. The Larcher already had 2 children. Madame Larcher gave birth again 2 months ago, and as she couldn't manage, she had a maid fetched from Normandy. Do the Larcher have a telephone? Yes, the husband has a good position in an insurance company. I recently bought a car. Thank you. If only there was a way to stop the landlord finding out. One more question. Yesterday, when the photograph of the girl appeared in the newspaper, did you recognize her? She hesitated. I wasn't sure, she lied. The first photograph they published, you know. Did Madame Cremier come and see you? She blushed. She came in on her way back from shopping. She told me the police were paid well enough for people not to try to do their jobs for them. I saw what she meant. But ever since I saw the second photograph, this one, I've been thinking about calling you. Anyway, all things considered, I'm pleased you came. It's taken quite a weight off my shoulders. There was a lift. Maigret and Janvier took it to the second floor. Behind the door on the right, the voices of children could be heard. Then another voice, which Maigret recognized, crying, Jean-Paul, Jean-Paul, will you leave your little sister alone? It was at the door on the left that he rang the bell. There were light, furtive steps inside. Someone asked through the door, Who is it? Madame Cremier. What do you want? Police. Quite a long silence, and finally a murmur. One moment. She moved away, doubtless to tidy herself up a bit. When she returned at the door, the noise of her steps was no longer the same. She must have swapped her slippers for shoes. She opened reluctantly and looked at the 2 of them with sharp little eyes. Please come in. I haven't finished my housework. All the same, she was wearing a fairly smart black dress, and her hair was neatly done. She was between 65 and 70, short, thin, and surprisingly vigorous for her age. Do you have any identification? Maigret showed her his badge, which she examined attentively. So, you're Inspector Maigret. She led them into a living room, which was very large, but so cluttered with furniture and knickknacks that there was barely room to move. Please, sit down. What can I do for you? She herself sat down, her manner quite dignified, although she was unable to stop her fingers from tensing nervously. "It's about your lodger." "I don't have a lodger. I do sometimes take someone in and offer them accommodation." "We know all about it, Madame Cremier." She did not lose her composure, but threw Maigret's searching look. "About what?" "About everything. We don't belong to the Ministry of Finance, and how you declare your income is no concern of ours." There was no newspaper in the room. Maigret took one of the photographs of the unknown girl from his pocket. "Do you recognize her?" "She stayed with me for a few days." "A few days? Well, let's say a few weeks." "Or shall we say 2.5 months? "It's possible. At my age, time matters so little. You can't imagine how quickly the days go by." "What's her name?" "Louise Leboine." "Is that the name on her identity card?" "I never saw her identity card. It's the name she gave me when she first arrived." "And you don't know if it's her real name?" "I had no reason to suppose it wasn't." "Did she read your ad?" "Has the concierge talked to you?" "It doesn't matter, Madame Cremier. Let's not waste time. And please, let me ask the questions." In her dignified manner, she said, "All right. Go ahead." "Did Louise Lemoine answer your ad?" "She phoned me to ask the price. I told her. She wanted to know if I couldn't make it a little cheaper, and I advised her to come and see me." "Did you agree to a reduction?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because I always get taken in." "In what way?" "When they come here, they all seem very respectable. They're humble and considerate. I asked her if she went out a lot in the evening, and she said no." "Do you know where she worked?" "In an office, apparently, but I don't know where. It was only after a few days that I realized the kind of girl she was." "What kind is that?" "A withdrawn girl, who, when she'd made up her mind to say nothing." "So you don't know anything about her? She didn't talk to you?" "As little as possible. She must have thought she was in a hotel. In the morning she'd dress and go out. She'd mutter hello if she saw me." "Did she always leave at the same time?" "Actually, that's what surprised me. The first 2 or 3 days she left the house at 8:30, and I assumed she began work at 9. Then, several times in a row, she didn't leave until 9:15, and I asked her if she'd changed jobs." "What did she reply?" "She didn't. Oh, that was her style. When she was embarrassed, she pretended not to hear. In the evening, she tried to avoid me." "But she must have had to come through the living room in order to get to her bedroom." "Yes, this is where I spend most of my time. I'd invite her to sit down and have a cup of coffee or herbal tea with me. Just once she condescended to keep me company, and I'm sure she didn't say 5 sentences in an hour." "What did you talk about?" "Everything. I was trying to find out." "Find out what?" "Who she was, where she came from, where she'd lived before." "Did you manage to get anything out of her?"
"All I know is that she's familiar with the South. I mentioned Nice, where my husband and I used to spend 2 weeks every year, and I could see she'd been there too. When I asked her about her father and mother, she put on this vacant look. If you'd seen her when she had that look, it would have driven you mad too."
"Where did she have her meals?"
"She ate out, supposedly. I don't allow them to cook in their room because of the dangers of fire. If they bring their own spirit stove, you don't know what might happen, not to mention that all I have here is old furniture of value that's been handed down through my family. She tried to hide it, but I found breadcrumbs, and she sometimes burned scrap paper that must have been used to wrap cold meats."
"Did she spend her evenings alone in her room?"
"Most of the time. She only went out 2 or 3 times a week."
"Did she dress up to go out?"
"How could she have dressed up, when the only things she owned were a dress and a coat? Last month, what I'd thought would happen, happened."
"What had you thought?"
"That eventually she wouldn't have enough money to pay her rent. She couldn't pay. She gave me 100 francs on account, and promised I'd get the rest at the end of the week. When the end of the week came, she tried to avoid me. I intercepted her. She told me she'd have money in a day or 2. Don't think I'm stingy, or that I only think about money. Of course I need it like anybody else, but if only she'd behaved like a human being, I'd have been more patient. Did you tell her she had to leave? 3 days ago, the day before she disappeared. I simply told her that I was expecting a relative from the provinces and that I needed the room. What was her reaction? She said, "All right."
Will you take us to her room? The old lady stood up, still dignified.
Come this way. You'll see she wouldn't have found a room like that anywhere else.
It was true that the room was vast, with large windows. Like the living room, it was furnished in the style of the previous century. The bed was of solid mahogany, and between the windows was an empire desk that must have been Monsieur Crémier's desk, and for which no other place had been found. Heavy velvet curtains framed the windows, and on the walls hung old family photographs in black or gold frames.
The only small bother is that you have to share the bathroom. I always waited for her to go in first and never went in without knocking.
I assume you haven't removed anything since she left?
Certainly not.
When she didn't come back, did you look through her things?
There's not much to look through. I only came in to see if she'd taken her things with her.
And had she?
No. You can see for yourself.
On the chest of drawers lay a comb, a hairbrush, a cheap manicure set, and a powder compact of a common brand. There was also a tube of aspirin and another tube containing sleeping pills. Maigret opened the drawers. All he found in them was a little underwear and an electric iron rolled up inside an artificial silk slip.
"What did I tell you?" Madame Crémier exclaimed.
What?
I'd also told her I didn't allow washing and ironing of clothes, so that's what she did when she shut herself up for an hour in the bathroom of an evening. And why she locked her door, too.
Another drawer containing a box of ordinary writing paper, 2 or 3 pencils, and a pen. In the wardrobe, a cotton dressing gown was hanging. In a corner stood a suitcase made of blue fabric. It was locked, and there was no key to be seen. Maigret snapped the lock open with the tip of his penknife while the old woman came closer. The suitcase was empty. Did anyone ever come asking for her?
No, nobody.
Did you ever get the impression that someone had come into the apartment in your absence?
I would have noticed. I know exactly where everything is.
Did she ever get any telephone calls?
Only once.
When was that?
About 2 weeks ago. No, longer than that. That's a month. One evening about 8 o'clock, when she was in her room, someone asked to speak to her.
A man?
A woman.
Can you remember the exact words?
They said, "Is Mademoiselle Leboine in?" I replied that I thought she was. I went and knocked on her door. "Telephone, Mademoiselle Louise." "For me," she said, surprised. "For you, yes. I'm coming." That was the time I had the impression she'd been crying.
Before or after the telephone call?
Before, when she came out of her room.
Was she fully dressed?
No, she was in her dressing gown, and her feet were bare.
Did you hear what she said?
She said hardly anything, only, "Yes, yes, all right, who, maybe," and finally, "See you in a while."
Did she go out?
10 minutes later.
What time did she come back that evening?
She didn't come back all night. It wasn't until 6 in the morning that I saw her come in. I'd been waiting for her, determined to throw her out. She told me she'd had to spend the night with a sick relative. She didn't look like someone who'd been enjoying herself. She went to bed and didn't leave her room for 2 days. I was the one who brought her food and brought her the aspirin. She complained that she had flu.
Did she suspect that every phrase was forming an image in Maigret's mind? He seemed barely to be listening to her. Gradually he was reconstructing the life of the 2 women in the dark, cluttered apartment. For one of them at least it was simple. He had her there in front of him. What was harder to imagine were the girl's attitudes, her voice, her gestures, let alone what she might have been thinking. At least he now knew her name, assuming it was her real name. He knew where she'd slept for the last 2 months, where she had spent part of her evenings. He also knew that she had twice gone to Rue de Douai to rent or borrow an evening gown. The first time, she had paid. The second, she only had 200 or 300 francs in her pocket, barely enough for a taxi ride or a frugal meal. Was the first time she had gone to see Mademoiselle Leboine just after that phone call? It seemed unlikely.
That time it hadn't been quite that late when she'd arrived at the shop. Plus, she had gone back to Rue de Clichy at 6 in the morning dressed in her usual dress and coat. She wouldn't have had time to give the blue satin gown back to Mademoiselle Irene, who got up late. The thing that emerged from all of this was that 2 months earlier, around the beginning of January, she hadn't yet been at the end of her tether, since she had rented a room. She didn't have much money. She had bargained to obtain a reduction in the rent. She would leave in the morning at more or less regular hours, first about 8 o'clock, then after 9. What did she do with her days? All the evenings she didn't spend in her room. She didn't read. There were no books in the room, no magazines. If she sewed, it was only to mend her clothes and underwear. In a drawer he found just 3 reels of cotton, a thimble, a pair of scissors, beige silk for the stockings, and a few needles in a case. According to Dr. Paul, she was about 20. "I swear this is the last time I sublet." I assume she cleaned her room herself. "What do you think I am, her maid? If one of them tried, and believe me, she didn't get very far." How did she spend her Sundays? "In the morning she'd sleep late. Right from the first week I noticed she didn't go to Mass. I asked her if she was a Catholic. She said she was. It was just to say something, don't you see? Sometimes she didn't go out until after 1 in the afternoon. I assume she went to the cinema. I remember picking up a cinema ticket in her room." "You don't know what cinema it was?" "I didn't pay attention. It was a pink ticket." "Just one?" All at once, Maigret gave the old woman a severe look, as if trying to prevent her from lying. "What was in her handbag?" "How should I?" "Just answer the question. I'm sure you glanced inside whenever she left it lying around." "She almost never left it lying around." "It took only one time." "Did you see her identity card?" "No." "Didn't she have one?" "Not in her bag. At least it wasn't there that time. It was only a week ago that I had the opportunity to look. I was starting to have my suspicions." "Suspicions about what?" "If she'd had a regular job, she'd have been able to pay her rent. And it was the first time I'd seen a girl her age who owned only one dress. But there was no way to get any information from her about what she did, where she came from, where her family lived." "What did you think?" "That she might have run away from home. Or else—" "What?" I don't know. I couldn't place her, if you know what I mean. With some people you know immediately who you're dealing with. Not with her. She didn't have an accent. She didn't seem to have come from the country, either. I think she was well educated. Apart from the way she didn't answer questions and always avoided me, she was quite polite. Yes, I think she'd had a decent upbringing." "What was in her handbag?" "Lipstick, a powder compact, a handkerchief, and some keys." "What keys?" "The key to the apartment, which I'd given her, and the key to her suitcase. There was also a worn wallet with money and a photograph." "A photograph of a man or a woman?" "A man, but it's not what you think. It was a photograph that was at least 15 years old, all yellowed and torn, of a man in his 40s. "Can you describe him?" "A good-looking man, quite elegant. What struck me was that he was wearing a very light-coloured suit, probably linen, the kind I often saw in Nice. The reason I thought of Nice was because there was a palm tree behind him." "Did you notice any resemblance?" "With her? No, I thought of that too. If it was her father, she didn't look like him." "Would you recognize him if you met him?" "Provided he hasn't changed too much." "Did you mention it to the girl?" "How could I tell her I'd seen the photograph? By opening her bag? I only talked to her about Nice, the South." "You can take it all away, Janvier," Maigret said, pointing to the drawers, the dressing gown in the wardrobe, the blue suitcase. The suitcase was big enough to hold everything, and as the lock was broken, they had to ask the old lady for a piece of string to close it. "Do you think I'll get into trouble?" "Not with us." "With the tax authorities?" Maigret shrugged. "It's none of our business," he grunted. Chapter 4, in which there is mention of a girl on a bench and a bride in a nightclub. Through the half-open door, which she'd taken care not to close completely, the old woman had watched them walk, not to the lift or the stairs, but to the apartment opposite. When they came out, Maigret saw the door move, and merely said to Janvier as they went downstairs, "She's jealous." Once, at the trial of a man he had arrested, someone who was following the court proceedings with him had murmured, "I wonder what he's thinking about." To which Maigret had replied, "He's thinking about what the newspapers will say about him in their next edition." He always claimed that murderers, at least until they are sentenced, are less concerned with their crimes, let alone the memory of their victims, than with the effect they have on the public. Overnight they become stars. They're besieged by reporters and photographers. Sometimes the public queue for hours to be allowed in to look at them. Isn't it only natural that they start to enjoy being in the spotlight? The widow Crenier had certainly not been enchanted to see the police invade her home. Moreover, Maigret had a way of asking questions that prevented people from answering the way they would have liked. She'd been forced to admit certain things that were not very pleasant. But at least, for nearly an hour, she had been the center of attention. The slightest thing she said had even been written down in a notebook. But a moment later, the same inspector went and rang the doorbell opposite and paid the same attention to a common little maid. How about a drink? It was after 11. They went into a bar on the corner of the street and drank their aperitifs without saying a word, as if both pondering what they just learned. Louise Leboine was like one of those photographic plates dipped in developer. 2 days earlier, they'd not even known of her existence. Then she had been a blue shape, a profile on a wet pavement of Place Ventimille, a white body on the marble of the Forensic Institute. Now she had a name, and an image was beginning to form, even though it still lacked detail. Rose's employer had also been a little annoyed when Maigret had said to her, "Would you mind looking after the children while we ask your maid a few questions?" Rose was not even 16 and still had down on her cheeks. "It was you who phoned me this morning, wasn't it?" "Yes, monsieur." "Did you know Louise Leboine?" "I didn't know her name." "Did you see her on the stairs?" "Yes, monsieur." "Did she talk to you?" "She never spoke to me, but she always smiled at me. I always thought she was sad. She looked like a film actress." "Do you ever see her anywhere apart from on the stairs?" "Yes, few times." "Where?" "On the park bench in Place de la Trinité, where I go almost every afternoon with the children." "What was she doing there?" "Nothing." "Was she waiting for someone?" "I never saw her with anyone." "Was she reading?" "No. She was eating a sandwich once." "Do you think she knew she was going to die?" That was all that Rose had told them. It was an indication that for some time anyway, the girl hadn't had a regular job. She didn't bother to go far. She would walk down Rue de Clichy and without leaving the area sit down facing the Trinité church. It had occurred to Maigret to ask, "Did you ever see her go into the church?" "No, monsieur." Maigret paid, wiped his mouth, and got back in the little car, followed by Janvier. Back at headquarters, he immediately spotted a solemn figure in the waiting room and recognized Lognon, whose nose was redder than ever. "Have you been waiting for me, Lognon?" "Yes, for an hour." "You look as if you never even went to bed." "It doesn't matter. Come into my office." The people who had seen Lognon waiting must have taken him not for a policeman, but because he looked so glum and somber, for someone who had come to make a confession. This time he really did have a cold. His voice was hoarse, and he had to keep taking his handkerchief out of his pocket. But he didn't complain, merely assumed a resigned air, the air of a man who has suffered his whole life and will suffer for the rest of his days. Maigret sat down and filled his pipe, while Lognon perched on the edge of a chair and didn't dare utter a word. "I assume you have some news." "I came to make my report." "I am listening, my friend." Cordiality had no effect on Inspector Hard-Done-By, who probably saw it as some kind of irony. "Last night, I did the same round as the night before, but took more care over it. Up until around 3 in the morning, 4 minutes past 3 to be precise, it didn't get me anywhere." As he spoke, he took a piece of paper from his pocket. "But then, at 4 minutes past 3, outside a nightclub called the Grillo, I questioned a taxi driver named Léon Zert. He's 53 years old and lives in Levallois-Perret." These details were probably pointless, but Lognon was determined to dot every I and cross every T. It was his way of emphasizing that he was merely a subordinate whose job was not to judge what was important and what wasn't. He spoke in a monotonous voice without looking at Maigret, who couldn't help smiling. "I showed you the photograph, or rather the photographs, and he recognized the one in the evening gown." He paused, just like an actor. He didn't yet know that Maigret had already discovered the dead girl's identity, as well as her last known address. On the night of Monday to Tuesday, just before midnight, Leon Zirk was parked outside the Romeo, a new club in Rue Comartin. He had prepared everything in advance. He took another piece of paper from his pocket, a press cutting this time. That night, unusually, the Romeo wasn't open to its regular customers because the room had been booked for a wedding reception. Like a lawyer in court placing a document in front of a judge, he placed the press cutting in front of Maigret and went and sat down again. As you could see, it was the wedding of a certain Marco Santoni, the representative in France of a leading brand of Italian vermouth, and a young woman named Janine Armenieux, resident in Paris, unemployed. There were a lot of guests because Marco Santoni is apparently well known in the kind of circles where people like to enjoy themselves. Was it the driver who provided you with all these details? No, I went to the Romeo myself. Anyway, Zirk was waiting outside with a number of his colleagues. It was raining, though not heavily. At about midnight, a girl in a blue evening gown and a velvet cape came out of the club and started walking along the street. Zirk paused for her and asked her, as is traditional, if she needed a taxi. She just shook her head and continued on her way. Is he sure it was her? Yes. There was a neon sign over the entrance to the Romeo. He's used to working nights and he noticed that the gown was fairly shabby. Plus, Gaston Rouget, the Romeo's tout, also recognized the photograph. I don't suppose the driver knows where she went. Lorgnon had to blow his nose. He didn't seem triumphant. On the contrary, he was being exaggeratedly humble, as if apologizing for the little he had brought. A couple came out just then, a few minutes later, and asked to be driven to the Étoile. As Zirk drove through Place Saint-Augustin, he saw the girl again, crossing the square on foot. She was walking quickly in the direction of Boulevard Haussmann, as if she was on her way to the Champs-Élysées. Is that all? He dropped the couple and was obliged to see her again later on the corner of Boulevard Haussmann and Faubourg Saint-Honoré. She was still walking. He looked at the time because he was curious to see how long it had taken her to go all that way. It wasn't far off an hour. It had been about 2:00 when Louise Leboine had been killed, and at 3:00 she was found dead on Place Vingt-Mille. Lorgnon had done a good job, and he hadn't finished yet, as Maigret realized when he saw him remain in his seat and take a third piece of paper from his pocket. Marco Santoni has an apartment in Rue de Belly. Did you see him, too? No. After the reception of the Romeo, the newlyweds flew to Florence, where they're supposed to be spending a few days. I talked to his manservant, Joseph Ronchon. Lorgnon didn't have a car at his disposal. He certainly hadn't taken taxis, knowing that they would go through his expenses with a fine-tooth comb. During the night, he had to go everywhere on foot, and in the morning he had probably taken the metro or the bus. I also questioned the barman of Fouquet's or the Champs-Élysées, and the barman of 2 other establishments. I wasn't able to see the barman at Maxime's. He lives in the suburbs, and hasn't arrived yet. His pocket seemed inexhaustible. As he went on, he fished out more pieces of paper, each corresponding to a different phase of his investigation. Santoni is 45. He's a handsome man, somewhat on the big side, very well cared for. He spends a lot of time in nightclubs and bars and the best restaurants. He's had a lot of girlfriends, most of them models or dancers. 4 or 5 months ago, as far as I've been able to find out, he met Janine Armenieux. Was she a model? No, she didn't move in the same circles. He's never said where he discovered her. How old is she? 22. Soon after making Santoni's acquaintance, she moved into the Hotel Washington in Rue Washington. Santoni often visited her there, and Janine sometimes spent the night in his apartment. Is it his first marriage? Yes. Has the manservant seen the photograph of a dead girl? I showed it to him. He claims he doesn't know her. I also showed it to the 3 barmen who all gave me the same reply. Was the manservant in the apartment on the night of Monday to Tuesday? He was finishing getting the luggage ready for the couple's departure. Nobody came there. Santoni and his new wife arrived at 5 in the morning in a very good mood, changed, and rushed to Orly. There was another silence. Each time Lorgnon made it seem as if he had come to the end of the road, but from the quality of his silence and the humility of his attitude, Maigret guessed that such was not the case. Do you know if the girls stayed at the Romeo for a long time? I told you. I questioned the tout. Did they ask people to show their invitations on the way in? No. Some people showed them, others didn't. The tout remembers seeing the girl come in just before midnight when the dancing had started. It was because she didn't look like a regular customer that he let her in, thinking she was a friend of the bride's. So she stayed for about a quarter of an hour. Yes, I questioned the barman. Was he at the Romeo this morning? To which Lorient simply replied, No, I went to see him at home, at the Porte de Town. He was asleep. Putting all these comings and goings end to end, they represented an impressive number of kilometres. In spite of himself, Maigret imagined Lorient doing them all on foot, through the night, then through the early morning, like an ant carrying a weight that's too heavy for it, but that nothing can divert from its route. There was probably no other inspector who could have carried out a task like that, neglecting no details, leaving nothing to chance. And yet poor Lorient, whose sole ambition for the past 20 years had been to work at Quai des Orfèvres, would never get there. That was partly to do with his manner. It was also to do with the fact that he didn't have the basic training considered essential, and that he failed all his exams. What does the barman say? Another piece of paper with a name, an address, a few notes. Lorient didn't need to consult these papers. He knew it all by heart. He first noticed her standing near the door. The head waiter approached her and said a few words to her in a low voice. She shook her head. He was probably asking her what table she was expected at. Then she made her way through the crowd. A lot of people were on their feet. They were dancing, not only on the dance floor, but between the tables. Did she talk to the bride? It took her a while because the bride was also dancing. The girl finally managed to approach her, and they had a fairly long conversation. Santoni interrupted them twice. He seemed to be losing patience. Did the bride give her anything? I asked that question. The barman couldn't answer it. Did they look as if they were arguing? Madame Santoni apparently looked reserved, even cold. She shook her head several times. After that, the barman lost sight of the girl in blue. I don't suppose you questioned the head waiter. It was becoming like a game. He lives in Rue Colincourt, right at the top. He was also asleep. Of course, Lorient had gone there too. He confirmed what the barman had told me. He approached the girl and asked her who she was looking for, and she told him she was a friend of the bride's and wanted to have a quick word with her. This time, Lorient stood up, which meant that he had at last said all he had to say. You've done an amazing job, my friend. I did what I had to do. Now go to bed. You need to look after yourself. It's only a cold. If you're not careful, it might turn into bronchitis. I have an attack of bronchitis every winter. I've never taken to my bed because of it. That was the trouble with Lorient. He had, by the sweat of his brow, it had to be admitted, gathered a certain amount of information that was probably valuable. If this information had been brought by one of his inspectors, Maigret would have immediately put a few others on the trail in order to get the most out of it. One man can't do everything. But if Maigret did that, Lorient would be convinced that they were stealing the case from him. He was dead tired. His voice was hoarse and his cold was getting the better of him. He hadn't slept more than 7 or 8 hours in 3 nights. Maigret, though, had no choice but to let him continue. Not that that would stop him considering himself a victim, like a poor man who is left the most thankless tasks and who at the last moment is denied the credit for his success. What do you have in mind? Unless you intend to assign someone else. No, of course not. I was only thinking about you and how you ought to get some rest. I'd have plenty of time to rest when they retire me. I didn't have a chance to get to the town hall at the 8th arrondissement where the wedding took place, or to the Hotel Washington where the new Madame Santoni lived before she got married. When I do, I should be able to find out where she lived before, and through that it's possible I can get hold of the dead girl's address. For the past 2 months, the dead girl lived in Rue de Clichy with a woman named Madame Crémieux, a widow who sublet her a room in her apartment. Lorient pursed his lips. We don't know what she was doing before that. She told the widow Crémieux her name was Louise Leboine. Her landlady didn't see her identity card. I continue my investigation. What was the point of objecting? Of course, my friend, if you want to, but please, don't overdo it. Thank you. Maigret remained alone in his office for a while, staring at the chair on which Lorient had just been sitting, but without seeing it. Still as if on a photographic plate, new features of Louise Leboine were appearing, but the overall picture remained blurred. During the last 2 months, when she didn't have a regular job, had she been searching for Janine Armagnac? It was possible, for example, that she'd suddenly read in the newspaper that Janine was marrying Marco Santoni, and that a big reception was being held at the Romeo to mark the occasion. In that case, she had read the newspaper late in the afternoon, since it was after 9 o'clock when she'd rushed to Mademoiselle Irène's to get hold of an evening gown. She had left the shop in Rue de Douai at about 10. What had she done outdoors from 10 to midnight? It doesn't take much more than 20 minutes to walk from Rue de Douai to Rue Caumartin. Could she have spent all that time out in the street, unsure what to do? Dr. Paul's report was still on the desk. Maigret glanced through it. It specified that the dead girl's stomach contained a certain quantity of alcohol. But if the head waiter was to be believed, the girl hadn't had a chance to drink anything during the fairly brief time she'd spent at the Romeo. Either she'd drunk something earlier to pluck up courage, or she'd drunk something between the time she'd left the wedding and the time she was found dead on Place de Vintimille. He went and opened the door to the inspector's office and called Janvier. "Have a job for you. I want you to go to Rue de Douai. From there, go on foot as far as Rue Caumartin, stop in all the bars and cafes, and show the photograph." "The one where she's in evening dress?" "Yes. Try to find out if anybody saw the girl between 10 and midnight on Monday night." Maigret caught him back just as Janvier was about to close the door behind him. "If you run into Lognon, don't tell him what you're up to." "Got it, Chief." The blue suitcase was in a corner of the office. He didn't seem to have anything more to tell them. It was a cheap suitcase, the kind sold in all the general stores and in the areas around railway stations, and it was worn. Maigret left his office and headed for that of his vice-squad colleague, Quiolet, at the end of the corridor. Quiolet was signing his mail, and Maigret calmly smoked his pipe and watched him. "Do you need me?" "I need some information. Do you know a man named Santoni?" "Marco?" "Yeah. He just got married." "What do you know about him?" "He makes lots of money and spends it as quickly as he earns it. Handsome fellow, loves women, good food, and luxury cars." "Anything against him?" "No, nothing. He's from a good family in Milan. His father's a big shot in Vermouth, and Marco represents the brand throughout France. He's seen in the bars on the Champs-Élysées in all the top restaurants, always with pretty girls. A few months ago, one of them hooked him. Janine Armenier. I didn't know her name. We have no reason to take an interest in him or his love affairs. I only found out he was getting married because he held a big bash in a nightclub that he hired for the occasion." "I'd like you to find out what you can about his wife. She lived in the Hotel Washington over the last few months. I need to know where she's from, what she did before she met him, and who her friends were, especially her female friends." Quiolet was writing a few words in pencil on a notepad. "Is that all? Is there any connection with the dead girl on Place Vintimille?" Maigret nodded. "I don't suppose you have anything in your files on a girl named Louise Laboine?" Quiolet turned to an open door. "Dauphin? Did you hear the name?" "Yes, Chief. Can you check?" A few minutes later, Inspector Dauphin shouted from the next room. "Nothing on her?" "Sorry, old man. I'm going to look into Madame Santoni. But it's going to be difficult to question her for a while. According to the newspapers, the newlyweds are in Italy. I don't want her to be questioned, for now." It was a few minutes to midday, according to the clock on the mantelpiece, the same black clock as in Maigret's office, and in the offices of all the chief inspectors. "How about a drink?" "Not now," Quiolet replied. "I'm waiting for someone." It was as if Maigret didn't know what to do with his big body. They saw him slowly walk down the corridor and look morosely into the waiting room with its windowed walls, where 2 or 3 people were twiddling their thumbs. A few minutes later, he was climbing the steps of the narrow staircase and opening the door to the lab right at the top of the Palais de Justice. Immerse was bent over a microscope. "Have you examined the clothes I sent you?" Here there was never any bustle. Men in grey overalls carried out meticulous work, handling complicated equipment in a calm atmosphere. Immerse was the very image of inner peace. "The black dress," he said, "has never been sent to the dry cleaners, but the stains have often been cleaned with benzene and regularly brushed. All the same, there are still some residues of dust encrusted in the fabric. I've analyzed them, and I've also examined a few stains that resisted the benzene. That's how I found green paint." "Is that all?" "Almost. There are a few grains of sand, too." River sand. Sea sand, the kind you find on the coast of Normandy. Isn't it the same as the sand you find on the Mediterranean? No, or on the ocean. Maigret hung about the lab a while longer. He emptied his pipe by knocking it on his heel. By the time he got back downstairs, it was past midday, and the inspectors are already going to lunch. "Lucas looking for you," said Jussieu, who was working in his department. He found Lucas with his hat on his head. "I was just about to leave. I left a note on your desk. Ferret wants you to call him as soon as possible. Apparently it's about the dead girl." Maigret went back into his office and picked up the phone. "Put me through to the flying squad in Nice." They'd never received so few telephone calls after the publication of a photograph in the newspapers. So far, there had only been one, the one from Rose, the young maid in Rue de Clichy. And yet dozens, hundreds of people must have seen the girl who had been in Paris for several months at least. "Hello, Ferret?" "Is that you, Chief?" Inspector Ferret had worked for Maigret before being assigned to Nice, where he had asked to be transferred because of his wife's health. "I had a telephone call early this morning about the person you're interested in. By the way, do you know her name?" "Apparently it's Louise Leboine." "That's right. Shall I give you the details?" "Mind you, it's not much. I was waiting for your instructions before starting a more in-depth inquiry. Anyway, this morning about 8:30, I had a telephone call from a fishmonger, a woman named Alice Fénéroux." "Hello?" "I'm still here." Maigret noted down the name on one of Lognon's pieces of paper, just in case. "She claims she recognizes the photograph that's just been published in the Éclaireur. But it's from quite a long way back, 4 or 5 years apparently. The girl, who was only little at the time, lived with her mother in the building next door to the fishmonger's." "Was this woman able to provide details?" "Seems her mother was a bad payer. That's the thing she remembers most. The kind of people you should never give credit to, she told me." "What else did she tell you?" "The mother and the daughter lived in a fairly decent apartment, not far from Avenue Clemenceau. The mother had been quite a looker once, it seems. She's older than the mother of a daughter of 15 or 16 usually is. At that time she was well past 50. "What do the two of them live on?" "Nobody knows. The mother used to dress up, go out after lunch, and not come back until late at night." "Is that all? No man involved?" "No. If there'd been anything irregular, the fishmonger would have been only too happy to tell me." "Did they leave the neighborhood together?" "So it seems. One fine day they vanished, and apparently they left quite a few debts behind them." "Have you checked that the name Leboine isn't in your files?" "That was the first thing I thought of. There's nothing. I've asked my colleagues. One of the old-timers says it sounds familiar, but he can't quite remember." "Will you look into it?" "I'll do my best. What do you want to know in particular?" "Everything. When the girl left Nice, what became of the mother, how they got by, the people they rubbed shoulders with. By the way, if the girl was 15 or 16 at the time, it's likely she was still going to school. Can you check the local schools?" "Got it. I'll call you as soon as I have anything." "Check the casino, too, for the mother." "Actually, I was just thinking that." So now a few more features had been added to the picture. This telephone call had evoked an adolescent girl, a girl who went and bought fish from a fishmonger her mother owed money to, and who received her coolly. Maigret put on his hat and coat and went downstairs, where he passed a man being brought in by 2 gendarmes, but didn't look at him. Before crossing the courtyard, he went into the office of the hotel agency. He had written Louise's name on a piece of paper, as well as that of Jeanine Armenier. "Can you ask your men to check these 2 names in their records? Last year rather than this year." It was better if poor Lognon didn't know they were doing part of his work. A shower having finished a few minutes earlier, the sun had come out, and you could already see the rain drying on the cobbles. Maigret almost stopped a passing taxi, changed his mind, and walked slowly to the Brasserie Dauphine, where he went and stood at the bar. He didn't know what he wanted to drink. 2 inspectors who were not in his department were discussing the pension age. "What'll it be, Monsieur Maigret?" Anyone would have thought he was in a bad mood, but those who knew him realized that this wasn't the case. It was just that he was everywhere at the same time. In the widow's apartment in Rue de Clichy, at the dress shop in Rue de Douai, on the bench on Place de la Trinité, and now in Nice, imagining an adolescent girl at a fishmonger's. All these images were mixed up together, still vague. Something was bound to come out of it in the end. There was one above all that he couldn't get rid of, the image of a naked body beneath a harsh electric light, with the figure of Dr. Paul in his white coat, putting on his rubber gloves. Père no, he said mechanically. Hadn't Paul told him that before she received a number of blows to the head, the girl had fallen to her knees? A little earlier, she'd been seen at the Romeo in Rue Caumartin, where a taxi driver had noticed her shabby dress, where the barman had seen her make her way through the dancers, and where she had talked to the head waiter, then the bride. Subsequently, she had walked in the rain. She'd been seen crossing Place Saint-Augustin, then glimpsed on the corner of Boulevard Haussmann and Faubourg Saint-Honoré. What was she thinking during that time? Where was she going? What was she hoping for? She had almost no money left, barely enough for a meal. Old Madame Crenier had thrown her out. She couldn't have gone very far. Somewhere along the way, she'd been slapped or punched and had fallen to her knees, and then someone had struck her on the head with a blunt instrument. That had happened around 2 o'clock, if the post-mortem was to be believed. What had she done from midnight to 2 o'clock? After that, it had no longer been in her hands, but in those of the killer, who had gone to the trouble of dumping her body in the middle of Place Ventimille. Strange girl, he muttered. What did you say? The waiter asked. Nothing. What time is it? He went home for lunch. That question you asked me last night, Madame Maigret said as they were both eating. I've been thinking about it all morning. There's another reason for a girl to wear an evening gown. He wasn't as tactful with her as he had been with Lognon. Without giving her time to speak, he murmured distractedly, I know. It was for a wedding. Madame Maigret said nothing more. Chapter 5. About a lady who earns her living at the roulette wheel, an old maid determined to tell all, and a girl who hides under the bed. Twice, perhaps 3 times that afternoon, Maigret raised his head from his papers and looked at the sky, and as it was such an innocent-looking blue, with gold-fringed clouds and sunlight streaming from the roofs, he broke off with a sigh and went and opened the window. On each occasion, he barely had time to go back to his seat and savour a breath of spring that gave a particular flavour to his pipe, before the papers started rustling, flying up, and scattering around the room. Now the clouds were no longer white and gold, but blue-grey. The rain was falling diagonally, pattering on the window ledge, and out there on Pont Saint-Michel, people were suddenly walking more quickly, as in the old silent films, and the women were holding their skirts. The second time, it wasn't rain that fell, but hailstones that bounced like ping-pong balls, and when he closed the window again, he found some of them in the middle of the room. Was Lognon still outside, sad-eyed, ears down like a hunting dog, following God knows what lead amid the crowds? It was possible. It was likely. He hadn't phoned. He never took an umbrella with him. Nor was he the kind of man to take shelter in a carriage entrance with other people and wait for the shower to ease off. On the contrary, he probably felt a kind of bitter pleasure in getting soaked, in walking the streets alone in the driving rain, a victim of injustice and his own conscience. As for Janvier, he had returned about 3 o'clock, slightly tipsy. It was rare to see him like this, his eyes brighter than usual, his voice more cheerful. I did it, Chief. What did you do? To hear him, you might have thought he'd just found the girl alive again. You were right. You'll have to explain. I went to all the bars and cafes. So I see. The only place she stopped was on the corner of Rue Caumartin and Rue Saint-Lazare. The waiter who served her is called Eugène. He's bald, lives in Bécon-les-Bruyères, and has a daughter about the same age as the dead girl. Jean-Pierre stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and lit another. She arrived about 10:30 and sat down in the corner near the cash desk. She seemed to be cold and ordered a toddy. Then, when Eugène served it to her, she asked for a telephone token. She went into the booth. She came out again almost immediately. From then until almost midnight, she tried at least 10 times to get someone on the phone. How many toddies did she drink? 3. Every few minutes she'd go back to the booth and dial a number. Did she get through in the end? Eugène doesn't know. Each time he expected her to start crying, but she didn't. After a while he tried to strike up a conversation and she looked at him without replying. You see, it all fits. She left the shop in Rue de Douai just after 10. She had time to walk down as far as Rue Caumartin. She stayed in the cafe trying to get someone on the phone until she set off for the Romeo. For a girl, 3 toddies isn't bad. She must have been a bit sozzled. And she had no money in her bag, Maigret remarked. I hadn't thought of that. It's true. What should I do now? Do you have anything underway? Only routine stuff. Now he, too, was bent over his desk, doubtless regretting that his rounds hadn't taken longer. Maigret leafed through some files, made a few notes, and every now and again phoned another department. It was nearly 5 o'clock when he saw Pearlet come in. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Pearlet asked before sitting down. Not at all. I'm wrapping up some old cases. You know Lucien, one of my inspectors, who lives not far from you? Maigret vaguely recalled him. He was a small, fat man with very dark hair, whose wife ran a herbalist's shop in Rue de Chemin Vert. He had often seen him in summer in the doorway of the shop when Maigret and his wife went to dinner with Dr. Pardon. A quarter of an hour ago, I asked Lucien just in case, like I've asked all my men. About Janine Aumenier. Yeah. He looked at me and frowned. That's odd, he said. My wife was just talking about her over lunch. I didn't really pay much attention. Oh, hold on a minute. I'm trying to remember what she said. Oh, yes. You remember that pretty redhead with the nice breasts who used to live next door? She's just married into money. They hired a whole nightclub for the reception. My wife said her name. It was Aumenier. She added, I don't suppose she'll be coming in any more to buy cupping glasses. Maigret might have met her in the neighbourhood too, and Madame Maigret might have done her shopping in the same shops as her, because she bought almost all her food in Rue du Chemin Vert. Lucien asked me if he should look into it. I told him you'd probably prefer to stay in charge of the case. Anything on Santoni? Nothing interesting, apart from the fact that his friends were surprised that he was getting married. Until now his love affairs have never lasted long. They were between showers. The sun was shining, the rain drying. Maigret had a strong desire to be outside, and he was just about to grab his coat and hat when the telephone rang. Hello, Detective Chief Inspector Maigret here. It was Nice. Thury must have something new, because he was as excited as Janvier had been earlier. I tracked down the mother, Chief. I had to go all the way to Monte Carlo to talk to her. It's almost always the same. You flounder for hours, days, sometimes weeks, then all the information comes in at the same time. Was she at the casino? She still is. She told me she can't leave the roulette table until she's got back her stake and won what she needs. Does she go there every day? Just like other people go to the office. She plays until she wins the few hundred francs she needs to live on. When she does, she leaves without ever trying for more. Maigret knew that way of life. What's the weather like down there? Fantastic. The place is full of foreigners who've come for the carnival. The Battle of Flowers is tomorrow, and they're just putting up the platforms. Is her name Leboine? It says Germaine Leboine on her identity card, but she likes to be called Liliane. The croupiers all know her as Lily. She's nearly 60, heavily made up and covered in fake jewellery. You know the type, I'm sure. I had a hard time of it dragging her away from the roulette table. She was settled in like an old regular. To make her mind up for her, I had to tell her straight out, your daughter's dead. Hadn't she seen it in the newspapers? Maigret asked. She doesn't read the papers. The only thing these people care about is roulette. Every morning they buy a little news sheet that lists the numbers that came up the previous night and the night before that. There are a few of them like that. They all take the same bus in Nice and rush to the tables like assistants in a department store rushing to their counters. What was her reaction? Hard to say. The red had just come up for the 5th time, and she had her bet on the black. First of all, she pushed a few chips across the bays. Her lips moved, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. It wasn't until the black finally came up and she collected her winnings that she stood up. How did it happen, she asked me. Why don't you come outside with me, I said. I can't right now, she said. I have to keep an eye on the table. There's no reason we can't talk here. Where did it happen? In Paris. Did she die in hospital? She was killed. She was found dead in the street. Was it an accident? She was murdered. She looked surprised, but she continued from a distance to listen to the voice of the croupier calling the shots. After a while, she interrupted me and said, "Do you mind?" She went and put some chips on a space. I wondered if she was on drugs. Having thought it over, I don't think so. She's got to the point where she's just a kind of machine, know what I mean?
Maigret said yes. He had seen others like her.
It took a long time to get anything out of her. She kept repeating, "Why don't you wait until this evening when I get back to Nice? I'll tell you everything you want. There's nothing to hide." Can you hear me, Chief? Mind you, she wasn't completely wrong, saying she couldn't leave the casino. It's almost a profession with these people. They have a bit of capital, enough to double their stake a few times. As long as they're able to double it and their colour comes up in the end, they don't risk anything. They just have to be content with winning small amounts, enough to live on and take their bus every day. The casino management knows them. There are a few men among them, but most of them are elderly women. When there are a lot of people and all the tables are occupied, they get rid of them by giving them what they'd end up winning in a few hours anyway.
Does she live alone?
Yes. I'm supposed to be going to see her at home when she gets back. She has a furnished room in Rue Creuse, near Boulevard Victor Hugo. Her dresses are at least 10 years old, and so are her hats. I asked her if she was ever married, and she replied, "That depends on what you call married." She told me she used to be an entertainer, and that she toured the East and Asia Minor for years under the name Lily France. I suppose you know that too. In the old days, agencies in Paris had recruited such entertainers. It was just a matter of teaching them a few dance steps or a few songs. Then they were sent to Turkey, Egypt, Beirut, where they worked as hostesses in cabarets.
Is that where her daughter was born?
No, she was born in France when her mother was nearly 40. In Nice. As far as I could gather, it isn't easy to question someone who has her eyes fixed on a little roulette ball and whose fingers tense each time the ball stops. In the end, she laid down the law. "I haven't done anything wrong, have I? So leave me alone, as long as I promise to answer your questions tonight."
Is that all you found out?
No. The girl left 4 years ago, leaving a letter saying she wouldn't be coming back.
She must have been about 16 at the time.
16 exactly. She left on her birthday and has never been in touch with her mother since.
Didn't her mother inform the police?
No. I don't think she was upset to be rid of her.
Did she ever find out what had become of her?
She received a letter a few months later from a Mademoiselle Poré, who lives in Rue du Chemin Vert, telling her she would do well to keep an eye on her daughter and preferably not leave her alone in Paris. I don't know Mademoiselle Poré's number. Madame Leboine promised to give it me this evening.
I know where to find her.
So you know about this?
More or less. Maigret glanced at Queerley, who was listening. The same information was now coming in from several sides at the same time. What time are you supposed to meet her?
As soon as she gets back to Nice. It could be 7, it could be midnight. It all depends on the roulette wheel.
Call me at home.
Okay, Chief.
Maigret hung up. According to what Ferry has just told me from Nice, he said, the person in whose apartment Janine Armenier lived in Rue du Chemin Vert is Mademoiselle Poré, and this Mademoiselle Poré also knew Louise Leboine.
Are you going over there?
Maigret opened the door. Can you come with me, Jean-Mier? A few minutes later, they were in the car. In Rue du Chemin Vert, they stopped outside the herbalist's and found Lucien's wife behind the counter. It was a dark shop with a nice smell of St. John's wort.
What can I do for you, Monsieur Maigret?
I understand you know Janine Armenier.
Did my husband tell you? I was talking to her about her at midday because of the wedding I read about in the newspaper. She's a damned attractive girl.
When was the last time you saw her?
Oh, at least 3 years ago. Hold on. It was before my husband got his pay rise. That must have been about 3.5 years ago. She was quite young, but already well developed, already very much a woman, and all the men turned to look at her on the street.
Did she live in the house next door?
With Mademoiselle Poré, a good customer of mine who works for the telephone company. Mademoiselle Poré's her aunt. I think in the end they didn't get on, and the girl decided to live on her own.
Do you think Mademoiselle Poré is at home?
If I'm not mistaken, this week she starts at 6 in the morning and finishes at 3. There's a good chance you'll find her in. Soon afterwards, Maigret and Janvier entered the next building.
Mademoiselle Poré?
they asked the concierge. Second floor on the left. There's already someone there. The building didn't have a lift. The staircase was dark. Instead of a doorbell, there was a soft rope hanging by the door that activated a shrill-sounding bell inside. The door opened immediately. A thin woman with pointed features and small black eyes looked at them severely. "What do you want?" Just as Maigret was about to reply, he glimpsed Inspector Lognon's face in the half-light of the apartment. "I'm sorry, Lognon. I didn't know you were here." Inspector Hardunby was looking at him with a resigned expression. "Do you two know each other?" Mademoiselle Poré asked. She made up her mind to let them in. The apartment, which was very clean, smelled of cooking. Now there were 4 of them in a little dining room, not knowing where to put themselves. "Have you been here long, Lognon?" "Only 5 minutes." Now was not the time to ask him how he had discovered the address. "Have you already found out anything?" It was Mademoiselle Poré who replied, "I've started to tell him what I know, and I haven't finished. The only reason I didn't go to the police when I saw the photograph in the paper was because I wasn't sure I recognized her. In 3.5 years, people can change, especially at that age. Anyway, I don't like getting involved in things that are none of my concern." "Janine Aumenier is your niece, isn't she?" "It isn't her I was talking about, but her friend. As for Janine, you're right. She's the daughter of my half-brother, and I don't think much of the way he brought her up." "Is she from the south?" "It's you call Lyon the south? My poor brother works in a mill. Since he lost his wife, he hasn't been the same."
"When did his wife die?"
"Last year."
"Was it 4 years ago that Janine Aumenier came to live in Paris?"
"About 4 years ago, yes. Lyon wasn't good enough for her anymore. She was 17 and wanted to live her own life. It seems they're all like that these days. My brother wrote to tell me that he couldn't keep his daughter at home anymore, that she'd made up her mind to leave, and he asked me if I'd agree to put her up. I told him yes, and then I might even be able to find her a job." She articulated every syllable clearly as she spoke, as if what she was saying was of vital importance. Looking at them in turn, she asked suddenly, "How come, since you're all from the police, you arrived separately?"
What could they reply? Lognon bowed his head. "We belong to different departments," Maigret said. Really putting her foot in it, she looked at Maigret's imposing figure and said,
"I assume you're the most important. What's your rank?"
"Detective Chief Inspector."
"Are you Detective Chief Inspector Maigret?"
When he nodded, she moved a chair forwards for him.
"Please sit down. I'm going to tell you everything." "Where was I? Oh, yes, my half-brother's letter. I can find it if you want. I keep all the letters I receive, including those from the family."
"Thank you, but that won't be necessary."
"As you wish. To cut a long story short, I received this letter. I answered it, and one morning about 7:30 my niece arrived. That alone gives you an idea of her mentality. There are excellent day trains, but she was determined to take a night train, because it's more romantic, don't you see? Fortunately, it was a week when I was on the late shift. Would pass over that. I won't tell you how she was dressed or how her hair was done, but I did have a quiet word with her about it, making no secret of the fact that if she didn't want to be pointed out in the neighbourhood, she'd do best to change her style. The apartment, which I've occupied for 22 years, isn't large or luxurious, but all the same I have 2 bedrooms. I gave Janine one of them. For a week, I took her out to show her Paris."
"What were her plans?"
"You're asking me?" "Find a rich man, that was her plan. If I'm to believe what I read in the newspaper, she got what she wanted. Only I wouldn't like to go through what she went through."
"Did she find a job?"
"As a sales assistant in a shop on the Grand Boulevard. A leather goods shop near Place de l'Opéra."
"Did she stay there long?"
She was determined to tell the story her own way, and made no secret of the fact. "If you keep asking me questions, you're going to make me lose my thread. I'll tell you everything, don't worry. Anyway, we both lived here. Or, to be more precise, I imagined we both lived here. 1 week out of 2, I'm free in the mornings, and the other week after 3 in the afternoon. Months went by. It was winter. That winter was very cold. I continued to do my shopping in the neighbourhood as I've always been in the habit of doing, and it's because of the food that I started to have my suspicions, especially because of the butter, which was disappearing at an unusual speed. The bread, too. Sometimes I couldn't find in the pantry the leftover meat or cake I was sure I'd left there. Was it you who ate the cutlet? Yes, Aunt, I was a bit peckish during the night. To cut a long story short, it took me a while to understand. You want to know the truth? During all that time, without my knowing it, there was a third person in my apartment. Not a man, I can assure you about that immediately. A girl. The one whose photograph was in the newspaper. The one who was found dead en place d'anatomie. Which just goes to show that I was right to be worried, because that's the kind of thing that doesn't happen to people like you and me. She didn't even need to catch her breath. She remained standing, her back to the window, her hands crossed over her flat stomach, and the words and sentences just kept tumbling out in a kind of litany. I've barely finished, don't worry. I don't want to waste your time, because I'm sure you're a very busy man. She was addressing Maigret alone. In her eyes, Lognon was merely a kind of extra. One morning, as I was doing the housework, I dropped a reel of thread. It rolled under Janine's bed, and I bent down to pick it up. I admit I screamed, but I wonder what you would have done if it had been you. There was someone under the bed, someone looking at me with eyes like a cat's. At least it was a woman. That was less scary. I went to fetch the poker just in case and said, "Come out of there." She wasn't even Janine's age, barely more than 16. But if you think she cried and begged me for forgiveness, you're wrong. She kept looking at me as if, out of the two of us, I was the one who was a kind of monster. Who let you in? I'm a friend of Janine's. Is that a reason to hide under the bed? What were you doing under there? Waiting for you to leave. In order to do what? To also leave. Can you imagine, Inspector? It had been going on for weeks, months. She'd arrived in Paris at the same time as my niece. They'd met on the train. They were travelling third class, and as they couldn't sleep, they spent the night telling each other their life stories. The girl, whose name was Louise, had just enough money to get by for 2 or 3 weeks. She found a job, sticking stamps and envelopes in some office or other, but apparently her boss lost no time in making propositions to her, and she slapped him in the face. At least that's what she told me, but it isn't necessarily the truth. When she had no money left, and she was thrown out of the rooming house where she was staying, she went to see Janine, and Janine suggested that for a few nights, just until she found another job, she could sleep here. Janine didn't dare tell me. She let her friend into the apartment while I was out, and until I fell asleep, Louise hid under my niece's bed. The weeks when I was on the second shift, she had to stay under the bed until 2:30, because I don't start work until 3. From the start, Maigret had been making an effort not to smile, because the woman wouldn't take her eyes off him and wouldn't have appreciated the slightest display of irony. "To cut a long story short," she repeated. It was at least the 3rd time she had said these words, and Maigret couldn't help looking at his watch. "If I'm boring you—" "Not at all. Do you have someone else to be?" "I still have time." "I barely finished. I just want to point out that for months everything I said was overheard by a third party, an adventuress I didn't even know, who was watching all my comings and goings. I was leading my normal everyday life, thinking I was in my own home, without suspecting." "Did you write to her mother?" "How do you know that? Did she tell you?" Lognon looked disillusioned. He had discovered the Poré lead, which had probably necessitated several long and exhausting walks across Paris. How many rain showers had he taken on his shoulders without bothering to find shelter? Maigret, on the other hand, hadn't even had to leave his office. The information came to him without his having to move a muscle. Now, not only had he arrived at the Poré lead almost at the same time as Lognon, but he seemed to know more about it. "I didn't write to her mother immediately. First of all, I threw the girl out and told her never to set foot here again. I suppose I should have had her prosecuted." "For breaking and entering?" "And for the food she stole from me during those months. When my niece came home, I told her exactly what I thought of her and her friends. Janine wasn't much better. I realized that when she left me a few weeks later and found a room in a hotel. Mademoiselle needed to be free, don't you see, in order to receive men." "Are you sure she received them?" "Why would she have felt the need to go and live in a hotel when she had board and lodging here? I questioned her about her friend. I obtained the name and address of her mother. I hesitated for nearly a week, then wrote her a letter. I've kept a copy of it. I don't know if it had any effect. She certainly won't be able to claim that I didn't warn her. Do you want to see it?" "That won't be necessary." "Did you keep in touch with your niece after she left you?" "She never even came to say hello. Never thought of sending me New Year's greetings. I suppose all the younger generation are like that. The little I know about her, I heard from my brother, who's completely taken in by her. She's got him round her little finger. She writes to him from time to time, tells him she's working and that her health is good, and each time promises to go and see him soon. Has she ever been back to Lyon? Once, for Christmas.
Does she have any brothers or sisters?
She had a brother who died in the sanatorium. To cut a long story short, Maigret was starting to count them, mechanically. She's of age. I assume she informed my brother she was getting married. He never told me. I read about it in the newspaper. The strangest thing is that her friend was killed the night she got married, don't you think?
Did they keep seeing each other?
How should I know? If you want my opinion, though, a girl like Louise didn't let go of her friend that easily. People like that who sponge off others and hide under beds won't let themselves be deterred by anything. And this Santoni's a really wealthy man.
So, you didn't see your niece for 3 years?
Just over 3 years. Once, last year about July, I caught a glimpse of her on a train. It was the Gare Saint-Lazare. I was going to Montlajolie for the day. It was very hot. I had some time off and was dying to see the countryside. A train was standing on the track next to ours, a luxury express, and I was told it was going to Deauville. Just as we were starting to move, I saw Janine in a compartment. She pointed me out to the person who was next to her, and at the last moment she gave me an ironic little wave.
Was she with a woman?
I couldn't see. I got the impression that she was well dressed and that the train consisted of only first-class carriages. Janvier, as usual, had been taking notes. Not very many, because all this chatter could be summed up in a few words.
When your niece lived here, did you know anything about the company she kept?
To hear her, she didn't keep company with anyone, but it's hard to trust a girl who hides people under our bed.
I'm very grateful to you, mademoiselle.
Is that all you want to know?
Unless you have any other information.
I don't think so. No. But if I remember anything else... She watched them regretfully as they walked to the door. She really would have liked to have something else to say.
Lorgnon let Maigret and Janvier go in front of him and was the last to walk down the stairs.
Once out in the street, Maigret wasn't quite sure what to say to him.
I'm sorry, my friend. If I'd known you were there...
It doesn't matter.
You did a good job. It's quite likely things will move faster now.
Does that mean you don't need me anymore?
I didn't say that.
Lucien's wife was watching them through the windows of a herbalist's shop. For the moment, I have nothing particular for you to do. Maybe it's time you had a rest and looked after your bronchitis. It's only a cold. Thanks, anyway.
Can I drop you somewhere?
No. I'll take the metro.
He just had to emphasize the difference between them, the fact that they were going off in their car, while he was heading for the metro, where, as it was 6 o'clock, he would find himself caught up in the rush hour. Well done. If you find out anything new, phone me, and I'll keep you up to date.
When he was again alone in the car with Janvier, Maigret sighed.
Poor Lorgnon. I'd have given a lot to arrive after he left.
Are you going back to headquarters?
No. Drop me off at my apartment.
It wasn't far. They didn't have time to comment on what they just learned. Both of them were doubtless thinking about the 16-year-old girl who had run away from her mother and had had to hide under a bed every day for months. The widow premier had said of her that she was proud and didn't condescend to talk to anyone. Rose, the Larcher's maid, had seen her spend hours all alone on a bench on Place de la Trinité. All alone, too, she had gone twice to Mademoiselle Elaine's shop. All alone, she had gone to the Romeo, and all alone, finally, she had left there, refusing the offer from a taxi driver, who had later seen her crossing Place Saint-Augustin in the rain, then reaching Faubourg Saint-Honoré. After that, there was nothing more but a body lying on the wet pavement of Place Fontenelle. She no longer had the velvet cape or the silver handbag she'd borrowed, and one of her high-heeled shoes was missing.
See you tomorrow, Chief.
See you tomorrow, Janvier. Any instructions? It was impossible to question Janine Armenier, now Madame Santoni, because she was honeymooning in Florence.
I'm expecting a phone call from Nice this evening.
There were still lots of blanks to fill in. And there was someone, somewhere, who had killed the girl and then moved her body to Place Fontenelle. Chapter 6.
in which there is talk of a strange father and Maigret's qualms. Over dinner, Madame Maigret talked about the daughter of their next-door neighbour who had gone to the dentist for the first time that day and had said— What in fact had she said? Maigret didn't realize he was only listening with half an ear. He was looking at his wife, whose voice flowed like pleasant music, and she broke off to ask him, "Don't you think that's funny?" "You're right. It's very funny." His mind had gone blank. It happened to him sometimes. When it did, he looked at people with big eyes that were a little too fixed, and those who weren't familiar with him could not have known that those eyes were only a kind of wall, a backdrop. Madame Maigret didn't insist. She went to do the washing up while he sat down in his armchair and opened his newspaper. When the washing up was over, there was no noise in the apartment except every now and again the rustling of the paper as he turned the page. Twice they heard the rain falling outside. At about 10 o'clock, when she saw him carefully fold the newspaper, she hoped for a moment that they would go to bed, but instead he chose a magazine from the pile and started reading again. So she carried on sewing, making the occasional idle comment, just to fill the silence. It didn't really matter if he replied or not, or merely grunted something. It made for a nice feeling of intimacy. The people on the floor above had switched off their radio and gone to bed. "Are you waiting for something?" "I may get a phone call." Ferret had promised him that he would question Louise's mother again as soon as she got back from Monte Carlo. It was possible that Ferret had been detained by another job. On the eve of a Battle of Flowers, they must be busy down there. Later, Madame Maigret became aware that her husband was forgetting to turn the page. His eyes were still open. She waited for a long time before suggesting, "Don't you think we should go to bed anyway?" It was after 11 o'clock. Maigret didn't object, but took the telephone into the bedroom with him, connected it, and put it on the bedside table. They undressed and took turns in the bathroom, performing their little nightly rituals. Once he was in bed, Maigret switched off the light, turned to his wife, and kissed her. "Good night." "Good night. Try to sleep." He was still thinking about Louise Leboine and the other characters who had appeared one after the other, emerging from anonymity to form a kind of procession. The only difference from earlier was that these characters were growing blurred and grotesque, and eventually getting all mixed up, playing roles that weren't theirs. Later still, it seemed to Maigret that he was playing chess, but he was so tired and the game had been going on for so long that he no longer recognized the pieces, taking the queen for a king, the bishops for knights, and forgetting where he had placed his rooks. It was nerve-wracking because the commissioner was watching him. The game was vital to Quai des Orfèvres. His opponent, in fact, was none other than Lognon, who had a sarcastic smile on his face and was waiting, sure of himself, for the opportunity to checkmate Maigret. That mustn't happen. The prestige of the police judiciaire was at stake. That was why they were all behind him, watching him. Lucas, Janvier, young Lapointe, Torrance, others still, whom he couldn't make out. "You whispered something to him," Lognon said to someone standing by Maigret's shoulder. "But it doesn't matter." Lognon himself was all alone. There was nobody to help him. If he won, what would people say? "Whisper as much as you like. All I ask is that there's no cheating." Why did he think Maigret intended to cheat? Was it something he was in the habit of doing? Had he ever cheated in his life? As long as he found his queen, which was the key to the game, he'd pull it off. The best thing was to examine the squares again one by one. His queen couldn't be lost. The telephone rang. He reached out his arm. It took him a moment to find the light switch. "A call from Nice?" It was 1:10 by the alarm clock. "Is that you, Chief?" "Just a second, Ferry. I hope it was okay to wake you." "You did the right thing." He took a gulp of water. Then, as his pipe was on the bedside table with some tobacco still in it, he lit it. "Right. Go ahead." "I didn't know what to do. Since all I know of the case is what I've read in the newspapers, it's hard for me to judge what's important and what isn't." "Did you see the Leboine woman?" "I've only just left her. She didn't get back from Monte Carlo until 11:30. I went to see her where she lives, which is a kind of boarding house. Virtually the only people there seem to be batty old women like her. Strangely enough, they're almost all ex-actresses. There's also an ex-circus rider, and the woman in charge, if she's to be believed, used to be an opera singer.
It's hard to explain how you feel when you're there. Nobody was in bed. In the evening, those who aren't at the casino play cards in a drawing room where everything looks 100 years old. It's a bit like being in a wax museum. I must be boring you. No. The reason I'm telling you all this is I know you like to see things for yourself, and as you couldn't come here, carry on. First of all, I know now where she's from. Her father was a school teacher in a village in the Haute-Loire. She left for Paris at the age of 18 and for 2 years was a walk-on at the Châtelet. Eventually, they let her do a few steps in Around the World in 80 Days, or Michael Strogoff. Then she joined the Folies Bergère. And finally, she went on tour with a company to South America, where she stayed for several years. It's impossible to get any precise dates from her because she keeps getting confused. Are you still there? I wondered again if she was on drugs. Then when I observed her more closely, I realized that wasn't it. Basically, she's not very bright. I think she might not even be like other women. Has she ever been married? I'm getting to that. She was in her 30s when she started performing in nightclubs out east. That was before the war. She hung around Bucharest, Sofia, Alexandria. She spent several years in Cairo and apparently even went to Ethiopia. I had to drag this information out of her bit by bit. She was sunk in an armchair stroking her swollen legs, and after a while she asked me if she could take her corset off. To cut a long story short, that reminded Maigret of Jeanine Aumenier's aunt, Mademoiselle Paulet, and her interminable monologue. Madame Maigret was watching him through half-opened eyes. It was in Istanbul, when she was 38, that she met a man named Van Cram. What name did you say? Julius Van Cram, a Dutchman, it seems. According to her, he looked like a real gentleman and lived at the Pere Palace. Maigret had frowned. That name reminded him of something. He didn't know what, but he was sure this wasn't the first time he'd heard it. Do you know how old this Van Cram was? Much older than her. He must have been over 50 at the time, which means that he'd be nearly 70 by now. Is he dead? I've no idea. Hold on, I'm trying to tell you things in the right order so that I don't forget anything. She showed me a photograph of herself taken at the time. I must say she was still beautiful then, already quite mature, but very attractive with it. What did this Van Cram do? She doesn't seem to have been too concerned about that. He spoke several languages fluently, especially English and French, German too. He went to embassy receptions. Apparently he fell in love with her, and they lived together for a while. At the Pere Palace? No, he'd rented an apartment not far from the hotel. Sorry, Chief, if I can't be more specific. If you only knew how hard it was to get this information out of her. She kept breaking off to talk about some woman she'd known in some cabaret or other and tell me her story, after which she'd start moaning and saying, I know you think I've been a bad mother. In the end, she offered me a glass of liqueur. She may not take drugs, but I think she likes her booze. Never before going to the casino, she said, and I don't drink when I'm playing either, just a small glass afterwards to get rid of the tension. According to her, of all human activities, gambling is the most exhausting. To get back to Van Cram, after a few months, she realized she was pregnant. It was the first time it had ever happened to her. She couldn't believe it. She told Van Cram, assuming that he'd advise her to get rid of a baby. Was she prepared to do that? She doesn't know. The way she talks about it, it was just a bad trick that fate had played on her. I could have got pregnant 100,000 times before, and it had to happen when I was already 38. Those are her words. But Van Cram took it in his stride. After a few weeks, he asked her to marry him. Where did they get married? In Istanbul. But that's where things get complicated. I think she was really in love with him. He took her to an office, she doesn't know where exactly, where she signed some papers and made her vows. As long as he told her she was married, she believed him. A few days later, he suggested they move to France. Together? Yes. They got on an Italian ship bound for Marseille. Did she have a passport in the name of Van Cram? No, I asked her that. Seems they hadn't had time to get her passport changed. They spent 2 weeks in Marseille, then moved to Nice. That's where the child was born. Were they staying in a hotel? They'd rented quite a nice apartment not far from the Promenade des Anglais. 2 months later, Van Cram went out to buy cigarettes and didn't come back. She never saw him again. Did she ever hear from him? He wrote to her several times from all over, London, Copenhagen, Hamburg, New York, and each time he'd send her some money. A lot of money? Sometimes, yes. and other times almost nothing. He'd always ask her to let him know how she was, and especially how their daughter was.
And did she?
Yes.
I assume she wrote to him post-restaurant.
Yes. That's when she started gambling. Their daughter grew up and went to school.
Did she ever see her father?
She was 2 months old when he left, and he hasn't been back to France since. At least as far as his wife knows. The last money order he sent her, a year ago, was for a fairly large amount. But she lost it all in one night.
Has Van Cram ever asked her where his daughter was? Does he know she left Nice for Paris?
Yes, only the mother didn't know the girl's address.
Is that all, my friend?
Pretty much. I didn't get the impression she was being completely honest when she said she didn't know how her husband made his living. Oh, I almost forgot the main thing. When she had to renew her identity card a few years ago, she wanted to have the name Van Cram put on it. She was asked for a marriage license. She showed them the only document she had, which was written in Turkish. They examined it carefully and sent it to the Turkish consulate. Eventually, they told her the document was worthless and that she definitely wasn't married.
Was she upset?
No, nothing seems to upset her except maybe seeing the red come up 12 times when she's betting solidly on black. Listening to her, you get the feeling you're dealing with a person who isn't quite real. She doesn't live in the same world as us. When I talked to her about her daughter, she didn't show the slightest emotion. All she said was, I hope for her sake she didn't suffer too much.
I assume you're going to bed now?
Unfortunately not. I have to rush over to Juan Le Pin, where someone's just been nabbed for cheating at the casino. Do you need me any more, Chief?
Not for the moment. Hold on a minute. Did she show you a photograph of her ex-husband?
I asked her for one. Seems she only ever owned one, which he took without his knowledge because he hated having his photograph taken. When her daughter left for Paris, she must have taken it with her, because he went missing.
Thanks. Maigret hung up. Instead of putting his head on the pillow and switching off the light, he got out of bed and went and filled another pipe. The widow Cranier had mentioned a picture her lodger had kept in her wallet, and he had been too focused on the girl herself to think much about it. He stood there in his pajamas, barefoot in his slippers. His wife avoided asking him any questions. Perhaps because of his dream, he was thinking about Lognon. Hadn't he said to him earlier, without really thinking about it, "I'll keep you up to date"? Well, the existence of Julius Van Cram might change the course of the investigation.
I'll call him tomorrow morning,
he said under his breath.
What's that?
Nothing. I was talking to myself. He looked for the number of Lognon's apartment on Place Constantin-Pecqueur. This way, he couldn't be blamed. "Hello, may I talk to your husband, please? I'm sorry if I woke you, but—"
"I wasn't sleeping. I never sleep more than an hour or two at night."
It was Madame Lognon, her voice both sharp and whining. "This is Detective Chief Inspector Maigret."
"I recognized your voice."
"I'd like to have a word with your husband."
"I thought he was with you. At least he told me he was working for you."
"What time did he go out?"
"Straight after dinner. He ate quickly and then left. He told me he'd probably be out all night."
"Did he tell you where he was going?"
"He never tells me."
"Thank you. I'm very grateful."
"Isn't it true that he's working for you?"
"Yes, of course."
"Then how come you don't know—"
"I don't necessarily know every move he makes." She wasn't convinced, suspecting him of lying to cover for her husband. She was probably about to ask him more questions, so he hung up. Immediately he called the station in the 2nd District. An officer named Ledon answered. "Is Lognon there?"
"He hasn't set foot in his office all night."
"Thanks anyway. If he comes in, tell him to call me at home."
"Got it, Monsieur Maigret?"
An unpleasant thought occurred to him, rather like in his dream. It bothered him suddenly to know that Lognon was outside and that he, Maigret, didn't have a clue as to what he was doing. There was no point continuing to make inquiries in the nightclubs or question the taxi drivers. It was obvious there was nothing more to be found out at the Romeo. And yet, Lognon was spending the night on the trail of something. Could it be that he discovered a new lead? Maigret wasn't jealous of his colleagues, let alone his inspectors. Whenever a case was solved satisfactorily, it was almost always to them that he gave the credit. He seldom made statements to the press. That very afternoon, it was Lucas he had entrusted with the task of talking to the reporters accredited to Quai des Orfèvres. But this particular instance put him in a bad mood. Yes, it was true. Just like in the chess game in his dream, Lognon was on his own,
whereas Maigret had the entire organization of the police judiciaire on his side, not to mention the provincial flying squads and the whole of the police machine. This thought embarrassed him, but he was nevertheless tempted to get dressed and go to headquarters. He had work to do there, now that he knew whose photograph it was that Louise Leboine had stolen from her mother and jealously preserved. His wife watched him go into the dining room, open the sideboard, and pour himself a small glass of sloe gin. "Aren't you coming back to bed?" Logically, he ought to go. His instinct was urging him to do so. The only reason he didn't was to give Lorgnon his chance and to punish himself for having such bad thoughts. "This case seems to be bothering you." "It's quite complicated." The strange thing, though, was that so far it wasn't the killer he'd been thinking about, but the victim. The whole investigation had centered on her. Now that at last he knew her a little better, he could start asking himself who had killed her. What could Lorgnon possibly be doing? He went to the window and looked out. The moon was full, the sky calm. It had stopped raining. The rooftops were glistening. He emptied his pipe, got heavily into bed, and kissed his wife. "Wake me up at the usual time." This time his sleep was dreamless. When he drank his coffee sitting up in bed, the sun was shining. Lorgnon hadn't phoned, which seemed to suggest that he hadn't been to his office, and hadn't gone home either. At headquarters, he attended the daily briefing without participating in the conversation, and as soon as it was over, climbed the stairs to records. There, on kilometers of shelving, stood the files of all those who had had dealings with the law. The clerk wore grey overalls that made him look like a warehouseman, and the air smelled of old paper, like a public library. "Can you see if you have anything on a man called Van Cram? Julius Van Cram?" "How recent?" "Maybe 20 years ago or more." "Will you wait?" Maigret sat down. 10 minutes later, the clerk brought him a file on someone named Van Cram, but this was a Joseph Van Cram, who had worked for an insurance company in Rue de Grenelle in Paris and had been sentenced 2 years earlier for forgery and the use of forgeries. Plus, he was only 28. "No other Van Crams?" "Only a Von Cram with a K and 2 M's, and he died in Cologne 24 years ago." There were other files on a lower level, devoted not only to those who had been sentenced for crimes, but to all those the police had had to deal with at one time or another. Van Cram, the insurance clerk, and Van Cram from Cologne were here too. Studying the list of international adventurers and eliminating all those who hadn't lived in the Middle East and whose age didn't match that of Madame Leboine's husband, Maigret ended up with just a few files, including one that contained the comment, "Hans Ziegler, alias Ernst Marek, alias John Donnelly, alias Joey Hogan, alias Jean Lemke, his real name and background are unknown, specializes in confidence tricks, speaks fluent French, English, German, Dutch, Italian, and Spanish, and a little Polish." It was the Prague police, 30 years earlier, that had circulated internationally the photograph of a man named Hans Ziegler, who, with the help of an accomplice, had obtained a large sum of money under false pretenses. Hans Ziegler claimed to have been born in Munich. In those days, he had had a blonde moustache. In London, soon afterwards, the same man had been known as John Donnelly, born in San Francisco. In Copenhagen, he had been arrested under the name Ernst Marek. He was later seen elsewhere under the names Joey Hogan, Jules Stieb, Karl Spangler. His appearance also changed with the years. At first he was a tall, thin, but solidly built man. With time he had acquired a paunch, as well as a certain dignity. He dressed well and took care of his appearance. In Paris he lived in a grand hotel on the Champs-Élysées, in London at the Savoy. Everywhere he went he frequented the most select places. Everywhere, too, his activities never varied. He employed a technique that had long since been perfected by others, but which he practiced with rare virtuosity. There were 2 of them working together, but nothing was known about his accomplice apart from the fact that he was younger and had a Central European accent. In an elegant bar, they would choose a victim, someone well-to-do, preferably a provincial industrialist or merchant. After a few drinks with his victim, Jean Lemke, or Jules Stieb, or John Donnelly as the case might be, would complain that he didn't know the country. "I absolutely need to find someone I can trust," he would say. "I've been given an assignment I find somewhat tricky. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to pull it off. I'm so afraid of being taken for a ride." The next part might vary a little, but the basics remain the same. A very rich old lady, preferably an American if this was in Europe, had entrusted him with a large sum of money to be distributed among a certain number of deserving people. He had the money upstairs in his room, in cash. How, in a country he didn't know, could he judge who was worthy and who wasn't? Oh yes, the old lady had specified that part of her sum, a third, for example, or a quarter, could be set aside to cover expenses. Would his new friend, because he was a friend, wasn't he, and clearly an honest man, agree to help him? Of course, the third in question would be shared with him, and that was a tidy sum in itself. Naturally, he had to be cautious and felt honor bound to demand a number of guarantees. If his friend could just deposit a certain amount in the bank to prove his good faith— "Oh, wait for me, or better still, come up to my suite." The banknotes were there. There was a briefcase full of them, in impressive bundles. "We take them with us, drop by your bank, you withdraw the sum of—" This varied according to the country. "Then we deposit it in my account and I hand over the case. All you have to do then is distribute the contents after you've taken your share." In the taxi, the case for the banknotes would be between the two of them. The victim would withdraw the required amount. Outside his own bank, generally a large bank in the center of town, Lemke, alias Stieb, alias Ziegler, etc., would leave the case in his companion's care. "I won't be long." He'd rush inside with the victim's money. The victim would never see him again, and would soon discover that the banknotes, apart from those on top of the piles, were only newspaper. Most of the time, when the man had been arrested, he had nothing compromising in his possession. The stolen money had disappeared, spirited away by an accomplice to whom he had passed it in the crowd filling the bank. In one file, just one, sent by the Danish police, there was this comment: "According to information we have been unable to verify, this man appears in fact to be a Dutch citizen named Julius van Cram, born in Groningen. The son of a good family, Van Cram was working, by about the age of 22, in a bank in Amsterdam, of which his father was the director. He already spoke several languages, had received an excellent education, and frequented the yacht club of Amsterdam. He disappeared 2 years later. After a few weeks it was discovered that he had made away with some of the bank's funds. Unfortunately, it had been impossible to get hold of any photographs of this Van Cram. They didn't have his fingerprints either. By comparing dates, Maigret made another interesting discovery. Unlike most criminals and con men, this man seldom worked twice in quick succession. He would take weeks, sometimes months, to prepare one of his swindles, which always involved a large sum. After which, several years generally went by before he turned up in some other part of the world, again playing his game with the same skill, the same attention to detail. Didn't that suggest that he waited until he was low on funds before he started again? Did he keep something aside for a rainy day? Did he have a nest egg hidden away somewhere? His last exploit had taken place 6 years before, in Mexico. "Will you come here a moment, Luca?" Luca looked in surprise at the files cluttering the desk. "I'd like you to send off a number of telegrams. Before that, I want you to send someone to see the widow Cremier in Rue de Clichy and check if this is the same man whose photograph she saw in her lodger's handbag." He gave the list of the countries where the man had operated, with the names under which he had been known in each one. "I also want you to phone Ferret in Nice. He needs to go back to Madame Laboine and try to get from her the dates and places of origin of the money orders she received. I don't suppose she kept the stubs, but it's worth a try." He broke off suddenly. "Any news from Lognon?" "Was he supposed to phone?" "I don't know. Can you call his apartment?" He got Madame Lognon on the other end of the line. "Is your husband back?" "Not yet. You still don't know where he is?" She was getting worried. And now, so was he. "I assume," he said to reassure her, "that the person he's tailing has left Paris." He had spoken about Lognon tailing someone just in case, and now had to endure Madame Lognon's complaints that her husband was always given the most thankless, most dangerous assignments. How could he tell her that whenever Lognan had got into a sticky situation, he had done it on his own initiative, usually by going against the orders he received? He so much wanted to do well, had such a desire to distinguish himself, that he just put his head down and charged straight ahead, convinced each time that he was finally going to prove his worth. Everyone acknowledged his worth. He was the only one who didn't know that. Maigret called the 2nd District. They hadn't heard from Lognan there either. Has anyone seen him, locally? Not that I've heard. Next door, Lucas, who had sent an inspector to Rue de Tichy, was busy phoning his telegrams. Janvier was standing in the doorway waiting for Maigret to hang up so that he could ask for instructions. "I think Detective Chief Inspector Queerley wants to see you. He came by earlier, but you weren't in your office." "I was upstairs." Maigret went to see Queerley, who was busy interrogating a drug dealer with pinched nostrils and red circles round his eyes. "I don't know if this is still of any interest to you, or if you've had the information through other channels. I was told this morning that Janine Armenier lived for quite a long time in an apartment in Rue de Pontieu. You have the number? No? It's not far from Rue de Berry, and there's a bar on the ground floor." "Thanks. Anything on Santoni?" "Nothing. I don't think he's done anything crooked. Right now he's living love's young dream in Florence." Maigret went back to Janvier in his office. "Get your hat and coat." "Where are we going?" "Rue de Pontieu." They would probably find out a little bit more about his dead girl. She remained at the forefront of his mind. Only that damned Lognan was starting to play a major role. Unfortunately, it was a role they knew nothing about. Whoever said, above all, not too much zeal, was damned right, Maigret muttered as he put on his coat. It wasn't very likely that Lognan was still pounding the streets, going from one address to another. The previous day at 5 o'clock, as far as they could judge, and with him it was never easy to judge, he hadn't had any leads. He had gone home for dinner, then left again immediately. Before going out, Maigret put his head round the door of the inspector's office. "I'd like someone to phone the railway stations just in case and make sure Lognan hasn't taken a train. Following someone, for example. It was possible, in which case he might not have had the opportunity to call either headquarters or his own office. In which case, too, he had information the others didn't have. Shall we go, Chief?" "Let's go." Glumly, Maigret stopped the car on Place Dauphine in order to have a drink. It wasn't true that he was jealous of Lognan. If Lognan tracked down Louise Laboint's killer, all the better. If he arrested him, bravo. But damn it, he could have told them where he was, like anybody else. Chapter 7. About an inspector who forges ahead, and a girl who has an appointment with fate. While Janvier entered the building to make inquiries, Maigret stood at the curb with his hands in his pockets, thinking that Rue de Pontieu was a little like the backstage area of the Champs-Élysées, or like its service stairs. Every major thoroughfare in Paris has, often parallel to it, a narrower, more animated street filled with small bars and food shops, restaurants frequented by drivers, cheap hotels, hairdressers' shops, and small tradesmen. There was a bistro, for example, that Maigret would have loved to try out and was probably about to do so when Janvier came back out. "This is a place, Chief." They had got the right building at their first attempt. The lodge was no brighter than most lodges in Paris, but the concierge was young and attractive, and a baby was romping about in a playpen of varnished wood. "You're also police, aren't you?" "Why do you say also?" "Because someone from the police came last night. I was just going to bed. He was a little man who looked so sad that before I noticed that he had a cold, I thought he'd lost his wife and was crying." It was hard not to smile at this description of Lognan. "What time was that?" "About 10. I was busy undressing behind the screen, and I had to keep him waiting. Have you come about the same thing?" "I assume he asked you about Mademoiselle Armenier." "And her friend, yes, the one who was murdered." "Did you recognize her photograph in the paper?" "I thought I did." "Was she a tenant here?" "Please sit down, gentlemen. Do you mind if I carry on making the little one's lunch? If you're too hot, don't mind me. You can take off your coats. Aren't you from the same department as the man yesterday? I don't know why I'm asking you. The hat is none of my business. As I told your colleague, the real tenant, the one whose name was on the lease, was Mademoiselle Armenier, Mademoiselle Janine, as I called her. She's married now. It was in the papers. Did you know that?" Maigret nodded. Did she live here long? About 2 years. When she arrived, she was still young and awkward, and she often came to ask me for advice. Did she have a job? At the time, she was a typist in an office not very far from here. I don't know where exactly. She took a little apartment on the 3rd floor. It looks out on the courtyard, but it's pretty. And her friend wasn't living with her? Oh, yes, she was. Only, as I said, she was the one paying the rent, and the lease was in her name. All she wanted was to talk. It was all the easier for her because she'd already given out this information the day before. I already know what you're going to ask me. They left about 6 months ago. More exactly, Mademoiselle Janine left first. I thought the apartment was in her name. Yes, the month was almost up. There were still 3 or 4 days to go. One evening, Mademoiselle Janine came in and sat down just where you're sitting now and said, "I've had enough, Madame Marcel. This time I've decided to have done with it." Have done with what? Maigret asked. With the other girl, her friend, Louise. Didn't they get on? That's what I'm trying to explain. Mademoiselle Louise never stopped for chat, and I know almost nothing about her except through her friend, which means I only ever heard part of the story. In the early days, I thought they were sisters, or cousins, or childhood friends. Then Mademoiselle Janine told me they'd only met on a train 2 or 3 months earlier. Didn't they like each other? Yes and no. It's hard to say. I've seen quite a few girls that age pass through here. We have 2 of them now, dancers at the Lido. Another one's a manicurist at Claridge's. Most tell me their stories, their little problems. After a few days, Mademoiselle Janine did the same, but the other one, Louise, never confided in me. For a long time I thought she was proud. Then I wondered if it wasn't shyness on her part. And that's what I'm still inclined to believe. You see, these girls, when they arrive in Paris and feel lost in the middle of millions of people, either they try to impress, they brag, they blow their own trumpets, or else they withdraw into themselves. Mademoiselle Janine was definitely the first kind. Nothing scared her. She went out almost every evening. After a few weeks, she'd come back at 2 or 3 in the morning, and she'd learned how to dress. She hadn't been here even 3 months when I'd heard her at night going upstairs with a man. It was none of my business. She was at home. This isn't a boarding house. Did each girl have her own room? Yes, of course. All the same, Louise must have heard everything, and in the morning she'd have to wait for the man to leave before she could wash or use the kitchen. Is that what caused arguments between them? I'm not sure. A lot of things happen in 2 years, and I have 22 tenants in the building. I couldn't have predicted that one of them would get herself murdered. What does your husband do? He's head waiter in a restaurant in Plastic Town. Does he bother you if I give the little one his food? She sat the baby down in his chair and started feeding him, one mouthful at a time, without losing the thread of her thoughts. I told all this last night to your colleague, and he took notes. If you want my opinion, I'll tell you this. Mademoiselle Janine knew what she wanted and was determined to get it whatever it took. She didn't go out with just anybody. Most of the men she brought here had their own cars. I'd see them parked outside in the morning when I took out the dustbins. They weren't necessarily young. They weren't old either. What I'm trying to say is that it wasn't only for the pleasure. Whenever she asked me questions, I could see what she was after. For example, if a man invited her to dinner in a restaurant she didn't know, she was determined to find out if it was a smart restaurant or not, how you should dress to go there, and so on. It didn't take her more than 6 months to get to know a certain side of Paris like the back of her hand. Did her friend ever go with her? Only when they went to the cinema. How did Louise spend her evenings? Most of the time she stayed upstairs. Sometimes she went for a walk, but never very far. It's as if she was scared. They were almost the same age, but compared to Mademoiselle Janine, Mademoiselle Louise was a little girl. That's what got on Mademoiselle Janine's nerves sometimes. She said to me once, if only I'd been able to sleep on the train instead of chatting to her. All the same, especially at the start, I'm sure she was pleased to have someone to talk to. You may have noticed that girls who come to seek their fortune in Paris almost always pair up. Then, little by little, they start to hate each other. That's what happened, and it happened quickly in their case because Mademoiselle Louise couldn't adapt and never stayed more than a few weeks in one place. She wasn't very well educated. Apparently she made spelling mistakes, and that stopped her from working in an office. When she was hired as a shop assistant somewhere, something unpleasant would always happen to her. Either it was the boss or a department manager who wanted to sleep with her. Instead of being clever and making it clear to them that she wasn't like that, she'd get on a high horse, slap them, or slam the door and walk out. Once there were some thefts in the shop where she worked, and she was the one they suspected, even though I'm sure she was innocent. Mind you, I heard all this from her friend. All I really know is that there were times when Mademoiselle Louise didn't work and went out later than usual to check out jobs she'd seen advertised.
Did they have their meals upstairs?
Almost always, except when Mademoiselle Janine ate out with friends. Last year, they both went to spend a week in Deauville, or rather they left together, but Louise came back first, and Janine didn't get back until several days later. I don't know what happened there. For a while they didn't talk to each other, even though they were living in the same apartment.
Did Louise get any mail?
Never any personal letters. I even thought she was an orphan. A friend told me that she had a mother in the south, a half-mad woman who didn't care about her daughter. Occasionally, when Mademoiselle Louise answered an ad in writing, she'd get a few letters on headed paper, and I knew what that meant.
And Janine?
A letter from Lyon every 2 or 3 weeks, from her father, who's a widower down there. Then mainly pneumatics to arrange dates.
How long ago was it that Janine told you she wanted to be rid of her friend?
She started talking about it more than a year ago, maybe a year and a half. But it was always when they'd had a quarrel or when Louise had lost her job again. Janine would sigh, "To think I left my father in order to be free, and now I'm stuck with that dope." The next day or the day after that, she was pleased to see her again. I'm convinced of that. It's a bit like in a marriage. I suppose you're both married.
Janine Aumenier gave notice 6 months ago, is that right?
Yes. She'd changed a lot lately. She dressed better. I mean, in more expensive clothes, and went to places a cut above those she'd gone to before. Sometimes she was away for 2 or 3 days. She'd receive flowers, boxes of chocolates from Marquise de Sévigné. I knew what was going on. Anyway, one evening she came and sat down in the lodge and said to me, "This time I'm going for good, Madame Marcel. I have nothing against this place, but I can't go on living with that girl forever." "Are you getting married?" I said, as a joke. She didn't laugh, but said, "Not immediately, but when it happens you'll find out from the newspapers." She must already have met Monsieur Santoni by then. She was very sure of herself, and her little smile said it all. "Will you invite me to the wedding?" I asked, still joking. "I can't promise to invite you, but I'll send you a nice present."
And did she? Maigret asked.
"Not yet. She probably will. But anyway, she got what she wanted, and now she's spending her honeymoon in Italy. Oh, to get back to that evening, she told me she was leaving without saying anything to her friend, and that she'd make sure her friend didn't find her. Otherwise, she'll just keep clinging to me. She did what she said she would. She waited until Louise had gone, and then set off with her 2 suitcases. She didn't even leave me a forwarding address, just to be on the safe side. I'll drop by from time to time to see if there's any mail for me."
Did you see her again?
3 or 4 times. Anyway, there was still a few days' rent already paid. The last morning, Mademoiselle Louise came to see me and told me she was forced to leave. I admit I felt sorry for her. She didn't cry, but her lips were quivering, and I could see how helpless she was. The only luggage she had was a little blue suitcase. I asked her where she was going, and she said she had no idea. "If you want to stay a few more days until I find another tenant, thanks very much, but I prefer not to." That was just like her. I watched her walk away down the street with her suitcase in her hand, and when she turned the corner, I felt like calling her back to give her a little money.
Did she also come back to see you?
She came back, but not to see me. It was to ask me for her friend's address. I told her I didn't know. I don't think she believed me.
Why did she want to find her?
Probably to make it up with her or to ask her for money. From the state of her clothes, it was easy to see things weren't going well for her.
When was she last here?
Just over a month ago. I'd just been reading the paper and it was still on the table. I probably shouldn't have done what I did. "I don't know where she's living," I told her, but as it happens, they're talking about her in the gossip columns. It was true. It said something like, "Marco Santoni, the Vermouth heir, seen every evening at Maxime's with a stunning model, Janine Aumenier."
Maigret looked at Janvier, who had understood. 1 month earlier, Louise Leboine had gone for the first time to Eau de Douai to hire an evening dress from Mademoiselle Hélène. Wasn't it because she intended to go to Maxime's to see her friend? Do you know if she saw her?
She didn't. Mademoiselle Janine came a few days later, and when I asked her, she started laughing. "We do often dine at Maxime's, but not every evening," she said. "Besides, I doubt they'd let poor Louise in."
Did you tell this to the inspector who came last night? Maigret asked.
Maybe not in such detail, because there are some things I've only remembered since.
Did you tell him anything else?" Maigret was trying to find out what it was in what he had just learned that could have provided Lognon with a lead. The previous day, at 10 in the evening, he had been in this same concierge's lodge. That was the last time anyone had seen him. "Will you give me a moment to put my son to bed?" She gave the baby a quick wash, changed him on the table, and went with him into a kind of alcove where they heard her whispering tenderly. When she returned, she seemed a little more anxious. "I wonder now if what happened isn't my fault. If only these girls didn't make such a mystery of things, it'd be so easy. I can understand Mademoiselle Janine not giving me her address so as not to be bothered by her friend. But the other one, Mademoiselle Louise, she could have given me hers. About 10 days ago, maybe a little more, I don't know exactly, a man came and asked me if a girl named Louise Leboine lived here. I told him she didn't, that she'd left several months ago but was still living in Paris, that I didn't know her address, and that she came to see me from time to time." "What kind of man was he?" "A foreigner. By his accent I'd have said an Englishman or an American. Not someone rich or elegant, a thin little man who, come to think of it, looked a bit like the inspector yesterday. I don't know why he made me think of a clown. He seemed disappointed and kept asking if I was expecting to see her soon. Maybe tomorrow, maybe in a month, I told him. I leave her a note." He sat down at the table, asked for paper and an envelope, and started writing in pencil. I slipped the letter into an empty pigeonhole and forgot all about it. When he came back 3 days later, the letter was still there, and he looked even more disappointed. "I'm not going to be able to wait much longer," he said. "I have to leave soon." I asked him if it was important, and he replied, "For her, yes, very important." He took back the letter and wrote another one. This time he took his time about it, as if he'd been forced to make a decision. When he finished, he sighed, and he handed it to me.
"Did you see him again?"
"Only the next day. 3 days later in the afternoon, Mademoiselle Janine paid me a visit. She was very excited. 'You'll soon be reading about me in the newspaper,' she said. She'd just been shopping locally, and she was weighed down with little packages that came from the best shops. I told her about the letter for Mademoiselle Louise and about the visits from the thin little man. If only I knew where to find her. She seemed to think this over. 'Why don't you give it to me?' she said in the end. 'If I know Louise, it won't take her long to come and see me. As soon as she finds out from the newspapers where I am—' I hesitated, but then I thought she was probably right.
"So you gave her the letter?"
"Yes." She looked at the envelope and stuffed it in her bag. It was only on her way out that she said to me, 'You'll be getting your present soon, Madame Marcel?'" Maigret was silent, head bowed, staring down at the floor.
"Is that everything you told the inspector?"
"I think so. Yes. I'm trying to think. I don't know what else I could have told him."
"Did Louise ever show up after that?"
"No."
"So she didn't know her former friend had a letter for her?"
"I suppose not. She certainly didn't hear it from me."
Maigret had just discovered much more in a quarter of an hour than he'd expected. Only the trail stopped abruptly. It was about Lognon, even more than about Louise Leboine, that he was thinking, as if Inspector Harddunby had suddenly started playing the main role. He had come here, had heard the same story, after which he had disappeared from circulation. Anyone else knowing what he knew would have phoned Maigret the previous evening to pass on the information and ask for instructions. Not Lognon. He was determined to see it through to the end, all by himself.
"You seem worried," the concierge remarked.
"I don't suppose the inspector told you anything? Expressed any opinion?"
"No, he thanked me and left. He turned right when he got outside."
What else to do but thank her too and leave? Without consulting Janvier, Maigret drew him into the bistro he had noticed earlier, ordered 2 Pernod, and drank his in silence. "Can you phone the 2nd District and find out if they've heard from him? Then call his wife in case the office doesn't know anything. Finally, make sure he hasn't got in contact with headquarters." When Janvier came out of the booth, Maigret was slowly drinking a second aperitif. "Nothing. The only explanation I can think of is that he phoned Italy."
"Are you going to?"
"Yes. We'll get through more quickly from the office." By the time they got there, almost everyone had left for lunch. Maigret asked for a list of hotels in Florence, chose the most luxurious ones, and struck it lucky with a third one. Yes, the Santonis were staying there. They weren't in their suite, which they'd left half an hour earlier to go down to the hotel restaurant for lunch. It was there that he was able to reach them shortly afterwards. Fortunately, the head waiter had worked in Paris and knew a little French. Could you ask Madame Santoni to come to the phone?" When the head waiter had performed his errand, it was a man's voice, an aggressive one that Maigret heard. "Do you mind telling me what all this is about?" "Who am I speaking to?" "Marco Santoni. Last night we were woken up on the pretext that the Paris police needed some urgent information, and now you won't even let us eat in peace." "I apologize, Monsieur Santoni. I am Detective Chief Inspector Maigret of the Police Judiciaire. That still doesn't tell me what my wife has to do with—" "This isn't really about her. It just so happens that an old friend of hers has been murdered." "That's what the man last night told us. But what of it? Is there any reason to—" "Your wife was given a letter to keep. This letter would probably help us to—" "But is it absolutely necessary to phone twice? She told the inspector everything she knew." "The inspector has disappeared." "Oh!" His anger subsided. "In that case, let me get my wife. I hope you'll leave us in peace after that and avoid her name getting in the papers." There was some whispering. Janine must have been in the booth with her husband. "I'm listening," she said. "I'm sorry to bother you, madame. You already know what this is about. The concierge in Rue de Pontier gave you a letter addressed to Louise." "I'm sorry I ever agreed to take it." "What happened to the letter?" There was a silence, and for a moment Maigret thought he had been cut off. "Did you give it to her on the night of your wedding, when she came to see you at the Romeo?" "Of course not. I didn't have the letter with me at my wedding." "Was it because of that letter that Louise went to see you?" Another silence, like a hesitation. "No. She'd never even heard of it." "What did she want?" "To borrow money, of course. She told me she was broke, that her landlady had thrown her out, and she implied that the last option open to her was to kill herself. Not as clearly as that. With Louise, nothing is ever clear." "Did you give her any money?" 3 or 4,000 franc notes. I didn't count them." "Did you tell her about the letter?" "Yes." "What exactly did you tell her?" "I told her what was in it." "You mean you'd read it?" "Yes." Another silence. "Believe me, it wasn't out of curiosity. I wasn't even the one who opened it. Marco found it in my bag. I told him the story, and he didn't believe me. I told him, 'Open it. You'll see.'" In a low voice she spoke to her husband, who was still in the booth. "Be quiet," she said. "It's best to tell the truth. They'll find out anyway." "Do you remember the contents?" "Not word for word. It was badly written in not very good French, full of spelling mistakes. It basically said, 'I have a very important message for you, and I need to see you urgently. Ask for Fred at Pickwick's bar in Rue de l'Étoile. That's me. If I'm not there, the barman will tell you where to find me.'" "Are you still there, Inspector?" Maigret was taking notes. "Carry on." The letter continued, "I may not be able to stay in France much longer. If I have to go, I leave the document with the barman. He'll ask you to prove your identity. You'll understand why." "Is that all?" "Yes." "And you told all this to Louise?" "Yes." "Did she seem to understand?" "Not immediately. Then she seemed to think of something, and she said thank you and left." "You didn't hear from her again that night?" "No, how could I have? It was only 2 days later, going through the newspaper by chance. But I found out she was dead." "Do you think she went to Pickwick's bar?" "It's quite likely, don't you think? What would you have done?" "Did anybody know about this apart from you and your husband?" "I don't know. The letter was in my bag for 2 or 3 days." "This is when you were living in the Hotel Washington?" "Yes." "Do you get any visitors there?" "Only Marco." "Where's the letter now?" "I must have put it away with some other papers." "Are your things still in the hotel?" "Certainly not. I took them to Marco's the day before the wedding, except for my toiletries and a few clothes that the manservant went to fetch the same day." "Do you think it's because of that message that she died?" "It's possible." "Did she say anything about it?" "No, nothing at all." "Did she ever talk to you about her father?" "I asked her one day who the photograph was of that she kept in her wallet, and she told me it was a picture of her father. 'Is he still alive?' I pressed her. She looked at me like someone who doesn't feel like talking and prefers to keep things quiet, so I didn't ask her anything more. Another time, when we were talking about our parents, I asked her, 'What does your father do?' She looked at me the same way, without saying a word. That's the way she was. She's dead now, and I know we shouldn't speak ill of the dead, but—" Her husband must have silenced her. "I've told you everything I know." "I'm very grateful."
When are you planning to be back in Paris?
In a week. Janvier had followed the conversation on a second receiver. Seems to me we've just discovered Lognon's lead, he said with a thin smile.
Do you know Pickwick's bar?
I passed it, but I've never gone in.
Neither have I. You hungry?
More curious than hungry. Maigret opened the door to the next office.
Any news of Lognon? He asked Lucas.
Nothing, Chief. If he calls you, you can reach me at Pickwick's bar in Rue de l'Étoile. I just had a visitor, Chief. The manageress of a rooming house in Rue d'Aboukir. It took her a while to make her mind up. Apparently she's been so busy the last few days she didn't read the newspaper. To cut a long story short, she came to tell us that Louise Laboine lived in her establishment for 4 months.
When was this?
Recently. She left it 2 months ago.
In other words, when she moved to Eau de Clichy?
Yes. She was working as a sales assistant in a store on Boulevard Magenta. It's one of those stores that have a bargain section outside on the pavement. The girl spent part of the winter there, ended up catching bronchitis and had to stay in her room for a week.
Who looked after her?
Nobody. Her room was on the top floor, a kind of attic. The house is a pretty low-class place, mainly used by North Africans. Most of the blanks had been filled in now. It was becoming possible to reconstruct the girl's whole story from the day she had left her mother in Nice to the night she had gone to see Janine at the Vermeil.
Are you coming, Janvier?
All they still had to do was reconstruct her whereabouts for about 2 hours on the last night. The taxi driver had seen her on Place Saint-Augustin, then on the corner of Boulevard Haussmann and Faubourg Saint-Honoré, still walking in the direction of the Arc de Triomphe. That was the route to take if you wanted to get to Rue de l'Étoile. Louise, who had never been good at organizing her own life, who had placed all her hopes in a girl she had met by chance on a train, had been walking quickly, all alone in the light rain, as if in a hurry to meet her fate. Chapter 8, in which everything happens between people who know what it means to talk, and in which Inspector Hard Done By once again features. The front of the bar, between a cobbler's shop and a laundry where women could be seen ironing, was so narrow that most people probably passed it without suspecting there was a bar there at all. It was impossible to see inside because the windows were made out of the bottoms of green bottles, and the door, concealed by a dark red curtain, had an old-fashioned lantern over it, on which the words Pickwick's Bar were painted in something resembling Gothic lettering. Once through the door, a transformation took place in Maigret, who seemed to grow harder, more impersonal, and Janvier unconsciously adopted the same manner. Inside, the bar was deserted. The room was long and narrow, and because of the green bottles in the windows and the narrowness of the entrance, it was dark, with just the occasional gleam of light on the woodwork. A man in shirt-sleeves had stood up when they came in, and seemed to be putting something down, probably a sandwich he'd been eating out of sight behind the bar, when the door had opened. His mouth still full, he watched them advance without saying a word, his face completely inscrutable. He had very black, almost blue hair, thick eyebrows that gave him a stubborn air, and a dimple in his chin as deep as a scar. Maigret seemed to barely look at him, but it was obvious they had recognized each other. This wasn't the first time they had faced one another. He walked slowly to one of the high stools and sat down on it, unbuttoning his coat and pushing his hat back on his head. Janvier did the same. After a silence, the barman asked, "What can I get you?" Maigret looked hesitantly at Janvier. "What about you?" "I'll have what you're having." "2 pair more, if you have them." Albert served them, put a carafe of iced water down on the counter, and waited. For a while it looked as if they were going to play the game of seeing who would keep silent the longest. It was Maigret who broke the silence. "What time did Lognon come here?" "I didn't know his name was Lognon. I always heard him called Inspector Hard Done By." "What time was it?" 11, maybe. I didn't look at the clock." "Where did you send him?" "Nowhere." "What did you tell him?" "I answered his questions." Maigret speared some olives from a tray on the counter and ate them one by one, looking as if he was thinking about something else. As soon as he'd entered, and the barman had stood up behind his counter, he had recognized him as a Corsican named Albert Falconi, whom he had sent to prison at least twice on the charge of illegal gambling and once for smuggling gold across the Belgian border. Another time, Falconi had been suspected of killing a member of a Marseille gang in Montmartre, but there had been no evidence against him, and he'd been released. He must have been about 35. On both sides, they avoided pointless words. They were professional, so to speak, and the sentences they uttered had their full weight of meaning. When you read the paper on Tuesday, did you recognize the girl? Albert didn't deny it, didn't admit anything, continued to look at Maigret impassively. How many customers were here when she came in on Monday night? Maigret looked down the row of stools in the narrow room. There are a number of bars like this in Paris, and a passer-by dropping in when they're empty might wonder how they make a living. They get by thanks to a hard core of regular customers, all from more or less the same circles, who are in the habit of meeting there at the same time every day. In the morning, Albert probably didn't bother to open. Most likely he had only just arrived and hadn't finished arranging the bottles. In the evening, on the other hand, all the stools were doubtless occupied, leaving just enough room to squeeze past. At the far end was the top of a steep staircase leading to the basement. The barman, too, seemed to be counting the stools. It was pretty much full, he said eventually. Was it between midnight and 1 o'clock? Much closer to 1 than midnight. Had you seen her before? That was the first time. Everyone must have turned to Louise and looked her up and down with a degree of curiosity. The few women who frequented the bar were prostitutes, and they were quite different from this girl. Her faded evening gown, and the velvet cape that hadn't been made for her, must surely have caused something of a sensation. What did she do? Albert frowned like a man trying to remember. She sat down. Where? He looked again at the stools. About where you are now. It was the only free seat near the door. What did she have to drink? A martini. Did she immediately order a martini? When I asked her what she was having. And then? She sat there for a while without saying anything. Did she have a handbag? She put it down in the bar, a silver bag. Did Lognon ask you these questions? Not in the same order. Carry on. I prefer to answer questions. Did she ask you if you had a letter for her? He nodded. Where was the letter? He turned, as if in slow motion, and pointed to a gap between two bottles that probably didn't see much service, where there were 2 or 3 envelopes addressed to customers. Here. Did you give it to her? I asked for her identity card. Why? Because that's what I'd been told to do. Who by? The guy. He never said more than was absolutely necessary, and during the silences he was clearly trying to predict the next question. Jimmy? Yes. Do you know his surname? No, in bars people don't usually give their surnames. That depends on the kind of bar. Albert shrugged as if to say he wasn't offended. Did he speak French? Quite well for an American. What kind of man was he? You know as well as I do, don't you? Tell me anyway. I had the impression he'd spent a good few years behind bars. A short man, thin, ill-looking. Yes. Was he here on Monday? He left Paris 5 or 6 days earlier. Before that, did he come every day? Albert nodded patiently. As the glasses were empty, he grabbed the bottle of Pernod. He spent most of his time here. Do you know where he lived? Probably in a hotel in the area, I don't know which one. Had he already given you the envelope? No, he'd only told me that if the girl came asking for it, I should tell her what time she could find him here. And what time was that? The afternoon from 4, then almost all evening until late. What time do you close? 2 or 3 in the morning, it all depends. Did he talk to you? Sometimes. About himself? About this and that? Did he tell you he was just out of prison? That's the impression he gave. Sing Sing? I think so. If Sing Sing is in New York State, on the banks of the Hudson, that's the one. Did he tell you what was in the envelope? No, only that it was important. He was in a hurry to get away. Because of the police? Because of his daughter. She's getting married next week in Baltimore. That's why I had to leave and couldn't wait any more. Did he describe the girl who'd be coming? No, he only told me to make sure it was her. That's why I asked for her identity card. Did she read the letter in the bar? She went downstairs. What's downstairs? The toilets and the telephones. You think she went downstairs to read her letter? I assume so. Did she take her handbag down with her? Yes. How did she look when she came back up? Less depressed than before. Had she been drinking before she got here? I don't know, maybe. What did she do next? She sat down again at the bar. Did she order another martini? She didn't. The other American did. What other American? The big guy with a scar and cauliflower ears. Do you know him? I don't even know his first name. When did he start coming to your bar? Around about the same time as Jimmy. Did they know each other? Jimmy definitely didn't know him. Did he know Jimmy? I got the idea he was following him. Did he always come at the same time? Pretty much, in a big grey car he parked outside the door. Did Jimmy talk to you about him? He asked me if I knew him. And you told him you didn't. That's right. He seemed worried about it, and he told me it was probably the FBI wondering what he was doing in France and keeping an eye on him. Do you think that was it? I stopped thinking about anything a long time ago. When Jimmy left the United States, did this other man keep coming? Yeah, regularly. Was there a name on the envelope? Louise Leboine, and the word Paris. Could the other customers see that from where they were sitting? Definitely not. Do you ever leave the bar for a moment? Not when he's full of people. I don't trust anyone. Did he say anything to the girl? He asked her if he could buy her a drink. Did she accept? She looked at me as if she wanted my advice. It was obvious she wasn't used to it. Did you make a sign to her to accept? I didn't make any signs. I just served 2 martinis. Then I was called to the other end of the counter and didn't pay any more attention to them. Did the girl and the American leave together? I think so. In his car. I heard the sound of an engine. Is this all you told Roniel? No, he asked me more questions. What questions? For example, if the guy had made any phone calls. I told him he hadn't. Then if I knew where he lived, I told him I didn't know that either. Finally, if I had any idea where he might have gone. Albert gave Maigret a significant look and waited. Well, now you know as much as Inspector Hard done by. The day before, the American had asked me the best way to drive to Brussels. I told him to go via Saint-Denis, Compiègne, then... Is that all? No, maybe an hour before the girl came in, he mentioned Brussels again. This time he wanted to know what the best hotel was. I told him I always stayed at the Palace, opposite the Gare du Nord. What time was it when you told Ronion this? Nearly 1 in the morning. It took longer than with you, because I had customers to serve. Do you have a railway timetable? If it's to find out about trains to Brussels, don't bother. The inspector went downstairs to phone the station. There were no more trains that night. The first was at 5 in the morning. Did he tell you he'd be taking it? He didn't need to tell me. What do you think he did until 5 in the morning? What would you have done? Maigret thought this over. He had just heard about 2 foreigners who both seemed to have lived in the area and who had both discovered Pickwick's bar. Do you think Lorgnon made the rounds of the local hotels? You're the one investigating, aren't you? I'm not responsible for what Inspector Hard Dunbar gets up to. Janvier, can you go downstairs and phone the Palace Hotel in Brussels? Ask him if they've seen Lorgnon. He would have arrived about 9:30 in the morning. He may still be waiting for the American to get there by car. During Janvier's absence, he didn't say a word, and Albert, as if considering the conversation at an end, sat down behind the bar and resumed eating. Maigret hadn't touched his second drink, but had finished the tray of olives. He was still staring down the length of the room, at the line of stools, the little staircase at the far end, and it was as if he was populating the decor with the people who had been there on Monday night, when Louise Leboine had made her entrance in her blue evening gown and velvet cape, a silver handbag in her hand. His brow was deeply furrowed. Twice he opened his mouth to speak, but both times he thought better of it. More than 10 minutes went by, and the barman had time to finish his meal, collect the breadcrumbs on the counter, and drink the last of his coffee. Grabbing a dubious-looking cloth, he was starting to wipe the dust from the bottles on the shelf when Janvier reappeared. He's on the line, Chief. Do you want to talk to him? There's no point. Tell him he can come back. Janvier hesitated, unable to conceal his surprise, wondering if he had heard correctly, if Maigret had really thought it through. Finally, accustomed to obeying, he turned on his heels, murmuring, "All right." As for Albert, he hadn't registered any surprise, but his features had hardened. He was still mechanically wiping the bottles one by one. He could see Maigret in the mirror behind the shelves, even though he had his back to him. Janvier returned. "Did he object?" Maigret asked. "He started to say something, then changed his mind and just said, 'Well, if it's an order.'" Maigret got down off his stool, buttoned up his coat, and pulled down his hat. "Get dressed, Albert," he said simply. "What?"
I said, get dressed. We're going to take a ride to the Quai des Orfèvres.
Albert didn't seem to understand. I can't leave the bar. You have a key, don't you? What exactly is it you want of me? I've told you all I know.
Do you want us to take you by force?
I'm coming, but...
He sat alone in the back of the little car and didn't say a word throughout the ride. He stared straight ahead like a man trying to understand. Janvier didn't say anything either. Maigret smoked his pipe in silence. Upstairs, he let him into his office first. In front of him, he asked Janvier, "What time is it in Washington?"
"Must be 8 in the morning.
By the time you get through, even if they give you priority, it'll be nearly 9. I want you to get me the FBI. If Clark's there, try and get him on the line. I'd like to talk to him." He calmly took off his hat and coat and hung them in their cupboard. "You can take your coat off. This may take a while."
"You still haven't told me why."
"How long were you in this office the day we talked about the gold ingots?" Albert didn't need to search his memory.
4 hours.
"Did you notice anything in Tuesday morning's newspaper?"
"The photograph of the girl."
"There was another photograph of 3 men, real tough characters, the ones they called the wall breakers. It was 3 o'clock in the morning when they confessed. They'd been in here for a very long time, nearly 20 hours. Maigret went and sat down in his seat and arranged his pipes as if looking for the best one. "You preferred to come clean after 4 hours. Personally, it's all the same to me. There are quite a few of us here. We can take turns, and we have all the time in the world." He dialed the number of the Brasserie Dauphine. "Oh, Maigret here. Can you serve me up a few sandwiches and some beer?"
"For how many?"
He remembered that Jean-Pierre hadn't had lunch either. "For 2. Right away, yes. 4 beers, of course." He lit his pipe, walked to the window and stood there for a moment, watching the movement of cars and pedestrians on Pont Saint-Michel. Behind him, Albert was lighting a cigarette with a hand he was trying to keep steady. He had the grave air of a man weighing the pros and cons.
"What do you want to know?"
he asked at last, still hesitant. "Everything."
"I told you the truth."
"No." Maigret hadn't turned to look at him. Seen like that from the back, he really did seem like a man who has nothing else to do but wait, smoking his pipe and gazing out at the bustle of the street. Albert was silent again. He was silent long enough for the waiter from the brasserie to arrive with his tray, which he put down on the desk. Maigret went and opened the door to the inspector's office. "Janvier?" he called. Janvier appeared.
"They're putting the call through in about 20 minutes.
"Help yourself. It's for both of us," Maigret said, motioning him into the adjoining office to get his sandwich and his beer. Maigret made himself comfortable and started eating. The roles were reversed. Earlier in Pickwick's bar, it was Albert who had been having lunch behind his counter. Maigret seemed to have forgotten he was there, and looked for all the world as if he was thinking about nothing but chewing and taking a swig of beer every now and again. His gaze wandered over the papers scattered on his desk.
"You're very sure of yourself, aren't you?"
Albert said. Maigret nodded, his mouth full.
"You think I'm going to confess?"
Maigret shrugged, as if to say he didn't care.
"Why did you call Inspector Hard-Dunby back to Paris?"
Maigret smiled. And at that moment, Albert angrily tore the cigarette he was holding to shreds, burning his fingers in the process. "Shit!" he grunted. He was too tense to remain seated, and stood up, walked to the window, stuck his forehead to the pane of glass, and also now looked at the bustle outside. When he turned, he had made up his mind. His agitation had abated and his muscles had relaxed. Without being invited to, he took a sip from one of the 2 glasses of beer that was still on the tray, wiped his mouth, and sat down again. It was his last gesture of defiance, a way of saving face.
"How did you guess?"
he asked. "I didn't guess," Maigret replied calmly. "I knew. Immediately." Chapter 9, in which it is demonstrated that a staircase can play an important role, and in which a handbag plays an even more important one. Maigret took a few puffs at his pipe and looked at Albert in silence. It was as if he was making a dramatic pause, like an actor, to give more weight to what he was about to say. Not that he was playing to the gallery in any way. He barely saw the barman's face. It was Louise Laboine he was thinking about.
All the time he had sat silently in the bar in Rue de l'Étoile while Janvier was downstairs on the telephone, she was the one he'd been trying to see, coming into the bar filled with customers in her shabby evening gown and the velvet cape that didn't suit her. "You see," he said at last, "at first sight your story's perfect. Almost too perfect, and I would have believed it, if I hadn't known the girl." Surprised, Albert asked in spite of himself, "You knew her?" "I've ended up getting to know her quite well." As he continued talking, he imagined her hiding under the bed at Mademoiselle Porre's, then later arguing with Janine Arminier in their apartment in Rue de Ponthieu. He followed her into the shabby furnished room in Rue d'Aboukir and to the stall outside the store on Boulevard Magenta, where she worked in all weathers. He could have repeated all the phrases that had been used about her, whether by the concierge or by the widow Crémieux. He saw her going into Maxime's, just as he saw her a month later making her way through the wedding guests at the Romeo. First of all, it's highly unlikely she would have sat at the bar, because she felt out of place, felt that everybody was looking at her, sure from the start that she was wearing a second-hand dress. Even if she'd sat down, she wouldn't have ordered a martini. The mistake you made was thinking of her as just another of your female customers, and when I asked you what she drank, you replied automatically, a martini. She didn't drink anything, Albert admitted, and she didn't go downstairs to read her letter either. As is usually the case in bars like yours that cater for regulars, there's no notice above the staircase. Even if there had been one, I doubt she'd have had the courage to walk past 20 customers, most of whom were probably drunk to a greater or lesser degree. Last, but not least, the newspapers didn't publish all the post-mortem results. They said the dead girl's stomach contained alcohol, without mentioning that the alcohol was rum. Martini is made with gin and vermouth. There was no triumph in Maigret's voice, perhaps because it was still Louise he was thinking about. He spoke in a low voice as if to himself. "Did you really give her the letter?" "I gave her a letter." "You mean an envelope?" "Yes." "With blank paper in it?" "Yes." "When did you open the real letter?" "When I was sure Jimmy had taken the plane for the United States." "Did you have him followed to Orly?" "Yes." "Why? You didn't yet know what it was all about." "A guy who comes out of prison and takes the trouble to cross the ocean in order to give a message to a girl. It had to be something important." "Have you kept the letter?" "No, I destroyed it." Maigret believed him, convinced that Albert wouldn't bother to lie any more. "What did it say?" "Something like, 'I may not have paid much attention to you before now, but one day you'll discover that it was better for you that way. Whatever they tell you about me, don't judge me too severely. Everyone chooses his own path, especially at an age when we're lacking in judgment, and afterwards it's too late. You can trust the person who gives you this letter. By the time you get it, I'll be dead. Don't let that make you sad. It's time for me to go. I have the consolation of knowing that from now on you'll be well taken care of. As soon as you can, get a passport for the United States. Brooklyn is a borough of New York. You may have heard that at school. There you'll find at the address below a little Polish tailor named—" Albert broke off. Maigret motioned him to continue. "I can't remember." "Yes, you can." "All right, then. Named Lukasek. Go and see him. Show him your passport, and he'll hand over to you a certain sum in cash." "Is that all?" "There were also 3 or 4 sentimental phrases I've forgotten." "Do you remember the address?" "Yes. 1214 37th Street. "Who did you tell?" Albert was again tempted to say nothing, but Maigret's eyes were still on him, and he resigned himself. "I showed the letter to a friend." "Who?" "Bianchi." "Is he still with Big Jean?" Bianchi was suspected of being the head of the Corsican gang. Maigret had arrested him at least 10 times, but had only once managed to get him sentenced. True, that had been for 5 years. Maigret stood up and opened the door to the adjoining office. "Is Torrance around?" They went to fetch him. "Take 2 or 3 men with you. Find out if Big Jean is still living in Rue de Pique. There's a chance you'll find Bianchi at her place. If he isn't, make sure she tells you where to find him. Be careful. He's quite capable of defending himself." Albert was listening impassively. "Carry on. What more do you want?" Bianchi couldn't send just anyone to the United States to show up at Lucassex and demand the money. He suspected that the Pole had instructions and would ask for proof of the girl's identity. It was so obvious that he didn't wait for a reply. So, you waited for her to show up at Pickwick's. We had no intention of killing her. Albert was surprised to hear Maigret reply, I know that. They were professionals who didn't take unnecessary risks. All they needed was the girl's identity card. Once they had it, they would manage to get a passport for some female associate or other who would take the place of Louise Laboine. Was Bianchi in your bar? Yes. Did she leave without opening the envelope? Yes. Did your boss have a car waiting outside? With a tattoo man at the wheel. Given the mess I'm in, I might as well go on. They followed her. I wasn't with them. All I know is what they told me later. There's no point in you looking for the tattoo man in Paris. He got cold feet after what happened and did a runner. De Marseille. Probably. I suppose they intended to steal her handbag. Yes. They drove past her. Bianchi got out of the car just as she drew level with them. The street was deserted. He grabbed the handbag, not knowing it was attached to the girl's wrist by a little chain. She fell to her knees. Seeing her open her mouth to scream, he hit her in the face. Apparently she clung to him and tried to call for help. That was when he took out a cosh from his pocket and knocked her out. So you only invented the story of the second American to get Lognon off your backs. What would you have done in my place? Art Dunbar fell for it. All the same, for most of the investigation, Lognon had almost always been one step ahead of the police judiciaire. And if he had been more concerned with the girl's state of mind, he would finally have had his victory. The victory he'd been waiting for so long that he'd stopped believing in it. What was he thinking about now on the train bringing him back from Brussels? He must be blaming his bad luck, more convinced than ever that the whole world was in league against him. Technically, he'd done nothing wrong, and no police training course teaches you how to put yourself in the shoes of a girl brought up in Nice by a half-mad mother. For years, Louise had looked stubbornly for her place, without finding it. Lost in a world she didn't understand, she'd clung desperately to the first friend she made, a friend who had eventually let her down. Left alone, she had grown harder, surrounded by a hostile world where she tried in vain to learn the rules of the game. Did she know anything about her father? Probably not. Even when she was little, she must have wondered why her mother wasn't like other people, why the two of them lived differently from their neighbors. With all her might, she had tried to adapt. She had run away from home. She had read the small ads, and whereas Janine Armenier had no difficulty finding jobs, she had ended up being thrown out of all the places she'd applied to. Had she, like Lognon, ended up convinced that there was a kind of conspiracy against her? In what way was she so different? Why did all the bad things happen to her? Even her death was a kind of irony of fate. If the chain of the silver handbag hadn't been rolled round her wrist, Bianchi would simply have snatched it off her, and the car would have sped away. If she had then told her story to the police, nobody would have believed her. Why did they move the body to Place Ventimille? First of all, they couldn't leave it near my bar. Secondly, dressed as she was, she looked more at home in Montmartre. They chose the first deserted spot they came to up there. Had they already sent someone to the United States consulate? Of course not. They're waiting. Inspector Clark on the line, Chief. Put him through to me here. It was only confirmation they needed now, and it was more out of personal curiosity than anything else that Maigret still had a few questions to ask the FBI. The conversation, as always with Clark, was conducted half in Maigret's bad English, half in the American's bad French, each making a diligent effort to speak the other's language. Before Clark could understand what it was all about, Maigret had to list all Julius Van Cram's aliases: Lemke, Stieb, Ziegler, Marek, Spangler, Donnelly. It was under the name Donnelly that he had been buried a month earlier at the penitentiary of Sing Sing, where he had been serving an 8-year sentence for another of his confidence tricks. Has the money been recovered? Only a small part of it. Was it a lot? Around $100,000. Was his accomplice's name Jimmy? Jimmy O'Malley. He only got 3 years and was released 2 months ago. He took a trip to France. I thought his daughter was getting married soon. He went back for the wedding.
The money's in Brooklyn with a Polish tailor named Lukasek.
Despite everything, there was a certain quiver of triumph in Maigret's voice. Lukasek, who may not even know what he's keeping in trust, has been told to hand the package over to a girl named Louise Leboine. Will she show up? Unfortunately not. The word had slipped out. To correct it, he hastened to add, she died this week in Paris. He exchanged a few more polite remarks, and even a few jokes with Clark, whom he hadn't seen for several years. When he hung up, he seemed surprised to see Albert still sitting there, smoking a cigarette. The FBI were almost certainly going to retrieve the money and restore it to some banker it belonged to, or perhaps to an insurance company, because there was a good chance the banker was insured for theft. The little Polish tailor would do a prison term, probably for having taken on the errand. Jimmy O'Malley, instead of attending his daughter's wedding in Baltimore, would resume his place in Sing Sing. Louise's fate had hung on very little. A chain rolled around her wrist. What if Mademoiselle Irene in Rue de Douai had given another kind of bag to the girl who had come one evening to borrow a gown from her? What if she had dropped by Rue de Pontier in time for the letter to be handed over to her personally? Would Louise Leboine have gone to America? What would she have done then with the $100,000? Maigret finished his glass of beer. It was lukewarm. He emptied his pipe, not into the ashtray but into the coal bucket, knocking it against his heel. "Can you come in here, Jean-Pierre?" He pointed to Albert, who knew immediately what that meant. He was starting to get used to it. "Take him to your office, get his statement down, make him sign it, and take him to the cells. I'll phone Judge Camelio." All this was just routine. It was no longer of interest to him. Just as Albert was going out, he called him back. "I was forgetting the 3 Pelmos. It's on the house." "I wouldn't hear of it." He handed him a few banknotes, saying, as he would have done in the bar in Rue de l'Étoile, "Keep the change." Just as if he were still behind his counter, too, Albert replied mechanically, "Thanks a lot."